Transmigrated to a parallel world where gaming is everything and the college entrance exam is actually Plants vs. Zombies? While others are bitterly calculating sun points, waiting for pea shooters to spit peas, my system has already awakened. Plant modification initiated. A pea shooter? No, that is the Gatling Bodhisattva of the South-wielding dual-barrel Gatling guns. A sunflower? No, that is the capitalist's tear, which drops dead to produce 100 times the sunlight for the sake of performance metrics. When Dr. Zomboss drives his robot to flee in despair, I gaze at the yard full of nuclear corn cannons and fall into deep thought. Isn't this game a bit too simple? Everyone sit in your seats. This final exams game is a local LAN multiplayer instance Plants vs. Zombies. As the proctor's voice fell, I recovered from my brief confusion. Countless streams of information flooded my mind. Game City, everyone is a gamer. Level determines social status. This is a parallel world of Blue Star where humans gain power and resources by conquering game cartridges. Today is the final exam of the third year of high school and also a battle that will determine my fate. I raised my wristband and took a look. Lin Chen, LV1. In this key high school, I belong to the average level. Beside me, my best friend Lu Zhou was still bragging to me about picking up the class bell, but I had already clenched my fists. Since I'm here, naturally I can't be a useless loser. Connection starting. A white light flashed. The classroom vanished, replaced by a familiar courtyard. Crazy Dave, with a pressure cooker on his head, was babbling wabby wabbo at us examinees. Detected host entering the cartridge world. System activated. Please choose your cheat. 1. Infinite sunlight. 2. 100x drop rate. 3. Plant modification. I still have to choose? As a veteran high-level player, what's the fun in mindlessly pushing through maps? Of course, I choose the most fun one. I choose 3. Plant modification. Cheat loaded. You can consume sunlight to magically modify plants. The game begins. The first wave of zombies shambles over. All examinees only have 100 initial sunlight, enough to plant just one pea shooter. I glanced at the unlucky guy on the right. He planted his pea at the entrance, and as a result, the zombie ate the plant in 2 bites. Screams came instantly. One person out. I planted my pea by the book. The first wave ended, rewarding a sunflower card. Here comes the key part. Before the second wave started, I had 100 sunlight. I walked up to that ordinary pea shooter and activated my skill. Modification plan, dual-wielding Gatling pea shooter. Cost 50 sunlight. Effect 8x fire rate. Modify. That originally goofy plant instantly donned a military helmet. Its 2 emerald vines turned into thick arms carrying 2 Gatling guns spewing blue light. Its gaze becoming incredibly sharp. The second wave of zombies just showed their heads. Da 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 da. Blue fire erupted. The zombies hadn't even stepped onto the lawn before they were turned into sieves. This wasn't tower defense, this was a massacre. With enough sense of security, I started planting sunflowers like crazy. Ordinary sunflowers produced too slowly, so I didn't even look at them before modifying. Modification plan, rat race sunflower. Cost 50 sunlight. Effect desperate for performance produces an extra 300 sunlight per wave. With this modification, the sunflower's originally brilliant smile became twisted and painful, as if burdened by a 30-year mortgage, risking its life to produce sunlight. At this moment, Lu Zhou in the neighboring yard was flustered because he missed a zombie, while I watched the numbers in my sunlight account jump rapidly. By the 4th wave, I own 9 rat race sunflowers. By the 5th wave, I upgraded all sunflowers again. Sudden death sunflower. Effect died from working too hard. Receives 6,000 sunlight in company death compensation per wave. At that moment, 12 tombstones stood in my backyard, peaceful and quiet, providing me with a huge sum of 70,000 sunlight per turn. My eyes welled up with tears. And then I backhandedly used this huge sum to change all the front row peas into pea shooter girls. I couldn't help it. Even in war, one must pay attention to aesthetics. Those cute girls in green leaf miniskirts holding pea cannons stood in rows. And there were even snow peas in torchwood summoned by the summoner sunflower. The 6th wave of zombies arrived. A screen full of projectiles instantly covered the entire view. I didn't even see clearly what the zombies looked like before the battle ended. Too boring. I've broken this game. I yawned, lay on the deck chair in the courtyard, and fell into a deep sleep listening to the constant level cleared prompts in my ear. At this time, the proctor's room had long since exploded in chaos. Who is this student? Is he sleeping? The grade director pointed at the screen, his finger trembling. Not only sleeping, look at his plants. What the hell are those? Gatling guns? Are those tombstones? The dean's eyes were about to pop out. I've never seen such plants. Could it be a cartridge mutation? No, the principal pushed up his glasses, looking grave. There's only one possibility. He discovered the hidden rules of this game. He is a genius. On the screen, other top students like Yuan Xiaoyu and Li Nan were still struggling to hold on. Even Zhao Wenjun, the rich second generation who paid to win with items, was sweating profusely facing the Gargantuar in the 30th wave. But in Lin Chen's courtyard, the final boss of the 40th wave, Dr. Zambos, appeared driving his giant robot. Dr. Zambos just poked his head out, took one look at the rows of nuclear corn cannons mounted on missile silos and the Valkyrie peas holding frost spears, and a look of human-like terror actually appeared on his gray-white face. He turned around and tried to run. Run my ass. I was woken from my dream by the noise and waved my hand casually. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose. Dr. Zambos and his robot were instantly vaporized. Clear successful. The surrounding white light lit up and other surviving examinees began to be transported back to reality one after another. But I didn't move, because I remembered the direction Dr. Zambos fled. Where did he want to go? If the plants are defending their home, then where do the zombies come from? I walked to the courtyard gate where there was an invisible air wall. All units aim blasted open for me. All Gatling guns, nukes, and lasers fired in unison. The air wall trembled violently, finally shattering with a crack. I stepped out of the courtyard. Before my eyes were not ruins but an orderly modern city. There were zombies selling newspapers, zombies walking dogs, zombies wearing suits going to work. This was the zombies' home. And we, the group frantically planting plants in the courtyard, were the invaders. Warning! You have enraged Crazy Dave. A roar came from behind. That Dave, who had been crazy throughout the tutorial, rushed out with bloodshot eyes holding a double-barreled shotgun. So you are the mastermind behind the scenes. I immediately retreated behind the plant defense line. This was a truly vicious battle. Dave's health bar was ridiculously long, and the shotgun in his hand could shatter my ultimate plants with one shot. But I had hundreds of thousands of sunlight in reserve. If one died, I'd plant a pair. After a full 20 minutes of attrition, with thousands of Titan mecha peas bombing in rotation, Crazy Dave finally fell. With his death, the surrounding world began to collapse and shatter. The illusion dissipated, revealing the true scene. It was a battlefield of ice and snow. On the left were the well-equipped German troops, and on the right were the Soviet troops charging with their lives. And Dave, wearing a German officer's uniform, watched the scene in despair. It turned out that Plants vs. Zombies was just a fairy tale constructed in a mental hospital by a war criminal to escape his sins. He fantasized the Soviet army as zombies and his own massacre as defending his home. Congratulations on cracking the worldview, Dave's World. Reward obtained, extra skill slot X1 unique. My heart raced. An extra skill slot. This meant that at the same level, I would always have one more skill than others. This was a god-tier skill money couldn't buy. Besides that, the clearance rewards were doubled. Experience points skyrocketed and my level jumped directly from LV1 to LV3, becoming the number one in the whole school. Back in reality, the classroom was noisy. Lin Chen, you just came out too? Was that vibration just now caused by you? Lu Zhou leaned over to ask. Yeah, cleared it and cracked the worldview while I was at it. I told the truth. Laughter erupted around me instantly. Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, are you talking in your sleep? Cracking the worldview? Why don't you say you're the principal? What a pretender! Just then, the dean appeared hurriedly at the door, the smile on his face brighter than a flower. Student Lin Chen, quick, the principal invites you to his office to discuss the reward for being first in the grade. The laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at me in shock, like ducks being choked. Only Zhao Wenjun, the original strong contender for first place, stared at my back with cold eyes at this moment. In the principal's office, the chubby principal was solicitous towards me. He brought out his treasured cartridge library for me to choose from. I'll take this one, drank cartridge Grand Theft Auto. I didn't stand on ceremony, choosing the most expensive and also the hardest one. The principal's face twitched with pain, but he still gave it to me. Just out of the office, I ran headfirst into the three top students, Zhao Wenjun, Yuan Xiaoyu, and Li Nan. Lin Chen? Yuan Xiaoyu looked complicated. You really cleared it? Luck, pure luck. I brushed it off, but in my heart I was calculating other things. Zhao Wenjun walked up, smiling insincerely. Lin Chen, you got lucky this time and found the hidden rules. But the college entrance exam relies on hard power. I hope you won't drop the ball then. For sure, for sure. I patted his shoulder, to express my apology. I'll give you a big gift later. Zhao Wenjun froze, snorted coldly, and walked away. Leaving school, I declined Lu Zhou's suggestion to go to the internet cafe, treated him to a seafood feast, and then rushed home. My identity is different now. Level 3, holding a drank cartridge. And I also have a pea-shooter girl pet brought out from the game and a priceless summon zombie skill book. Back home, I planted the pea girl in a flower pot in the living room. I tried watering it with boy's urine, and unexpectedly this little thing turned bright red with excitement, its combat power soaring. Just as I was counting my loot, the phone rang. It was an unknown number. Hello, who is this? Son, I'm your dad. On the other end of the line, my dad Lin Yuan's voice was urgent and terrified, accompanied by heavy panting. Listen, don't talk. Something big has happened. My heart sank. Dad, what's wrong? That ancient cartridge I brought home last time, it's a curse. I'm being targeted and your mom is trapped in a dungeon too. Go to the storage room right now. Find that rusty iron box cartridge, and throw it away. No matter where you throw it, don't keep it with you. Also, don't live at home anymore. Go rent a place. Make sure to avoid everyone. They have tracking methods. My dad's voice carried a sobbing tone. Son, Dad is sorry. If Dad doesn't make it back, you must survive. Beep beep beep. The call hung up. Then my wristband received a transfer of 5,000 point cards. Holding the phone, cold sweat ran down me. My dad is a LV8 archaeology expert. To make him this scared, the opponent must be a ruthless character who kills without blinking. I rushed into the storage room and dug out that iron box. A mottled antique cartridge lay quietly inside. This is the thing? Ding dong. The doorbell rang suddenly. My muscles tensed all over. They came this fast? I walked lightly to the door and looked out through the peephole. It wasn't a killer, it was actually Zhao Wenjun. This guy was holding 2 fruit baskets, wearing a fake smile. I opened the door. What do you want? Zhao Wenjun put down the fruit baskets, rubbing his hands and smiling. Brother Lin, my attitude during the day was bad. I thought about it when I went back. We are classmates after all, and we have to look out for each other in the future. So, I came to apologize to you. This guy saw that I took first place and was valued by the principal, so he came to repair the relationship and latch onto me. Looking at Zhao Wenjun's hypocritical face and then at the hot potato death warrant in my hand, a brilliant idea suddenly popped into my head. Since we are brothers, there's no need for formalities. I took out that rusty cartridge and said with a mysterious and reluctant look, since you are so sincere, I can't be stingy either. This is an ancient unique item my dad brought back from ruins, priceless. I originally wanted to keep it as a family heirloom. Zhao Wenjun's eyes instantly lit up. This was dug up by your father through archaeology? Yes. I see we have an affinity, so I'm giving this to you. Take it as a meeting gift. I stuffed the cartridge directly into his arms. My tone heroic. Don't refuse. Refusing means you look down on me. Zhao Wenjun was so moved his hands were shaking. Brother Lin. This is too valuable. From now on, you are my own brother. In this territory of Yin City, if you need anything, just say the word. Good brother. Loyal indeed. I gripped his hand tightly, speaking earnestly. Take it and leave quickly. Be careful on the road. Don't ever lose it. And make sure to live well. Seeing off the profusely thankful Zhao Wenjun, I let out a long breath. Diverting the disaster. Done. But this isn't safe enough yet. If the killers can track here, it means home is no longer safe. Move? Where to? Just thinking about it, the door of the neighbor across the hall opened. They were putting up a rental ad. Darkness under the lamp. I made a prompt decision. Using the point cards I just got to rent the neighbor's apartment across the hall at a high price. Didn't even sign a contract, just moved in directly. Late at night, I hid behind the peephole of the neighbor's house, watching the hallway. Sure enough, 2 figures in black trench coats appeared silently at my door. One of them pressed his hand on the lock and the hard metal melted instantly. They went in. A few minutes later, the 2 came out with gloomy faces. No one. The item isn't there either. Chase. That cartridge has a tracking mark on it. He can't run far. We must intercept him before he hands the item to someone else. Watching the 2 disappear at the end of the hallway, I sat on the sofa in the dark, a cold sneer curling at the corner of my mouth. Chase then, hope you can catch up to my good brother Zhao Wenjun. The crisis is temporarily lifted. But I also understand this is just the beginning. To survive in this cruel game world and protect my family, I must become stronger. I took out the drank cartridge Grand Theft Auto given by the principal and inserted it into the card reader. Anti-fatigue time has passed. Game start. Although he had not confronted the 2 men in black directly, just from the abilities they displayed and their speed of action, Lin Chen could basically judge that they were the so-called esports players. Looking at the game cartridges and the PS7 on the table, a sense of urgency and a faint excitement rose in Lin Chen's heart. If I don't reach level 10 and become an esports player, I will remain an ordinary person. If I want to save my dad, I need to hurry. The next morning, Lin Chen got up at 7:30 sharp. After installing the game cartridge, at exactly 8 o'clock, Lin Chen pressed the game start button on the PS7. A flash of white light. In the next moment, information flickered in Lin Chen's mind. Detected host entering cartridge world. Grand Theft Auto system is allocating game cheats. Please choose from the following 3 cheats. 1. Unlimited money. You have unlimited money and can spend it freely too. Minion recruitment. You can spend money to recruit various powerful subordinates. 3. Gun modification. You can spend money to modify guns and create super weapons. Looking at the 3 options before him, Lin Chen pondered for a moment. The first cheat, unlimited money, although it seemed powerful based on the previous experience in the Plants vs. Zombies world, this unlimited money was actually the cheat with the lowest ceiling. For example, in the Plants vs. Zombies world, having unlimited sunlight allowed Lin Chen to complete the game, but it did not enhance the strength of his plant lineup. If he chose the unlimited sunlight cheat, he would have no chance of defeating Crazy Dave and breaking the worldview. To gain more benefits from the game, Lin Chen decided to choose between minion recruitment and gun modification. After thinking for a moment, he chose the former. Compared to charging forward with a gun, he preferred to hide behind and command his subordinates to fight. Safe and comfortable. After making his choice, Lin Chen began to enter the game screen. Boom, boom, boom. His perspective appeared in a taxi. Outside the window was a modern city filled with neon lights, with crowds and traffic rushing by. Soon, the taxi stopped in a small alley. I'm sorry, sir, the money you gave is only enough to take you here. Welcome to Los Santos. The driver turned back and gestured for Lin Chen to get out of the car. After giving the driver a middle finger, Lin Chen opened the car door and got out. The moment he stepped out, a panel popped up in front of him. Cartridge world, Grand Theft Auto cartridge type, single-player game type, open world, role-playing, crime difficulty level, D game content, theft, assassination, robbery, brawls. Los Santos, a terrifying city known as the City of Crime. You come here to fight for your place, hoping to earn vast amounts of money and a strong position through your own abilities. Your cousin, Sonia, is a small leader of the local gang, the Vagos. It seems like a good choice to seek him out first. Complete a series of main quests to ultimately become the leader of the Vagos and clear the game. Triggering and completing side quests will provide you with additional rewards upon death. The game will end immediately. Start your criminal journey. The panel disappeared and Lin Chen officially entered the game. The game could not load the player's real-world equipment and abilities. In role-playing games, the various attributes of the character controlled by the player are also preset. Lin Chen could clearly feel that this body was quite strong. Dealing with ordinary people, he could easily take on 3 with his bare hands. It should not be a problem. This should be a benefit of being the game's protagonist. Stepping out of the alley and onto the street, pedestrians hurried by. Everything seemed no different from the real world. I wonder if the people in this world are real or computer programs. Lin Chen was a bit curious and stopped a blonde woman. He attempted to perform a dance from the Pure Land in front of the blonde woman. The blonde woman clearly froze for a few seconds, then walked around him and said, "Are you crazy?" Lin Chen caught up to her and asked, "How about a thrilling game of Gwent?" The blonde woman stuffed her hand into her bag, looking a bit nervous, and said, "What Gwent? Hurry up and get lost, or I'll use my pepper spray on you." Hearing her say that, Lin Chen could basically confirm that most people in this world were real, or they were highly intelligent AIs. For him, there wasn't much difference between the 2 situations. After wandering a couple more steps, he took out the first map from his pocket and received his first task prompt. Current main quest, meet with cousin Sonia. Quest location, East Bridge District number 78. Lin Chen glanced at the map. The East Bridge District wasn't far from here, so he walked straight over. Before long, he arrived at East Bridge District number 78, a courtyard. Outside the courtyard, Lin Chen saw several modified heavy motorcycles. Inside the courtyard was a small 2-story villa. Lin Chen approached and knocked on the villa's door. Soon, the door opened a crack. A thug-like person peeked out, holding a gun in his hand. He sized up Lin Chen and asked, "Who are you?" Lin Chen lowered his voice, "I am Batman." The thug raised his gun. Lin Chen quickly corrected himself, "I'm Sonia's cousin." The thug looked at him and said, "Come in." Once inside the villa, Lin Chen saw Sonia, who was bald, playing cards with a few thugs. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Sonia stood up, embraced him, and then briefly introduced him to the thugs. "Hey, guys, this is the cousin I told you about. He's really tough in a fight. From today on, he's also a member of our biker gang." Nearby, a black thug with an afro asked, "Boss, doesn't he need to go through a joining test?" Sonia's smile froze for a moment, and after coughing, he said, "Right, there is a joining test. Come on, cousin, I have a job for you. There's a guy who owes us $1,000, and I need you to teach him a lesson and get the money back. Once you complete this job, you'll officially join our biker gang, and I'll take a portion of the earnings from this job to give you as your payment for working with us." Saying this, Sonia picked up a file from the table and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took the file, and almost simultaneously, a prompt appeared in front of him. Main quest updated. Teach the shop owner, Recto, a lesson, and collect the debt quest location, North Street number 15, East Bridge District Commercial Street. Sonia asked, do you have confidence? Lin Chen saluted. Paw Patrol, ready for action. I guarantee you'll complete the task. Sonia asked, any other questions? Lin Chen rubbed his hands and said, can you lend me some money, cousin? Sonia replied, that's a good question. Any other questions? Lin Chen. After leaving Sonia's villa, Lin Chen took out the photo of the shop owner, Recto, from the file and looked at it, hesitating. This guy looks pretty strong, although according to the settings, my current body shouldn't be weak. But just going over to fight him feels a bit risky. Life is only lived once, better to be cautious. With a thought, he opened the cheat menu. Minion recruitment cheat level 1 recruitment 10 each time level 2 recruitment 100 each time level 3 recruitment 1000 each time level 4 recruitment 10,000 each time level 7 recruitment 10 million each time. The lowest level 1 recruitment only costs 10 bucks isn't expensive at all. 10 bucks won't lead to losses, 10 bucks won't lead to being fooled. But Lin Chen's pockets were emptier than his face. Don't even mention dollars. He didn't even have a kitchen knife. I need to find a way to make some money first. Lin Chen scanned the street. In Los Santos, there are many ways to make money. Theft, fraud, assassination, robbery, almost any underhanded means here is a fast track to wealth. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen walked into a nearby pizza shop and rushed straight to the counter. Facing the bewildered staff, Lin Chen coldly smiled and said, are you hiring part-time workers here? Any evil act has a small chance of being punished. Any crime carries the risk of being countered by the victim. Upholding these two principles, Lin Chen decided to put in hard work and earn his first pot of gold through legitimate means. Earn $50. 2 hours later, Lin Chen walked out of the pizza shop, his face filled with the twisted smile of a worker. He activated the cheat again. Minion recruitment cheat level 1 recruitment 10 bucks each level 2 recruitment 100 bucks each level 3 recruitment 1,000 bucks each level 4 recruitment 10,000 bucks each level 7 recruitment 10 million bucks each. Spending 10 bucks, Lin Chen attempted a level 1 recruitment. Immediately, a burly man with a thug appearance appeared before Lin Chen. This thug had a black handgun tucked into his waistband. Spent 10 bucks, successfully recruited a minion. 1 street thug physique, average armor, non-weapon, butterfly knife, handgun combat experience. Average information about the street thug popped up. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Recruiting a 180-pound lackey for just 10 bucks? That's a steal. Cheaper than pork. Street thug. With a thought, Lin Chen directly spent all the wages he earned from working 2 hours to recruit 5 street thugs. Then, with 5 fierce-looking armed thugs, Lin Chen headed straight for the commercial street in East Bridge District. With 5 armed lackeys, Lin Chen finally had some capital. Seeing a man eating a hamburger, Lin Chen raised his hand and smiled. Eating fried food is bad for your health. For your well-being, please hand over the money you spent on pancakes for safekeeping. Click. 5 handguns were cocked in unison. The man was so scared he wet himself and immediately handed over all his money. Earned 20 bucks, Lin Chen patted the man's shoulder with satisfaction, then recruited 2 more street thugs. Not long after, they passed a small alley. A provocatively dressed woman spoke up. Hey handsome, want to have some fun? Lin Chen raised his hand and scolded, I can't stand shameless people like you. You're a fine girl, why do something so degrading? Hand over the money and promise not to do this again. Click, click. 7 handguns were cocked in unison. The exposed woman trembled as she handed over a wad of cash, promising to find a proper job in the future before Lin Chen let her go. Earned 210 bucks. With a total of 210 bucks in hand, Lin Chen opened the cheat again and recruited 21 more street thugs. With 28 street thugs in tow, Lin Chen's group continued forward with great momentum. Just as they reached the alley's entrance, a college student appeared. Lin Chen raised his hand and said, Beauty, it's time to pay back your debt. Click, click, click. 28 handguns were cocked in unison. The female college student was dumbfounded, trembling as she pulled out her money, saying, This is my living expense for the week. Without this money, I don't know how we'll survive. Earn 180 bucks. Lin Chen frowned at her words, glanced back at the alley, and arranged a job for her, expanding his crew all the way. By the time Lin Chen arrived at the commercial street, he had over 50 street thugs with handguns following him. Finding the shop at number 15, North Street, East Bridge District, a crowd of subordinates surged into the store, nearly filling it to capacity. Lin Chen raised his hand slightly to indicate their purpose. Click, click, click. Over 50 handguns were cocked. Looking at the more than 50 dark muzzles in front of him, the shop owner, like Duo, was so scared he nearly wet himself, stammering, I'll pay it back right away. 2 only owe 1,000 bucks, right? You don't need to make such a big fuss. Acquire mission item. 1,000 bucks non-usable without throwing a single punch or kick. Lin Chen obtained the 1,000 bucks and successfully completed the mission. With the 1,000 bucks and over 50 people in tow, Lin Chen returned to his cousin Sonia's villa. On the way, they passed a jewelry store. A side mission prompt popped up before Lin Chen. You have discovered a side mission, brave the jewelry store mission level. For stars mission content, steal goods from the jeweler. No time limit for the mission, can be undertaken at any time when ready. Hint, if short on manpower, you can seek help from your cousin. Lin Chen peeked inside the jewelry store at the two bodyguards, then looked back at the more than 50 subordinates behind him, shaking his head. This mission is still too difficult for me right now. For safety's sake, I'll wait until I'm stronger to tackle it. 10 minutes later, he returned to his cousin Sonia's villa. Lin Chen tossed the 1,000 bucks onto the table. Cousin, the job is done. Not bad. Sonia, who was playing cards, replied, looking up at Lin Chen. He was about to say a few words of praise, but when he saw the large group of people following Lin Chen, he was momentarily stunned. Sonia asked in confusion, Cousin, who are these people behind you? Lin Chen introduced, These are my new little brothers. Come on, shout Cousin. Hello, Cousin. Under Lin Chen's command, the gang of street thugs shouted in unison. Sonia and his few little brothers were completely dumbfounded. Sonia, looking bewildered, stammered, See cousin, didn't you just arrive in Los Santos? How did you gather so many little brothers so quickly? Lin Chen scratched his head. Maybe it's because I have a certain charm. Sonia was at a loss for words. With so many people, you could form your own gang. Before Sonia could finish his sentence, another prompt popped up before Lin Chen. You have discovered a chainside mission, establish a gang mission level, 2 stars mission content, recruit at least 20 subordinates, acquire or seize a base. No time limit for the mission, can be undertaken at any time when ready. Lin Chen had already fulfilled the first condition of this mission. The second condition should also not be too difficult to achieve. Receive main mission reward, 100 bucks. After completing the first main mission, Lin Chen received a reward of 100 bucks. Immediately after, cousin Sonia issued the second main mission. I just received a call from above. It seems a batch of motorcycles we procured was intercepted by the Federal Security Department. We need to find a way to get those motorcycles back, and I might need your help, cousin. Current main mission. Accompany cousin Sonia to the Security Department garage to steal the motorcycles. Mission location, West Coast District Security Department Storage Management Division. Time limit, 3 days. Lin Chen's heart tightened upon hearing this. The second mission is to engage with the Federal Security Department? Truly the life of a biker gang. Sonia waved his hands repeatedly. Engaging isn't quite right. We're just going to steal the bikes back. If all goes well, we shouldn't have to alert any official armed personnel. Lin Chen, however, considered the situation more cautiously. But if things don't go smoothly, we might have to engage in battle with the entire Federation, and perhaps the military will also join the fight. If it develops in the worst direction, we have to consider the possibility of triggering a nuclear war. Sonia replied, It's not as serious as you say. Lin Chen stood up, serious, and said, Cousin, I need to prepare properly first. Sonia nodded, All right. But we must act within 3 days. This batch of motorcycles is likely to be shipped out of Los Santos after that. Lin Chen replied, No problem. With over 50 little brothers, Lin Chen turned and left the villa. Right now, we're weak and it's inconvenient to do things. I need to find a way to make money first. Lin Chen sighed and opened the cheat. He happened to have the $100 rewarded by Sonia, and he planned to see what level of subordinates he could recruit with a level 2 recruitment. Level 2 recruitment, $100 each time. Spending $100, Lin Chen attempted a level 2 recruitment. Immediately, a tall, fierce-looking man wearing sunglasses appeared. He was dressed in camouflage military attire, with a black bulletproof vest over it. In his hand, an AK-47 rifle was particularly eye-catching. Spent $100, successfully recruited a subordinate, 1 mercenary physique, excellent armor, bulletproof vest, weapon, AK-47 assault rifle, grenades. Incendiary bombs. Combat experience, excellent. The level 2 recruitment for $100 brought Lin Chen a mercenary. In terms of both equipment and personal quality, the mercenary's level was far above that of street thugs. Not bad, only $100, very cost-effective. Lin Chen patted the mercenary's sturdy shoulder. With over 50 street thugs and 1 mercenary, Lin Chen wandered the streets, looking for ways to make money. Before long, he arrived at a somewhat remote park. In the park, several people who looked like thugs stood around, and upon seeing Lin Chen's large group approaching, they all heightened their vigilance. At that moment, another prompt popped up in front of Lin Chen. You have discovered a side quest. Clean up the park. Quest level, 1-star quest content. Kenny Park is a gathering place for drug dealers of the Falcon Gang. If you're short on cash, you might consider robbing the drug dealers here to earn some extra money, but be careful of the Falcon Gang's retaliation. No time limit for the quest, can be undertaken at any time when ready. A 1-star quest? This seems doable. Is this the Falcon Gang's territory? Lin Chen pondered slightly, recalling some information about Los Santos that had bin injected into his mind when he entered the game. In Los Santos, there are numerous gangs of all sizes. The most notorious are undoubtedly the three major families that have stood for years, along with the four rapidly rising gangs in recent years. The three major families are the Johnson family, the Temple family, and the Seville family. Although the three families have started to clean up their acts in recent years, they still have a large number of legitimate businesses in the white market. However, their roots remain in the dark. They still control a significant amount of illegal enterprises, influencing the entire underground world of Los Santos. As for the four major gangs, they are the Biker Gang, the Dark Hand Gang, the Iron Blood Gang, and the Bale Gang. As the names suggest, the Biker Gang started with vehicle smuggling. The Dark Hand Gang became famous for assassinations and kidnappings. The Iron Blood Gang has the largest number of members and has a remarkable record in street brawls. The Bale Gang owns a large number of nightclubs and entertainment venues, making it the wealthiest among the four major gangs. Lin Chen also knew a few of the lower-tier gangs, but the Falcon Gang was definitely not among them. Undoubtedly, in this hidden dragon and crouching tiger Los Santos, the Falcon Gang, which can only do some drug business on the streets, is just a small player. Rejecting vice and crime, the great cause of sweeping away evil. Let's take aim at the Falcon Gang. Lin Chen smiled slightly and raised his right hand. Suddenly, a group of street thugs behind him raised their handguns. The mercenary stood beside Lin Chen, aiming an AK-47. Lin Chen's right hand fell. Bang 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 bang. Da-day-day-day-day-day. The gunfire echoed. Several drug dealers in the park didn't even have time to react, instantly covered by a dense net of bullets, turning into a sieve. Almost simultaneously, a notification for completing a side quest appeared. You have completed the side quest. Clean up the park reward, 20 experience points, 2000 game points as expected of a level cartridge world. Just doing a task gives 20 experience points. Lin Chen's eyes lit up upon seeing the notification. He remembered that in the Plants vs. Zombies world, even in the later stages, players could only earn 3 experience points for each wave of zombies they withstood. If it weren't for discovering Easter eggs and cracking the worldview, Lin Chen's total experience reward for completing the entire Plants vs. Zombies game would only be 100 points. And here, just by completing a simple task, he received 20 experience points. This is the benefit of a high-level cartridge world. Lin Chen smiled as he closed the notification and looked at the several corpses lying in pools of blood in the park. In Los Santos, there are explicit regulations that the authorities will not intervene in gang wars as long as the fighting occurs on the gang's illegal turf. Even if the conflict results in numerous civilian deaths, the authorities will simply classify the deceased civilians as casualties of a natural disaster. This is the cultural ethos of the crime-ridden city of Los Santos. So, facing these drug dealers from the Falcon Gang, Lin Chen didn't need to waste words, he just took action. The group of drug dealers fell to the ground. Lin Chen immediately sent someone forward to loot their cash. Before long, a small bag of cash was delivered to him. Acquired $30.25 looking at the bloodstained money in his hand, Lin Chen couldn't help but sincerely exclaim, it's still faster to make money through black on black. With a thought, he opened the cheat. Consume $100, successfully recruit a subordinate, 1 mercenary. Consume $100, successfully recruit a subordinate, 1 mercenary. Consume $100, successfully recruit a subordinate, 1 mercenary. Lin Chen directly used this over $3,000 to recruit 30 mercenaries. 30 fierce mercenaries, holding AKs, surrounded him, and Lin Chen felt a significant increase in his sense of security. However, he was still a bit afraid of retaliation from the Falcon Gang. Although the Falcon Gang wasn't strong, Lin Chen was still scared. So, he decided that the next step would be to wipe out the entire Falcon Gang. He sent a few thugs to scout for information about the Falcon Gang, while Lin Chen, feeling a bit hungry, took the remaining people to the pizza shop where he had worked before, using the leftover money to buy some pizzas for his brothers, giving them a quick supply. As soon as Lin Chen and his group entered the pizza shop, all the other customers ran away. The manager, who had previously scolded Lin Chen while he was working part-time, trembled as he approached, stammering, "Boss, I didn't recognize you before and offended you. This meal is on me, I invite you." Lin Chen smiled and waved his hand. In this line of work, we have to follow the rules. I'm not someone who eats for free, don't worry, I will definitely pay, and I will give you all my money. Saying this, he pulled out the remaining $25 from his pocket and stuffed it into the manager's hand. Looking at the more than 100 pizzas on the table and then at the $25 in his hand, the manager was moved to tears. "You are too generous." While everyone was eating, one of the street thugs sent out to gather information suddenly burst in, covered in blood, panting as he approached Lin Chen and said, "Boss, I found the Falcon Gang's lair. Their people are all at the 9 o'clock nightclub. They are plotting to retaliate against us. When we were gathering intelligence near the 9 o'clock nightclub, they discovered us. Several brothers died at the entrance of the 9 o'clock nightclub. Lin Chen's expression turned furious upon hearing this. A brother costs $10 and several have died, that's dozens. If you convert that into pizzas, it's enough for a meal and a half. He slammed the table and shouted, "Get me a glass of cola." Nearby, a mercenary hurried over to pour cola for Lin Chen. After finishing the cola, Lin Chen stood up, waved his hand, and declared with authority, "Let's go to the 9 o'clock nightclub and take down the Falcon Gang." At that moment, the mission prompt reappeared. You have discovered a side quest, Slaughter the Falcon Gang mission level 2 stars mission content. The conflict between you and the Falcon Gang has escalated to an irreconcilable point. It's time to eliminate the Falcon Gang and unleash a massacre. No time limit for the mission. You can proceed at any time when ready. With over 30 mercenaries and more than 50 street thugs, Lin Chen headed straight for the 9 o'clock nightclub. The group marched forward, exuding a terrifying presence. On the other side, the Falcon Gang members were still in a meeting, analyzing the robbery at Kenny Park. In the dimly lit office of the 9 o'clock nightclub, several key members of the Falcon Gang were discussing countermeasures. What is the purpose of these people suddenly attacking us? The leader of the Falcon Gang, a young man with a shark haircut and a blue falcon tattoo on his face, frowned deeply, holding a glass of whiskey with ice. Beside him, a man with the same tattoo, wearing a plaid shirt, shook his head and said, "Maybe they want to seize our market in the East Bridge area? Or perhaps they've learned about our plans for expansion and are here to suppress us? I can't figure it out either, but they have quite a number of people. And we just killed some of theirs, we're likely to face their retaliation. We need to contact the Bone Gang quickly." The shark-headed leader sighed, "I contacted them as soon as the incident happened. The Bone Gang said they would send someone to help us keep watch during this time." The plaid shirt man nodded. The Bone Gang is willing to help, which means the other side doesn't have much background and shouldn't stir up too much trouble. After all, the Bone Gang is under the Palm Tree Gang, and the Palm Tree Gang is a direct affiliate of the Iron Blood Gang. Even if these people don't give us face, they definitely wouldn't dare offend the Iron Blood Gang on their turf in Los Santos. The shark-headed leader agreed with a nod. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. "No, it's bad, boss. They're coming." A lookout thug rushed in, panicking as he reported the situation. Hearing that nearly 100 people were marching towards the 9 o'clock nightclub, the key members immediately showed panic and hurried outside to check. Damn it! Seeing Lin Chen's team and the weapons in their hands, the shark-headed leader's face turned ashen. "Boss, what do we do?" Several key members were also sweating profusely. The shark-headed leader sighed and shook his head. "There's no choice, we can only surrender. I'll go negotiate with them. No matter what their purpose is or what conditions they propose, they'll pretend to agree first and then find a chance for revenge later. Reggie, go call the Bone Gang again." "Yes." The plaid shirt man nodded and immediately made the call. As Lin Chen's massive team approached, the shark-headed leader, feeling helpless, steeled himself and led a dozen of his subordinates outside. The shark-headed leader raised his hands and shouted loudly, "We surrender. Whatever you want, just tell me, and I will satisfy you." Hearing that the other side was like the genie from Aladdin's lamp, able to fulfill all his wishes, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. And he shouted, "Good health and robust growth. Shark head." After waiting a few seconds, he lifted his pants to take a look, and Lin Chen got angry. "You tricked me." Bang 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 bang. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. In the next second, a dense gunfire erupted. More than 30 AK-47s spat fire. Seconds later, every single member of the Falcon Gang fell, blood flowing like a river. Moments later, a notification for completing a side quest appeared. You have completed the side quest, Slaughtering the Falcon. Reward 40 experience points, 4,000 game points, another 40 experience points in hand. Lin Chen smiled contentedly in the center of the crowd. The guests and hostesses in the nightclub had long since fled. Bringing his men into the nightclub, he saw a man in a checkered shirt sitting behind the counter on the phone. Lin Chen smiled and asked, "Hey, who are you calling?" Whoosh! Over 80 gun barrels were raised, aimed at the man in the checkered shirt. The man in the checkered shirt shivered, dropped the phone to the ground, and sat down abruptly, his face pale and speechless. Lin Chen walked over, picked up the phone, and held it to his ear, saying, "Hello, this is Ken de Jijai Kuan. How can I assist you?" On the other end of the line, there was silence. After a moment, a grim male voice came through. "Who the hell are you?" Hearing this, Lin Chen's tone became slightly deeper as he recounted a past event. "I come from a small mountain village. When I was very young, my father was killed by the local mafia. To prevent our family's revenge, my brother and mother soon met the same fate, and I managed to escape with the help of a neighbor. Later, I grew up and, using my sharp mind, made my first pot of gold selling olive oil. With my decisive methods, I began to form a gang and carved out a place for myself in the underground forces of the city. Eventually, I returned to my former village with my subordinates, seeking cooperation as an excuse, and found the mafia that had killed my family. By then, he was a 90-year-old frail old man, deaf and blind, but the moment I saw him, I could not suppress the surging anger and hatred within me. I approached him, told him my real name, and reminded him that he was the one who killed all my relatives. The purpose of my visit today is to take his life. At the moment his shocked expression revealed itself, I drew a dagger from my waist. Just then, one of my subordinates suddenly shouted loudly, "Boss! Today is Crazy Thursday. Vini 50, buy me some chicken," and after I'm full, I'll tell you the rest of this story. The other end of the phone fell silent once more. After a while, the grim man's voice finally came through again. "No matter who you are, you shouldn't offend us in Los Santos, kid. Just wait to die." With that, the call ended. Beep beep beep. Listening to the busy tone in his ear, Lin Chen frowned and asked the man in the checkered shirt, "Do you still have backing? Who is the person on the phone?" As Lin Chen spoke, two mercenaries had already pressed their guns against the man in the checkered shirt's forehead. The man in the checkered shirt swallowed hard and quickly replied, "He's the second in command of the Bone Gang, the Ruthless Winnie." Lin Chen was taken aback. "Winnie the Pooh? That yellow bear?" The man in the checkered shirt quickly shook his head. "No, it's the Ruthless one, the Ruthless one." Regardless of whether the other party was Winnie or Mickey, Lin Chen felt the danger from the threat on the phone. He needed to quickly and further enhance his strength. Looking at the man in the checkered shirt, Lin Chen asked, "Where is the Falcon Gang's money?" "In the safe in the office on the second floor. I'll take you there." The man in the checkered shirt hurriedly led Lin Chen to the second floor. After some fuss, they opened the safe. Immediately, stacks of cash appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. The game system also immediately calculated the exact amount of cash. Acquired $115,700. With $110,000, I could recruit 1,100 mercenaries. That's equivalent to a regiment's firepower. Isn't that a direct takeoff? Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. With this 110,000, he didn't think that the so-called Bone Gang could threaten him. Just then, another task completion notification popped up. "You have taken over the territory of the Falcon Gang, 9 o'clock nightclub. You have completed the first phase of the Chainside quest. Establish a gang reward, 50 experience points, 5,000 game points. You have explored the second phase of the Chainside quest. Grow stronger quest level, 3 stars quest content. Recruit at least 50 subordinates. Acquire or seize at least 3 properties. No time limit for the quest. You can start anytime when ready. Please name your established gang." Looking at the prompt box in front of him, Lin Chen combined his own characteristics and casually said, "Let's call it the Wallhanger Gang." Naming completed, the Wallhanger Gang has become one of the many gangs in Los Santos. This first phase of the Chainside quest already offers 50 experience points, which seems like a pretty generous reward. Lin Chen planned to take it seriously and work hard to promote the Wallhanger Gang. Seeing Lin Chen smile, the man in the checkered shirt quickly forced a smile and said, "Is there anything else you need me to do? I will definitely satisfy you." Lin Chen thought for a moment. "Stay healthy and grow strong." The smile on the checkered shirt man's face froze. A few seconds later, bang! All members of the Falcon Gang returned to their positions, neatly going on a trip to hell. Lin Chen arrived at the dance hall of the 9 o'clock nightclub. He sat down on a soft cashmere sofa and opened a bottle of ice-cold beer. He called up a street thug to perform a pole dance on stage. While drinking and watching, he opened the cheat. "I currently have 115,800. What level of subordinates should I recruit?" Subordinate recruitment cheat: level 1 recruitment, 10 each time; level 2 recruitment, 100 each time; level 3 recruitment, 1,000 each time; level 4 recruitment, 10,000 each time; level 7 recruitment, 10 million each time. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen decided to try a level 3 recruitment first. Spending 1,000, Lin Chen attempted level 3 recruitment. Immediately, a fully armed soldier appeared. The soldier was equipped with complete protective gear, holding a shiny black submachine gun with a pistol, dagger, and various grenades at his waist. Spend 1,000, successfully recruited subordinate, armed special soldier. Armed special soldier physique, tough protective gear, nano-level combat suit, advanced bulletproof vest, advanced bulletproof helmet, goggles, bulletproof leg guards, weapons, M416 assault rifle, P228 special handgun, titanium steel dagger, high explosive grenade, smoke grenade, flashbang. Combat experience. Top-notch information about the armed special soldier popped up. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder it's 1,000 for one subordinate. That's brutal. Not to mention anything else, just this set of equipment alone is probably worth over $100,000. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen directly spent another 9,000 to recruit 9 more armed special soldiers. A total of 10 armed special soldiers appeared in the dance hall. "You all go outside to guard to prevent any miscreants from approaching." Lin Chen issued the order. "Yes." The 10 armed special soldiers replied in unison, perfectly synchronized. Having spent 10,000, he still had 105,700 left. Lin Chen thought for a moment and continued to attempt level 4 recruitment. With a thought, in the next moment, a soldier wrapped in dark green metallic armor, resembling a robot, appeared. His eyes glowed with 2 red lights, extremely cold. Behind him, he carried a heavy machine gun, and on both sides of his waist, he was equipped with a shotgun, submachine gun, and grenade launcher. Spent 10,000, successfully recruited subordinate, Alloy Legion individual armor soldier, Alloy Legion single soldier armored warrior physique, extremely tough armor, full set of T25 high-strength alloy armor, thermal imaging night vision goggles weapons, M249 heavy machine gun, P90 modified submachine gun, M610 Buffalo shotgun, G11 grenade launcher combat experience. Top-tier globally information about armed special soldiers popped up. Wow, this is so cool. Looking at the soldier completely wrapped in alloy armor, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Not to mention anything else. Just based on this domineering and cool appearance, it's worth $10,000. Without further consideration, Lin Chen directly recruited 9 Alloy Legion single soldier armored warriors with the remaining $90,000. Watching 10 cool and imposing armored warriors line up in front of him, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and said, "From today onwards, you will be responsible for my personal safety." Yes. The Alloy Legion single soldier armored warriors responded in unison through the electronic communication device. After spending $100,000, Lin Chen still had $5,700 left. For convenience, Lin Chen decided to use this $5,700 to continue expanding his troop numbers. Spending $5,000, he recruited another 50 mercenaries. With the remaining $700, he recruited 70 street thugs. In Los Santos, under normal circumstances, the firepower of mercenaries is actually more than enough. Although the combat power of street thugs is a bit lacking, they are just too cheap. In Los Santos, a pizza with extra toppings sells for $20 to $30. A thug for $10 is great for gathering intelligence or handling non-combat matters. It's still very cost-effective. After spending all the money, it was already late at night. After a busy day, Lin Chen was tired and fell asleep in the office. The next morning, Lin Chen was awakened by the game's notification sound. The Bone Gang has formulated a plan to exterminate you if triggered a mandatory side quest, Hard Bone Quest level 3 stars quest content, survive the Bone Gang's offensive, survive for more than 7 days, or the Bone Gang gives up on exterminating you, and the quest is considered successful. That was quick. The Bone Gang must be afraid of me living another day. Looking at the task prompt that popped up, Lin Chen smiled. "Come in, boss." A mercenary immediately walked in from outside. "How's the intelligence collection on the Bone Gang going?" Lin Chen asked while brushing his teeth and washing his face. The mercenary promptly reported, "The collection is quite complete. The Bone Gang has a total of 6 main strongholds, namely the Skeleton Nightclub, High Heels Entertainment City, Midnight Underground Casino, and 3 bars. Boss, should we send a large force to take them down?" Lin Chen shook his head slightly. "No need." After saying that, he casually pointed to an Alloy Legion single soldier armored warrior standing behind him and said to the mercenary, "Hand over all the intelligence about the Bone Gang to him." "Yes." The mercenary immediately took out the organized materials and handed them to the armored soldier. Lin Chen looked at the armored soldier holding the materials and said, "You take 20 mercenaries and quickly sweep through the Bone Gang's territory. Robbing all the money back. I'll give you half a day, is that okay?" Just sweeping through the enemy's territory, 1 Alloy Legion single soldier armored warrior is actually enough. His armor is impervious to ordinary firearms. The 20 mercenaries are purely there to carry the money. The red light in the armored soldier's eyes flickered. "No problem." The armored soldier immediately set off with a batch of mercenaries towards the Bone Gang's territory. Watching the armored soldier leave, Lin Chen paused for a moment, then asked the mercenary beside him, "Did you find the air raid shelter I asked you to look for?" The mercenary nodded repeatedly. "Found it. There's a place in the northern suburbs of Los Santos that meets your requirements. If you hide there, even if a nuclear war breaks out, you should be safe. However, it's currently occupied by a gang called the Brown Bear Gang, and it has been converted into a gun manufacturing factory." Brown Bear Gang? Lin Chen had heard a bit about this gang. In Los Santos, among the large underground forces, it ranked just below the 3 major families and 4 major gangs. Who cares about the Brown Bear Gang or whatever? If all goes as expected, after finishing off the Bone Gang, I should have no rivals left in Los Santos. Lin Chen pondered silently, preparing for the next plan. Tat 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 tat. At that moment, gunfire echoed from a distance. The Alloy Legion's armored soldier had just taken people out when the Bone Gang's attack arrived. On the road outside the nightclub at 9 o'clock, dozens of cars sprayed with blood-red bone graffiti sped towards them. Inside each car sat 4 top elite members of the Bone Gang, all wearing masks and armed with submachine guns. These individuals were also known as Blood Bones members, notorious throughout Los Santos. Every Blood Bone member was an elite who had fought their way up from the bottom. Their fearless ferocity and bloodthirsty brutality made most criminals in Los Santos keep their distance from these guys. The Bone Gang's ability to secure a medium-sized gang position in the fiercely competitive Los Santos was largely due to the fearsome reputation of the Blood Bone members. Tat 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 tat. Kill them. Let them repent in hell. From the leading vehicle, a bald man leaned out, pulling the trigger of his submachine gun, laughing maniacally as he sprayed bullets into the sky. However, bang! The next second, a bullet pierced straight through his forehead. Over 100 meters away, an armed Special Forces soldier effortlessly completed the kill with a single shot. The dull gunshot sounded like the bell tolling for a death parade. Bang 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 bang! Following that, the sound of M416 assault rifle bullets firing in a very rhythmic pattern erupted. 10 armed Special Forces soldiers unleashed their firepower. A number of Blood Bone members began to be swiftly taken down from 100 meters away. The armed Special Forces soldiers, with their formidable shooting skills and high-end equipment, were on a completely different level compared to these thugs who fought on the streets of Los Santos. Even though these thugs were the elite among thugs, when faced with weapon-grade special soldiers, they had no chance to fight back. Boom! Boom boom boom! Cars lost control on the road, continuously crashing into the guardrails. In less than 5 minutes, the attacking 60 or so Blood Bone members were all shot down. Nearly 100 mercenaries, along with Lin Chen and his 9 Alloy Legion armored soldiers as the trump card, hadn't even had to make a move. Just relying on 10 armed Special Forces soldiers, Lin Chen easily crushed the attacking Bone Gang's team. As he watched a runaway car barreling straight towards the nightclub, Lin Chen stood on the second-floor rooftop and slightly raised his hand. Beside him, an armored soldier took a grenade launcher from his waist. Bang! Boom! The out-of-control car was blown off to the roadside. Lin Chen turned around and returned inside the nightclub to enjoy breakfast. 3 hours later, a series of task notifications appeared. You have seized all the main territories of the Bone Gang and killed the Bone Gang leader. The Bone Gang has abandoned their extermination plan against you. You have completed the side quest. Hard Bone, reward obtained 100 experience points, 10,000 game points. Your subordinates exceed 50, and your industrial bases exceed 3. You have completed the second phase of the chain side quest. Grow Strong, reward obtained 80 experience points, 8,000 game points. You have triggered the third phase of the chain side quest, Rise to Fame quest level. For Stars quest content, make a significant impact in Los Santos. Letting the name of the Hanging Wall Gang echo through the streets. No time limit for the quest, can be initiated at any time when ready. It seems that the team I sent to sweep the Bone Gang is making good progress. Another large sum of experience and game points has been credited. Lin Chen felt quite pleased with the abundant rewards. Before long, the armored soldiers he dispatched returned with a team of mercenaries. The team had suffered minor injuries, with 2 mercenaries killed. The armored soldiers themselves were unscathed. Their alloy gear could completely withstand damage from ordinary firearms. Without large-caliber weapons or massive amounts of explosives, the Bone Gang had no way to combat this monstrous armored soldier. Boss, these are the items confiscated from the Bone Gang's territory. The mercenaries walked in carrying 2 boxes. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward to open the boxes and inspect the loot. One box was filled with stacks of green bills. The other box was packed with a full layer of gold. Acquired $955,000. Acquired a large amount of gold convertible to $850,000. It seems that hard currencies like gold can also be used as US dollars. Lin Chen thought, and with a flick of his mind, the bills and gold vanished, fully deposited into his external account. Current total, $1,805,000. After this haul from the Bone Gang, Lin Chen was rolling in wealth. With this $1.8 million in hand, I should be able to initiate the next phase of the plan. Lin Chen murmured. One of the mercenaries couldn't help but ask, Boss, what is our next phase of the plan? Lin Chen stepped out towards the nightclub, not looking back as he replied, to unify the underground forces of Los Santos, and by the way, try to negotiate with the federal government for some arrangements. He had a premonition. If he played it this way, the rewards from this game should be substantial. Successful military strategists are often very bold in strategy but extremely cautious in tactics. Lin Chen firmly believed in this principle. For the next period, he planned to stir up a major upheaval throughout Los Santos. To ensure his personal safety, he began searching for suitable hiding places in advance. The air raid shelter in the northern suburbs of Los Santos was his best choice. After leaving the 9 o'clock nightclub, Lin Chen led his team directly to the air raid shelter in the northern suburbs of Los Santos that he had previously scouted. This was an arms depot belonging to the Brown Bear Gang, guarded by a large number of elite members armed with heavy weapons. Moreover, due to the narrow entrance, It was very easy to defend and hard to attack. Concerned that the Alloy Legion's armored soldiers might sustain damage under heavy fire defense, Lin Chen directly opened his external account and attempted to spend $100,000 for a level 5 recruitment. Level 5 recruitment, $100,000 per attempt. With a thought, the recruitment was successful. What appeared before Lin Chen was a gigantic humanoid armor standing 3 meters tall. Even the large, nearly 2-meter tall armored soldier of the Alloy Legion looked like a child in comparison to this massive humanoid armor. The armor was predominantly blue and white, with 2 oddly shaped firearms hanging at the waist. Most striking was the bright red laser greatsword slung across the back of this giant humanoid armor. Consumed $100,000. Successfully recruited subordinate, Future Technology Warrior F5, Future Tech Warrior F5 Physique, Human Limit Armor, Super T-Class Material Environmental Color Protective Armor. LV5 Automatic Repair Energy Shield, Wing System, Portable Wormhole Traversal Device Weapons, Infinite Energy Laser Rifle, Laser Compression Cannon, Overload Crimson Laser Greatsword. Special Abilities, Invisibility, Flight, Short Distance Teleportation. Combat Experience, loaded with the highest level combat skill chip. Information about Future Tech Warrior F5 popped up. The subordinates obtained through level 5 recruitment were already somewhat outrageous. This Future Tech Warrior clearly should not exist in the era of Los Santos. Using this thing to compete with the gangs of Los Santos for territory. Lin Chen himself felt that he might be a bit too unscrupulous. Of course, while he lamented since he had recruited them, he definitely had to make use of them. Take down this air defense bunker. Lin Chen commanded the Future Tech Warrior. Yes. The Future Tech Warrior slightly bowed its head, accepting the order. In the next second, a black circle appeared beneath its feet. The Future Tech Warrior vanished into thin air. Before long, the sounds of gunfire began to echo from within the air defense bunker. A few minutes later, the door of the bunker opened. The Future Tech Warrior walked out unscathed. Let's go. Lin Chen led his team and officially moved into the bunker. After stocking up enough resources in the bunker, that afternoon, Lin Chen directly activated the cheat. Current funds $1,750,000. With $1,750,000 in hand, Lin Chen spent $1 million to recruit 100 Alloy Legion infantry armor warriors. These powerful armored warriors would be the main force in the upcoming offensive against the underground forces of Los Santos. With the remaining $700,000, Lin Chen spent another $400,000 to conduct 4 level 5 recruitments. By his side, 4 more Future Tech Warriors appeared. A total of 5 Future Tech Warriors would be responsible for ensuring his safety in the bunker. He still had $300,000 left. After some thought, Lin Chen recruited 300 armed special soldiers. These armed special soldiers would follow the Alloy Legion infantry armor warriors, assisting them in completing their tasks. Although they were said to be assisting, their main job was to collect the property resources of various gangs. After all, the armored warriors were heavily armored. While their combat abilities were strong, their mobility might not be as convenient. With the remaining $5,000, Lin Chen recruited 50 mercenaries. By now, Lin Chen's subordinates had exceeded 500 people. Street thugs, 120. Mercenaries, 135. Armed special soldiers, 310. Alloy Legion infantry armor warriors, 110. Future Tech Warriors, 5. After confirming the action plan, that night, 110 Alloy Legion infantry armor warriors and 210 armed special soldiers set out from the bunker, beginning a sweeping attack on the entire underground forces of Los Santos. When this armored legion stormed into the city, a massacre of dimensional reduction level began. North River District, Hound Gang, Black 8 International Casino. The casino was bustling with life, filled with the dazzling glow of indulgence. Bomb! A man playing Do Di Ju threw out 4 twos. Boom! In the next moment, a shell blasted open the casino's wall. 2 alloy armor warriors stepped in, holding heavy machine guns. The false prosperity was instantly shattered. Gamblers screamed and scattered in all directions. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly gather the personnel. Inside the casino, dozens to hundreds of men in black armed with firearms surged out from the armory. Bang 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 bang! Da-did-day-day-day! They were clearly professionally trained. Faced with such a sudden situation, they quickly assembled their ranks and began shooting at the 2 alloy armor warriors. But clang clang clang! Bullets struck the alloy armored warriors' gear, only sparking and ricocheting to the side. Ordinary submachine guns and handguns were completely ineffective. Even the terrifying shotgun, at close range, could only leave shallow dents on the alloy armor. Meanwhile, the alloy armored warrior casually raised his heavy machine gun and opened fire. Boom 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 boom. After a deafening roar, nearly 100 black-clad bodyguards were crushed by the metal storm. At the same time, many similar scenes unfolded across various gang territories. In the Dongqiao district, the upper echelon of the Bone Gang, the Palm Tree Gang, a group of gang elites was gathered on the top floor of the K9 Entertainment City enjoying a sauna. An elderly gang elder was indulging in a massage. The massage therapist asked, "Mr. Smith, how's my technique?" The gang elder exclaimed, "It's amazing." Boom! In the next second, his amazing experience truly exploded. Accompanied by the bombardment of a grenade launcher, 8 armored warriors burst in, and blood quickly stained the bathhouse red. In the central district, within the estate of the Brown Bear Gang leader. At this moment, an extremely muscular black man was feeding his pet an enormous, over 2-meter tall terrifying brown bear with the flesh and blood of some unknown creature. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The brown bear abruptly stood up, baring its teeth and growling low in its throat. "Sit down," the muscular black man commanded coldly. Upon hearing this, the brown bear obediently sat down, a hint of fear flashing in its eyes. "Come in," the black man, the leader of the Brown Bear Gang, said indifferently. Outside the door, a subordinate finally dared to push it open. "Have you figured out the situation with the air raid shelter?" the Brown Bear Gang leader asked coldly. The subordinate outside turned pale, trembling as he replied, "The people we sent to investigate completely lost contact after getting close to the air raid shelter." Roar! As if sensing its master's anger, the brown bear let out a tremendous roar. The Brown Bear Gang leader grinned, revealing a chilling smile as he asked, "If the matter hasn't been clarified, then why are you here?" The subordinate felt a chill run down his spine and quickly explained, "There's something more important to report. Right now, dozens of gangs in Los Santos are being attacked by an unknown force. They possess top-tier military-grade armor, and the various gangs are being slaughtered without any ability to fight back." The Brown Bear Gang leader frowned and asked, "So what?" The subordinate lowered his head and said, "I came to ask, to ensure your safety, should we find a place to hide?" The Brown Bear Gang leader sneered, "Do you think I would be afraid of them? Even the Iron Blood Gang wants to cooperate with me now. Do you think they have the guts to come here?" Just as the words left his mouth, boom! An explosion sounded in the courtyard of the estate. Following that was the deafening roar of firearms unleashing a torrent of bullets. The Brown Bear Gang leader was taken aback and immediately rushed to the window to look outside. He saw a dozen alloy armored warriors storming into the estate, beginning to slaughter the Brown Bear Gang subordinates indiscriminately. Despite the large number of Brown Bear Gang members and their ample firepower, they were still utterly powerless against the terrifying alloy armored warriors, unable to lift their heads under the overwhelming firepower. Outrageous! The Brown Bear Gang leader was furious at the sight. He turned around, moved aside a bookshelf, and entered a hidden door behind it. He then shouldered an RPG rocket launcher and came directly to the window, kicking the glass to shatter it. Boom! A rocket was launched, hitting an alloy armored warrior directly. The armored warrior was blown back several meters, and there was clear damage to the armor. "Die for me!" Loading another rocket, the Brown Bear Gang leader fired again, aiming at the same target. Boom! An alloy armored warrior fell. But at the same time, bang 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 bang, the metal storm of bullets instantly turned the Brown Bear Gang leader into a pile of meat. The boss is dead. The subordinates in the room, seeing this, fled in terror. The pet brown bear beside him saw its owner suddenly turn to crumbs, just like its meals on ordinary days. The brown bear climbed forward and grabbed the remnants of its owner. Meanwhile, in the northern suburbs of Los Santos, inside a bomb shelter, Lin Chen leaned back on a long bench, leisurely sipping on a cold cola. In front of him, notifications kept flashing. "You have triggered and completed a 3-star side quest. Annihilate the Hound Gang. Reward 120 experience points, 12,000 game points. You have triggered and completed a 2-star side quest. Annihilate the Oak Gang. Reward 60 experience points, 6,000 game points. You have triggered and completed a 3-star side quest. Annihilate the Palm Gang. Reward 150 experience points, 15,000 game points. You have triggered and completed a 4-star side quest. Annihilate the Brown Bear Gang. Reward 220 experience points, 22,000 game points. You have completed the 3rd ring of the chain side quest, Rise to Fame. Reward 200 experience points, 20,000 game points. You have triggered the 4th ring of the chain side quest, Dominate the Area quest level 5 stars quest content. The name of the Wall Gang strikes fear into this city. Next, let the Wall Gang become an underground overlord that can stand alongside the 3 major families and 4 major gangs, becoming one of the top players in this crime city of Los Santos. No time limit for the quest. Can be started at any time when ready. Sitting at home, experience points and game cards come from the sky. It must be said that Lin Chen's play of Grand Theft Auto is akin to an idle game. The influx of experience points and game cards made Lin Chen feel delighted. Even if he were to die on the spot now, unable to claim the completion rewards, the experience and card rewards from these side quests would have already far exceeded the ticket price, making him a substantial profit. After one night, a total of 38 gangs were completely annihilated. In addition, more than 20 gangs suffered heavy losses. On Lin Chen's side, only 3 armored soldiers and 15 armed special soldiers were lost. In just one night, the entire underground forces of Los Santos were thrown into chaos. Even more terrifying was, this night was just the beginning. Around 3 in the morning, Lin Chen's team took a brief rest. The surviving gangs breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the calamity had passed. Boom! The cannon fire roared again. The Wall Gang's slaughter and robbery of the underground forces resumed. You have triggered and completed a 2-star side quest, Annihilate the Wall Gang, reward 50 experience points, 5,000 game points. You have triggered and completed a 3-star side quest, Annihilate the Samurai Gang, reward 90 experience points, 9,000 game points. You have triggered and completed a 3-star side quest, Annihilate the Black Flame Group, reward 120 experience points, 12,000 game points. You have completed the 4th ring of the chain side quest, Dominate the Area, reward 400 experience points, 40,000 game points. You have triggered the final ring of the chain side quest, Underground King. Quest level, 6 stars. Quest content, your strength has reached the top level of Los Santos. Now, defeat the remaining 3 of the 4 major gangs, excluding the motorcycle gang, and forge your supreme throne as the Underground King. No time limit for the quest. Can be started at any time when ready. More than 2 days passed and over 70% of the gangs in Los Santos were annihilated. Small and medium-sized gangs could not withstand the Wall Gang's offensive, leaving almost none. The remnants were mostly large gangs, barely able to contend with Lin Chen's armored soldiers due to their numerous manpower, territory, and sufficiently advanced weapons. As this calamity descended, Los Santos, downtown, the Imperial Grand Hotel, top-floor conference room. The Johnson family, the Temple family, the Seville family, the Street Racers, the Shadow Hand, the Iron Blood Gang, the Baller Gang. These 7 leaders of the top forces in Los Santos, who were originally at odds with each other, set aside their past grievances at a critical moment for a historic meeting. As the last leader of the Shadow Hand arrived and took his seat, the head of the Johnson family put down his cigar and smiled, saying, "Friends, the situation in Los Santos has been quite grim these past few days. If we allow those armored soldiers from the Wall Gang to continue their slaughter, our foundations may be severely damaged." The leader of the Iron Blood Gang, a 2-meter-tall muscular man, coldly chuckled. In the past few days, among all the forces in Los Santos, the Johnson family, which has a large number of legitimate businesses, should have suffered the least, right? The leader of the Street Racers, a short man, showed an impatient expression and said, "Stop with the useless chatter and get straight to the point of why you called this meeting." The leader of the Baller Gang, a seemingly refined and easygoing middle-aged man, sat quietly in a suit like the 3 family heads, observing the situation without speaking. The leader of the Shadow Hand, dressed in black with a stern expression, also remained silent, merely toying with a glass in his hand, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the throats of the others. The 3 family heads exchanged glances. Seeing the other 2 nod, the head of the Johnson family interlocked his fingers under his chin, elbows resting on the table, and continued, "I know you all have strong hidden cards to counter the Wall Gang, but because you're wary of each other, you're reluctant to reveal them. I have a proposal. According to intelligence provided by a member of the Brown Bear Gang, we can now basically confirm that the leader of the Wall Gang is currently hiding in an air raid shelter in the northern suburbs. However, this air raid shelter is easy to defend but hard to attack, and the opposing forces stationed there should be quite strong. Even if our 7 families unite, whether we can take it down is still uncertain. So, we plan to hire professionals to handle this matter." At this point, the head of the Johnson family lit his cigar, took a deep puff, and continued. "The 3 of our families will pool together $300 million to hire the A-Corps to take down the air raid shelter and eliminate the leaders of the Wall Gang, putting an end to this farce. During this process, we need your 4 gangs to use your hidden cards to defeat or temporarily entangle those armored soldiers outside, preventing them from returning to defend the air raid shelter." "That is our plan." The leader of the Iron Blood Gang frowned upon hearing this and was the first to voice his doubts. "The A-Corps? That legendary mercenary group? Why should we believe you can hire them?" The leader of the Street Racers echoed, "How can we be sure that your plan isn't just a bait to draw out our hidden cards? Is it just a ploy to weaken our power?" The leader of the Baller Gang smiled, "Unfortunately, I'm just a businessman and don't have any hidden cards to counter those terrifying armored soldiers. I'm afraid I can't contribute to this plan." The leader of the Shadow Hand remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. The head of the Johnson family sighed, "It seems you still don't see the situation clearly. Do you think dragging this out like this will lead to a favorable outcome? As you said, our 3 families control a large number of legitimate businesses. Even if those armored soldiers from the Wall Gang truly destroy the entire underground forces of Los Santos, we 3 can continue to survive. But what about you? Currently, 90% of the small and medium-sized gangs in Los Santos have been wiped out. Their next target will undoubtedly be your 4 gangs. We are not here to discuss plans with you. At this point, the patriarch of the Johnson family revealed a slight smile. We are merely offering you a way out. If you are unwilling to put in the effort, we don't mind waiting for the Hanging Wall Gang to wipe you out before we turn our full attention to them. The leaders of the 4 major gangs fell silent upon hearing this. The leader of the Dark Hand had already analyzed the current situation before the patriarch of the Johnson family finished speaking. He stood up and said coldly, I will follow your arrangements, but I hope you will also fulfill your part of the plan. Otherwise, the rest of your lives might just be spent in unending assassinations. With that, the leader of the Dark Hand turned and left. Seeing this, the leader of the Baller Gang sighed and shrugged. If that's the case, so be it. I will send someone to deal with those armored soldiers. After exchanging a few harsh words, the Street Racing Gang and the Iron Blood Gang also stood up to leave. Pressured by the situation, the 7 most powerful forces in Los Santos finalized the cooperation plan aimed at Lin Chen. Meanwhile, in the Los Santos Federal Security Building, the Minister of Security looked at the city where gunfire echoed continuously with a blank expression. Behind him, a senior security officer couldn't help but ask, Minister, it's already this chaotic, aren't we going to take action? The threat from those armored soldiers is significant. If we let the Hanging Wall Gang dominate the underground of Los Santos, it could pose a huge threat to the entire city in the future. However, the Minister of Security revealed a strange smile upon hearing this. No worries, let them kill each other. This city belongs to the general. Sin and slaughter are the very meaning of this city's existence. Inside the air raid shelter, Lin Chen, who had been holed up for 2 days, looked scruffy and disheveled. As the deadline for the second main quest was about to expire, Lin Chen reached out to summon a futuristic tech soldier, saying, It's time to get some fresh air, take me out of the air raid shelter. Yes. The futuristic tech soldier immediately stood behind Lin Chen and carefully picked him up. The futuristic tech soldier possessed 3 special abilities: invisibility, flight, and short-distance teleportation. After 2 days of testing, Lin Chen discovered that these special abilities could not only enhance the futuristic tech soldier itself but could also be transferred to the target through close external contact. Thus, relying on the special abilities of this futuristic tech soldier, Lin Chen silently left the air raid shelter and returned to Los Santos. The rewards for clearing the level cartridge world were quite generous, so the main quest still needed to be completed. After entering the city, Lin Chen headed straight for his cousin's residence. The futuristic tech soldier activated its invisibility mode and quietly followed behind. As soon as they entered the gate, they saw Lin Chen's cousin and a few younger brothers tinkering with some parts in the courtyard. Lin Chen greeted them, Cousin, I'm ready. Let's go steal a car. However, his cousin, Sonia, waved his hand and said, What do you mean steal a car? Don't you know what's been happening these past few days? The entire Los Santos is in chaos. A gang called the Hanging Wall Gang has turned the whole city upside down with a bunch of armored soldiers. Now our street racing gang has halted all other tasks and is preparing to assemble a city battle car team to go to war with that Hanging Wall Gang. Just as he finished speaking, a prompt appeared in front of Lin Chen. Due to significant changes in the world line, the main quest line has been interrupted. Please find your own way to become the leader of the street racing gang and complete the clearance sting. You have triggered the ultimate challenge task. Defeat the Hanging Wall Gang task level, 7 stars task content. The emergence of the Hanging Wall Gang has plunged the entire Los Santos into danger. As a member of the Street Racing Gang, you can attempt to assist the Street Racing Gang in defeating the Hanging Wall Gang. No time limit for the task, you can proceed at any time when ready. Lin Chen. So I'm fighting myself, huh? Glancing at his cousin and the group of younger brothers fiddling with the parts, Lin Chen fell into deep thought. Clearing the game was still a must. With the main quest restrictions lifted, Lin Chen found himself much freer to act, which wasn't a bad thing for him. Given his current military strength, forcibly taking the position of the leader of the racing gang didn't seem too difficult. If he wanted to clear the game, perhaps he could do it before tonight. However, in this cartridge world, it was clear that there were many side rewards Lin Chen had yet to earn. To maximize his benefits, he definitely needed to play for a few more days. But if things continued to develop as they were, and the racing gang took the initiative to attack Lin Chen, it was very likely that the racing gang would be wiped out in the ensuing chaos. At that point, with the entire gang gone, how would Lin Chen become the leader of the racing gang? Would the game directly determine that he had failed to clear it? Considering this issue, Lin Chen felt a bit troubled. He thought for a moment and asked, Cousin, can you help me arrange a meeting with the leader of the racing gang? His cousin, Sonia, chuckled, The boss isn't that easy to meet. I've been with the racing gang for so many years and I've only met him twice. Little cousin, I really can't help you with this. Lin Chen thought for a moment and asked again, Then can you tell me where the boss is right now? A few minutes later, Lin Chen arrived at a bunker on the outskirts of the east. Like Lin Chen, the leader of the racing gang had chosen to hide in what he believed to be the safest place before the great battle began. Judging by the location and architectural structure, the safety level of this bunker was no worse than Lin Chen's air raid shelter. Moreover, the leader of the racing gang had stationed heavy troops inside the bunker. Above the bunker, there were as many as 20 fixed heavy machine guns. On both sides, there were even tube artillery launchers installed. With such tight defenses, even Lin Chen's alloy army's armored soldiers would find it difficult to attack without at least 50 or 60 armored soldiers. However, for the future tech battle soldiers, such a strong and tight defense was still like a paper wall. As the wormhole opened beneath his feet, in an instant, the future tech battle soldiers had vanished, infiltrating the bunker. Moments later, sporadic gunfire echoed from within the bunker. Then, the future tech battle soldiers reappeared, having captured the dazed current leader of the racing gang. Seeing this, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and directly had the future tech battle soldiers take him and the leader of the racing gang back to the air raid shelter in the northern suburbs. Inside the air raid shelter, Lin Chen splashed a bucket of cold water. The leader of the racing gang, Joey, slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing the surroundings, his gaze focused on Lin Chen's face and he immediately exclaimed, "You, who are you?" Lin Chen smiled calmly and introduced himself, "Boss Joey, I am Sonia's little brother and cousin from the East Bridge district of the racing gang, the little brother of your little brother's little brother's little brother, and also, the boss of the Hanging Wall gang." Looking at the two tall blue and white mech soldiers guarding behind Lin Chen, Joey basically believed Lin Chen's identity as the boss of the Hanging Wall gang. But he also claimed to be a little brother of the racing gang? Joey was momentarily confused and stammered, I don't quite understand what you mean." Lin Chen nodded, sincerely explaining, I grew up listening to your stories and those of the racing gang. My biggest dream since childhood was to join the racing gang, and my second dream was to become an astronaut, to be wildly cool and awesome. But when I actually came to Los Santos, I found that our racing gang was facing such shocking oppression and injustice. Joey was taken aback. Is that so? Is that true? Lin Chen nodded, gritting his teeth. When we in the racing gang smuggle, the public security department wants to intervene. When we in the racing gang rob, the public security department wants to intervene. When we in the racing gang kill, the public security department even wants to intervene. Isn't this blatant targeting? And in this Los Santos, we have to spend money to buy things, to eat, to gamble, and even to find girls. Isn't this blatant extortion? What's worse is that when we fight with other gangs, they actually dare to fight back. We kill their whole family and they still want to take revenge? Isn't this completely unreasonable? Lin Chen became more and more agitated, trembling with anger. Joy. After calming his angry emotions, Lin Chen sighed and said, "So, I've decided to create the Wall Gang, to uphold justice, to guard peace, and to allow us, the members of the motorcycle gang, to live the normal lives we deserve. That's why I've declared war on the entire Los Santos." Joy was silent for a moment, hesitantly saying, "So, you mean, the Wall Gang and the motorcycle gang are not enemies? The reason you brought me here is to stop the motorcycle gang and the Wall Gang from going to war?" After all, as a gang leader, Joy had some sense. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded repeatedly, kissed Joy on the forehead, and exclaimed, "My dear treasure. You're so smart." In fact, Joy had sensed something was off before. In the past 2 days, the Wall Gang sweep of the underground forces in Los Santos was almost carpet-like, hitting one after another. However, the motorcycle gang's territory suffered little damage. Initially, Joy thought it was because the Wall Gang had concerns about the strength of the motorcycle gang. But when he found that the other 3 major gangs had suffered far more losses than his own, Joy vaguely guessed that the Wall Gang might have intentionally spared the motorcycle gang. Hearing Lin Chen's explanation now, he was even more convinced of this idea. The terrifying Wall Gang is actually on the side of the motorcycle gang? Joy's eyes lit up as he caught the scent of opportunity. "You want the motorcycle gang to refrain from taking action? No problem, I'll call and give the order right now. I'll have my people hide and try to avoid getting involved in the upcoming war. And I have important information to tell you. Not long ago, we held a meeting with the 7 gangs. If the Wall Gang wasn't going to take action against the motorcycle gang, Joy didn't want to have a conflict with them either. Especially after witnessing the unpredictable capabilities of that blue and white mech, Joy was even more convinced of this idea. Therefore, in response to Lin Chen's request, he was particularly cooperative, not only immediately issuing orders to prevent the motorcycle gang from joining the fight but also revealing the plans discussed by the 7 major forces. Seeing Joy's cooperation, Lin Chen was very pleased. He patted Joy on the shoulder and said, "Boss Joy, you are the person I respect the most in my life. I will always be your most loyal little underling. You say 1, I want dare to say 2. You tell me to go east, I will never go west." Joy, hearing this, tentatively asked, "So can I leave now?" Lin Chen shook his head, "No. Joy." Lin Chen thought for a moment. By the way, boss. It seems I'm short of someone to clean the toilets. Before the big picture is settled, you can stay here and clean the toilets for me. Joy. After resolving the potential concern of the motorcycle gang that could lead to failure, Lin Chen opened the cheat and prepared to make some preparations for the final battle. Recruitment cheat level 1 recruitment 10 each time, level 2 recruitment 100 each time, level 3 recruitment 1000 each time, level 4 recruitment 10,000 each time, level 7 recruitment 10 million each time. Current remaining 95 650 520. Having looted many gangs, Lin Chen currently had over 90 million, close to $100 million. First, let's get 5 million worth of alloy military single soldier armored warriors. With a thought, Lin Chen immediately began the level 4 recruitment, consuming $10,000, successfully recruited a subordinate, Alloy Legion Infantry Armored Warrior, consuming $10,000, successfully recruited a subordinate, Alloy Legion Infantry Armored Warrior, consuming $10,000, successfully recruited a subordinate, Alloy Legion Infantry Armored Warrior. 500 Alloy Legion Infantry Armored Warriors quickly appeared before Lin Chen, lined up neatly. The cost-performance ratio of the Armored Warriors was quite high. With strong defense, sufficient firepower, and elite combat experience, with these 500 alloy armored warriors, along with the more than 100 previously recruited, it should be enough to annihilate the entire underground forces of Los Santos. However, considering the Iron Blood Gang, the Dark Hand Gang, and the Bale Gang, they likely still had some powerful trump cards up their sleeves. To be safe, Lin Chen spent another 10 million to conduct 100 level 5 recruitments. He recruited 100 future tech warriors F5 to assist in combat. With a single command, 600 powerful killing machines left the air defense bunker and headed to support the front lines in Los Santos, at the Iron Blood Gang's stronghold, outside the Blood Bar. At this moment, facing the attack of over 30 alloy armored warriors, the Iron Blood Gang members suffered heavy casualties, unable to lift their heads. Even with heavy weapons, the Iron Blood Gang members found it difficult to counterattack against the overwhelming firepower. After all, their protective gear was far inferior to that of the alloy armored warriors. Even when swept by heavy machine gun fire, an alloy armored warrior might only suffer some cracks in their armor. But the Iron Blood Gang members, with only simple bulletproof vests, would be turned into shredded corpses. Just as the situation was turning overwhelmingly in one direction. Boom! 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 The ground shook with the footsteps coming from behind the alloy armored warriors. In the distance, a group of towering soldiers, covered in heavy iron armor and wielding massive war hammers, approached like a terrifying storm. They're here! The Iron Blood Warriors are coming. Upon seeing these hammer-wielding soldiers, the morale of the Iron Blood Gang members surged. These hammer soldiers were the Iron Blood Gang's trump card, the Iron Blood Warriors. Years of drug enhancement had allowed their muscles to grow without limits. They underwent hellish training every day, enduring the pain of drug side effects, which honed their will to be as hard as steel. With such terrifying physiques, paired with hundreds of pounds of reinforced iron armor, these Iron Blood Warriors had been transformed into melee humanoid tanks. Boom! 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 Each footfall created a tremendous sound on the ground. Da-da-da-da-da. The bullets from the heavy machine guns struck their thick iron armor, causing no damage whatsoever. Although they appeared slow, the Iron Blood Warriors stood over 2 meters tall. Each step they took covered a significant distance, and soon, the Iron Blood Warriors closed in on the alloy armored warriors formation. Buzz! With a heavy rush of wind, a hammer came crashing down. Boom! An alloy armored warrior was sent flying, their dark green armor shattered, dying instantly. Seeing this, the alloy armored warriors quickly retreated to counterattack, some aiming for the gaps in the Iron Blood Warriors' armor, while others fired grenades for explosive strikes. It was effective, but not enough. After a round of exchanges, 5 Iron Blood Warriors fell. 8 alloy armored warriors perished. There were still 50 Iron Blood Warriors remaining. Meanwhile, only about 20 alloy armored warriors were left. The tide of battle suddenly turned, with the Iron Blood Gang shifting from disadvantage to advantage. On top of a distant abandoned building, the Iron Blood Gang leader, Gale, observed this scene through binoculars, a smile creeping onto his face. After so many years and spending so much money to cultivate the Iron Blood Warriors, they truly are extraordinary. Given the current situation, repelling or even annihilating this batch of armored warriors should be no problem. The rest depends on the other 3 gangs and the A-Corps. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw, in the distance, a large shadow rapidly approaching. Picking up the binoculars, he observed closely. To his shock, hundreds of armored soldiers appeared in the city, and at that moment, they were swiftly heading towards the direction of the Blood Bar. Gale's face turned pale. How is this possible? How can there be so many terrifying armored monsters? In his field of vision, sunlight reflected in the air. Gale raised his gaze, and his expression grew even grimmer. Not only on the ground but in the sky above there was also a large group of white mechs flying at high speed. Suddenly, the blue and white mech group vanished from view. In the next second, this group of mechs had already appeared near the blood bar. Gale hurriedly adjusted his view. However, in the next moment, an even more terrifying scene unfolded before Gale's eyes. This group of white mechs suddenly vanished from sight. Then, like phantoms, they appeared before the Iron Blood Gang's warriors, wielding crimson laser greatswords. Whoosh! As effortlessly as cutting tofu, several Iron Blood warriors were instantly sliced in half. The heavy iron armor, which could withstand heavy machine gun bullets, was as fragile as paper before that terrifying crimson laser greatsword. In almost no time, the futuristic tech soldiers slaughtered the Iron Blood warriors to near extinction. The battle situation once again tilted overwhelmingly. However, this time, the Iron Blood Gang fell even faster. It's over, this time it's completely over. Gale, the once proud leader of the Iron Blood Gang, sat down on the ground, his face showing despair. Just then, behind him, a blue and white mech materialized, raising the crimson laser greatsword high. The same situation unfolded on the territories of the Dark Hand and the Bale Gang. The Dark Hand's trump card was an elite sniper team. With their anti-material grade super large caliber sniper rifles, the elite snipers continuously killed a dozen armored soldiers. However, once the futuristic tech soldiers entered the scene, they immediately used their ultra-high-tech perception and reconnaissance technology to locate the snipers' hidden positions, and with invisibility, teleportation, and flight technology, they swiftly eliminated all the elite snipers. On the Bale Gang side, they had a top-notch 100-man rocket brigade that could rival regular troops, and with their extensive bombardment, they inflicted significant losses on the armored soldiers. But the defensive power of the futuristic tech soldiers' armor far exceeded that of the armored soldiers, and with the protection of an outer energy shield, the rockets couldn't harm the futuristic tech soldiers in the slightest. Similarly, the Bale Gang ultimately faced a brutal defeat. As the battle in the city approached its conclusion, dozens of large transport ships sailed to the northern port, preparing to land in Los Santos. At the port, a team of security personnel on duty perked up when they saw the prominent letter A on the transport ships, immediately entering a state of emergency alert while quickly reporting the situation to their superiors and requesting support. However, the response from above was extremely brief: let them disembark. Clearly, the heads of the three major families had already made arrangements with the higher-ups in Los Santos before requesting the A-Corps arrival. Even with the order from above, the port security personnel still hesitated, because the presence on the transport ships was simply too dangerous. The A-Corps, the strongest war machine, the world's #1 mercenary group, a nation-destroying unofficial force. Too many chilling titles were etched onto this group of people. As the A-Corps transport ship entered the port, the team leader of the security personnel swallowed hard and steeled himself to open the port valve. Before long, the transport ship docked, and the hatch opened. Military land tanks began to roll down from the transport ship. These tanks were all the most advanced models in the world today. Following the tanks, there were dozens of armed military trucks. The trucks were equipped with the most advanced heavy weaponry and launch systems for large-caliber shells. Behind the truck, there were many soldiers dressed in iron-gray combat armor. From their appearance alone, these iron-gray armored soldiers bore a 7/10 resemblance to Lin Chan's alloy armored soldiers. The equipment they were outfitted with was also the most advanced weaponry. Finally, the last and largest transport ship docked. When the hatch opened, only 7 people disembarked from the transport ship. Among them, 6 were clad in pitch-black form-fitting armor. Although their armor was not large and appeared far less imposing than that of the other soldiers, the material of this form-fitting armor was clearly different, with the surface occasionally shimmering and radiating a luster akin to black diamonds. The man in the center, however, wore no armor at all, just a green leisure outfit topped with striking yellow hair. Is this the crime city of Los Santos? One of the 6, a man nearly 3 meters tall and as strong as a small mountain, chuckled foolishly. I hope this time we can kill a bit more. Another man, wearing glasses and carrying a massive cylindrical weapon on his back, lit a cigarette. The man in the green leisure outfit smiled faintly and looked up at the sky. Crime City, Los Santos. It's been a while since I last came here. I wonder what that guy, the general, has turned into now. Beside him, a blue-haired girl with twin ponytails kept her gaze fixed on the man in the green leisure outfit, her eyes filled with affection. Noticing that he mentioned the general again, she couldn't help but frown slightly and said, "Boss, we agreed before that this time we would just complete the mission and not provoke any dangerous entities." The supreme leader of the A-Corps, the man in the green leisure outfit, nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, what I'm pursuing now is different from before. You all went through so much to pull me back from hell. Even for you guys, I won't recklessly clash with those dangerous characters anymore." The 7 disembarked and boarded a purple armed off-road vehicle. Taking a deep breath, Angie's expression became incredibly calm as he said, "Let's go, enemies at the level of 300 million in bounty. Let's aim to resolve it within 3 hours." Meanwhile, in the air defense shelter in the northern suburbs, in front of Lin Chen, prompts kept popping up. "You have triggered and completed the 5-star side quest, The Cold Corpses of the Iron Blood Gang, reward 420 experience points, 42,000 game points. You have triggered and completed the 5-star side quest, The Tomb of the Dark Hand Gang, reward 440 experience points, 44,000 game points. You have triggered and completed the 5-star side quest, The End of the Bale Gang, reward 430 experience points, 43,000 game points. You have defeated the Iron Blood Gang, the Dark Hand Gang, and the Bale Gang. You have completed the final link of the chain side quests, Underground King, reward, Equipment Crown of Sin quality, epic. You have triggered the Ultimate Death Challenge mission, Defeat the A-Corps, mission level, 7 stars, mission content, The world's strongest mercenary group is coming. Are you ready for a life and death battle? The A-Corps has already arrived? Lin Chen looked at the pop-it-up mission prompt, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Up to this point in the game, he had flattened the entire underground forces of Los Santos, maintaining an invincible stance of overwhelming power. This made him, who had been cooped up in the air defense shelter, feel somewhat bored. He was now quite eager for a sufficiently formidable enemy to appear. At this moment, a large number of alloy armored soldiers and futuristic tech warriors who had completed their missions in the city were returning. Seeing them back near the air defense shelter, Lin Chen immediately ordered them to guard the perimeter. Then, he opened the cheat and planned to make some additional preparations, recruiting subordinates with cheats level 1 recruitment, 10 each level 2 recruitment, 100 each level 3 recruitment, 1000 each level 4 recruitment, 10,000 each, level 7 recruitment, 10 million each current remaining, 80,650. 520 a level 4 recruitment at the 10,000 level can already recruit top-tier individual soldiers. A level 5 recruitment at the 100,000 level can even recruit powerful mechs from the future world. So, what kind of existence will a level 6 recruitment at the million level bring? Lin Chen was curious. With 80 million left, Lin Chen decided to try a level 6 recruitment. With a thought, in the next second, a gray figure flashed into view. He was covered in tight gray armor. This armor was not as imposing as that of the alloy armored soldiers, and overall it was only about the height of a person. It was also not as magnificent as the mechs of future technology. It looked rather ordinary. The only striking feature was the rotating core at the chest of the armor, glowing with a deep black light. Consumed 1 million, successfully recruited subordinate, Annihilation God's nuclear-powered infantry, Annihilation God's nuclear-powered infantry physique. Super limit level genetically mutated human armor, Meteor 17 nuclear-powered battle armor, nuclear energy eruption engine, all-terrain adaptation system, short-distance space travel equipment, spatial storage system weapons, Annihilation Star steel heavy sword, infinite mechanical armor, nuclear-like cannon special ability, God-slaying mode combat experience, super god level, nuclear-powered infantry. Lin Chen was momentarily speechless upon seeing the panel before him. He felt that merely planning to conquer the entire Los Santos seemed somewhat short-sighted. With another thought, Lin Chen spent 20 million to directly recruit 20 Annihilation nuclear-powered infantry. Meanwhile, the rapidly advancing A troop was already less than 10 kilometers from the air defense bunker. The alloy armored soldiers and future technology warriors defending the air defense bunker had already taken their positions outside the bunker, and the advancing A troop immediately entered their alert range. A chaotic battle was about to erupt. Boom! Boom! The tanks of the Legion fired first, shells blasting out. Following that, the armored soldiers on the armed trucks also operated heavy weapons, beginning a fierce fire suppression. Bang 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 bang. In the first moments of the engagement, the once invincible alloy armored soldiers were quickly defeated. However, just as the A troop thought they would achieve victory in this battle with their usual overwhelming force, the future technology warriors had somehow infiltrated their ranks, appearing like phantoms. Whoosh! A 3-meter-long crimson laser greatsword slashed down. The tank suffered heavy damage, and the armed truck was even sliced in half. The A troop was thrown into chaos. Taking advantage of this moment, the alloy armored soldiers hurriedly adjusted their formation to counterattack. In the center of the formation, on a purple armed off-road vehicle, the leader of the A troop, Angie, frowned at the scene. Invisible mech soldiers? What kind of force are they to possess such technology? Before he could finish speaking, a future technology warrior suddenly appeared above the armed off-road vehicle. The crimson laser sword was raised high. Boom! In the next instant, among the 7, the bespectacled man carrying a long-barreled weapon reacted quickly, instantly adjusting the direction of the cannon, the muzzle crackling with electricity, and then fired a shot at the future technology warrior. Zing! Boom! Thick smoke spread with a powerful explosion. The future technology warrior was actually blasted back several dozen to nearly 100 meters with severe damage to his armor. This was the first time since being recruited that a weapon had managed to injure a future technology warrior. Seeing the future technology soldier stand up unsteadily, the bespectacled man was equally astonished at such a close distance. Taking a shot from an electromagnetic cluster bomb, and he can still stand. What terrifying defense! Angie also stood up, his expression turning particularly serious as he said, "The enemy is much stronger than we anticipated. We should strike first, or the losses for our regiment will be significant." Yes. The 6 individuals clad in tight black battle armor responded in unison, their figures flickering as they immediately jumped down from the off-road vehicle, swiftly launching an assault on the surrounding future technology soldiers. Bang 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 bang. A man as strong as a small mountain wielded a massive electromagnetic Gatling gun, firing wildly. Several future technology soldiers around were momentarily suppressed and began to retreat. Boom! 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 The bespectacled man, cigarette in mouth, continuously fired the electromagnetic rocket launcher, each shot accurately hitting its target, severely injuring a future technology soldier. Clang! Clang! The blue-haired woman with twin ponytails wielded 2 enormous electromagnetic blades, and even when engaging multiple future technology soldiers armed with crimson laser greatswords in close combat, she showed no signs of falling behind. With the magnetic-powered combat armor on her body, along with the formidable electromagnetic weapons in hand, the 6 top combatants of Team A managed to stabilize the situation, leading the rest of Team A in a powerful counterattack. However, on Team A's side, there were only 6 individuals capable of posing a threat to the future technology soldiers. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lin Chen's side had a full 100 future technology soldiers. Team A was still at a disadvantage. With a flicker, Angie, dressed in green casual wear, had somehow appeared on top of the off-road vehicle. He surveyed the entire battlefield, fully aware that the current situation was grim. Yet, an uncontrollable smile began to emerge on his face, growing more exaggerated and crazed. Such an interesting battle. I haven't encountered one like this in a long time. It's probably been 5 years. Memories flashed through his mind. He's an anomaly. Kill him. Kill him. This child's body structure is completely different from that of an ordinary person. It has great research value. Damn it, the test subject has escaped. Quick, pursue. Seal off the research facility. Thank you for saving us. From now on, you are our boss. Team A? That's a good name, boss. Angie, we are not anomalies. We are superhumans. Why must you stop me? We are clearly of the same kind. Then, let's die together. Boss. Boss. Wake up. Think of a way. Along the way, there have been joys and sorrows, tears and laughter. His face, the crazed smile, finally began to calm down. Am I even human? It no longer matters. The only thing that matters is one point. I am the leader of Team A, their boss. Slowly, he drew a completely black, strange katana from his waist. In the next moment, bang! The specially made off-road vehicle beneath him was kicked out, creating a large pit. Like a bullet fired from a chamber, Angie's figure shot out. Bang! 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 At a speed so fast it was like lightning, Angie darted across the battlefield, like a god of war, swiftly destroying one powerful future technology soldier after another. V-Room! With a single slash, even the energy shield was shattered, and the entire future technology soldier was blown into several pieces. 10, 20, 30. In just a few minutes, half of the future technology soldiers had already fallen to the ground under Angie's blade. Boss. So strong. Our leader hasn't gone all out like this in a long time. Seeing Angie take action, instantly turning the tide of battle, the 6 members of Team A all smiled, their eyes filled with trust and admiration as they looked at Angie. On this side, Angie was becoming more and more adept at killing. His movements growing faster, his body, which had been nurtured for a long time, slowly adjusting to its peak condition. Even in the brief moments between slaying future tech soldiers, Angie glanced at his watch. With 3 hours left, I might just make it. Just then, a gray figure calmly walked out of the air raid shelter. Above his chest, a black core spun rapidly. The massive nuclear energy supply instantly provided terrifying energy and power to the armor. Mission objective: eliminate all enemies. The gray figure stepped forward. Bang! A deafening sound exploded. The Jianshan's nuclear-powered infantry was deployed. At this moment, inside the air raid shelter, Lin Chen had just sent out a Jianshan nuclear-powered infantry and was savoring a bucket of instant noodles, eagerly staring at the surveillance screen, ready to enjoy the upcoming scenes. Meanwhile, the biker gang member Joey, holding a mop meant for cleaning toilets, was feeling extremely tense. From what he had just seen on the monitor, Joey had fully witnessed the terror of the A-Corps. He knew that if the A-Corps breached the air raid shelter, he might also be exterminated as a member of the Hanging Wall Gang. He could only pray internally that Lin Chen still had a backup plan. However, facing the powerful A-Corps that had swiftly crushed the alloy armored soldiers and future tech infantry, Lin Chen had only sent out a seemingly unremarkable gray armored soldier. This only deepened Joey's anxiety. Sending just this one person, what good will it do? Could it be that the Hanging Wall gang has no other backup? But in the next moment, the Jianshan nuclear-powered infantry suddenly vanished. In almost just 2 breaths, he had already appeared on the front line 10 kilometers away. With a seemingly ordinary punch, he struck. Bang! Boom! Instantly, a tank exploded on the spot. The figure flickered again. Bang! Boom! In less than a second, another tank was smashed into a flat pancake. Bang! 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 Moments later, nearly the entire tank division of the A-Corps was obliterated. Aside from their leader Anji, the 6 strongest A-Corps officers attempted to launch an offensive against the Jianshan nuclear-powered infantry with their electromagnetic weapons. However, the speed of the Jianshan nuclear-powered infantry was too fast. The electromagnetic weapons couldn't lock onto his position at all. Like a gray lightning monster, the Jianshan nuclear-powered infantry charged into the armed truck group, rapidly harvesting the entire battlefield. With just the strength of this one soldier, the situation that had originally tilted in favor of the A-Corps was reversed once again. My God! Joey was left speechless at this scene, feeling a deep-seated fear of this terrifying gray monster. However, standing not far in front of him were 19 more such terrifying monsters. On the battlefield, Anji, who was wantonly slaughtering future tech soldiers, also noticed the Jianshan nuclear-powered infantry that had infiltrated the ranks. Anji couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He realized that even with his terrifying dynamic vision capable of perceiving bullet trajectories, he couldn't capture the movement of the Jianshan nuclear-powered infantry at all. Just then, he saw the Jianshan nuclear-powered infantry suddenly turn its head, locking onto an A-Corps officer, specifically the bespectacled man carrying a large rocket launcher. Anji shouted urgently, "Get out of the way!" However, in the next instant, whoosh! With one punch, the bespectacled man's head was directly smashed. Watching his important brother fall dead before his eyes, Anji's pupils constricted, his eyes blood-red. Yake! Bang! The ground beneath his feet suddenly shattered. He unleashed all his strength and charged towards the Jianshan nuclear-powered infantry. However, by the time he reached the position of the Jianshan nuclear-powered infantry, the figure had already moved again, standing in front of a tall, robust man resembling a small mountain. Die for me! The towering man, like a small mountain, crazily pulled the trigger, his electromagnetic fire god cannon machine gun aimed at the Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry, continuously spewing tons of fire. However, the bullets enhanced by powerful electromagnetic forces struck the armor of the Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry as if they were raindrops falling into the sea, creating not a single splash. Bang! A punch! The towering and strong man was instantly struck, his head flying off. Elikas! Anji roared, anger and sorrow surging in his heart, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Before he could react, the Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry had already moved again, entering the central position of the A troop. He first locked onto the 6 enemies that posed a threat to future technological warriors, and in a flash, he struck at the remaining 4. Anji exerted all his strength, madly chasing after them. However, he was still a step behind. Bang! 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 Several punches landed. All 6 A troop officers were killed. When Anji reached the blue-haired girl with twin ponytails, a huge blood hole had already pierced through her chest. Vivian! Anji picked up the blue-haired girl's body, tears of unbearable sorrow streaming from his eyes. On the pale face of the blue-haired girl, however, a slight smile emerged. Her lips moved slightly. Although she no longer had the strength to make a sound, Anji still understood her words. Boss, stay alive. I love you. Her pupils dilated, her gaze lost its luster. The last officer of the A troop, the last person Anji truly cared about in this world, was gone. He looked down at the girl in his arms. Now motionless, Anji felt as if his heart was being pierced by countless needles. Ah! 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 He wanted to say something, but his throat couldn't produce a sound. His trembling body, after a moment, became calm. When he raised his head again, his eyes were filled with blood red. Blood began to seep out from the surface of his entire body. Seconds later, the blood on his body solidified, forming a layer of blood-red armor. The pure black, strange katana was also greedily sucking Anji's blood, the blade becoming sharper in the process, the entire sword rapidly expanding, its pure black color gradually transforming into an eerie black-red. Anji shifted his gaze. His emotionless crimson eyes slowly moved towards the Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry that was slaughtering in the crowd. Bang! In the next moment, the ground cracked open with a huge gash. Boom! The black-red blade cut through the air, creating a massive blood-red curtain of blades, slashing towards the Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry. This strike was even faster than the speed of the Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry. With no time to dodge, the Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry could only raise its arms, the core in its chest spinning wildly, the massive nuclear energy rapidly filling its armor. Rumble! The tremendous tremor nearly caused the entire Los Santos to experience a brief earthquake. After the strike, a giant pit over 50 meters in diameter appeared in the center of the battlefield. A large number of troop soldiers and the alloy armored warriors of the Hanging Wall Gang were caught in the aftermath of this blow, losing their lives. At the deepest part of the pit, the Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry lay on the ground, severely injured, with multiple damages appearing on the entire Meteor 17 nuclear-powered battle armor. Angie's eyes were as crimson as if they could bleed. Holding the black-red battle blade, he stepped forward. Die! 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 He muttered unconsciously. Just as he approached the Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry within 10 meters. Activate God-slaying mode. The Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry, lying on the ground, coldly uttered a few words. Clang! At its chest, the rotating black core suddenly came to a halt. Bang! In the next second, the core exploded. Massive energy began to overflow uncontrollably, filling the Meteor 17 nuclear-powered battle armor. The broken gray armor instantly restored to its original state. Originally, the black light that only existed above the energy core in his chest began to envelop the entire body of the god-killing nuclear-powered soldier. Standing up, the god-killing nuclear-powered soldier reached out and opened the spatial storage system. A massive mechanical greatsword slowly floated out from the spatial storage system. This was the god-killing Star Steel greatsword, the weapon of the god-killing nuclear-powered soldier. Until now, he had been fighting barehanded, in an ordinary form, probably only exerting about 50% of his strength. The real death struggle was just beginning. In the enormous pit, two figures, one gray and one blood-red, collided once more. After 2 hours of intense battle, the land above the northern suburbs of Los Santos had been utterly destroyed, filled with giant pits and cracks. On the battlefield, apart from the blood-red and dark gray figures, there were no other living beings. Exhausted and with no strength left, Angie knelt on one knee. The black-red giant blade in his hand barely supported his nearly shattered body. In contrast, the state of the god-killing nuclear-powered soldier was also at its worst. The left arm was broken, the right leg was gone. A huge gash in his waist continuously oozed blood. He walked step by step towards Angie, seemingly wanting to end this battle. But, when he reached in front of Angie, he finally could not hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground, dead. Seeing this, Angie's entire blood-red armor quickly disappeared. In his crimson eyes, a hint of clarity returned. Tears mixed with blood continuously flowed out. Yake, Ailix, Irvin, Xiaojia, Mika, Vivian. I have avenged you. With a slight recovery of strength, Angie propped himself up and stood unsteadily. Just when he thought this battle was finally over, 19 god-killing nuclear-powered soldiers had somehow surrounded him completely. At that moment, he realized what kind of terrifying existence he had come to challenge. The opponent had treated him as nothing more than a toy from the beginning to the end. He. Angie laughed in despair. In the next instant, put. The laughter abruptly stopped. A god-killing Star Steel greatsword pierced through his body. Inside the air raid shelter, the gang leader Joey was already stunned by this inhuman battle, his worldview shattered. Staring blankly with his mouth agape, holding a mop in his hand in a daze. Legendary mercenary Corey has been annihilated under your command. You have completed the 7-star Ultimate Death Challenge. Defeat a core, reward, equipment quality, legendary. In front of him, the task completion prompt panel popped up, announcing Lin Chen's complete victory in this battle. However, Lin Chen felt a surge of insecurity in his heart due to the death of a god-killing nuclear-powered soldier, and he immediately opened the cheat again, attempting to recruit once more. Subordinate recruitment cheat level 1 recruitment, 10 each time level 2 recruitment, 100 each time level 3 recruitment, 1000 each time level 4 recruitment, 10,000 each time, level 7 recruitment, 10 million each time current remaining, 60520. Not long ago, he had recruited 20 god-killing nuclear-powered soldiers, spending a full 20 million. Now, with only 60 million left, Lin Chen thought for a moment and recruited another 10 god-killing nuclear-powered soldiers. He decided to use the remaining 50 million entirely for the highest level 7 recruitment. With a thought, neon-colored technological armor, a light blue translucent cloak, a cross mask shimmering with purple light, and a sword blade that glimmered with marvelous colors like glass appeared before Lin Chen. consumed 10 million, successfully recruited subordinate, cyber-mechanical sword saint physique, god-level far beyond human limits armor, planet-level powered battle armor, dark matter energy cloak, GPT-20 artificial intelligence combat assistance system, underworld alloy mechanical form-changing module weapon, star-slicing netherblade, battleship-level energy cannon special ability, form-switching human form mechanical ascension, combat experience, world-destroying level, cyber-mechanical sword saint, goodness, directly weak in the flesh, but ascended mechanically, ha! As Lin Chen scanned the 5 cyber-mechanical sword saints that appeared before him, he felt a significant boost in his sense of security. Just as he planned to recall the 19 god-killing nuclear-powered infantry outside the air raid shelter to continue with his side quest, earning experience and game points, a man in a suit, exuding black energy, suddenly appeared on the surveillance screen. The suited man spoke loudly, addressing the direction of the air raid shelter. Wall-hanging gang leader, I come on the orders of the general, wishing to borrow the corpse of a troop leader, Angie. I wonder if you have any objections, General? Lin Chen was taken aback, faintly sensing the presence of the game's hidden boss. After a moment of thought, Lin Chen communicated through the loudspeaker in the air raid shelter, if you want to take this corpse, you need to answer me a few questions. The suited man nodded, all right, you ask. Lin Chen took the lead and asked, who is the general you speak of? The suited man replied, the general is the master of this Los Santos, the will of this city of crime. Lin Chen squinted his eyes and continued, since the general is the master of this city, wouldn't he have objections to my various actions within it? The suited man said, the general has set rules, he will not interfere in the struggles between underground forces. Lin Chen smiled, pausing for a moment before asking, now, the underground forces of Los Santos have all been swept away by me. If, next, I were to take action above ground and occupy the entire Los Santos, what would the general do? The suited man fell silent upon hearing this. After a while, he provided an ambiguous answer. Above Los Santos, the general does not oppose any criminal behavior. However, criminals must be mentally prepared to accept corresponding punishments when they conceive criminal thoughts. This is also the most important rule of the crime city, Los Santos. After hearing the suited man's response, Lin Chen smiled. Through their conversation, he had basically confirmed that if he proceeded with the original plan to invade and occupy the entire Los Santos, the opponent he would face in the upcoming game progress would be this general. He estimated that as long as he damaged Los Santos to a certain extent, the general would intervene to stop him. Currently, there were 2 remaining points of doubt. The first was the relationship between Los Santos and the general. Or rather, why the general wanted to turn Los Santos into the crime city it is today. Since he is the master of Los Santos, there must be a purpose behind allowing the city to become filled with crime. The second was the extent of the power the general possessed. This question was crucial to whether Lin Chen could defeat this hidden boss and earn substantial game rewards. At present, the information he had about the general was too scarce. Although he did not believe that this so-called general could contend with his own cheating abilities, he felt it prudent to search for some reliable information in the city later on. Seeing Lin Chen silent for a while, the suited man inquired, are you done asking? If you are, I will take my leave. As he spoke, he lifted Angie's corpse. Lin Chen smiled and replied, are you done asking? Let's go, send my regards to the general, wish him all his wishes come true, may he have a son soon, live forever, and be strong yet not rigid. Ignoring Lin Chen's words, the man in the suit turned around, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. He had just watched the battle between the leader of the A troop, Angie, and the god-killing nuclear-powered infantry from a distance. As one of the top 5 combatants under the general, he believed his own strength surpassed Angie's by a bit. However, it wouldn't be by much. Facing 19 terrifying god-killing nuclear-powered infantry, if a real fight broke out, he wouldn't only fail the task assigned by the general, but he might even perish here. The strength of this hanging wall gang is too terrifying. If they really want to snatch Los Santos from the general might truly face danger. Fortunately, Angie's corpse was successfully recovered, and next, the man in the suit's thoughts surged as he was about to speed away. Boom! 19 nuclear light cannons suddenly erupted simultaneously. The massive energy explosion instantly engulfed the man in the suit. Knowing that the general would be the next enemy, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't hold back against the general's men, nor would he let the general have his way and obtain Angie's corpse. Although he didn't know the specific purpose the general had for this corpse, Lin Chen could guess that once the general got this corpse, the difficulty of his subsequent strategy against the general would increase significantly. Therefore, he deliberately pretended not to care about Angie's corpse's whereabouts, and then, as the man in the suit relaxed his guard, he unhesitatingly issued the attack order. After an incredibly violent explosion, the man in the suit was left with tattered clothes but was not dead. Thick black gas wrapped around him, protecting his body. However, Angie's corpse was not so fortunate. In that violent explosion, Angie's corpse had already been blown to smithereens, reduced to charred remains. Swallowing a mouthful of blood, the man in the suit glared furiously in the direction of the air raid shelter and shouted, "Bastard, you have no integrity." Lin Chen grinned at the words, "Talking about integrity with criminals in a damn city of crime? What were you thinking? Ha 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 ha, kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, 19 god-killing nuclear-powered infantry in kill mode surged forward. "The general will kill you." The man in the suit erupted with black gas, roaring as he prepared to fight. Before long, on the now ruined land of the northern suburbs, there was one more corpse. "You have killed the subordinate of the Lord of Los Santos, the general. You have triggered the world's highest hidden mission, source of evil mission level, 8 stars, mission content. Death is approaching you, survive." After killing the man in the suit, Lin Chen triggered the mission again. Now, a battle with the general was unavoidable. This was also the battle Lin Chen had been looking forward to. What he needed to do next was to prepare as much as possible before this battle officially arrived. First, he recruited a large number of affordable street thugs and mercenaries. In the following days, these street thugs and mercenaries began frantically gathering wealth in the underground of Los Santos, which had been occupied by the Hanging Wall Gang. Including the legacies of small and medium-sized gangs, the treasuries of the 3 destroyed gangs, and many fixed assets that were resold for cash. Secondly, Lin Chen began dispatching armored warriors and futuristic tech soldiers to sweep through the legitimate industries in Los Santos. This included but was not limited to jewelry malls, gold shops, banks. As funds continuously flowed in, Lin Chen also quickly completed one side mission after another. You triggered and completed a 3-star side mission, robbing the Valito jewelry store, reward, 110 experience points, 11,000 game points. You triggered and completed a 4-star side mission, robbing the Los Santos Federal Bank, reward obtained, 150 experience points, 15,000 game points. You triggered and completed a 1-star side quest, robbing the pizza shop in East Bridge District, reward obtained, 13 experience points, 1,300 game points. During this process, the Los Santos Security Department and the military made every effort to deploy troops to stop it. But for Lin Chen now, these official forces no longer posed a threat. Just sending out 2 god-killing nuclear-powered infantry could wipe out the teams of the security department and the military. Additionally, Lin Chen invited the heads of the 3 major families and several high-ranking officials from Los Santos to a friendly discussion in the air raid shelter. Through this discussion, Lin Chen sporadically obtained some information about the general. Firstly, the general and his subordinates were not ordinary people. They were practitioners known as sin cultivators. This type of sin cultivator seems to rely on absorbing the sins produced by others to enhance their cultivation. Lin Chen speculated that this was likely the main reason the general wanted to turn Los Santos into a city of crime. The entire city was essentially a cultivation array for the general and his subordinates. Secondly, among those who were invited to the discussion, several claimed to have seen the general. However, in their descriptions, everyone who had seen the general seemed to have completely different appearances. This indicated that the general likely possessed the ability to change his appearance. Another possibility was that the general was not a single person but a code name used by multiple individuals. From his previous contact with the suited man, Lin Chen felt that the name general clearly referred to a specific target. So the former possibility was more likely. The friends in Los Santos treated Lin Chen with great enthusiasm. After the discussion, faced with countless dark gun muzzles, they insisted on giving their savings to Lin Chen. After much refusal, Lin Chen could only reluctantly accept, and his account balance increased significantly. Compared to Lin Chen's bold actions, the general's side was as silent as a sunken ship, with no movement whatsoever. Even if Lin Chen created a huge commotion in Los Santos, the general seemed to have no intention of appearing or sending someone out. What is the other side waiting for? In the air raid shelter, Lin Chen, seeing time pass day by day, couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. The time in the game cartridge world was interconnected with the real world. In the real world, he had to face not only the countdown to the college entrance examination but also a father whose fate was uncertain. Everything was going smoothly according to plan. Yet Lin Chen had become the anxious party. Vaguely, Lin Chen guessed a possibility. Is the reason the other side is not in a hurry because the current situation is exactly what the general needs? That's right. The cultivation resources needed by the general's sin cultivators are precisely sins. My current robbing and killing in Los Santos undoubtedly provides the other side with a large amount of sins. Not just now, but since entering Los Santos, my actions have continuously brought a large amount of sins to this city. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a chill down his back. He thought of a possibility that was extremely terrifying and one he was very unwilling to believe. However, following this possibility, he increasingly found it reasonable. Moreover, Lin Chen also noticed an extremely important point of suspicion. Something's not right. There's another thing that's very wrong. The battle between me and the A-Corps. How did the general predict my victory and send someone in advance to retrieve the body of the A-Corps leader? The strength I had previously displayed was clearly not a match for the A-Corps. How did he know? At this point, Lin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. A face appeared in his mind in an instant. The leader of the biker gang, Joey. In the air raid shelter, this man was the only one who had seen the god-killing nuclear-powered infantry in advance. Combining the intelligence obtained earlier, it is highly likely that the general possesses some ability to change his appearance. At that time, the one who swept into the air raid shelter was most likely that general. Moreover, the fact that the general could predict in advance that Lin Chen would go to capture the leader of the biker gang indicates that he knows Lin Chen's objective, which indirectly confirms Lin Chen's terrifying thought that he has always been part of the game. Or rather, the essence of this game is that the player acts as a pawn, completing a certain move in the general's hand. The general is fully aware of the player's purpose in this world. From the game's perspective, Lin Chen is the player, while the general, as the mastermind behind Los Santos, resembles the game's GM, the manager. He has been guiding his actions according to his own goals, thus achieving what he wants as a manager. However, Lin Chen, as a pawn, is too significant. So significant that the entire chessboard can hardly contain him. So significant that he could crush the one playing chess. If he were a normal player following the standard game process, there would be no conflict between the player and the general, and their interests would align. Although the general is the puppet master, he cannot be considered a villainous boss. In this game, he is more like a neutral character with his own objectives. In fact, before killing that suited man, Lin Chen had no reason to deal with the general. But after killing the suited man, the hidden mission was triggered. If Lin Chen wanted the reward for that 8-star mission, he needed to find and eliminate the general. With this thought, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He was the first to issue the order to stop all destruction by his troops in Los Santos, which would pause the massive generation of sins and reduce the training efficiency of the general's group. Then, he immediately activated the cheat, using the $5.5 billion in his hands to directly recruit 550 cyber-mechanical sword saints. Under the protection of these 550 cyber-mechanical sword saints, Lin Chen entered Los Santos and began searching for the biker gang leader, Joey. Arriving at the biker gang's territory, Lin Chen captured a few of Joey's underlings and inquired about Joey's whereabouts. Sure enough, since Lin Chen released Joey from the air raid shelter, Joey had not returned to the biker gang's territory. This made Lin Chen almost certain of his deduction. So, the question now is, where to find this general? If he has been guiding the player's actions all along, the most likely place for the general to be. Images from the game flashed continuously in Lin Chen's mind. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen appeared in Los Santos, in the East Bridge district, outside his cousin Sonia's 2-story villa. Pushing the door open and entering the courtyard, his cousin was currently barbecuing with a few underlings on the lawn. Upon seeing Lin Chen arrive, Sonia immediately stood up and opened his arms. "My dear cousin, I haven't seen you in days. How have you been in Los Santos? The situation has been a bit chaotic lately, you better not run around." Lin Chen, however, stepped back and did not embrace Sonia. He smiled faintly and asked, "Cousin, I have a question for you." Sonia awkwardly withdrew his arms, picked up a bottle of beer from the table, and smiled, "Ask away. What do you not understand about this city?" "Lin Chen, what is your cousin's name?" Instantly, Sonia's smile froze on his face. Lin Chen pulled up a chair, took a skewer of grilled meat from the plate to taste, and sat down with his legs crossed. "General, stop acting, let's have a good chat." Although Lin Chen's purpose for coming was for the mission reward, he was equally curious about the general's true intentions. He had a vague feeling that what was hidden behind this was either related to the worldview of this world or concerned the very essence of the tape world. Sonia's expression changed. In the next moment, he transformed into the taxi driver who had initially brought Lin Chen into Los Santos. Is this the general's true appearance, or perhaps these identities and appearances were all created and played by the general? The general stood up, dark energy swirling around him, and laughed. "I must admit, you have truly brought me too many surprises. Among so many parallel worlds, you are the only outsider who has achieved this level. However, we are not beings of the same dimension, so there's not much to discuss. The sins you brought are enough for me to complete breaking the cage. Now, I give you two choices. 1. Achieve your goal and leave this world. 2. I will personally send you away." In the courtyard, many of Sonia's underlings also changed their appearances. Dark energy surrounded them, and a fierce light appeared in their eyes, as if they could pounce at any moment. The general's words contained a vast amount of information. However, he seemed unwilling to explain the intent behind this information, nor did he plan to give Lin Chen time to ponder it slowly. As the general approached, ready to strike at any moment, the next question became simpler. In the game, who is stronger, the wall hacker or the GM? Well, generally, it depends on the specific situation. But at least in this game, the wall hacker is somewhat stronger. Die! The general roared. The overwhelming dark energy surged forward, and he seemed to transform into a demonic god, charging towards Lin Chen. He was indeed a man of his word, following through on what he said. Zing! Just as he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared. As if by the power of his words, the general himself died. Moments after the 550 cyber-mechanical sword saints appeared, only Lin Chen remained in the entire courtyard, drinking and eating meat by the barbecue grill. The general was strong, far stronger than the god-killing nuclear-powered infantry. Given enough time and enough sins, perhaps he could match a cyber-mechanical sword saint. Unfortunately, Lin Chen was pressed for time and did not intend to continue playing. Just before dying, the general pointed a finger downward, seemingly wanting to say something. But before he could speak, he had already passed away. However, it no longer mattered. Lin Chen's gains from this game had already been plentiful. Kill the mastermind behind Los Santos. The general, you have completed the highest hidden mission, Source of Evil reward. King level combat skill book, Lord of Original Sin learning level requirement LV20. You have achieved the hidden achievement. The new King of Los Santos. All completion rewards doubled. In the day that followed, Lin Chen completed as many side quests as possible in Los Santos, earning a large amount of experience points and game cards. At the same time, he also attempted to send people out of the Los Santos area to explore other parts of this world. However, whether by air, waterway, or land, as soon as he approached the boundary of Los Santos, Lin Chen would receive a prompt that he could not leave the game area and an invisible barrier would block him. He tried to bomb the barrier like in the Plants vs. Zombies world, but the attacks from his subordinates would pass right through the barrier, as if the barrier did not exist at all. With most of the tasks in the city completed and realizing he could not leave Los Santos to explore other parts of the world, Lin Chen went to the headquarters of the biker gang and expressed his desire to become the leader of the gang. The gang members naturally did not dare to defy the new mastermind of Los Santos. Lin Chen only said a couple of sentences and participated in a leader handover ceremony, easily achieving the requirements for game completion. You have completed this game. You will receive double the completion rewards as follows: game points card X500000 experience 5000 points item, Iron Blood Physique Enhancement Potion improved version X1 equipment, Dark Alloy Electromagnetic Power Armor Quality, Epic Elite Combat. Skill book, Blood Gathering / Learning Level Restriction LV20. The additional rewards you obtained in the game are game points card X28520000 experience 28520 points equipment, Crown of Sin quality, Epic equipment. Otherworldly Blade, Weeping Blood quality, Legendary King level combat skill book, Lord of Original Sin learning level restriction LV20 rewards have been issued to your storage space. Silently exit to return to the real world. Equipment quality sequence, normal, good, excellent, rare, epic, legendary, holy, mythical combat skill book quality sequence, beginner, normal, elite, king, God of War. Seeing that there was nothing more worth exploring in the game, Lin Chen focused his thoughts and silently exited. His vision began to rise. Soon, Lin Chen's perspective reached a high point above Los Santos. He vaguely saw thick black mist enveloping the entire city. In the next moment, the ocean surrounding Los Santos began to churn. Beneath the sea, a terrifyingly large infant suddenly swallowed the entire city in one gulp. It laughed maniacally, as if it had just devoured a delicious cookie. This horrifying scene made Lin Chen's scalp tingle slightly. Suddenly, he recalled the meaning of the general's finger pointing downward before his death. It turned out that the greatest secret of Los Santos was hidden beneath the sea. Lin Chen had been trying to explore areas outside of Los Santos to find a way to unravel the game's worldview. He never expected that the key to unlocking the final mystery of this world was hidden beneath the sea. Aside from the most secretive worldview that remains unsolved, I have basically explored all the other game content available, and the rewards I've earned are quite generous, which is already very good. A slight sense of regret rose in his heart as Lin Chen comforted himself. In the next second, his figure completely disappeared from the cartridge world. Exiting the current game cartridge world, game points card has been credited. Other rewards have been issued to your storage space. Acquiring experience points. Experience points acquisition complete. Your level has increased to LV4. Your level has increased to LV5. Your level has increased to LV6. Your level has increased to LV22. You have gained a new skill slot. You have gained a new skill slot after exiting the game. The continuous level up notifications left Lin Chen's head buzzing. His physical abilities began to increase at an extremely noticeable speed. Moments later, he had already reached a level far beyond that of an ordinary person. Raising his wrist, Lin Chen glanced at the bracelet on his hand. Name, Lin Chen level, LV2225003800 game points card 3392000 points. After this game that lasted for dozens of days, Lin Chen's level had reached LV22. At this level, not to mention in school, even within the entire range of Cloud City, it was questionable whether anyone could surpass Lin Chen. With Lin Chen's current level, even without a single combat skill, he could instantly register as one of the most distinguished esports players at the Esports Guild. Moreover, numerous esports teams and companies would offer high prices to recruit him. It could be said that after finishing this game, Lin Chen had already become a person above others in this world. With over 3 million game points, he no longer had to worry about any issues regarding living expenses. Awesome! Lin Chen leaned back on the sofa, letting out a long breath. Yeah. On the balcony, the pea-shooter mother was delighted to see Lin Chen return and called out happily. Just then, feeling a bit urgent, Lin Chen got up and watered the pea-shooter mother. After that, he glanced at the calendar. Currently, there were still 6 days until the college entrance examination began. No time to rest. I need to boost my combat power first to save Dad. What a hassle. Otherwise, let him fend for himself. And it's been so many days already, maybe Dad has already passed away. The dutiful son Lin Chen thought to himself. However, he still felt it was his father. Although he hadn't met him since crossing over and had no emotional connection, if he could save him, he still wanted to do it symbolically. Lin Chen focused his thoughts and opened his storage space. After a significant level increase, the volume of Lin Chen's storage space had also become enormous. Inside the vast space, only a few items were placed, making it look somewhat empty. Aside from the 2 skill books left over from before, Advanced Botany and Summon Zombie, the other items in the storage space were all rewards Lin Chen had obtained from the game this time. These included a bottle of pink potion, a set of armor, a katana, a crown, and 2 skill books. Lin Chen picked up the bottle of pink potion. Ironblood Physique Enhancement Agent Improved Version, effectively enhances physical strength. Although the efficacy has been significantly weakened after improvement, all side effects of the potion have been eliminated, making it safe to use. Seeing there were no side effects, Lin Chen was not picky. He raised the bottle and tilted it back, pouring the pink potion directly into his mouth. Instantly, his whole body tensed and his muscle cells felt as if they had been fully activated, bursting forth with intense vitality. Although the physical function improvement brought by the level increase was also quite obvious, it was clearly not as strong as the effect of this potion. The enhancement from leveling up was a more balanced improvement across various aspects, while this potion was more focused on enhancing muscle strength. His muscles visibly bulged, and even his height seemed to increase a bit. What had once been a merely proportionate figure had transformed into a tall and strong one, a surge of powerful energy flooding his entire body. Brr! Feels good. After feeling his hard body and adjusting slightly, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then, Lin Chen began to check the attributes of the 3 pieces of equipment. Equipment: Dark Alloy Electromagnetic Power Armor Quality, Epic Effect. Wearing it significantly enhances speed, burst, and strength, with astonishing defense. Description: the exclusive battle armor of a troop officer, made from rare dark alloy, equipped with a special electromagnetic core engine, allowing the wearer to unleash powerful strength. The tight-fitting design is also very convenient for movement usage restriction. Level LV15, Equipment: Crown of Sin Quality, Epic Effect. Wearing it, you will bear the sins of the entire Los Santos, greatly enhancing the power of all damaging skills. Description: the crown of the underground king of Los Santos. To wear its crown, one must bear its weight. Are you ready to carry all the sins? Usage restriction: the wearer must have a low sense of morality. Equipment: Blood Crying Blade Quality, Legendary Effect. A powerful abnormal weapon that can significantly enhance the user's combat power. In battle, this weapon can also absorb the blood of enemies or the wielder, evolving into a more powerful killing form. Description: it is said that in a certain destroyed island nation, a knife stood atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. No one knows the reason for the destruction of this island nation until one day, someone saw this knife piercing a person's abdomen out of thin air, drinking their blood. Usage restriction: level LV20. An epic set of armor, an epic headpiece, and a legendary weapon. All 3 pieces of equipment were very practical. Moreover, the strength of the equipment was quite impressive. Although in this game city, equipment can be artificially crafted, its value is somewhat inferior to that of skill books. However, equipment above the epic level can only be crafted by the top-tier high-level blacksmiths in the country, making it quite rare. Therefore, epic level equipment still holds its value in the market, with a single piece costing at least 5 to 600,000 game points, while legendary level equipment rarely appears on the market and often requires participation in high-end auctions to acquire. Lin Chen donned the Dark Alloy Electromagnetic Power Armor and immediately felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through his body. With a slight push of his feet, he shot forward 7 or 8 meters. Holding the, he sensed the bloody taste and power emanating from the blade and gave it a slight swing. Buzz! The air in front of him was instantly stirred up by a wave of force. These 2 pieces of equipment were undoubtedly excellent treasures. At this stage, they could significantly enhance Lin Chen's combat power. The only regret Lin Chen had was the epic level headgear, the Sinful Crown. In the last column of the equipment description, there was a usage restriction. Usage restriction. The wearer must have a low sense of morality. Lin Chen helplessly spread his hands. Sigh, a person with such high morals like me will probably never have the chance to use this equipment in my lifetime. I'll find an opportunity to sell it when I get back. He tried to put the Sinful Crown on his head. Detected that the equipment user has an extremely low sense of morality. The effect of Sinful Crown will be amplified to a certain extent. Lin Chen. After all, it's a good thing that the equipment can be used. Lin Chen stored the 3 pieces of equipment back into his storage space, then took out the 2 skill books. One was elite level, and the other was king level. In this game city, elite level combat skill books could fetch sky-high prices. King level combat skill books were even more extremely rare. Even those high-level esports players would go crazy for a king level combat skill book. A king level combat skill book could already be considered an invaluable treasure. And Lin Chen, in just one game, had directly earned 1 elite level and 1 king level. He tried to open the first book. Combat skill book, blood gathering / quality, elite level learning requirement, level LV20 skill type, active damage skill effect, gather a portion of the blood burning in the body to unleash a powerful slash. The skill damage is related to the user's physical strength and blood quality. Blood gathering / is a powerful active damage skill. Such skills are considered very practical among combat skills. Although the setting of burning blood is a bit ridiculous, skills that require greater limitations often have more outstanding power. Lin Chen thought for a moment and directly learned this skill. As the skill book transformed into light points and surged into his body, a prompt appeared. Ding! You have learned the skill blood gathering / skill bar 14 blood gathering / elite level. The initial skill bar only has 1 skill slot. When upgraded to LV10, the second slot will unlock. When upgraded to LV20, the third slot will unlock. However, because Lin Chen previously cracked the worldview of the Plants vs. Zombies world, he gained an extra skill slot, so he now has 1 more skill slot than others of the same level. After learning blood gathering / Lin Chen picked up the other king level skill book. Combat skill book, Lord of Original Sin quality, king level learning requirement, level LV20 skill type, passive growth skill effect, control your own sin power, which can be used to enhance attack or comprehensively improve your combat power. After learning the skill, any criminal or unethical behavior will enhance your sin power. The king level combat skill Lord of Original Sin gave Lin Chen a great surprise. This type of growth type passive skill is undoubtedly the rarest among many combat skills, and its potential is also the greatest. Lin Chen did not hesitate and immediately learned. Ding! You have learned the skill Lord of Original Sin. Skill slots 24 blood gathering / elite level Lord of Original Sin king level. The 4 skill slots were barely half filled. In his hands, although there were still 2 skill books, the ordinary level Summon Zombie and the life skill Advanced Botany were of little significance to him, and he did not plan to learn them. After reviewing the obtained equipment and learning the skills, Lin Chen immediately began to work on the plan. Rescue Grandpa Lin Yuan. He picked up his phone and took a quick glance. There were more than a dozen missed calls, most of which were from Lu Zhou, with a few from the school. There was no call from his mom, so it seemed she was still stuck in the tape world. Besides the calls, there were also 2 text messages from 2 girls in his class wanting to ask him out. Clearly, his good grades in the final exams had significantly increased his appeal to the opposite sex. Which one should I call first? Realizing his thoughts were drifting again, Lin Chen quickly slapped his cheek. The situation is urgent. It's not the time for romance. I should prioritize Grandpa. Ignoring the missed calls and messages, Lin Chen immediately redialed the number his dad had called from, but the response was that the number was temporarily unavailable. On his dad's side, he might have been afraid of being tracked by signals, so after making the call, he directly removed the SIM card and perhaps even discarded the phone. What should I do? Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to go directly to the service center to check the location from which his dad had called him. He put on a mask and a hat and went out. On the way, he planned to try doing some mischief to enhance the effect of his skill Lord of Original Sin. As he went downstairs, he saw someone had piled garbage bags at the door. Evil flying kick. Lin Chen went up and kicked over the garbage bags, scattering trash everywhere, including some yellow-stained tissues and the large wings of something blood-red. Immediately, a wisp of black energy surged up. Lin Chen's sin power increased slightly. When he reached the ground floor, he saw 2 small dogs in the community playing a stacking game. Evil roar. Lin Chen quietly approached and howled. The dog on top was so scared it shrank back. Another wisp of black energy surged up. Lin Chen's sin power increased again. Walking onto the road, he saw an old lady slowly crossing the street with a cane. After about 5 minutes, she finally made it to the other side. Lin Chen went up, picked up the old lady, and returned her to the starting point, shouting, "Evil teleportation technique." The old lady was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, black energy surged wildly from Lin Chen, and his Sin power strengthened again. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Chen arrived at a nearby service center and successfully obtained the address from which his father made the last call. For an ordinary person, it would definitely not be easy to find such private information. However, Lin Chen was no ordinary person now. His level had reached LV22, possibly even higher than the level of the Lord of Yun City. In this game city where level determines social status, the conveniences brought by high levels were almost everywhere. Those officially recognized high-level esports players even had a certain number of misfire quotas each year. Huai City, Eastern Old District. Following the address he obtained, Lin Chen immediately booked a flight for that night. To avoid unnecessary trouble, before returning to the community, Lin Chen also bought a white-haired wig and a pair of large frame glasses, disguising himself as a shaky old man as he walked into the community. Little did he know, he had barely returned home when a knock on the door immediately echoed. Peering through the peephole, he saw several men in black outside. Leading them was the woman who had broken into Lin Chen's house a few nights ago. "Hello, we are from the Investigation Bureau and would like to consult you about some matters." A woman was knocking on the door while speaking. It seems this group has been lurking in the shadows, watching everyone coming in and out of this building. Lin Chen immediately realized what was happening, but he wasn't flustered. With his current strength, he could probably rank in the upper middle tier of the entire esports community in the Great Xia. These little lackeys sent to find him posed no threat. So, Lin Chen put on a loose coat to cover his strong muscles. Then, he opened the door with a smile, wearing a white-haired hood and large frame glasses that obscured half of his face, and in a hoarse voice, hunched over, said, "Yo, big girl, what's the matter?" The woman in black twitched at Lin Chen's address but still managed to smile and said, "Sir, we are from the Investigation Bureau. Due to an important case, we conducted a check on all the residents of this building a few days ago. You weren't here at the time, so we couldn't ask you. Today, we need your cooperation to fill out a statement." Saying this, she took out a fake ID and waved it in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen scratched his head under the hood and raised his hands in surrender, saying, "Yo, I'm just a tired good citizen. Ask whatever you want, and I'll definitely cooperate fully." Looking at the old man in front of her, the woman in black felt a bit strange, but she didn't think much of it at the moment. After clearing her throat, she pretended to take out a notebook and began to write while asking, "Do you know the person living next door to you?" The old man Lin Chen nodded, "Of course. Isn't that the handsome, charming, graceful, well-groomed, outstanding, spirited, tall and strong, good-looking young man Lin Chen?" The woman in black. The woman in black. "So, do you know his whereabouts?" "According to our information, classmate Lin Chen has been missing for half a month now, and both the school and his parents are frantic. If you can provide any information, please let me know." "Let me think." The old man Lin Chen showed a thoughtful expression. 1 second, 10 seconds, 1 minute. After a while, he suddenly shouted. This shout came suddenly and swiftly. It startled all the black-clad individuals. "Have you thought of something?" The woman in black, not caring about her disheveled appearance, quickly asked. The old man Lin Chen nodded. "I remember, a while ago, he seemed to have encountered some trouble and said he wanted to find a place to hide." The woman in black, seeing hope for information, immediately brightened and asked, "Did he say where he planned to hide?" The old man furrowed his brows, trying hard to recall, and then suddenly exclaimed, "Right. He seemed to say he was going to hide on the East Shijialing of Binyang Road. You should go over there and search thoroughly. It's best to bring a shovel." "Great. Thank you so much." The woman, who initially had no expectations, immediately showed a look of great joy upon hearing this. After thanking the old man Lin Chen, she rushed off with her team towards the East Shijialing of Binyang Road. Watching them hurriedly leave, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. What a responsible comrade. He returned to the house, lay down on the sofa, and started watching a comedy show. More than an hour later, there was another knock on the door. Seeing the woman in black return with a group of subordinates, her face pale with anger, Lin Chen quickly opened the door, looking concerned, and asked, "So, big girl, did you find the person?" The woman in black gritted her teeth and said, "Sir, the address you gave me seems to be a graveyard." Lin Chen scratched his head. "Huh? That kid Lin Chen went to live in a graveyard? This kid is too much. I haven't even bought my own grave yet, and he's already gone straight to the point." The woman in black was speechless, barely holding back her anger as she continued, "Please think carefully again. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? We went to Shijialing and didn't find Lin Chen." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen once again showed a thoughtful expression, and after a moment, his eyes widened. "Oh. It seems I remembered wrong. He must be talking about the factory at number 22, Jinxiang Road, east suburb of Yuncheng." "Think carefully again. Are you sure?" "I'm sure. I guarantee with this hood of mine, it's definitely that place." With a definite answer, the woman in black calmed down a bit. No longer wasting words, she directly led her people towards the factory at number 22, Jinxiong Road, east suburb of Yuncheng. Lin Chen returned to the house and continued watching TV. Another hour passed. Lin Chen checked the time and thought it was about time to head to the airport. Just as he was preparing to leave, the woman in black returned with a group of subordinates and knocked on the door. As soon as Lin Chen opened the door, he immediately pinched his nose. "What's that smell? So stinky." The woman in black suppressed the urge to punch Lin Chen in the face, her expression extremely dark, her eyes blazing with anger. "Are you messing with us? The address you gave is nothing but a cesspool, isn't it? I'm telling you, interfering with the investigation like this could lead to legal consequences." Seeing the woman in black getting anxious, Lin Chen stopped babbling nonsense and smiled. "Miss, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that your investigation process is wrong." "Ha?" The woman in black was taken aback. "You just showed me an ID. How can I be sure you're from the investigation team? If I just give you the information like this, what if you're some perverted female sex fiend? Wouldn't that harm that handsome, charming, graceful, well-mannered, outstanding, spirited, tall and strong, good-looking young man Lin Chen? You at least need to show me your identity bracelet. The information on the identity bracelet needs to match the information on your ID for me to confirm you're from the investigation team," Lin Chen said with righteous indignation. The woman in black thought for a moment and felt that there was indeed some truth to it. Moreover, the fake ID she used had her real name, so she wasn't afraid of it being cross-checked with the identity bracelet. So, she revealed the bracelet and handed it to Lin Chen, impatiently saying, "Look, after you're done, you better give me an explanation." Name, Song Xiuxiu level, LV 12771250 game points, 58,050 points. After confirming that the other party's level was far lower than his own, Lin Chen finally felt at ease. "You want an explanation, right?" In front of the group of people in black, he directly took off the hood and glasses. Then, under the stunned gaze of the black-clad group, slap. A big slap landed directly on the woman in black's face. Seeing the woman in black spinning and flying out, Lin Chen sneered, "Level 12 trash, what's your dad's dog called?" Boom! Watching their leader suddenly fly out like a top, crashing into the wall and spitting blood on the ground, the group of black-clad individuals was utterly shocked, momentarily frozen in place. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't stand there waiting for them to react slowly. Bang! Another punch was thrown, and the nearest black-clad person had their head knocked sideways, their neck broken and dead. Bang! Boom! He sidestepped and kicked again. A black-clad person beside him was violently kicked against the wall. The immense force dented the wall. The black-clad person was embedded into the large pit in the wall. In the blink of an eye, 3 people fell, and only then did the remaining black-clad individuals come to their senses. "Kill him! Kill him!" Someone overcame their fear, shouted, and charged at Lin Chen. Bang! Lin Chen punched their chest, caving it in, their hearts shattered. Others recognized the gap in strength and chose to flee. Boom! Lin Chen delivered a flying kick, directly embedding their head into the wall. There was no need for fancy techniques, Lin Chen relied solely on pure strength and speed. Having reached LV22, Lin Chen's physical strength already far exceeded that of ordinary people. After drinking a bottle of Iron Blood Physique Enhancement Potion, his physical quality surpassed the current level standards. Even without using skills or equipment, Lin Chen could easily deal with this group of level 12 small fry. In just a few seconds, the entire team of black-clad individuals was wiped out. A thick swirl of black mist surged into Lin Chen's body during this process. Killing clearly enhanced his sin power much more than crimes like helping an old lady cross the street. The black mist lingered as he attempted to channel the significantly increased sin power into himself. In an instant, a more abundant sense of strength surged up. Strengthening oneself and amplifying skills were the two main uses of sin power. He flicked his wrist slightly, dispersing the black mist enveloping him. Lin Chen stored the bodies of the black-clad men in his storage space, briefly tidied up the scene, and then immediately set off for the airport to catch his flight. He wasn't worried that slaughtering a group of black-clad men would lead to serious consequences because conventional laws did not apply to esports players. Although he had not yet become an officially recognized esports player, his level 22 status was significant. Relevant laws and regulations would not treat him as a civilian. Once categorized as an esports player, killing a few people would hardly be a big deal. As long as the perpetrator could prove they acted in self-defense rather than committing random murder, they would likely just have to pay a fine. While various countries had law enforcement organizations targeting esports players, as long as things didn't get too out of hand, these organizations often turned a blind eye to conflicts among esports players. More often than not, they would let the forces behind the esports players negotiate their own resolutions. Overall, the world of esports players was a colder, more strength-oriented realm. On the flight to Hawaii City, Lin Chen reclined in the spacious and comfortable first-class seat, comfortably propping up his legs. "Sir, would you like a drink?" A beautiful flight attendant with fair skin and long legs approached with a smile. Lin Chen asked, "Do you have beer tea?" The flight attendant paused, shaking her head. "What is that? Is it a drink?" Lin Chen explained, "Beer tea. It's a beer made specifically for children." The flight attendant. She smiled, "I'm sorry, we don't have that. Is there anything else you'd like to drink?" Lin Chen inquired, what are the options?" The flight attendant maintained her smile, soda, adult beverages, various freshly squeezed juices. Lin Chen nodded, "Is there juice? Alright, then give me a cup of durian juice." The flight attendant. Her smile faltered slightly, "If you drink that, the other passengers on the plane won't be able to handle it." "I'm really sorry, we don't have durian juice either." With nothing available, Lin Chen felt a bit displeased and said, "Then forget the drinks, just get me something to eat." The flight attendant sighed in relief. "Okay, what would you like to eat?" Lin Chen thought for a moment. "I heard there's something called Nyotemori in foreign lands, where various foods are arranged on a girl's body." The flight attendant's mouth twitched. "Could you please request something that doesn't touch on morals or violate the law?" Lin Chen helplessly shook his head. "Alright, then just grab something to eat and drink at random. This first-class cabin is so lacking, it's ridiculous. This plane is really disappointing." "Okay, please wait a moment." The flight attendant walked away, gritting her teeth. In this world, planes were generally divided into 3 classes. The first was the cheapest economy class. The second was the first-class cabin where Lin Chen was, which had a slightly higher ticket price. Lastly, there was the super first-class cabin specifically set up for esports players. The super first-class cabin couldn't be accessed just by paying. One had to be an officially recognized esports player to use it. It was said that the service in the super first-class cabin far exceeded that of first class. Nothing available. First class is just like this. I wonder what the super first-class cabin is like. Lin Chen stroked his chin, feeling a bit curious. Noticing that the door ahead had not closed, Lin Chen stood up and tried to make his way toward the super first-class cabin. Fatally, he heard the sounds of men and women coming from that direction. 2 minutes later, Lin Chen quietly returned, swallowed hard, and praised, as expected of the super class, "It really can be super. No way, after the college entrance examination, I must get certified by the esports union. I want to be an esports player too. I want to sit in the super class." 2 hours later, when Lin Chen arrived in Hawaii City, it was already deep into the night. "First, find a place to stay, and tomorrow we'll go to the eastern old town to gather information about Dad," Lin Chen planned. Considering the other party's vast influence, which might constantly monitor the accommodation records in Hawaii City, Lin Chen decided not to stay in a regular hotel. He went to a small alley in the commercial area near the airport, waved to a woman dressed provocatively who was standing by the street smoking, and asked, "How much for a night?" The woman glanced at Lin Chen, yawned, and said, 500 points, but since you look quite energetic, they'll charge you 400. Lin Chen asked, "Is there a place?" The woman smiled, "Yes, let's go." Following the woman, Lin Chen walked deeper into the alley. Just a few steps in, a familiar voice suddenly called out to him, "Son." Lin Chen turned around and saw a similarly dressed blonde woman, but her leg hair was thick and long, quite eye-catching. Realizing that this woman was calling him, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. In the next second, the blonde woman pulled off her hood, revealing a head of black hair, and her chiseled handsome face was fully displayed in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. "Dad?" The person dressed like a streetwalker was actually his father, Lin Yuan. Meeting in this state was also quite embarrassing for Lin Yuan. Lin Chen clenched his fists, almost crying out of heartache, "Damn it! I still came too late. Dad, tell me, who on earth is so cruel to turn you into this and throw you onto the street to do such things?" "It's okay, Dad, you don't have to feel ashamed. Even if my uncle is gone, you will always be my dad." Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan quickly shook his pants. "No, son, you misunderstood. My brother is still here. I voluntarily dressed like this." Lin Chen was taken aback. "So, I rushed over here in a hurry to save you, and you were here playing cross-dressing cosplay? That's a long story." Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, waving his hand and speaking softly, "Come on, follow me, it's not safe on the street." After sending the woman away, Lin Chen followed Lin Yuan into a dark room in the alley. He pressed the light switch and a few glimmers of light appeared in the dim, narrow room. Lin Yuan took off the women's clothing he was wearing, washed off the makeup on his face, and frowned at Lin Chen, saying, "How did you end up here? Didn't I tell you to find a place to hide?" Lin Chen smiled, "What can I say? I can't just stand by and watch my own dad die, can I?" Lin Yuan sighed, still wearing a reproachful expression, but the moisture welling up in his eyes couldn't hide the touch he felt inside. He asked in a low voice, "Son, where's your mom?" Lin Chen shook his head. "Haven't been in touch, she should still be in the cartridge world." "What exactly is going on with you?" How did you get into such big trouble? Who did you offend? Lin Yuan sighed heavily again and began to explain the ins and outs of the situation to Lin Chen. Lin Yuan had offended one of the top 10 esports clubs in Huai City, the Three-Eyed Club. The incident began 6 months ago when the Three-Eyed Club commissioned Lin Yuan to excavate a relic. At that time, Lin Yuan successfully unearthed the club's target, which was an ancient game cartridge. With his high-level archaeology skills, Lin Yuan recognized the immense value of this cartridge. However, such cartridges needed to be gathered in multiple pieces to reveal their value. Until they were gathered, they were essentially scrap and could not be verified for authenticity. So, during the final handover, Lin Yuan played a trick and submitted a counterfeit he had forged, while secretly keeping the genuine item hidden at home, preparing to sell it at an opportune moment. Initially, the people from the Three-Eyed Club did not notice the anomaly of the counterfeit cartridge, but somehow, 6 months later, they suddenly approached Lin Yuan again, demanding he hand over the genuine ancient game cartridge and took him to Huai City. Lin Yuan dared not defy the Three-Eyed Club, so he submitted another counterfeit he had forged. While the Three-Eyed Club was busy verifying the authenticity of the cartridge, he seized the opportunity to escape from their supervision. Then, he called Lin Chen, and after that, he went into hiding, fleeing around Huai City. Lin Chen was somewhat bewildered upon hearing this. He had thought his father was a pure victim suffering from the oppression of the esports club. But after listening to the whole story, Lin Chen sincerely remarked, "Dad, you really are something." Lin Yuan's face darkened. "What do you mean by that? Isn't this just pure self-sabotage? For that cartridge, risking our whole family's lives, was it worth it? Besides, the item originally belonged to them. Why not just hand over the cartridge directly?" Lin Chen couldn't help but retort. Lin Yuan shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to hand it over, but I can't. The situation has developed to this point. Handing over the cartridge now would be a dead end for us. Do you really think the esports club is that easy to deal with? After deceiving them, do you think they would just forgive me if I returned the item? If it were that simple, why would they have pulled me to Huai City for house arrest? Right now, they can't get that cartridge, which gives us a bit of safety. If they get it, then my value is gone, and they would have no qualms about coming after us." Lin Chen realized this, but after a moment of thought, couldn't help but say, "Then why didn't you just avoid scamming them in the first place? You're a perfectly good archaeologist. Why engage in these deceitful acts?" Lin Yuan sighed with a hint of nostalgia. "If I don't scam, where do you think our upscale apartment comes from? Where do you think our sports car comes from? Where do you think your future wife comes from?" A series of questions left Lin Chen momentarily stunned, and he stammered, Mom gave birth to me." Lin Yuan. Sighing, Lin Yuan continued, "Moreover, your mother works in the medical field and earns a lot, plus her family has some background. If I don't earn enough, what dignity as a man do I have left? What family status do I have? Alas, you're still too young. You don't understand the hardships of adult men." Lin Chen. Although Lin Yuan's explanation was logical and emotionally charged, it still didn't change the fact that he was at fault from the start. Lin Chen had come with the intention of seeking justice for his father. Unexpectedly, the conflict arose because his father had made the first move. In less than half an hour, the image of the upright intellectual father in Lin Chen's mind was completely overturned. Sigh. Lin Chen sighed with mixed feelings and then asked, "So what was the meaning of you standing on the street dressed like that?" Lin Yuan pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and said, "I have a friend who is an information dealer. From him, I learned that the Three-Eyed Club is not united internally. The three founders have been in constant internal conflict, and aside from the boss Zhang who previously commissioned me, the other two have no interest in the ancient game cartridge at all." Hearing Lin Yuan say this, Lin Chen vaguely guessed his intentions, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Lin Yuan's next words confirmed his guess. "So, as long as we deal with that boss Zhang, the Three-Eyed Club will have no reason to spend energy dealing with us anymore, and our whole family can be free from danger at its source." Goodness. Not only did he want to deceive the esports club, but he also planned to assassinate esports players as an ordinary person? Lin Chen was momentarily at a loss for how to evaluate his honest and simple-minded father. Lin Yuan continued, "According to the information from my friend, I learned that boss Zhang has a little quirk. He comes to this alley a few times a year to indulge himself. Just like those wealthy people who eat delicacies all day long occasionally try some coarse grains. Having spent years in high-end clubs, boss Zhang inevitably wants to go down to the countryside to experience the people's sentiments. Moreover, to avoid losing face, he usually doesn't bring his subordinates when he comes to the alley, and he is almost completely unguarded during these times. Right here and now, this is undoubtedly the best opportunity for me to take action." After hearing Lin Yuan's full explanation, Lin Chen finally understood why his father was cross-dressing in the alley. Although this behavior was still quite perverse, at least it was understandable. Lin Chen plopped down on the bed, glanced at his father, and asked, "So, are you planning to stay here on stakeout from now on?" Lin Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "This is the best solution I could think of." Lin Chen scratched his head. "But I have the college entrance exam in 5 days. Lin Yuan flicked the ash from his cigarette and pondered. "It's obvious that Boss Zhang's people will be lying in wait at the exam venue. If you can pass the esports line and get into an esports university, you'll receive protection from the university and you won't have to worry about their threats anymore. By the way, how did you do in your final exams?" Lin Chen replied, "First in the grade." Lin Yuan kicked Lin Chen's leg. "I'm talking about serious matters, be serious." Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen silent, Lin Yuan thought he had done poorly and was embarrassed to say so he sighed. "How about this, you shouldn't go back to Yun City for now. Tomorrow, they'll find you a place to stay in Huai City and then." Lin Chen waved his hand to interrupt Lin Yuan, asking, "Dad, how strong is Boss Zhang?" "Around level 20, probably not even 20. Why do you ask that?" Lin Chen said, "I have a way to make Boss Zhang forgive you." Lin Yuan exhaled, patiently saying, "Go on. Burn him some more paper money." Seeing his son seriously say this nonsensical thing, Lin Yuan was so amused he almost laughed. "The problem is, he's not dead yet. If I burn him paper money, he won't receive it." Lin Chen extended his wrist, displaying his identity bracelet. Name, Lin Chen level, LV 2225003800 game points, 3,385,000 points. Lin Yuan was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and leaned in for a closer look. After a moment of silence, "Holy crap, son!" Lin Yuan exclaimed. Upon hearing that his father wanted to be self-sufficient, Lin Chen tentatively asked, "Should I go out first?" Ignoring Lin Chen's teasing, Lin Yuan excitedly said, "What's going on? Son, how did you suddenly level up to such a high level?" Lin Chen truthfully replied, "I'm using hacks." Lin Yuan's eyes widened. "Could it be that you've awakened some powerful gaming talent? Or have you had some adventures during this time that I don't know about?" Lin Chen, "No. It's just purely using hacks." Lin Yuan patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. "It seems my son has really grown up. He has secrets he can't share with his old man." Lin Chen, No, I already said it, it's just using hacks." Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. "It's fine, son, if you don't want to say more, I won't ask. The most important thing right now is to deal with the threat from Boss Zhang." Lin Chen directly expressed his thoughts. "You should contact your informant friend again to get Boss Zhang's location information. He'll go over and take him out, then you can go home to find your wife, and he'll go home to find my mom. Everyone will be happy." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan still felt a bit worried. "Although your level is higher than his, in terms of equipment, skills, and combat experience, you might not necessarily be stronger. How about we play it safe and wait until he comes to the alley to deal with him?" Lin Chen shook his head. "He doesn't know my strength right now. He's in the light and I'm in the dark. I can easily ambush him." He didn't want to waste any more time on this matter. With powerful equipment and skills, Lin Chen was confident in dealing with an enemy of a lower level. Moreover, he still had a very powerful trump card. Seeing Lin Chen's determination, Lin Yuan no longer argued and immediately went to the door to contact the informant using a public phone. Shortly after, he returned with a grin, "A heavenly opportunity." Just in time, the Esports Union has assigned Boss Zhang a task to eliminate escape data, and the task location is in the eastern suburbs of Huai City. Boss Zhang should appear in the eastern suburbs in the next couple of days. And he probably won't have many people with him. Escape data refers to characters or creatures that should exist in the game cartridge world but have awakened self-awareness for some reason and have broken through the limitations of the cartridge world to come into the real world. Due to the extreme instability of escape data, it can easily bring disaster to the real world. Therefore, upon discovering escaped data, the Esports Union often dispatches esports players to eliminate it immediately. Lin Chen stood up upon hearing this. "Okay, then I'll head to the eastern suburbs to set up an ambush." Lin Yuan nodded. "I'll go with you." Lin Chen shook his head. "You should stay here on the street. If you go, you won't be able to help and might become a leverage for them to threaten me." Lin Yuan thought for a moment and agreed. "Then you must be careful, don't push yourself. If there isn't a suitable opportunity to strike, don't act. We can just wait and see. Worst case, we can dress up as women together. Alright, contact me if you have new information." Imagining that scene, Lin Chen felt a chill and pushed the door out. He took a taxi, braving the night. Lin Chen headed straight for the eastern suburbs of Huai City. Although Huai City is not as developed as Yunchen, which has only a few esports clubs, it is still a third-tier city. The eastern suburbs of Huai City, apart from a town and a few villages, are mostly vast wasteland. He entered a village in the central area of the eastern suburbs. While it was still dark, Lin Chen slipped into a shed in the village and took a short nap. The next day at dawn, Lin Chen was awakened by the ringtone of his phone. Lin Yuan called to inform him, "Son, Boss Zhang has left the headquarters of the Three-Eyed Club and is currently heading towards the eastern suburbs. He only brought 2 capable subordinates with him, both around level 15. He is driving a black sedan with the license plate number 9522. Son, you must be careful, Lin Yuan repeatedly reminded him. Lin Chen immediately became alert. Okay, wait for my good news. After hanging up, Lin Chen opened his storage space and put on the dark alloy electromagnetic power armor. Then, he drew the. Lin Chen swung the knife a few times and did a set of calisthenics to warm up, adjusting his physical state to its best. Soon, a speeding black sedan zoomed past on the main road. Here it comes. Lin Chen's eyes lit up and he gathered his strength, sprinting at full speed after the sedan. The dark alloy electromagnetic power armor provided him with a powerful speed boost. At full speed, his movement could reach 110 km/h, not at all slower than a car. After chasing for a few minutes, the black sedan began to slow down and then suddenly came to a halt. Lin Chen immediately reduced his speed and crawled to hide in the wasteland a few hundred meters away. 3 people emerged from the black sedan. The leader wore a magnificent knight's armor, with a red gem shining brightly at the center. This person was likely Lin Chen's target, Boss Zhang. Behind him were 2 other men. One was tall and wore a Roman-style bronze helmet. The other was slightly frail, dressed in a robe, holding a black book in his hands. The 3 of them arrived at the edge of a lush forest, and the leader, Boss Zhang, sneered, "Stop hiding. Come out and die." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in the robe behind Boss Zhang conjured a fireball in his hands. Boom! The tiger-sized fireball instantly exploded in the forest. The flames spread rapidly. Moments later, a green figure rose from the forest. At the same time, a crisp female voice rang out, "Damn humans! You go too far." Floating in the sky was an extremely beautiful woman. She had pointed ears and wings on her back, looking less like a human and more like a creature from a game, such as an elf. She was likely the escape data. "This world is not a place for you," Boss Zhang sneered, not wasting words, and directly drew a large heavy sword from his storage space. Shadow slash. His figure suddenly flickered and in the next second he was in front of the green-clad elf. Buzz. With one sword, he struck down fiercely. The green-clad elf waved her hand, conjuring a thick tree trunk out of thin air to block. Bang! The trunk shattered. Although it barely blocked the attack, it seemed to have some connection with the green-clad elf. After the trunk was damaged, the elf's face turned pale. Turning around, the green-clad elf flapped her wings, trying to escape. Boom! Below, the man in the robe had already shot out another fireball. The green-clad elf was terrified of the flames and quickly dodged. The tall man wearing the Roman-style bronze helmet had already drawn a flying axe from his space, aiming at the direction the green-clad elf was dodging, grinning as he prepared to throw it. Put! In the next second, the flying axe fell to the ground. While the 3 were focused on dealing with the green-clad elf, Lin Chen had quietly approached, the blood-cry dagger piercing out, easily penetrating the tall man's chest. Boss Zhang and the man in the robe were momentarily stunned. Without giving them a chance to react, Lin Chen maximized the operational efficiency of the dark alloy electromagnetic power armor, his figure darting forward like a black lightning bolt. Light shield technique. Seeing Lin Chen charging at him, the man in the robe hurriedly activated his magical skill. But just as the light on his body began to flicker, a faint light shield was about to form. Put! One strike. Lin Chen directly cleaved him in half. Absorbing the blood of the 2, they glowed brightly in red. The black mist also spread around Lin Chen, enhancing his power of sin. "I seem to be quite strong." Having easily taken down the 2, Lin Chen's confidence soared. A smile on his face as he walked straight towards the last target, Boss Zhang. Legendary weapon. Feeling the terrifying power of the knife in Lin Chen's hand, Boss Zhang swallowed hard and couldn't help but step back. "What is your intention, sir? I believe I have no grievances against you, right? If I have offended you in any way, we can discuss it." Lin Chen was too lazy to waste words and activated his power of sin. The black mist instantly enveloped his entire body. With the enhancement of the black mist, Lin Chen's combat ability was raised to another level. Whoosh! A wisp of black smoke transformed into a shadow, charging straight at Boss Zhang. Bang! Boom! Boss Zhang barely managed to block the strike with his heavy sword, his body being forced back. Seeing that negotiation was impossible and realizing he was no match for his opponent, Boss Zhang quickly took advantage of the distance he had created by retreating, gritting his teeth as he pulled out a piece of talisman paper from his storage space. With a thought, the talisman ignited, and in the next moment, 2 teleportation light arrays appeared beside Boss Zhang. Energy surged above the arrays. Moments later, 2 figures emerged. One was dressed in denim, with a revolver radiating a crimson-black glow at his waist. The other figure held swords in both hands, his expression stern. "What's going on, old Zhang? Why did you use such precious teleportation talisman paper?" The man in denim wore a puzzled expression as he surveyed the surroundings. The swordsman, however, fixed his gaze on Lin Chen, fully focused and ready for battle. Lin Chen had previously learned some information about the Three-Eyed Club from his father, Lin Yuan, and he could naturally tell that the two who had arrived through the teleportation array were the other two founders of the Three-Eyed Club. Seeing the three of them facing him, all adopting a defensive stance, Lin Chen couldn't help but wonder, aren't you three always embroiled in internal strife with poor relations? Knight's Blessing. A flash of light appeared in Boss Zhang's left hand, and three enhancement auras simultaneously enveloped the three of them. He sneered, if you don't throw some bait into the water, how can you lure out rotten fish like you with ill intentions? Converging bullets. The cowboy man drew his gun, a surge of crimson-black energy gathering at the muzzle. Although I'm not clear on the specifics, let's take him down first, and then you can explain slowly, old Zhang. The swordsman also exhibited energy fluctuations in his feet, clearly activating some kind of skill. The three members of the Three-Eyed Club were all around level 20. Especially the swordsman, who was said to have reached level 22, matching Lin Chen's level. Given the current situation, it would be extremely difficult for Lin Chen to win against three opponents. Even attempting to escape safely posed a certain level of danger. However, I didn't plan to use this so soon. Lin Chen sighed and reached into his storage space to retrieve his last piece of equipment. It was a crown. The Crown of Sin. Equipment, Crown of Sin quality, epic effect, upon wearing, you will bear the sins of all Los Santos, significantly enhancing the power of all damaging skills. Description, the crown of the underground king of Los Santos. To wear its crown, one must bear its weight. Are you ready to carry all sins? Usage restriction, the wearer must have a low sense of morality. Just looking at this equipment, it wasn't particularly strong. Its main effect was simply to enhance the power of damaging skills. However, before this effect, there was a very inconspicuous effect. You will bear the sins of all Los Santos. This meant that after equipping this crown, Lin Chen's own sins would reach a completely different level. Moreover, the power of sin that his skilled Lord of Original Sin could provide would be terrifyingly amplified under the influence of this equipment. Raising his hand, he placed the crown atop his head. Whoosh! In an instant, dark energy surged into the sky, even covering the entire sky in a thick black shroud. Lin Chen's entire body was completely enveloped in dense black energy, making it impossible to discern his original form. Only a pair of fierce eyes glowing red and a row of grinning teeth emerged ominously from the black mist. Damn it! Charge! The moment the dark energy surged, the swordsman felt every hair on his body stand on end. An indescribable sense of fear and despair enveloped him, making him realize he could no longer wait. Lightning crackled beneath his feet as the swordsman charged forward. The other two also sensed Lin Chen's sudden surge in power. No longer charging his revolver, the cowboy man pulled the trigger, unleashing a powerful crimson-black bullet. Boss Zhang also let out a roar, channeling all his strength into the giant sword in his hand, striking directly at Lin Chen. The three of them almost simultaneously launched their strongest attacks, exuding tremendous might. However, Put! With a swift slash, the dual sword man who approached first was directly cleaved in two by the black mist. The cowboy man's bullets and Boss Zhang's great sword struck Lin Chen as if hitting a steel plate of extreme hardness, bouncing off directly. Whoosh! The black mist traced an arc in the air as Lin Chen's figure quickly advanced. Put! Put! Two more slashes followed in quick succession. Boss Zhang dead. Cowboy man dead. In just a few seconds, all three founders of the Three-Eyed Club were wiped out. After gaining the power of sin attached to the Crown of Sin, Lin Chen's combat strength far exceeded his current level. Even a high-level esports player at LV30 would have to think twice before confronting Lin Chen. Having easily concluded this battle, Lin Chen removed the Crown of Sin from his head and said helplessly, as expected, using the Crown of Sin paired with the Lord of Original Sin at this level of combat is just too overpowered. There's hardly any sense of battle experience. After retracting the Crown of Sin, Lin Chen stepped forward to loot the equipment from the corpses. As founders of the club, the three had quite decent gear. The cowboy man's pistol and the dual sword man's dual swords were both epic weapons. Although Boss Zhang's great sword was merely rare grade, his armor was epic. Lin Chen couldn't use any of this equipment, but selling it would still net him a substantial amount of game credit. After finishing the loot, Lin Chen looked up and saw the green-clad elf still hovering in midair. "Why aren't you running?" Lin Chen asked, scratching his head. The green-clad elf looked at Lin Chen with fear in her eyes and said with a bitter smile, "If you want to kill me, I can't escape." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen turned to leave. Watching Lin Chen's back, the green-clad elf sighed in relief, curiosity sparkling in her beautiful emerald eyes as she couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you kill me?" Lin Chen replied without turning back, "What benefit would killing you bring?" The green-clad elf touched her cheek and said, "I heard that you can get some experience points and contribution points or something like that." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly stopped, turned back, and smiled. Slaying LV18 escape data. Experience 180. You have gained 1 contribution point. Current total contribution points. 1 note: contribution points can be used to exchange for skill books, equipment, or various items in the esports guild, as well as to redeem special cards that can be used in the game, and can also be used for capsule gacha to obtain rare game cartridges. Moments later, another corpse lay in the wasteland on the eastern outskirts of Hawaii City. After glancing at the prompt that popped up on his identity wristband, Lin Chen immediately left. With the threat of the Three-Eyed Club completely eliminated, that night, Lin Chen and his father Lin Yuan took a flight back to Cloud City. Upon returning to Cloud City, as soon as he got off the plane, he turned off flight mode. Instantly, several missed calls and messages popped up, all from his mother. It seemed she had just left the cartridge world. Seeing the message from his father Lin Yuan and now unable to contact Lin Chen, she must be going crazy with worry. What's going on? Lin Chen handed the phone to his father. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, clicked his tongue, and redialed. Son, where are you? Are you okay? Something happened at home. Quick, tell me your location. His mother Zhang Shuiying's urgent voice came through the phone, tinged with tears. Hearing his wife's voice, Lin Yuan was momentarily speechless. After a while, he forced himself to say, "It's fine, dear. Our son is with me. The situation has been handled, no need to worry." After a moment of silence, Zhang Shuiying relaxed upon hearing Lin Yuan's voice, and then she burst into tears, scolding, "You brat, what trouble have you gotten into this time?" Lin Yuan comforted her in a gentle tone, "It's all good now, we're on our way home, we'll talk when we get back. I'll tell you, if your mess causes our son to get hurt, you might as well not come back home." Mom gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Give the phone to Tian'er." Lin Yuan quickly handed the phone to Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen had not yet seen his mother in person since his reincarnation, he remembered that his mother, Zhang Shuiying, had always been very loving towards him. Lin Chen took the phone and tentatively called out, "Mom." Zhang Shuiying's voice immediately softened, "Son, are you hurt?" Lin Chen replied, "No, no." Mom's barrage of concern made him feel a bit uncomfortable, as he had been kicked out of his home in his previous life. It wasn't until they reached the entrance of the community that Mom finally hung up. After returning home, the three of them sat around the dining table and Lin Yuan briefly recounted the whole incident to Zhang Shuiying. During this, he cleverly skipped over the part about himself cross-dressing in the alley. Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly interjected to fill in that part of the story, describing every detail clearly and even speculating on his father's psychological state while cross-dressing from various angles, the excitement of which was comparable to a 700-word high school essay. Mom Zhang Shuiying couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, had a dark expression. "Son, I thank you." Upon hearing that Lin Chen's level had reached LV22 and that he had personally resolved the trouble with the Three-Eyed Club, Mom was shocked and then ecstatic. "I told you my son is a genius. You didn't believe it before, but now you see. But Tian'er, you must never do such dangerous things again. Although your level is high, you're still young and haven't attended an esports university. There are many things you lack experience in." After the excitement, Zhang Shuiying began to worry and nag. Lin Yuan couldn't help but scrutinize Lin Chen, muttering softly, "I feel like this kid has changed completely since we last met. He hasn't been possessed, has he?" Lin Chen pretended not to hear, but a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. That night, the three of them had a long-awaited family reunion dinner. After dinner, Lin Chen returned calls to his school in Luzhou, starting to prepare for the college entrance examination. Dad then began to deal with Mom. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The time came to the last night before the college entrance examination. In Kyoto, at the headquarters of Tianhai Esports Company, in the top-floor conference room. This room, usually occupied by the company's top esports players, was tonight filled with 4 young students. On the left sat 2 elegantly dressed young gentlemen. On the right were 2 graceful, fair-skinned, beautiful young ladies from wealthy families. Among them, a red-haired young man, seeing everyone had arrived, revealed a gentle smile and spoke first. "I believe everyone understands the purpose of my invitation to gather at my company. Everyone present here has the opportunity to compete for the top spot in this year's National College Entrance Examination. As one of the largest gaming events each year, the College Entrance Examination is a huge opportunity for us. Whether it's gaining fame under the attention of national esports forces," he continued, "or achieving a good ranking in the reward overflow type of college entrance examination networked game cartridges to obtain extremely generous rewards, the benefits behind this are significant for us and the family forces behind us." After the red-haired man rambled on, a short-haired, capable-looking girl across from him waved her hand impatiently. "Zhou, just get to the point, no need for the build-up." Beside her, another girl with long hair and glasses, looking very astute, also raised her hand in agreement. "If you keep talking, the exam room will open soon. Hurry up." After a month of effort, I finally got an 11 cartridge. I want to go home and catch up on some sleep. Another tall, handsome boy sitting on the left side yawned, already leaning on the table. Red-haired Zhou coughed to regain the attention of the group and said, "You all know that this year, the Huang family has produced a monster with S-level gaming talent. Although our talents are not bad, if we compete with him fairly, our chances of taking the top spot will undoubtedly be much lower." He continued, "Moreover, that guy Huang Tianao is quite arrogant and plays like a lone wolf, giving no face to anyone. If it's a competitive game, running into him alone might even get us eliminated directly." "So?" asked the tall boy Shen Wensong. The other two girls had already guessed the answer. The short-haired girl said, "So, you want us four families to cooperate and take down Huang Tianao first?" Zhou Yu smiled and nodded, "Exactly." The short-haired girl stroked her chin and thought, "This is indeed an option." Shen Wensong yawned, "It doesn't matter to me, my family doesn't have high expectations for me. As long as I make it into the national top 10, I'm good. You all decide." Meanwhile, the long-haired girl, who had been silent, after a brief moment of contemplation, gave a clear answer, "Sure, I'm in for this collaboration. We must take down that Huang Tianao first." The short-haired girl laughed, "What's this, Hua Jia? Still holding a grudge over how Huang Tianao crushed you in the high school peak competition?" The long-haired girl, Yuan Fenghua, snorted coldly, "He just got lucky last time." Seeing that the other two had no objections to his plan, Zhou Yu smiled at the short-haired girl and asked, "Chen Jie, if you have no objections, then our collaboration is settled today." The short-haired girl, Chen Bingqi, shrugged, "Alright, I don't really like that Huang Tianao either. Taking him down first to increase our chances of competing for the top spot can't be a bad thing." Meanwhile, in the upscale villa area of Xanadu, a blonde man popped out of a game cartridge world drenched in sweat. Watching the cartridge in the game console crack and lose its function, Huang Tianao wiped his sweat and said expressionlessly, "Finally got it down, clever game cartridge." Yun City, Zhao family's villa. At Yun City No. 2 High School, one of the top 3 students, Zhao Wenjun, leaned over, reciting the game strategy in front of him. On the table lay the ancient game cartridge that Lin Chen had given him earlier. In a high-end residential complex, Yuan Xiaoyu, dressed in pink pajamas, lay on her bed, also watching game videos, feeling tense. In a regular apartment building, Li Nan was meditating quietly, trying to improve his gaming talent level. As the only player among the top 3 students from Yun City No. 2 High School with an average family background, Li Nan couldn't afford expensive review materials. His gaming talent was his only reliance. At the same time, the chubby Lu Zhou, who lived in the same complex, was also writing furiously, making a final push. On the eve of the college entrance examination, almost all candidates were making their last efforts to improve their chances of achieving good results the next day, all to get into their ideal esports university, escape their commoner status, and change their fate as esports players. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, with a popsicle in his mouth, arrived outside the Yun City Esports Association. Stepping inside and approaching the counter, Lin Chen smiled at the girl behind the counter and said, "Hello, I want to participate in the esports certification assessment." The next morning, at 7 o'clock, Lin Chen and Lu Zhou finished breakfast and headed to the examination venue together. "Lin, what did you put down for your college entrance exam choices?" Lu Zhou asked curiously on the way. Lin Chen yawned, "First choice is Jingyuan, second choice is Jingdu, third choice is Guangqing Women's Gymnastics Academy." Jingyuan and Jingdu are the top esports universities in Daxia, with extremely low acceptance rates. After last night's assessment, Lin Chen had officially become an esports player. The vast gaming resources offered by Jingyuan and Jingdu were somewhat attractive to him. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. "Jingyuan and Jingdu? You're really bold." However, after the incident with the final exam, he was now somewhat unsure of Lin Chen's depth, so he didn't say much more. "What about you? Which ones did you apply for?" Lin Chen countered. Lu Zhou sighed, "I applied to 2 mid-tier esports universities and 1 entry-level esports university as a safety net. My family has a lot of debts, and they're all counting on me." As he spoke, they had already arrived at the school gate. After scanning their identity wristbands on the machine, the two smoothly entered the campus. However, due to their different assigned exam room locations, they would have to part ways once inside. "Good luck. Let's find a chance to meet up in the game later." Lu Zhou took a deep breath, his expression unusually serious. Noticing Lu Zhou's legs were shaking a bit, Lin Chen couldn't help but tease, "What are you shaking for? Is your hip joint loose?" Lu Zhou explained, "I'm just too tired. I couldn't sleep last night and crammed before the exam." Lin Chen was puzzled. "Cramming before the exam shouldn't make your legs go soft, right?" Lu Zhou scratched his head. "My class flower girlfriend couldn't sleep either, so after cramming, we both had another round together to improve our sleep quality." Lin Chen. Entering his exam room, Lin Chen first glanced at his seat number on the podium. Number 6, that's pretty smooth." Lin Chen was in a good mood as he sat down according to his seat number. Just as he settled in, a beautiful girl walked in from outside. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the girl clearly paused for a moment. "You're in this exam room too?" Lin Chen didn't recognize her at first and scratched his head. The girl rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. "Forgot? President Lin has such a poor memory? I'm Yuan Xiaoyu, we met before at the principal's office." Lin Chen retorted, "What makes you so special? Do you have 3 heads and 6 arms or 9 heads and 8 arms? You're just 1 head and 2 arms. Why should I remember you?" Yuan Xiaoyu was speechless and didn't bother with Lin Chen anymore, finding her seat and sitting down. Soon after, the invigilator entered the exam room, checking each student's identity wristband again. Then, they distributed the cartridge connectors. There are 3 types of game cartridges: single-player, local network multiplayer, and global online. The one needed for the college entrance exam is the 3rd type, global online. This type of game cartridge can ignore distance and connect players from all over the world into a single game cartridge world. The medium for connection is the cartridge connector, a small black device resembling a POS machine but slightly smaller. After swiping their identity wristbands on the cartridge connector for a 3rd identity check, the candidates successfully established a connection with the terminal game console operating the global online college entrance exam cartridge. Next, they just needed to wait for the terminal to press the start button to begin the exam, one of the most important gaming events of the year in Daxia. At that time, Daxia TV would broadcast and commentate on the exam scenes. If luck or performance was good enough, they might even appear on screen and be seen by the entire audience of Daxia. In the exam room, the second hand kept ticking. The atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly tense. Everyone was quietly waiting, except for Lin Chen, who was drawing stick figures on the desk with a carbon pen. Finally, the hour hand reached 8 o'clock. The invigilator issued the command, "Grip the cartridge connector tightly. The exam begins." In front of him, a flash of white light. In the next moment, all the students entered the cartridge world of this college entrance exam. Cartridge world, Blood Legend cartridge type, global online game type, treasure hunting, leveling up, role-playing, PK Guild Wars game duration, 7 days, number of players connected, 9, 5, 10, 256 game content. In this vast legendary continent, various monsters, beasts, demons, and evil spirits coexist, while weak humans face imminent danger. To preserve civilization and survive, countless warriors embark on the path to power. Explore the boundless world on the path to power. Challenge bosses during mission completion. Choose from 3 main professions: warrior, Taoist, mage, with thousands of skills to acquire and tens of thousands of equipment to collect. By meeting certain conditions, you can also undergo multiple job changes. Global online game cartridges cannot be completed. Time is the only limit to the game. When the game duration ends, players will be ranked based on their scores, and game rewards will be distributed accordingly. The ranking results of the college entrance examination will also be determined based on scores. Ways to earn points include, but are not limited to, completing tasks, leveling up, defeating bosses, participating in events, etc. Each time you die, you will lose 70% of your current points, and if your death count exceeds 10, you will be directly eliminated after entering the game. Every 100 players will be assigned to a novice village. Now, start your legendary journey. When this year's college entrance examination questions were finally revealed, the nation erupted. What the hell? It's Blood Legend? It's over, another year that's the hardest for commoners. Why? Isn't it forbidden to use game enhancement cards that affect balance in the college entrance examination? This game has a lot of manipulability. Players can team up freely, and those from wealthy families with power and connections can easily gather a group of helpers. In the later stages of this game, it's completely a power struggle between several families and large esports companies in Daxia. It's really not worth watching. Damn it, this is boring. I'm not watching anymore. Sigh, my child is so unlucky to encounter this year's college entrance examination. Countless viewers in front of the television complained. Some parents in the examination room sighed even more. Compared to the low spirits of the common audience, those from large esports families and parents working in esports companies couldn't contain their joy. It's stable, this year is stable. I set up a 5 million game point card assistance fund for my son. Enough for him to recruit troops in this game. Fortunately, I switched to Tianhai Esports Company this year. My child should be able to benefit from Tianhai and join the team of the young master of Tianhai. With the reputation of my Hudong Chao family, my son will surely receive plenty of help in the game. That means my daughter's opponents in this game are only the children of those large powers participating in this year's college entrance examination. As the examination items were announced, the official commentators also appeared on the screen. This year's college entrance examination commentary featured 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. One man was fat, the other thin. The fat one wore glasses, and the thin one also wore glasses. The woman was dressed in a qipao, looking elegant. The fat male commentator spoke first. "Hello everyone, I'm professional game commentator, Huoguo." The thin male commentator followed. "Hello everyone, I'm professional esports commentator, Mian Mian." The female commentator waved at the camera. I'm a special guest, a game lecturer from the Love Department of Tsingyuan Esports University and also an esports player. You can call me Tao Tao. Game commentary is one of the few professions that can stand on par with esports players. Most who become game commentators possess good gaming talent and a wealth of gaming knowledge. The reason these individuals do not become esports players is often not due to a lack of ability, but rather because they dislike combat or fear danger. Among other reasons, then, the chubby commentator Guagua first gave a brief analysis of the exam game project. The freedom in the game Blood Legend is quite high. Besides finding the quickest leveling path, the equipment dropped from monsters is also key to enhancing combat power, so luck can directly affect the game's progress. The thin commentator, Myanpian Gu, pointed out the critical point directly. Since Blood Legend has no restrictions on cooperation and competition within the game, this round may not be optimistic for the common candidates. The female commentator, Tao Tao, chimed in, yes. Unlike single-player game cartridges or local multiplayer game cartridges, entering a globally connected game cartridge takes longer to load. After a lengthy commentary, the world of Blood Legend finally began to operate. Before officially entering the game, a cheat option popped up in front of Lin Chen. Detected host entering cartridge world. Blood Legend system is allocating game cheats. Please choose from the following 3 cheats. 1. Level 100 at the start. Your initial level is 100 when the game begins. 2. 1000-fold drop rate. The probability and quality of obtaining equipment items from monsters is increased to 1000-fold. 3. Mysterious profession. You can use a mysterious profession to play the game. Among the 3 available cheats, Lin Chen first ruled out the poorly capped level 100 at the start. Starting at level 100 would indeed allow him to breeze through the early stages of the game. However, a high level also means that the experience gained from defeating monsters in the early stages would not be high. In the mid to late game, he could easily be caught up by other high-level players. By then, if the level difference wasn't significant, he wouldn't have much of an advantage. As for the other 2 options, 1000-fold drop rate and mysterious profession, driven by curiosity, Lin Chen was tempted to choose the mysterious profession. But considering that this college entrance examination was quite important and the description of the mysterious profession was very vague, he couldn't determine the strength of that cheat. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen chose a more reliable cheat, 1000-fold drop rate. After selecting the cheat, he officially entered the game. The white light in front of him dissipated. What appeared in his view was a scene resembling an ancient village. In the center of the village, 100 candidates stood in disarray. On the high platform ahead stood a stooped old man. As soon as he entered the game, the group of candidate players below the platform erupted in chatter. The old man stood on the platform, tapping the table with a wooden stick to quiet the noisy players, and then began his introduction. Hello everyone, I am the village chief of Stick Village. Today is an important day for you to choose your profession. After choosing your profession, you can embark on adventures in the legendary continent. For the glory of our human race, I hope everyone can forge ahead and create legends. After casually saying a few words, a profession selection panel popped up in front of all the players. Warrior, specializes in physical attacks, a versatile profession that can both deal damage and take hits. Mage, specializes in magical attacks, possessing powerful spell output capabilities. Taoist, diverse attack methods, excels in support, summoning, healing, poison techniques, etc. Although the mage has explosive output, its survival ability is relatively weak. The Taoist has many play styles but leans more towards functionality. Lin Chen thought for a moment and chose the more versatile warrior profession. With the cheat 1000-fold drop rate, Lin Chen did not plan to team up with other players. He was definitely going to choose a profession suitable for a lone wolf playstyle, making it easier for him to act alone and farm monsters. The warrior, capable of both taking hits and dealing damage, was undoubtedly the best choice among the 3 available professions. After making his choice, the initial game panel immediately popped up. A player, Lin Chen class, warrior level, 10500 strength, 10 affx physical attack, physical skill damage constitution, 10 affx vitality, defense, injury recovery speed agility, 5 affx action speed, attack speed magic power, 3 affx spell attack, spell skill affx spirit, 3 affx total mana. Mana recovery speed current remaining free attribute points, 0 gold, 0. This is the initial panel for the warrior class. All players who chose the same class have the same initial panel. With a thought, Lin Chen opened the equipment panel. The warrior's starting equipment consists of only a wooden sword, a set of cloth clothes, cloth pants, and cloth shoes. Weapon, wooden sword. Level restriction, 1 quality, white attack power, 5 description, a wooden long sword with a certain attack power. Top cloth clothes. Level restriction, 1 quality, white defense power, 2 description, a cloth top that can withstand a small amount of damage. All 4 pieces of equipment are white gear, and aside from the basic attack and defense points, there are no additional attributes. The skill bar is also empty at the start. After selecting their class, some higher-level players, knowing the importance of seizing the initiative, immediately went to try and talk to the NPCs in the village to receive quests. Seeing a large crowd of people queuing in front of various NPCs, Lin Chen realized he might not get a turn anytime soon, so he decided to head outside the village first to grind some monsters and level up. A few others shared the same thought, and upon seeing Lin Chen rush out of the village, they followed him. Once outside the village, Lin Chen immediately spotted a flock of roosters at the village entrance. LV1 rooster. Upon seeing the monster, the group rushed forward, swinging their wooden swords to attack. Oh, cock-a-doodle-doo. A group of roosters immediately began to jump up and down. Although the players were still weak at the start of the game, having weapons made it easy to take down a chicken. Before long, one by one, the proud roosters could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed. Someone exclaimed, "It dropped. My rooster dropped something. It dropped a bottle of basic health potion." Hearing this, someone immediately expressed envy. "So awesome? I only got 2 gold coins. Holy crap." Someone dropped equipment. Another person shouted, "Ha ha ha, I dropped a wooden staff. Although it's white quality, it's perfect for my mage class." A chubby man adjusted his glasses, proudly showcasing the wooden staff in his hand. After slashing a dozen times, Lin Chen finally managed to knock a rooster dead. You have killed a rooster. LV1, gaining 10 experience points. A piece of equipment glowing purple dropped from the rooster's corpse. Lin Chen picked up the equipment to check it out. Leggings, legendary suspenders. Level restriction, 1 quality, purple defense power, 10 additional attributes, strength 5, constitution 5, agility 5. Description: the leggings worn by the legendary Chicken King who transformed into a human. This equipment is a component of the legendary chicken set. Collecting all components will grant additional set bonuses. Item equipment quality ranges from low to high. White, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, dark gold, colorful, iridescent. Generally speaking, such ordinary low-level monsters would only drop white-quality equipment at most, but with the 1000-fold drop rate boost from the cheat, the white-quality equipment jumped 3 tiers and directly became purple quality. After looking at this piece of equipment, Lin Chen glanced at the cloth pants he was currently wearing. Leggings, cloth pants. Level restriction, 1 quality, white defense power, 2 description, cloth leggings that can withstand a small amount of damage. Lin Chen decisively equipped the purple gear. After putting on these legendary overalls, the additional attributes from the equipment, 5 points in strength, 5 points in constitution, and 5 points in agility took effect. Lin Chen immediately felt that his physical strength had increased a bit, his muscles became firmer, and his speed and reflexes sharpened. Wow, no wonder it's 1,000 times drop rate. Getting a purple item right off the bat, how can others compete with that? Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. He tightened his grip on the wooden sword and immediately swung it at the nearby rooster again. With the boost in attributes, Lin Chen easily caught up to the fleeing rooster. Moreover, with his newfound strength, he took down the second big rooster with just 7 strikes. The rooster collapsed. You have killed a rooster. LV1, gaining 10 experience points. Then, another flash of purple light appeared. Item, toe-sucking original chicken. Level restriction, none quality, purple effect, eating it permanently increases strength by 1. Description, a popular dish for those who love chicken, rich and flavorful. Without a second thought, Lin Chen grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth. Immediately, his strength attribute increased by another point. His sword-wielding arm felt even stronger. Swinging his sword, Lin Chen continued to slash, this time taking down a big rooster with just 6 strikes. You have killed a rooster. LV1, gaining 10 experience points. A blue card and a pile of gold coins dropped. There were a total of 550 gold coins, which went directly into Lin Chen's inventory. The card featured various images of women in revealing outfits. It also had text and a phone number, Miss Bao, 189-1115. Item, summon chicken. Card. Level restriction, none quality, blue effect, summons a chicken to fight for you. Description, you know what it is. Lin Chen. He silently placed the card into his backpack, planning to try using it when no one was around. Meanwhile, in the real world, the live broadcast camera kept switching between various novice villages. The 3 commentators were explaining the game content based on the constantly changing scenes. In the early stages, normal attacks as the main output method are definitely easier for warriors to level up by grinding monsters, but once they reach level 10, mages and priests unlock their first class skills and the situation will change. Commentator Guagua introduced the different classes. Brother Serial also commented, look, the situation I mentioned before has already started to appear. Now many novice villages have formed teams around some wealthy candidates. Guagua sighed, there's nothing we can do. After all, family background is also part of strength. The only female commentator, Tao Tao, nodded, right. Now, let's focus the camera on a few popular candidates who have a chance to compete for the top spot in this college entrance examination. Look, Zhou Yu, the red-haired young master from Tianhai Esports, has actually reached level 2 first. Guagua exclaimed. Brother Serial adjusted his glasses. He has formed a 20-person team, and each of these 20 people has reduced the health of the roosters at the village entrance, then let Zhou Yu step in for the finishing blow. This strategy is known as the inch-stop tactic, which is quite effective for leveling up in the early stages. Cao Dao, right. Now looking at the young master of the Shin family in Kyoto, he has actually taken a team outside the village to try to kill a LV3 wild dog. Guagua continued. Although killing wild dogs is not as efficient for leveling as killing chickens, wild dogs have a chance to drop green equipment. If they can get a handy weapon early on, the young Master Shin will definitely gain a significant advantage. Brother Serial added. Tao took out a bag of chips. Exactly. Miss Chen Bingqi from Chen Esports Group and Miss Yuan Fenghua from the Haidu Yuan family are running quests, with teammates helping to gather materials, so their quest efficiency is also very high. Guagua said. Brother Serial didn't comment on the two women but instead asked, by the way, what's the situation with young Master Huang now? Guagua didn't react for a moment and retorted, which Huang? The one who sells videos, Huang Tianao. Young Master Huang. Didn't someone leak that Huang Tianao awakened an S-level gaming talent? Brother Mian adjusted his glasses. Tao was licking the grease off her fingers. Right. I've heard that too. The director cooperatively shifted the camera to where Huang Tianao was located. In the footage, Huang Tianao was holding a green-quality machete, and at that moment he had charged alone into the forest on the east side of the novice village. What is he trying to do? The snake monsters in this forest are all level 5. Although Huang Tianao has already reached level 2 and has a green-quality machete from who knows where, coming to the forest to grind levels now is a bit too reckless, isn't it? Guagua wondered. Brother Mian also fell silent, staring intently at the screen, wanting to see what Huang Tianao was going to do. The live broadcast was momentarily very quiet, with only the sound of Tao crunching on potato chips. Before long, a bag of chips was finished. Tao reached out again, starting to pick at the remnants stuck in her molars. In the game, after entering the forest, Huang Tianao didn't confront the snake monsters heeded. He dodged the attack range of the snake monsters and slowly made his way deeper into the forest. Under a tree deep in the forest, a treasure chest appeared. Huang Tianao walked over and opened the chest. A set of blue-quality armor appeared. What? Seeing this scene, Guagua was instantly stunned. How does he know there's a treasure chest here? Brother Mian, watching this unfold, had a reasonable guess. This probably has something to do with his S-level gaming talent. Not feeling full from the bag of chips, Tao ordered takeout while expressing her agreement. Right. The viewers watching this exam through the live streaming software were also sending a flood of comments. Wow. Blue equipment. Isn't this a direct liftoff? How did he do it? Is this the strength of the high school peak league champion? Humph. This college entrance exam has turned into a performance for these rich genius kids. How boring. I'm out. Can we give some screen time to the ordinary candidates too? In the world of the game Legend of Blood, Lin Chen put away the summon chicken card and continued to kill roosters. After a few sword strikes, a rooster fell to the ground. Another purple weapon dropped. Just as Lin Chen was about to pick it up, a female candidate with a ponytail saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "Purple equipment!" Behind her, several teammates followed, and upon seeing the purple equipment drop, they were also stunned. Can roosters drop purple equipment? Lin Chen ignored them and stepped forward to pick up the equipment. Weapon, Screaming Chicken sword level requirement, 1 quality, purple attack power, 15 additional attributes, strength 10, agility 10 description, a long sword made from a screaming chicken. It emits a chicken sound when attacking. Looking at this, then at the wooden sword in his hand, Lin Chen nodded, calculating in his mind, not bad, the attack power has increased threefold, and the added attributes are quite a lot. He immediately put the wooden sword into his backpack and wielded the new weapon in his hand. The ponytail female candidate saw this and quickly approached, staring at the weapon in Lin Chen's hand, smiling as she asked, "Classmate, can you show me the attributes of this chicken? We're not familiar, so I don't have an obligation to show you my chicken, right?" Lin Chen shook his head and turned to leave. The ponytailed girl hurriedly blocked him and continued to try. Then, how about considering selling this weapon to us? We can give you all the gold coins we have. After the game ends, it'll also give you 200,000 points. I'm the daughter of the president of the Yuancheng Tianying Esports Club, Sun Saiha. We can be friends. The Tianying Club is considered a top-tier esports club in Daxia, quite renowned in the northern region. As the daughter of the club's head, Sun Saiha quickly gathered a group of followers after entering the game. Lin Chen despised clingy women. I don't need this 200,000 in betrothal gifts. After saying that, he bypassed Sun Saiha and left. Seeing this, Sun K's entourage began to mock Lin Chen to maintain her dignity. It's just a stroke of luck that he got a purple item, right? How useful can a level 1 purple item be? And he still owes 200,000 in game cards. What a show-off. Don't give him face, sister Sun, just ignore him. Staring at Lin Chen's back, Sun Saiha maintained a smile, but a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Not wanting to be disturbed any further, Lin Chen found a quiet place to continue killing chickens. Although the number of players in the novice village had started to dwindle, he figured he wouldn't have to queue for quests if he went back now. However, Lin Chen's advantage lay in the monster drop rates. Spending time on quests would be counterproductive. Thus, he decided to keep focusing on killing chickens. The change of weapons gave him an almost one-hit kill power. Accompanied by the cock-a-doodle-doo sound from the screaming chicken sword, one rooster after another fell. You have killed a rooster. LV1. Gain 10 experience points. Acquired item. Spicy chicken leg burger purple X1. You have killed a rooster. LV1. Gain 10 experience points. Acquired equipment. Chicken skin shoes blue X1. You have killed a rooster. LV1. Gain 10 experience points. Acquired item. Chicken essence blue X1. Gold X560. Your level has increased to level 2. Gain 10 free attribute points. Exam points 2. After grinding for a while, Lin Chen reached level 2 and was equipped with a full set of purple gear. The numerous additional attributes from the equipment, along with some items providing permanent attribute boosts, stacked his stats to an extremely high level. At the same time, his gold count exceeded 5,000. Player, Lin Chen class, warrior level, 201000 strength, 45 affects physical attack, physical skill damage vitality, 35 affects life force, defense, injury recovery speed agility, 30 affects movement speed, attack speed magic power, 3 affects spell attack, spell skill affects mentality, 13 affects total mana, mana recovery speed current remaining free attribute points, 10 gold, 50-50 with the 10 free attribute points gained from leveling up. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to allocate them all to strength. For now, increasing his damage and speeding up monster farming was the most important. After the allocation, Lin Chen's strength attribute reached 55 points. Feeling the immense power within his body, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and opened his equipment panel to take a look. Helmet, legendary center-parted helmet purple tunic, McDonald's delivery uniform purple bracers. Non-weapon, screaming chicken sword purple leggings, legendary suspenders purple shoes, chicken skin shoes blue accessory ring, avian flu ring purple accessory ring, non-accessory pendant, none. While others were still in white gear, with very few even obtaining green equipment, Lin Chen had already acquired 5 pieces of purple gear and 1 piece of blue gear. Such an equipment configuration was indeed luxurious. His combat power completely overshadowed all other players at this stage. The legendary center-parted helmet and legendary suspenders were both components of the legendary chicken set, although Lin Chen, who had some obsessive-compulsive tendencies, really wanted to continue killing chickens here to complete the legendary chicken set. He considered that the efficiency of leveling up by continuing to kill chickens was not high, and the equipment dropped here was all low-level gear that wouldn't last long. Lin Chen decided to leave the village entrance and explore the surroundings. Upon reaching the wasteland on the east side of the novice village, after taking a few steps, Lin Chen immediately spotted new monsters. In the wasteland, a pack of pure white wolf monsters was prowling. LV5 Wasteland Wolf. Although Lin Chen was only level 2 now, his luxurious equipment made up for it. With his current combat power, dealing with LV5 monsters was not a problem. Finding a lone wasteland wolf, Lin Chen brandished his scream chicken sword and charged forward. Oh! With a chicken's cry, the battle officially began. With a powerful force of 55 points combined with the Scream Chicken's 15 points of attack, Lin Chen sent the Wasteland Wolf flying over 2 meters with his first strike. However, for the tough-skinned Wasteland Wolf, this blow was not fatal. The Wasteland Wolf got back up and quickly charged at Lin Chen to counterattack. Clang! The strong defense from his purple gear absorbed most of the damage from the Wasteland Wolf's attack. Lin Chen staggered back slightly and swung his sword again. Oh! Just like that, they exchanged blows for 5 or 6 rounds. The Wasteland Wolf fell to the ground, dead. Guide you to lift the coal. Lin Chen jumped into a short Iron Mountain dance to celebrate his victory. You have killed the Wasteland Wolf. LV5, gaining 100 experience points. Killing a monster 3 levels higher grants an additional 150 experience points. You have obtained equipment, Wolf God Boots Purple X1. By killing 1 Wasteland Wolf, Lin Chen directly gained a total of 250 experience points. He only needed 1000 experience points to level up from level 2 to level 3. This meant that if he killed 3 more Wasteland Wolves he could level up again. Awesome! Is this the benefit of killing monsters above my level? Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he picked up the dropped equipment to examine it. Shoes, Wolf God Boots level requirement 5 quality, purple defense 20 additional attributes, strength 10, constitution 10, agility 30 special effect sharp, attacks have a chance to cause bleeding effect description, a pair of boots blessed by the Wolf God possessing the mysterious power of the blessing sharp. This equipment is a component of the Wolf God set. Collecting all components will grant additional set bonuses. These boots had attributes significantly stronger than the ones he was currently wearing. Not only was the defense doubled, but the total additional attributes also reached a whopping 50 points. Moreover, there was a special effect that could cause bleeding on attacks. However, this equipment required level 5 to use. Lin Chen couldn't equip it yet. I should level up quickly first. After putting away the equipment, Lin Chen continued to search for the next Wasteland Wolf. The same process repeated and another minute passed. You have killed the Wasteland Wolf LV5, gaining 100 experience points. Killing a monster 3 levels higher grants an additional 150 experience points. You have obtained an item. Beginner Experience Potion Purple X1. This time, the Wasteland Wolf dropped a bottle of Experience Potion. Item, Beginner Experience Potion level requirement, none quality, purple effect, drinking it grants 1000 experience points directly. Description, Grandpa Old Chrysanthemum's class is in session. Kids always level up too slowly, mostly useless. Quickly use Old Chrysanthemum's experience potion. Lin Chen gulped it down, and his level directly broke through to level 3. Level 35002000. After allocating all his free attribute points to strength again, Lin Chen's strength attribute reached 65 points. When he started attacking the Wasteland Wolves, it became much easier. Generally, with 4 or 5 sword strikes, he could take down a level 5 Wasteland Wolf. You have killed the Wasteland Wolf LV5, gaining 100 experience points. Killing a monster 2 levels higher grants an additional 100 experience points. Item obtained, Rabies Potion Purple X1. The third Wild Wolf dropped a bottle of Rabies Potion. This potion can increase Lin Chen's strength by 30 points for 10 minutes. Moreover, it can mimic extremely realistic dog barks. With the boost from this potion, Lin Chen found it much easier to kill wild wolves. You have killed a Wild Wolf LV5, gaining 100 experience points. Killing a level 2 higher, gaining an additional 100 experience points. Item obtained, Wolf God Leg Guards Purple X1. You have killed a Wild Wolf LV5, gaining 100 experience points. Killing a level 2 higher, gaining an additional 100 experience points. Item obtained, Basic Experience Potion Purple X1. You have killed a Wild Wolf LV5, gaining 100 experience points. Killing a level 2 higher, gaining an additional 100 experience points. Item obtained, Wolf God Gauntlets Purple X1. With the boost from the basic experience potion, Lin Chen's level had already risen to level 4 in less than 2 minutes. After another 5 minutes, he successfully reached level 5. Finally, the collection of level 5 purple equipment in his backpack could be put to use. After allocating his points, he equipped the Wolf God Helmet, Wolf God Chainmail, Wolf God Gauntlets, Wolf God Leg Guards, Wolf God Boots, and Wolf God Ring. In the next moment, a prompt popped up. You have gathered all components of the Wolf God set. Achievement unlocked. Relic of the Wolf God gained additional exam points 5 points. When equipping the set, all your attributes gain an additional 30-point boost. Additionally, unlock the effect Super Sharp. When equipping the set, your attacks will cause a 100 chance of severe bleeding effect. Woof, the set is complete? Lin Chen smiled in surprise. He opened his attribute panel to check. Player, Lin Chen class, warrior level 506000 strength, 115 affx physical attack, physical skill damage constitution, 95 affx vitality, defense, injury recovery speed agility, 85 affx movement speed, attack speed magic power, 43 affx spell attack, spell skill effect spirit, 53 affx total mana, mana recovery speed current remaining free attribute points, 0 gold, 24080. Equipping the full set of Wolf God gear, along with the set bonus effects, Lin Chen's attributes showed explosive growth. Normally, even if other players reached level 10, it would be hard to have attributes as luxurious as Lin Chen's now. Time to continue exploring. Woof. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, just about to explore further outwards in search of higher-level monsters. Not far away, 2 gigantic wild wolves were quietly approaching at that moment. LV7 Wild Giant Wolf Elite Monster. Unlike other wild wolves, the names of these 2 wild wolves glowed blue. The words Elite Monster after their names also indicated their strength. Upon seeing the 2 elite monsters, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Elite monsters are often stronger than ordinary monsters of the same level. However, the items they drop are usually of much higher quality. He was somewhat excited, wondering what good items these 2 wild giant wolves would drop after the 1000-fold drop rate boost from the cheat. After consuming another rabies potion and holding a squeaky chicken, Lin Chen charged directly at the 2 wild giant wolves. After changing to new equipment, Lin Chen's speed increased significantly, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the 2 wild giant wolves. Woof! Bark! A woof, woof, bark, a woof. The sounds of a chicken, a dog, and a wolf howling. The scene became quite chaotic if one didn't open their eyes to see. Just listening to the sounds would make it seem like a bunch of livestock were tangled up in a fight. After being attacked by Lin Chen, both wild giant wolves staggered back and huge wounds appeared on their bodies. Blood began to uncontrollably gush out. This is the bleeding effect of the wolf god set. The pain from the wounds slowed the movements of the two wasteland giant wolves. After adjusting his position, Lin Chen charged again. Oh! Two more wounds appeared on the bodies of the wasteland giant wolves. The massive blood loss made them even weaker. With ease, Lin Chen was the first to take down one of the wasteland giant wolves. You have killed the elite monster wasteland giant wolf LV7, gaining 200 experience points. Killing a level 2 monster grants an additional 200 experience points. Killing an elite monster grants an additional 200 experience points. Accompanied by the experience gain notifications, 2 items burst forth with a large amount of gold. One of them shimmered with a familiar purple glow, while the other glowed with a more dazzling orange light. An orange item? Generally speaking, killing elite monsters only has a chance to drop green or blue equipment, but with the 1000-fold drop rate enhancement from the cheat, this wasteland giant wolf directly dropped an extremely rare orange item. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he was about to wave his hand to take down the other wounded wasteland giant wolf. Just then, boom! A fireball suddenly flew out from the side and struck the wasteland giant wolf. A woof! The wasteland giant wolf let out a tragic howl and fell dead. However, since it wasn't Lin Chen who killed it, the 1000-fold drop rate didn't trigger. This wasteland giant wolf only dropped a green item and a level 1 health potion. Lin Chen turned to look. He saw the girl with a ponytail, Sun Saiha, who had previously wanted to buy his equipment, standing to the side, holding a burning scroll. It seemed she had summoned the fireball with a disposable consumable, snatching the giant wolf that Lin Chen had left with a sliver of health. Successfully stealing the elite monster, a flash of white light enveloped Sun Saiha, and her level directly increased. She showed an ecstatic expression, her face flushed with excitement, and then, unable to contain herself, she stepped forward to pick up the equipment dropped by the wasteland giant wolf. Seeing Lin Chen turn to look at her, Sun Saiha stopped in her tracks and feigned a smile, saying, "Sorry, classmate, I accidentally stole your monster. I was actually trying to help you out, but I didn't expect this fireball scroll to deal so much damage." Behind her, a group of followers chimed in. "Without this fireball helping you, you probably wouldn't have been able to take down the second elite monster, right? In the wild, monsters belong to whoever gets them first, no need to apologize. You're a big man. You wouldn't hold it against a girl, would you?" Lin Chen smiled, his grin even brighter than usual, as if he had encountered something very joyful. He said nothing and directly walked over to the corpse of the wasteland giant wolf he had killed, picking up the dropped items. Weapon, Celestial Wolf Greatsword level requirement 5 quality, orange attack power, 90 additional attributes, strength 30, constitution 30, agility 30, spirit 10 special effect armor break, ignores 30 of the target's defense when attacking attached skill wolf charge. After activating the skill, quickly lunges forward, delivering a powerful strike based on strength and agility attributes. Description, a legendary greatsword forged from the meteorite of Sirius, grants the user the charge combat technique. Of the Celestial Wolf item quality ranges from low to high, white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, dark gold, colorful, and holographic. Truly worthy of being an orange quality item above purple. This Celestial Wolf Greatsword has an attack power 6 times higher than that of the Scream Chicken Sword. The additional attributes of the Scream Chicken Sword only total 20 points. Meanwhile, this weapon boasts a whopping 100 points in additional attributes. Not only that, it also comes with a practical special effect and a powerful additional skill. The only downside of this equipment is that it doesn't make a chicken sound when attacking, which is a bit less interesting, but it's not a big deal. Lin Chen immediately switched to the new weapon. He reached out and grabbed another purple item dropped by the wild giant wolf. Item, Pervert Gem Level Restriction, None Quality, Purple Effect. When embedded in equipment, grants an additional 10 points of agility attribute. Description, agile skills are the foundation of becoming a qualified pervert before using the gem. He needed to make a socket in the equipment. It seemed that the blacksmith in the novice village could create sockets for a fee in gold coins. This gem was not needed at the moment, so Lin Chen directly stuffed it into his backpack. Beside him, Sun Saiha, staring at the orange equipment and purple items Lin Chen had dropped, swallowed hard without showing any emotion. She coughed and, with a smug smile, asked, classmate, I killed the other elite monster, so I can pick up the equipment it dropped, right? Lin Chen chuckled and nodded. Of course, since you killed it, it's yours. I'm not interested in green quality equipment anyway. Okay, thank you. Sun Saiha said happily as she stepped forward to pick up the green equipment. Then, suddenly, Lin Chen swung his sword down. With powerful weapons and extremely high attribute boot, his strike was terrifying, directly severing Sun Cake's head. Receiving a fatal blow, the shocked Sun Saiha instantly transformed into a beam of white light and disappeared. You have actively attacked and killed a player. Infamy 1. Current Infamy 1. You have become a red-named wanted criminal. All other players who actively attack you will not suffer any penalties. All other players who kill you will receive an additional bounty reward. Completing good deeds will reduce infamy. As the game prompt popped up, Lin Chen's name began to turn light red. Ah, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to help her fix her hairstyle. I didn't mean to cut off her head. Lin Chen scratched his head awkwardly, a bright smile on his face. He didn't care at all about the increase in infamy or becoming a red-named wanted criminal. After all, it was just a game for fun. After working hard to defeat monsters for someone else snatched the loot felt like buying a new girlfriend, finally getting her to like you, and then suddenly a skinny dog jumps out and says, "Let me try." Then, it just pops her. Lin Chen absolutely couldn't tolerate that. Seeing Lin Chen suddenly take action, a few followers were stunned at first. Are you crazy? Don't you want to play anymore? After becoming red-named, you'll be attacked by other players wherever you go. How dare you kill someone? Stop talking nonsense, let's go. He's red-named now, we can kill him without punishment. While they were speaking, Lin Chen had already moved, his orange-quality celestial wolf greatsword shining brightly. Wolf charge. Thud. Transforming into a phantom, Lin Chen directly pierced through one follower's abdomen, killing him. Sorry, the sword got out of control and moved on its own. I think it's hitting puberty. They'll take it home and sand it down a bit to relieve its tension. With a sweep of the greatsword, another follower's head flew off. Sorry, your head looked too much like a head. I couldn't help but chop it off. Lin Chen apologized while slaughtering them. With his powerful equipment, these people's combat power was nowhere near his level. Ah! Seeing Lin Chen smiling as he charged into the crowd, those who had just been shouting to kill him immediately fled in fear. However, Lin Chen's speed far exceeded that of these at most level 2 followers. Thud, thud, thud. With several swings of his greatsword, he wiped them out completely. Due to the death drop setting, the ground was littered with items from the followers' bags or equipment. However, seeing nothing worthwhile, Lin Chen didn't bother to pick them up. You actively attacked and killed a player. Infamy 1. You actively attacked and killed a player. Infamy 1. As the game notifications popped up, the color of Lin Chen's name above his head deepened, changing from a light red to a normal red. After killing off the group of players who were competing with him for monsters, Lin Chen still felt unsatisfied. Right, I remember. This game allows for a total of 10 respawns. He thought for a moment and headed back towards the novice village. On the way, other players who saw Lin Chen with a red name couldn't help but be startled. Seeing Lin Chen and his wolf god set radiating silver light, most people dared not approach and kept their distance. Those with more courage, in larger teams, conspired to try and take action against Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't waste any words and directly swung his sword to kill. With his current equipment and attributes, dealing with other players was like a dimensional strike. Without a doubt, it was a one-hit kill. After taking down 2 waves of players who attempted to claim Lin Chen's bounty, no one in this novice area dared to come within 5 meters of him. They would take a detour if they saw him from afar. When Lin Chen arrived at the village entrance, Sun Saiha was just leading a group of followers out of the novice village, cursing and spitting insults at Lin Chen from behind. Sun Cake's face was also cold, her fists clenched. Just wait, I will definitely get my revenge, whether in the game or outside the game. She had already plotted how to use her family's influence after leaving the game to make Lin Chen pay for his actions. Put. Wolf charge. Before she could finish her sentence, a large sword had already pierced through her body again. Hello? What a coincidence to see you again. Lin Chen appeared with a warm smile, swinging his sword in quick succession, his figure darting like a white lightning bolt. Amidst a chorus of screams, Sun Saiha and her group met their end once more. A few minutes later, they respawned again. Sun Saiha and her group attempted to leave the novice village from another village entrance. However, Lin Chen had anticipated their movements and surrounded them again, slaughtering the entire group. You actively attacked and killed a player. Infamy 1. You actively attacked and killed a player. Infamy 1. Your infamy has reached 50, achievement unlocked, Murderous Maniac gained extra exam points 10 during the red name period, gain a buff, attack power 50, if other players kill you, they will receive a bronze treasure chest reward after killing this group again. The name above Lin Chen's head had turned a deep blood red. After being killed 3 times in a row, the hatred and fear Sun Saiha and her group felt towards Lin Chen had reached its peak. How is this possible? The game just started an hour ago, how could that bastard be this strong? Did he awaken a game talent suitable for this game? What a damn stroke of luck. After respawning again, Sun Saiha gritted her teeth and cursed. Sister, we can't keep going like this. We're already falling behind. If this continues, forget about falling behind. If we die 10 times, we'll be directly eliminated. Why do we have to provoke him? In such a tense environment during the college entrance examination, falling behind even 1 point would mean being surpassed by countless people behind. The followers who originally planned to ride on Sun Cake's coattails began to complain as they saw the situation deteriorating. Suppressing the raging anger within, Sun Saiha sighed and said, "It's fine, he can't possibly stay outside the novice village guarding us forever, unless he doesn't want to play anymore. In the novice village, there are 2 level 30 militia protecting our safety. He definitely wouldn't dare to come in and commit murder. Let's just do some errand quests in the novice village for now." Outside the novice village, after killing Sun Saiha and his group for the 3rd time, Lin Chen knew that they wouldn't be coming out again anytime soon. Glancing at the 2 level 30 militia members in the village, Lin Chen decided not to continue lurking at the village entrance. With swift feet, he dashed through 2 low-level training areas and quickly explored the outermost edge of the novice zone. Meanwhile, in the real world, the live stream camera had been focused on Huang Tianao for over 20 minutes. Watching as Huang Tianao, equipped with 3 pieces of blue quality gear and employing clever tactics, single-handedly defeated a level 6 elite monster. The live chat erupted into chaos. The commentator, Guagua, leaned back dramatically, his excitement barely contained as he exclaimed, "So strong. The game has only just started for less than an hour, and he can already solo a level 6 elite monster. With powerful insight, near-god-like predictive abilities, and top-notch combat skills. I can only say, this Huang Tianao is terrifying." Even the notoriously sharp-tongued Brother Oatmeal gave Huang Tianao a high praise at this moment. Beside him, Tao Tao had pulled out a pillow from somewhere and was now lying on it, scrolling through thick blogs and the little blue book, casually replying, "Right." After 20 minutes of broadcasting, the viewers in the live chat were also stunned by Huang Tianao's performance. The barrage of comments was almost entirely filled with praise and admiration for Huang Tianao. However, there were occasionally a couple of discordant comments mocking Huang Tianao, suggesting that he only reached his current level due to family resources. Noticing that the camera had focused on Huang Tianao for too long, the director began to switch the scene, redirecting the live stream to several other novice villages. All the candidates were clearly divided into 2 categories. One group was running solo to grind monsters or forming small teams with a few players. The other group was led by some strong players gathering into large, powerful factions. Among them, the most prominent were the 4 candidates for this year's college entrance examination. The young master of Tianhai Esports Company, Zhou Yu. The young master of the Shen family in Kyoto, Shen Wenson. Along with Chen Bingqi from the Chen Esports Group and Yuan Fenghua from the Yuan family of Haidu. Besides their strong family backgrounds, these 4 also possessed remarkable gaming talent. We can see that at this point in the game, the levels of the 4 seed players are not at all behind Huang Tianao, all reaching level 4, fully utilizing their family resources to gain a great start. Guagua explained. Brother Oatmeal nodded with his arms crossed. True, but this clearly reveals a problem. These 4, relying on the help of other players, are barely on par with Huang Tianao. In fact, they are even behind in terms of equipment. If Huang Tianao were to abandon this lone wolf style of play and choose to gather a group of teammates using the Huang family's influence in the game, his performance would undoubtedly reach another level. After watching just 20 minutes of the live stream, Brother Oatmeal had already become a qualified Huang fan, firmly believing that the other 4 seed players were far behind Huang Tianao. This was indeed the case. Just then, there was a knock at the door of the live studio. Guagua and Brother Oatmeal thought it was the director with an important matter, so they quickly muted their microphones. When they opened the door, a delivery guy stood at the entrance asking, "Is Miss Tao Tao here? Your delivery has arrived." Tao Tao quickly stood up and raised her hand. "I'm here, I'm here." Guagua, Brother Oatmeal. Turning the live microphone back on and refocusing on the live stream, Brother Oatmeal sighed, "If we don't consider external factors purely in terms of gaming skill, Huang Tianao should be unmatched among this year's candidates." But at that moment, Guagua mysteriously smiled and said, "If we're just comparing gaming skills, I think there is one person who can stand on the same level as Huang Tianao." During the previous National High School Peak competition, there was a student who caused a lot of trouble for Huang Tianao on his path to victory. He was also the only opponent who made Huang Tianao exert all his effort. As Guagua spoke, Brother Oat's eyes lit up and he suddenly remembered a name. "You mean, Xiao Yun? He's also a candidate this year?" Guagua nodded, recalling that battle from half a year ago, still feeling a surge of excitement. Xiao Yun is the biggest dark horse in this year's peak competition, and among the top 8 contestants, he is the only common player not from an esports family. Since the high school peak competition is not an open event, many in the livestream had never heard of Xiao Yun's name. At this moment, they were surprised to learn that there was a common candidate with gaming skills comparable to Huang Tianao. The comments section immediately erupted, starting discussions about Xiao Yun. The director was also very considerate, beginning to locate Xiao Yun's position and providing footage. At this time, in the game, Xiao Yun was attempting to kill a level 5 elite monster with the help of several teammates. Like those top-tier prodigies, his level had also reached level 4. After a fierce battle lasting 5 minutes, the elite monster finally fell. 2 pieces of green equipment dropped. As the absolute main force of the team, Xiao Yun did not claim ownership of the equipment but instead smiled and let his teammates choose first. Such behavior earned him a round of praise in the comments section. Once Xiao Yun appeared on screen, the entire live stream's popularity began to rise rapidly. Under the anticipation and watchful eyes of countless common players, Xiao Yun became an important focal point of this examination. Meanwhile, in the world of Crazy Blood Legend, Lin Chen had already reached the outermost area of the novice zone. Along the way, various monsters appeared. There were level 7 cat leopards and level 8 black bears. Although Lin Chen's level was only level 5, with his purple gear and a powerful orange quality weapon, these monsters that were only 2 or 3 levels above him posed no threat at all. With a wolf charge, he rushed in and easily dispatched them with 2 or 3 slashes. To pursue a higher efficiency in leveling up, Lin Chen needed to find higher level monsters. Soon, at the boundary of the novice zone, Lin Chen found his target. LV-10 skeleton soldier in a graveyard at the boundary. Eerie skeletal monsters wandered with swords and shields. Without a second thought, Lin Chen charged in and started fighting. Bang! Wolf charge activated. Lin Chen's figure flashed. The sudden thrust of his greatsword made a skeleton soldier tremble, causing several ribs to fall from its body, swaying unsteadily. The skeleton soldier retaliated with its sword. But Lin Chen blocked it with his greatsword. Bang! With a reverse strike, another sword. After 7 or 8 consecutive slashes, the skeleton soldier's body finally fell apart, collapsing to the ground. Lin Chen immediately received a notification. You have killed a skeleton soldier LV-10, gaining 400 experience points. Killing 5 levels above you grants an additional 500 experience points. You have obtained the item, Skeleton Warrior Summoning Stone Purple X1. Killing the skeleton soldier 5 levels above him, Lin Chen directly gained nearly 1,000 experience points. He only needed 6,000 experience points to level up from level 5 to level 6. This meant that after killing 5 more, he could level up again. The leveling efficiency here should be pretty good. Lin Chen nodded slightly, deciding to train here for a while. He reached out to pick up the dropped item to check. Item, Skeleton Warrior Summoning Stone. Level restriction, none. Quality, purple effect. Consuming this summoning stone can summon a level 20 skeleton warrior to fight for you, lasting 5 minutes. Description, a sealing stone that holds the essence of the skeleton warrior. You can break it to temporarily free the skeleton warrior, or you can use this stone to crack a walnut. This thing is good, it can help improve my monster farming efficiency. With a thought, Lin Chen immediately shattered the summoning stone. The summoning array glowed with energy, and in the next second, a tall skeletal warrior clad in armor appeared. Under Lin Chen's control, it charged towards a nearby skeletal soldier. The level 20 skeletal warrior was incredibly powerful, capable of taking down a skeletal soldier with just 2 strikes. Lin Chen wielded his greatsword and followed suit, mowing down large groups of skeletal soldiers as if cutting wheat. You have killed a skeletal soldier LV-10, gaining 400 experience points. You have killed an enemy 5 levels higher, gaining an additional 500 experience points. You have obtained item, Super Life Potion Blue X10. You have killed a skeletal soldier LV-10, gaining 400 experience points. You have killed an enemy 5 levels higher, gaining an additional 500 experience points. You have obtained equipment, Bone War Shield Purple X1. You have killed a skeletal soldier LV-10, gaining 400 experience points. You have killed an enemy 5 levels higher, gaining an additional 500 experience points. You have obtained gold. 8520. As skeletal soldiers fell one after another, Lin Chen's level rapidly climbed. Your level has increased to level 8, gaining 10 free attribute points. Exam points 8. Before long, he had already reached level 8. His inventory also filled with a large number of level 10 purple equipment and many useful purple quality items, and of course, he had amassed a considerable amount of gold. After leveling up, his combat power increased once more, but at the same time, the experience gained from killing skeletal soldiers began to decrease. Delving deeper into the cemetery, Lin Chen was searching for higher-level monsters. Ahead, a valley shimmering with light caught his attention. Cave Dungeon, Death Valley, Cave Dungeon, Death Valley, recommended entry level, LV-15 Dungeon refresh cycle, 12 hours. In games like Blood Legend, dungeons are the best places for leveling up and treasure hunting. Dungeons often contain powerful monsters and abundant treasures. Without hesitation, Lin Chen stepped forward and entered the Death Valley. Upon entering the Death Valley dungeon, the dark environment instantly enveloped the surroundings, with the occasional torch barely providing some visibility. Lin Chen didn't act recklessly. He opened his inventory and took out some items he had just obtained from defeating the skeletal soldiers, using them one by one. First was the Skeletal Warrior Summoning Stone. He had 4 of them. After using all 4 Skeletal Warrior Summoning Stones, 4 tall skeletal bodyguards appeared before Lin Chen. Next was a high-level group strength enhancement scroll. After using it for 5 minutes, Lin Chen and the 4 skeletal warriors would have their strength attributes increased by 30%. Additionally, there was a bottle of light potion. After drinking it for 5 minutes, his attacks would deal extra light attribute damage. Light attribute damage is particularly effective against undead creatures, dealing triple damage. This was undoubtedly a huge boost for Lin Chen as he explored the Death Valley dungeon. After preparing, Lin Chen, accompanied by the 4 skeletal warriors, ventured deeper into the valley. Soon, a group of skeletal soldiers appeared ahead. Although numerous and charging fiercely towards Lin Chen, they posed no threat at all. The 4 skeletal warriors struck down with their blades, and Lin Chen hardly had to lift a finger before the skeletal soldiers turned to mere bones. Picking up the numerous purple equipment and items that dropped, Lin Chen continued onward. After passing through a narrow, dark corner, the space in the valley suddenly opened up and the light became brighter. Before a suspension bridge for elite monsters appeared. LV-12 Elite Skeletal Warrior Elite Monster, LV-13 Elite Skeletal Archer Elite Monster. Compared to ordinary skeletal soldiers, these 4 looked significantly more formidable. Not only did they wield fine weapons, but they were also adorned with exquisite armor. However, in front of Lin Chen and the 4 skeletal warriors, their combat power was still quite lacking. With a thought, Lin Chen commanded the 4 skeletal warriors to charge in first. He then positioned himself in the back, waiting for the right moment, and suddenly unleashed a wolf strike. Thud! The great sword, shimmering with light attribute energy, instantly dealt massive damage to the elite skeletal archer behind. After a few slashes, 1 elite skeletal archer fell first. The other 3 elite monsters didn't last long either. They all collapsed, turning into lifeless bones. You have killed the elite monster Elite Skeletal Archer LV-13, gaining 600 experience points, killing 5 levels above, gaining an additional 800 experience points, killing an elite monster, gaining an additional 600 experience points. You have killed the elite monster Elite Skeletal Warrior LV-12, gaining 550 experience points, killing 4 levels above, gaining an additional 500 experience points, killing an elite monster, gaining an additional 400 experience points. A large amount of experience points immediately credited to Lin Chen, who successfully leveled up to level 9. At the same time, the 4 elite monsters dropped 4 orange items. Among them, 3 were equipment and 1 was an item. Upper body, Undying King's Dark Armor Level Restriction. 10 quality, orange defense, 100 additional attributes, strength 50, constitution 45, agility 35, spirit 20. Special effects Soul Devour. Killing a target in battle can temporarily absorb the target's soul, greatly enhancing your own attributes. Attached skill Wrath of the Undead. After activating the skill, attacks deal a large amount of additional dark damage, and the worse your health status, the higher the additional dark damage. Description: the personal armor of a certain Undying King rarely leaves his side. When this equipment appears in your hands, it either means he has fallen or that he is taking a bath. The terrifying orange quality armor has a defense that has already surpassed 3 digits. Moreover, the total additional attributes have reached 150 points. The strength of this equipment far exceeds the Wolf God chain mail that Lin Chen was wearing. Although Lin Chen was still 1 level away from being able to use the equipment, he was not far from reaching level 10. The other 2 pieces of equipment were Blood Skeleton's battle boots and Dark King helmet. Both orange equipment, these 2 also had decent attributes, along with good special effects and equipment skills. Moreover, they could be used at level 10, so Lin Chen would be able to equip them soon. The last orange level item was a black cross. Item: Cross of Reversal of Fate. Level restriction, none. Quality, orange effect. When this item is placed in your inventory, upon your death, you will resurrect in full state at the spot, without any drop or death penalties. Description: Hallelujah, my Buddha's mercy is boundless. Now it's time to witness a miracle. It was a very powerful item, but Lin Chen felt that with his rate of growth in combat power, the probability of encountering a dead end was low, and he might not use this item throughout the entire game. Continuing to delve deeper, after crossing the suspension bridge, a large number of skeletal soldiers surged out from the dark tunnels on both sides. In the distance, skeletal archers were continuously shooting arrows. However, they posed no threat at all. After killing a large number of skeletons, Lin Chen finally stood before a gate made of pale bones, and his level finally broke through to level 10. Your level has increased to level 10, gaining 10 free attribute points. Exam points 10. You are the first player to break through level 10, receiving an additional exam points reward, 100 points. You have awakened the warrior's first skill, Heavy Slash. Skill, Heavy Slash effect. Gather all your strength to deliver a powerful strike, with a chance to stun the enemy for 1 second. The damage and stun probability are positively correlated with the constitution and strength attributes. Finally level 10. Lin Chen browsed through the newly acquired skills. then immediately opened his inventory to change his entire set of equipment. After defeating so many skeletons, his inventory was now stuffed with robust level 10 purple gear, and he could finally use 3 even more outrageous pieces of level 10 orange equipment. After changing his gear, Lin Chen's overall attributes surged once again. Player, Lin Chen class, warrior level, 10-500-1500 strength, 315 effects physical attack, physical skill damage constitution, 295 effects vitality, defense, injury recovery speed agility, 275 effects movement speed, attack speed magic power, 70 affects spell attack, spell skill effects spirit, 100 affects total mana, mana recovery speed current remaining free attribute points, 0 gold, 134080 with 3 terrifying pieces of orange equipment. His combat power was now on par with that of a normal player who had reached level 20. Crackle! The 5 minutes were up and the soul fire in the eyes of the 4 skeleton warriors extinguished, turning into bones scattered on the ground. Although there were still plenty of summoning stones in his inventory to call forth skeleton warriors, he couldn't be bothered to use them again. Pushing open the skeletal door, a palace appeared before him. At the highest point of the throne in the palace, a towering skeleton clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive bone sword sat firmly. The moment Lin Chen stepped into the palace, the blue soul fire in the skeleton's eye socket suddenly ignited. Disturbing my slumber, die. The palace trembled as the towering skeleton let out a low roar and stood up. No need to rush, I'll sing you a lullaby and help you fall asleep. Lin Chen shrugged, proposing his solution. The towering skeleton paused for a second, then disregarded him and charged straight at Lin Chen. Above its head, information about this monster finally appeared. LV-15 Skeleton General Boss Monster. Boss monsters are a level above elite monsters in terms of strength. As the skeleton general charged towards him, Lin Chen remained calm, first activating the equipment skill from the Undying King's death armor, Wrath of the Undead, as a black deathly light instantly enveloped his Sirius greatsword, enhancing his attack. Then, he activated the skill from the Blood Skeleton's boots, Blood Shadow, causing his agility attribute to surge by nearly 100 points, increasing his speed. Next, he used the skill attached to the Dark King's helmet, Dark Protection, forming an invisible black membrane over his entire armor, significantly boosting his defense. Wolf Charge. Facing the skeleton general, Lin Chen took the initiative to attack. In just one clash, the skeleton general suffered heavy damage, its bones scattering everywhere. Heavy slash. Gathering all his strength, Lin Chen unleashed a warrior skill he had just awakened. Bang! A tremendous collision echoed. The skeleton general was instantly struck again, stunned in place. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen continued to slash down with his great sword. Want to sleep, huh? Want to take a nap, huh? This time, I'll make sure you sleep enough. Bang! 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 After several strikes, the powerful boss monster, the skeleton general, had not landed a single blow and was directly slain by Lin Chen. You have killed the boss monster skeleton general LV-15, gaining 1000 experience points. Killing 5 levels above you grants an additional 1500 experience points. Killing a boss level monster grants an additional 1500 experience points. Crash! The moment the skeleton general fell, a large number of purple and orange equipment items burst forth. The most dazzling of all was a massive battle blade in the center, shimmering with a blinding red light. The battle blade as a whole presented a ghastly bone color. At the hilt there was an eerie skull embedded. A red item? Lin Chen swallowed hard and stepped forward to inspect this red weapon. Weapon, Warning of the Vanquished level requirement. 15 quality, red attack power, 400 additional attributes, strength 100, constitution 100, agility 100, spirit 100, magic power 100 extra additional attribute, attack power 400, special effect resurrection of the dead. After killing an enemy, you can summon a skeleton monster from the enemy's corpse. The stronger the enemy, the stronger the skeleton monster, and the duration of the skeleton monster is positively correlated with your spirit attribute attached skill burial. Sacrifice all skeleton monsters. Summon through the resurrection of the dead effect to significantly enhance your own attributes. The more skeleton monsters sacrificed, the stronger the attributes, and the greater the attribute increase you receive, with the duration being positively correlated with your spirit attribute description. If I die, please let the whole world accompany me in burial. The quality of item equipment ranges from low to high, white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, dark gold, colorful, iridescent. This weapon is too ruthless. Lin Chen was momentarily dazzled by the weapon's attributes, effects, and skills. A total of 800 points of attack power, more than 8 times that of the Sirius heavy sword. The additional attributes reached an astonishing 500 points. The powerful special effect also allowed him to summon a horde of skeleton monsters through kills, greatly improving his monster farming efficiency. The attached equipment skill was incredibly powerful, allowing him to sacrifice the summoned skeleton monsters to dramatically boost his combat power in a short time. The only pity was that this weapon required level 15 to use. Lin Chen couldn't use it yet. In addition, the skeleton general also dropped 2 pieces of orange equipment. One was orange gauntlets and the other was an orange ring. These 2 pieces of equipment were even stronger than the attributes dropped when he killed the elite skeletons, but they also required level 15 to use. After stowing the equipment, Lin Chen looked up towards the throne. This is the last thing. After the skeleton general fell, a shimmering copper treasure chest appeared on the throne at the highest point of the palace. Lin Chen approached and was about to touch the chest when a prompt popped up before him. Ding! Congratulations, you are the first player to obtain a dungeon treasure chest. Achievement unlocked. Pioneer. Exam points 30 as the first player to clear the dungeon and obtain the treasure chest. The quality of the chest you are about to open will be increased 100-fold. As the prompt appeared, the bronze treasure chest before Lin Chen flashed with light, transforming into a luxurious golden treasure chest. He reached out, just about to open the golden chest. However, the light on the golden chest flashed again. After a 1,000-fold drop rate increase, this golden treasure chest has been upgraded to a glass treasure chest. In an instant, the golden chest had transformed into a rainbow of colors. The flowing, shifting light flickered, almost filling the entire valley with a dreamlike scene. Can the 1,000-fold drop rate from the cheat also enhance the treasure chest? Lin Chen's eyes lit up at the sight, calculating slightly. As the first person to clear the dungeon, the game had increased the quality of his dungeon treasure chest 100-fold, and then, his cheat's 1,000-fold drop rate further increased the already enhanced chest by another 100-fold, resulting in a total increase of 1,000-fold, meaning the quality of the chest had been raised by 100,000 times. What could possibly come out of this 100,000 times treasure chest, he thought with anticipation as he opened the chest. Accompanied by a burst of rainbow light. Crash! In an instant, a large amount of gold coins and potions exploded from the chest, almost instantly covering the entire ground beneath the throne. At the very center of these treasures, a necklace shimmered with light. The light emitted by the necklace was predominantly golden, but it also carried a hint of black mist. Lin Chen stepped forward and picked up the necklace that had emerged from the glass treasure chest to examine it. Necklace. The forgiveness of the Exceeders level restriction, none quality, dark gold magic defense, 2000 additional attributes, none special effect at rule level. After wearing this necklace, you will not be subject to level restrictions when equipping gear and using items. Description. All bindings are illusory. In my name, I grant you transcendence. Above red quality equipment is gold quality, and above gold quality is dark gold. This dark gold equipment, aside from its extremely high magic defense, has only one special effect at the rule level. After wearing this necklace, you will not be subject to level restrictions when equipping gear and using items. But it is precisely this one effect that made Lin Chen ecstatic. Heaven helps me. Lin Chen picked up the necklace, unable to suppress the wide grin on his face. With the 1,000-fold drop rate cheat, Lin Chen could easily obtain high-quality equipment, allowing him to kill monsters beyond his level. However, due to his level, he couldn't immediately use the high-level equipment obtained from killing monsters beyond his level, which meant he couldn't quickly convert the advantage of the equipment into a combat power advantage to challenge even stronger enemies, thus forming a virtuous cycle of efficiently enhancing his combat power. This was the biggest problem he faced at the moment. Yet this dark gold equipment, the forgiveness of the Exceeders, perfectly solved his problem. This equipment came just in time. With this equipment, he could be considered to have officially entered invincible mode. After equipping this dark gold gear, Lin Chen immediately switched to the red quality weapon he had just obtained the morning of the destroyer, and then donned 2 pieces of level 15 orange equipment as well. In an instant, the massive boost in attributes made him feel slightly unwell. After moving around a bit, he became accustomed to the powerful strength he had gained from changing equipment. Picking up the countless gold coins and a large number of high-level recovery potions from the ground, Lin Chen turned and left the cave dungeon. The monsters in the novice area were basically capped at around level 10. To pursue stronger enemies, Lin Chen had to leave the novice area and officially step into the legendary continent. Since each novice area was a relatively closed space, once he left, he couldn't return. After some thought, Lin Chen decided to settle things here before embarking on his adventure in the legendary continent. Striding forward, Lin Chen, clad in luxurious equipment, returned to the novice village. At this moment, Sun Saiha and his group noticed that Lin Chen was no longer lurking outside the novice village. They had just stepped out of the village, wanting to grind some monsters to catch up on their lagging levels. As a result, before they could finish off a rooster, they saw Lin Chen, sporting a red name, swiftly returning towards the novice village. Hurry! Back to the novice village. Sun Saiha trembled in fear, leaking a few drops of urine, and hurriedly led his group back. Upon entering the novice village and seeing the militia guards standing at the entrance, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, still hanging around the village, huh? You're supposed to be taking an exam, not experiencing rural life. If you don't come out to grind monsters and level up soon, you might not even make it to the third book. Lin Chen arrived at the village entrance, brandishing his battle blade and jokingly making light of the situation. Seeing Lin Chen's smug expression, Sun Saiha was so furious that she nearly ground her teeth to dust. Falling so far behind on the first day, the situation for Sun Saiha and his group was essentially equivalent to having their ears covered during an English listening test by Lin Chen. The points they lost would be very hard to recover. Given the importance of the college entrance examination, their future prospects would undoubtedly be greatly affected. Sun Saiha no longer pretended to wear that hypocritical smile. She glared at Lin Chen with malice and sneered, "You can be arrogant for now. You only have these 7 days to be arrogant. Once the college entrance exam is over, I will find you." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen hugged his head and twisted his body. I'm so scared. Can you not take revenge on me? I was already planning to shake hands and make peace with you. Sun Saiha was slightly taken aback by the words, and after pondering for a moment, she reined in her somewhat out-of-control emotions and pretended to be ready to forgive Lin Chen, saying, "You want to shake hands and make peace? That's fine, but we've already lost too much time this half-day, so you must compensate us with the equipment and items on you." Lin Chen nodded, sure. As he spoke, he directly pulled out a pile of purple equipment from his bag and threw it on the ground. What the hell? Where did he get so much purple gear? Sun Saiha and the others immediately widened their eyes, staring intently at the purple weapons on the ground. Is this okay? Lin Chen asked. Yes. Sun Saiha and the others immediately rushed out of the novice village, like ferocious dogs pouncing on their prey, reaching out to snatch the purple equipment on the ground. Just then, Lin Chen lightly swung the massive battle blade Morning of the Fallen in his hand. With the terrifying power attribute backing it, Lin Chen could almost kill these level 2 or 3 players with a mere touch, easily achieving instant kills, and the damage would even overflow significantly. In an instant, Sun Saiha and the others fell to the ground once more. The weapon's special effect, Resurrection of the Fallen, activated, and skeleton minions crawled out from their corpses. Back in the village, the resurrected Sun Saiha and her group were utterly furious. They stood by the resurrection point, hurling a barrage of angry insults at Lin Chen. Sun Saiha, in particular, was like a shrew, spewing curses and threatening Lin Chen's entire family. However, Lin Chen was not angry at all. He walked into the village, chuckling as he approached the group. Some people were scared and began to retreat. Sun Saiha sneered, "What are you afraid of? Does he dare to act in the novice village? Do you think 2 level 30 militia are just for show?" The next second, whoosh! Sun Saiha was directly split in half from the middle of her forehead. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Chen lightly waved his battle blade. Sun Saiha and her group quickly fell to the ground again. Upon noticing the situation here, the 2 militia stationed at the entrance of the novice village rushed over immediately. Who dares to be so bold, violating village rules and killing fellow villagers? The 2 militia charged at Lin Chen with their long spears. Since Lin Chen dared to act in the novice village, he naturally no longer feared these 2 level 30 militia. Wrath of the Fallen, Crimson Afterimage, Dark Blessing, Bone Power, Brutality. Continuously activating the skills attached to several pieces of his orange equipment, Lin Chen was instantly enveloped in a multitude of colored lights, his combat power reaching its peak. Under the shocked gazes of the players and NPCs in the village, Lin Chen charged at the 2 militia. Bang! Bang! The clash of weapons. The 2 militia were instantly knocked back. Before they could regain their stance, Lin Chen's battle blade had already swung down again. Heavy slash. Boom! The charged strike was immensely powerful, shaking the ground. This blow directly inflicted heavy injuries on one of the militia, causing him to become dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen struck twice more, and a level 30 militia, who was supposed to suppress everything in the novice village, fell dead just like that. With one militia dead, the other was naturally left unsupported. Lin Chen rushed up and casually struck twice, and the other militia also fell dead under the immense disparity in combat power. You attacked and killed a novice village guard, infamy 10 current infamy, 125, you have become a serious criminal. You attacked and killed a novice village guard, infamy 10 current infamy, 135, you have become a serious criminal. The 2 militia were easily slain by Lin Chen. At this moment, Sun Saiha and her group, who had resurrected in the novice village again, were completely plunged into despair upon witnessing this scene. Previously, when they saw Lin Chen, they had desperately run towards the novice village, but now it was completely reversed. Upon seeing Lin Chen, they turned and fled in a panic, trying to escape outside the village. However, with his agility attribute 100 times greater than theirs, Lin Chen's figure flickered and easily intercepted them again. Sun Saiha and her group resurrected once more. Lin Chen stepped forward and continued the slaughter. In less than 5 minutes, the vast majority of people had exhausted their 10 lives, completely eliminated from the game. At this point, being eliminated was essentially a death sentence for these candidates. In terms of scores, this exam had a full score of 100, and they could probably only manage around 5 or 6 points. Forget about getting into an esports university. They wouldn't even qualify for the Guangqing Women's Gymnastics Academy. Stepping on the last life of Sun Xia, Lin Chen smiled gently and educated her. So, how does it feel? Have you learned your lesson? Will you still try to steal monsters in the future? Sun Kei's face was filled with anger and humiliation. She opened her mouth, wanting to insult and threaten Lin Chen a few times. But before she could, Lin Chen swiftly struck her down, directly ending her journey in this college entrance exam. That felt good. Lin Chen laughed heartily. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed that other players were keeping their distance, looking at him in fear. Lin Chen scratched his head, just about to leave. However, at that moment, a group of other NPCs from the novice village surrounded him. Led by the village chief, the NPCs each held weapons, their faces fierce. The village chief coldly said, "Arrogant villain, how dare you kill the guardians of our village? Do you know you have committed a serious crime? Now, we must imprison you in the dungeon and await the Holy City Alliance's judgment. You better not resist." Lin Chen glanced around. The NPCs were only around level 30. The highest level among them, the village chief, was only 35. He certainly wouldn't be captured without a fight. He didn't like playing the submissive role, and even if he did, he preferred to be the one binding others rather than being bound himself. So, only 2 choices remain. 1. Escape. 2. Kill them all. Lin Chen thought for a moment and smiled lightly. Forget it, since I've already killed, it doesn't matter if I kill a few more. With his battle blade, the light flickered, and the weapon's special effect, Resurrection of the Dead, activated. Immediately, 2 tall skeletal soldiers appeared over the corpses of the 2 militia that had just fallen in battle. Then, Lin Chen used the weapon's skill again, Entombment. Blue light rose from the heads of the 2 tall skeletal soldiers and entered Lin Chen's body. In the next second, the 2 skeletons fell, and having absorbed their power, Lin Chen's combat strength surged once more. His figure flickered as he charged towards the group of NPCs, slaughtering them wantonly. Before long, all the NPCs in the novice village had fallen, and the once thriving village was now a scene of carnage, resembling hell. Just as Lin Chen was about to strike down the village chief, a loud shout suddenly came from behind. "Stop!" Lin Chen turned to see a righteous-looking young man striding towards him. Seeing that the young man's equipment was average and his level likely not high, Lin Chen was curious about where he found the courage to stand up against him at this moment. With a commanding stride, the player walked straight up to the village chief, threw a few herbs in the chief's face, and said, "Chief, these are the herbs you asked me to collect. I've gathered them. Now you can settle the quest reward for me before you die." Village chief. After submitting the quest and receiving the reward, the young man gestured politely, bowing to Lin Chen with a smile. "Go ahead, big brother, you can strike now. I'm really sorry for wasting your time." Lin Chen. He felt like chopping this guy down. However, considering that the other party hadn't harmed his interests and that this college entrance exam game was quite important for these ordinary candidates, a 9-year compulsory game just for this one battle, Lin Chen decided to spare his life. With a swift motion, the last NPC village chief of the novice village fell. Before him, a series of prompts popped up. You attacked and killed the novice village chief. Infamy 30. Current infamy 225. You have become a serious criminal. You have annihilated the entire novice village, achieving the title Village Slayer. Reward obtained. Secret Realm Map. Strange Novice Village X1. You have annihilated the entire novice village, causing your relationship with the Holy City Alliance to deteriorate severely. All human villages, towns, and cities, as well as NPCs from the Justice faction, will no longer provide you with any quests or services. Lin Chen did not care about the penalties mentioned in the notification. With the cheap 1,000-fold drop rate, he only needed to continuously search for and kill sufficiently powerful monsters to quickly grow stronger and accumulate a large amount of exam points. Taking on some quests or trying to gain benefits from NPCs would actually reduce the efficiency of his power increase. Moreover, playing the role of a villain in this game seems like it would be quite interesting. A dangerous smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips as his gaze swept over the surrounding players. The nearby players immediately moved further away. Opening his inventory, Lin Chen took out the Secret Realm map obtained after annihilating the novice village to examine it. Special item, Secret Realm Map. Strange Novice Village Level Restriction, LV50 Effect. Consuming this map allows entry into the Secret Realm Dungeon. Strange Novice Village Description. Will anyone really help you for free? Are the kind villagers in the Novice Village truly human? Special item, Secret Realm Map. Strange Novice Village Level Restriction, LV50 Effect. Consuming this map allows entry into the Secret Realm Dungeon. Strange Novice Village Description. Will anyone really help you for free? Are the kind villagers in the novice village truly human? Looking at the secret realm map in his hand, Lin Chen pondered slightly. He could tear the map and immediately enter the secret realm dungeon. However, the level restriction for the secret realm map was LV 50. This meant that the monsters in the secret realm dungeon would be above level 50. Although he had the forgiveness of the over limit, Lin Chen could use this item right now. But after some thought, considering that he only had one chance to enter in order to maximize the benefits from the secret realm dungeon, Lin Chen decided not to tear the map immediately but to enhance his strength a bit more first. Under the watchful eyes of other candidates who looked at him like a monster, Lin Chen left the novice village and headed straight for the outermost direction. After searching the novice area for a while, he soon found a teleportation array. You have reached level 10, you can leave the novice area. Do you want to leave the novice area and head to the legendary Zhongzhou continent? Note, after teleportation, you will not be able to return to the novice area. Please prepare yourself. Yes. Teleport. Lin Chen thought. The next moment, a glow surrounded him. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery before him had changed dramatically. You have been teleported to the legendary Zhongzhou continent. You are the first player to complete the teleportation. Exam points 30, an endless expanse of land, towering mountains reaching into the clouds in the distance, and a faint shadow of a massive city far away. Compared to the tiny novice area, the legendary Zhongzhou continent was clearly much broader. All candidates who had teleported from their respective novice areas could gather and meet on the legendary Zhongzhou continent. It could be said that stepping onto the legendary Zhongzhou continent marked the true beginning of this game, participated in by millions. After completing the teleportation, not far away, a guy dressed in a long robe immediately approached. Welcome to the legendary Zhongzhou continent. I am the guide of the Holy City Alliance. I have a detailed map of the legendary Zhongzhou continent and information on monster distribution that I can give you. However, as the guide got closer to Lin Chen, his words suddenly halted. His gaze was fixed on the thick red name above Lin Chen's head, and the originally friendly expression on his face changed abruptly as he coldly said, "Sorry, I am not obligated to provide services to criminals." With that, he began to put away the map and documents in his hand. Hand it over. Lin Chen sneered and drew his sword to attack. The guide's level reached LV 35, but his combat power was not strong, lacking any battle skills and only able to perform normal attacks. He could only withstand 3 strikes from Lin Chen before collapsing to the ground, dead. You attacked and killed the novice guide. Infamy 30. Current infamy 255. You have become a serious criminal. Lin Chen picked up the map and documents to check. The nearest capital city to his current location was called Holy Sword City. Normally, players entering the legendary Zhongzhou continent would first go to the nearest capital city for rest and recovery. However, Lin Chen's situation was special. With a red name, he would likely not be very welcome in Holy Sword City. After some thought, Lin Chen began to check the distribution of monsters on the legendary Zhongzhou continent. Currently, the area he was in was called the Wilderness of 10,000 Beasts. The monsters here ranged from level 10 to 35. The strongest regional boss in this area was a Lord-level boss named Sky Roar. In addition, there were 9 other regions on the legendary Zhongzhou continent. A total of 10 regions, the closer to the outer edge of the continent. The higher the monster levels and the more dangerous it became. Each region had a powerful boss. Lin Chen planned to first complete a small goal of hunting down the bosses in these 10 regions one by one. He stepped forward and rushed towards the location of the boss in the Wilderness of 10,000 Beasts. Roaring Canyon. In the center of 2 massive cliffs, the bones of various beasts lay scattered across the ground. In the distance, a giant mammoth monster over 5 meters tall was resting in the crevice of the canyon. Beside it, 2 3-meter-tall mammoth monsters stood guard. LV 30 Ancient Roar Beast, Leader Level Monster 30 Ancient Roar Beast, Leader Level Monster 35 Sky Roar, Lord Level Monster, Regional Boss. In this game, aside from level, the most significant factor affecting monster combat power was their grade. Monster grades, from lowest to highest, are Normal Monster, Elite Monster, Leader Monster, Lord Monster, Overlord Monster, King Level Monster, Emperor Level Monster. Legendary Monster. The skeleton General Lin Chen had killed before was a leader-level monster, the same grade as the 2 small monsters next to the regional boss Sky Roar, but with a significant level difference. The combat power of the 2 ancient roar beasts far surpassed that of the skeleton general. The Lord-level boss Sky Roar was naturally even more terrifying. Of course, aside from these regular grades, there were also occasional appearances of special grade monsters, such as world-level boss monsters that respawn at set intervals, or plot monsters that appear during certain game events. Lin Chen approached to check the information on these 3 monsters, attempting to take action. Releasing all his skills, Lin Chen adjusted his state to the strongest. Whoosh! His figure flashed and he charged straight in. 5 minutes later, Lin Chen's hands were sore from hacking, and the 3 monsters only bore numerous bloodstains, showing no signs of falling. Damn it! A level 30 leader monster and a level 35 lord monster are indeed not comparable to those ordinary NPCs in the novice village. Their defense is ridiculously strong. Sensing that the situation was not good, Lin Chen began to retreat while fighting. Although he had plenty of potions and items in his backpack and with his high-quality equipment he could handle 3 powerful monsters simultaneously without being defeated. However, it was not so easy to actually take them down. Indeed, trying to kill a level 35 regional boss at level 10 is still a bit too difficult. After finding a gap to escape, he immediately distanced himself from the canyon and let out a sigh of relief. After taking out the map and pondering for a moment, he decided to first clear out the other leader-level bosses in this area. After a sprint, Lin Chen found a nest of 3-headed tiger beasts in the eastern part of the wilderness of 10,000 beasts. LV-25 3-headed tiger beast. Leader-level monster. The level 35 lord level was tough to deal with, but Lin Chen had no problem handling this level 25 leader-level monster, although the 3-headed tiger beast was quite strong, with flames spewing from its 3 tiger heads causing Lin Chen quite a bit of trouble. He still managed to successfully slay it after 5 minutes. You have killed the boss monster 3-headed tiger beast LV-25, gaining 10,000 experience points. Killing above level 15 grants an additional 25,000 experience points. Killing a boss level monster grants an additional 25,000 experience points. Your level has increased to LV-11, gaining 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to LV-12, gaining 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to LV-13, gaining 10 free attribute points. By slaying a level 25 boss monster, Lin Chen directly leveled up 3 times. A large amount of gold and items burst forth from the corpse of the 3-headed tiger beast. Among them, one item shimmering with red light was the most eye-catching. Lin Chen stepped forward to inspect it. Upper armor. Overlord tiger armor level requirement 25 quality, red defense, 950 additional attributes, strength 200, constitution 200, agility 150, spirit 100, magic power 100 extra additional attribute. Total defense increased by 20%. Special effect ambush. Conceal your form before launching an attack, continuously increasing the damage of the next attack up to a maximum of 200%. Attached skill tiger roar. Emit a thunderous tiger roar, dealing massive sound wave damage to all surrounding enemies and reducing their attack power. Description: a super strong armor crafted from the bones of the legendary tiger monster, Overlord Tiger, providing outstanding defense while also offering powerful offensive capabilities to the wearer. Another piece of level 25 red armor in hand, with nearly 1000 defense. It was almost equivalent to the total defense provided by all of Lin Chen's other equipment. Due to the high level of the equipment, this Overlord Tiger armor provided Lin Chen with attributes that were much stronger than his weapon Mourning of the Vanquished, and the attached skills and effects were also quite impressive. With the dark gold equipment Forgiveness of the Overlimit, although Lin Chen only reached level 13 after killing the 3-headed tiger beast, he could directly equip the Overlord Tiger armor. After changing his equipment, Lin Chen did not rest and continued to sweep through the nearby boss-level creatures according to the map and monster distribution information. An hour passed, and not only did his level quickly rise to 18, but his entire set of equipment was rapidly replaced with high-level red quality gear. His attributes received another significant boost. During this time, he also discovered a dungeon instance. After clearing the instance, a silver treasure chest appeared. After a 1000-fold amplification, the silver treasure chest transformed into a diamond treasure chest before opening. From the diamond treasure chest after the 1000-fold amplification, Lin Chen obtained a golden quality skill book. Skill book, Starburst Fist level requirement, LV30 quality, golden skill effect, gather all your strength, consume your own health, invoke the power of the stars, and unleash a devastating punch from the heavens. The skill's power is positively correlated with strength and constitution. For every 1000 points of strength increased, the attack range of this skill doubles. Description: do you remember that punch that fell from the sky? In this game, skill books are also considered a type of item. Therefore, with Forgiveness of the Overlimit, Lin Chen could learn this level 30 golden quality skill in advance. With a thought, he immediately learned it. You have mastered the golden quality skill, Starburst Fist. After a boss-level monster is killed, it generally takes several hours to respawn. After sweeping through all the surrounding boss-level monsters, Lin Chen returned once again to the massive canyon in the northeast of the Beast Wilderness. LV35 Sky Roar, Lord level monster 30 Ancient Roar Beast, boss level monster 30 Ancient Roar Beast, boss level monster this time, it should be fine, little babies, I'm back. Lin Chen smiled as he scanned the 3 massive mammoth monsters in the distance. He opened his attribute panel and took a quick look. Player, Lin Chen class, warrior level, 188500600000 strength, 1228 effects physical attack, physical skill damage constitution, 1120 effects vitality, defense, injury recovery speed agility, 995 effects action speed, attack speed magic power, 520 effects spell attack, spell skill effects spirit, 620 effects total mana, mana recovery speed current remaining free attribute points, 0 gold, 21348080 returning to challenge this place again. Lin Chen's combat power was no longer comparable to what it was just over an hour ago. Wild Blessing, Ambush, Bone Crush Charge, Super Energy Concentration. With the effects and skills of his red equipment activated, Lin Chen's momentum surged once more, colossal energy gathering around him. Once charged to a sufficient level, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled like brilliant starlight. Heavenly Explosion, Star Fist. In the next moment, the sky darkened. The winds and clouds changed abruptly. An immensely large light blue fist shadow coalesced in the air. With a roar from Lin Chen, boom! The star fist struck down. The entire beast wilderness trembled. In an instant, the star fist hit, crushing two LV-30 boss-level ancient roar beasts into meat paste. The LV-35 Lord-level area boss, Heavenly Roar, was also heavily injured and fell to the ground under this punch. Not only were the three monsters at the center of the Heavenly Explosion star fist harmed, but dozens, even hundreds of other wild monsters in the vicinity were either dead or injured from the shockwave of this punch. With just one punch, Lin Chen gained a massive amount of experience points, directly leveling up to LV21. Your level has increased to level 20, gaining 10 free attribute points. Exam points 20. You are the first player to break level 20, receiving an additional exam points reward, 200 points. You have awakened the warrior's second skill, Whirlwind Slash. Your level has increased to level 21, gaining 10 free attribute points. This punch was terrifyingly powerful. However, it also consumed a large amount of Lin Chen's vitality. He felt as if his body had been drained, incredibly weak. Lin Chen quickly took out some potions from his bag and swallowed them quickly. With the supply of high-quality potions, he immediately restored his health to full. Looking not far away, seeing the strongest boss in the beast wilderness, Heavenly Roar, struggling to survive. Lin Chen's figure flickered as he rushed in for a heavy slash to finish it off. Put! Heavenly Roar met its end. You have killed the Lord Boss Heavenly Roar of the Beast Wilderness, gaining 100,000 experience points, killing a level 14 or higher enemy, gaining an additional 200,000 experience points, killing a Lord level boss, gaining an additional 400,000 experience points. Your level has increased to LV22, gaining 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to LV23, gaining 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to LV26, gaining 10 free attribute points accompanied by a large amount of golden potions, as well as gems glowing with red light. A beam of golden light burst forth from the corpse of Heavenly Roar. Lin Chen stepped forward and casually picked up a few gems to examine. Item: Top tier strength gem level restriction, none quality, red effect, when embedded in equipment, grants an additional 500 points of strength attribute. Description: the most top-notch strength gem, capable of significantly enhancing the strength attribute of the equipment. Item: top-tier experience gem level restriction, none quality, red effect, when embedded in equipment, increases the experience points you gain by 50. Introduction: the most advanced experience gem, capable of significantly enhancing your leveling efficiency. Item: super blood-sucking essence level restriction, none quality, red effect, when embedded in a weapon, it grants 50 lifesteal on attacks. Introduction: an ultra-high-grade blood-sucking essence gem that enhances your sustained combat ability and can also serve as a sanitary pad, though it can be a bit uncomfortable. After the enhancement from the 1000-fold drop rate sheet, among the loot dropped by the boss Tianho, there were a full 30 of these top-tier red-quality gems. After collecting the gems, gold coins, and potions, Lin Chen reached out and picked up the golden battle axe in the center. Weapon: Axe of the Glory of All Beasts level restriction, 35 quality, gold attack power, 3500 additional attributes, strength 800, constitution 600, agility 600, spirit 200, magic power 100 extra additional attributes, strength 400, constitution 200, agility 200, spirit 200, magic power 100, overall attack power increased by 20, special effect 1 killing frenzy, killing enemies continuously fuels your rage. When your rage reaches a certain level, you will enter a frenzy state, gaining a significant boost in strength and constitution attributes. Special effect 2 indiscriminate destruction. When you attack enemies, there is a chance to directly destroy their equipment. Attached skill Beast God moment. Summon the Beast God to possess you, transforming into the Beast God form. Introduction: the ancestral artifact of the ancient Beast clan, a super strong battle axe, rank 312th on the legendary world's supreme weapon list. Item equipment quality ranges from low to high: white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, dark gold, colorful, iridescent. After acquiring this golden equipment, Lin Chen's combat power had already been elevated to another level. Not to mention the powerful special effects and gorgeous attached skills, just the base attack exceeding 3,000 and the total attribute points reaching 3,200 had nearly doubled Lin Chen's combat effectiveness. However, the rewards for defeating Tian Ho were far from over. Ding! You are the first player to complete the kill of the regional boss Tian Ho, extra exam points 300. Ding! You are the first player to complete the kill of a regional boss, extra exam points 300. As the first player to kill the regional boss, the quality of the regional boss treasure chest you open will receive a 100-fold enhancement. In the center of the canyon, a stone platform made of rock slowly rose from a sunken area of the ground. On the stone platform, a treasure chest engraved with a tiger head pattern suddenly flashed with light. The tiger head pattern treasure chest instantly transformed into a dragon pattern treasure chest. Lin Chen stepped forward, attempting to open the chest. The dragon pattern treasure chest glowed once more. After the 1,000-fold drop rate enhancement, this dragon chest has been upgraded to a Qilin chest. As expected, the 1,000-fold drop rate cheat enhances all treasure chests. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. The game system enhanced it 100-fold, and the cheat helped him enhance it 1,000-fold. Opening this chest with a quality increase of 100,000 times, a pile of gold coins surged out, nearly filling half the canyon. Among them, there were also a large number of red and gold quality item gems. There were even a few dark gold gems shimmering with light. The attributes these gems could increase were quite considerable. In the midst of the items bursting forth from this chest, a beam of colorful light shot up into the sky. It was a pair of incredibly domineering wings, as if burning with intense flames. Lin Chen waved his hand slightly and the wings descended from the sky, slowly landing in his hands. Special equipment, Wings of the Holy Sun level restriction, 100 quality, colorful effect 1, movement speed increased by 100 times, effect 2, attack carries the blazing sun's fire, causing massive burning damage, effect 3, all attributes 3000, effect 4, for every 100 levels gained, can enter the blazing sun sacred domain dungeon once. Description, the supreme wings from the blazing sun sacred domain, possessing the scorching divine might of the blazing sun, ranked 57th on the wing leaderboard of the legendary continent. Damn! Seeing the attributes of these wings, Lin Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Equipping the wings, feeling the surge of power within him once again, Lin Chen's lips curled into a reckless smile. Aren't I just taking off completely? Meanwhile, in newbie village number 1565, Huang Tianao, with his nearly perfect combat skills, finally defeated the boss-level boss in the newbie dungeon, and at the moment he opened the treasure chest, seeing a purple equipment drop, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Weapon, Diamond Battle Blade level requirement, 10 quality, purple attack power, 100 additional attributes, strength 40, constitution 50, agility 30, spirit 20 special effect diamond power. Your attacks will carry the might of diamond, with a chance to stun enemies. Description. A powerful weapon specifically for diamond warriors, said to be used by them to shape green onions when dipping them in sauce. This should be the first purple weapon in this game. Huang Tianao thought to himself, a smile creeping onto his face. At this moment, in the real world, the live broadcast room for the college entrance examination had already stirred up a huge wave. Having witnessed Huang Tianao single-handedly defeat the dungeon boss, the national audience was captivated by his displayed gaming talent, flooding the bullet screen with messages of admiration and shock. In the live broadcast room, the three game commentators were also losing their composure. So strong. Really too strong. Commentator Guagua exclaimed. Brother Cyril also looked shocked, his eyes slightly moist with excitement. In 3 years, no, 5 years. There hasn't been a top gaming talent like him in nearly 5 years of college entrance examinations. Female commentator Taodao pulled out a green sleeping bag from somewhere and had already crawled into it, looking like a big caterpillar. Right. As Huang Tianao left the dungeon, he immediately found the teleportation array to head to the legendary central continent. But Brother Cyril suddenly realized something, pausing to say, wait, I remember in this type of legendary game, the first to defeat the dungeon boss should get extra rewards. Guagua recalled this as well, stunned. Yeah. Why didn't Huang Tianao receive any special rewards? Or did he receive them but just didn't show them? Could it be he wasn't the first to defeat the boss-level boss? Brother Cyril proposed a possibility. The director at this moment began to switch the camera accordingly. In other newbie areas, several seed players from prestigious families had also made rapid progress in the past few hours. Zhou Yu, Xin Wenson, Chen Bingqi, Yuan Fenghua, and others who had a chance to compete for the top spot had already begun exploring the dungeons in the newbie area, but none had successfully cleared them yet. So, who exactly killed the boss-level boss before Huang Tianao? Could it be Xiao Yun? Commentator Guagua speculated. The director immediately switched the camera to Xiao Yun's perspective. At the moment of the perspective shift, they saw Xiao Yun and a few members of his team surrounding the boss-level boss in the dungeon. Xiao Yun leaped forward, dodging attacks continuously, and finally, with a beautifully executed leap slash, defeated the boss. The live broadcast room erupted in another wave of excitement. The commoner-born Xiao Yun actually beat the boss-level boss in the newbie area with a speed second only to Huang Tianao, ahead of several major seed players. Impressive! With his level, given time, he will surely achieve great things. Brother Oatmeal decisively gave a very high evaluation. Guagua nodded in approval, but then fell into confusion. So it seems that the first person to defeat the boss-level boss is not Xiao Yun. Who could it be then? The audience across the entire Great Xia, along with the two streamers' words, fell into deep confusion and subtle anticipation. Little did they know, that person had already gone to the legendary Zhongzhou continent and at this moment was stepping on the corpse of a lord-level area boss, studying the colorful quality wings in his hands. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, at the highest game research headquarters, in the data room, the globally networked cartridge used for the college entrance examination, Blood Legend, was currently running in a giant game machine, with a large number of data personnel sitting in front of computers, monitoring the data operation of the cartridge. Outside the data room, two esports experts with master-level combat power were firmly guarding the door of the data room. Director, you should take a look. A data inspector suddenly spoke up inside the data room. The director in charge of overseeing the normal operation of the cartridge immediately walked over to inquire, "What's wrong?" The inspector pointed at the red data on the screen and said, "There's an anomaly in the data here." "Is it the examinee's data?" The director frowned. The inspector shook his head and said, "No, it should be an error in the data of the cartridge world itself. From the current stage, it's unlikely to have any impact. But we can't rule out some bad small probabilities." The director's face turned a bit grim upon hearing this. The cartridge should have undergone 3 data safety checks before being put into use. How could there still be such a problem? As one of the main persons responsible for this year's college entrance examination, if the cartridge really had any issues during the exam, he would bear a huge responsibility. The inspector explained, "Some dynamic data cannot be safely tested before being put into use, so it's not uncommon for such situations to occur. It shouldn't affect the exam process, so you don't need to worry too much." The director let out a long sigh upon hearing this, nodding seriously. "Continue to monitor this erroneous data. If there are any further issues, report to me immediately." Yes. In the world of the Blood Legend game cartridge, after Lin Chen equipped the golden weapon Glory of All Beasts and the wings Holy Feather of the Blazing Sun, his combat power surged several times again. Feeling that he should now be able to handle the level 50 dungeon with ease, Lin Chen took out the item he obtained when he wiped out the novice village from his bag. Special item, Secret Realm Map Eerie Novice Village Level Restriction, LV50 Effect. Consuming this map allows entry into the Secret Realm Dungeon, Eerie Novice Village Description. Will someone really help you for free? The kind villagers in the Novice Village, are they really human? Lin Chen exerted force with both hands, his eyes filled with anticipation as he tore the map apart with all his might, as if ripping through black stockings. In the next second, a gray light flashed. Lin Chen squinted his eyes and scanned his surroundings. He found himself in a space resembling a novice village. However, this novice village had an overall gloomy tone. Extremely oppressive. The sunlight that should have been bright instead scattered a blood-red glow. The shape of the sun was also very strange, as if it were a blood-red head dripping blood, dyeing half the sky a deep crimson. The air was filled with the stench of decay and blood, making one feel nauseous. Looking down, he surveyed the environment of the novice village. Dilapidated houses were now precariously standing, eerie and terrifying, resembling a haunted house. Inside and outside each house, gray-black tombstones were everywhere, and in some places, long spears stood upright, with bloodied and mangled heads impaled on the spearheads, unrecognizable as human forms. Eerie, terrifying, evil. Here, there was completely none of the thriving appearance that a normal novice village should have. Looking at the NPCs in the novice village, each one was even more chilling. The 2 split post guards at the village entrance were a gruesome sight. Their eye sockets were hollowed out, their eyeballs long gone. They stood facing each other, mechanically thrusting their spears into one another's bodies as pitch-black blood sprayed everywhere. Ing. As they stabbed, they let out bizarre, high-pitched giggles that sounded unnervingly like a newborn infant. Turning toward the blacksmith, Lin Chen saw him hammering away at his anvil. As he drew closer, he realized that what was being forged beneath the iron hammer were fragments of human bone. Inside the forge, the fuel keeping the fire alive consisted of charred, blackened corpses. The village chief was even more absurd. Bloody organs were draped over his body like macabre garlands. One of his eyeballs dangled out of its socket, his tongue hung low from his mouth, and corrosive slime dripped from his chin. On his left cheek, there was a fleshy, rod-shaped protrusion that looked exactly like a penis. Seeing Lin Chen approach, the chief let out a shrill, manic laugh. He. Greetings, adventurer. Might I entrust you with a quest? Could you give me your most precious possession? Lin Chen shuddered and immediately covered his crotch. In your dreams. This thing is too big for you. It wouldn't match that thing on your face. Go look elsewhere. By the way, I know a guy named Lu Zhou who might. The eerie village chief fell silent for a moment. He pointed at the rod-like growth on his cheek and clarified, "This is a thumb." Lin Chen had an epiphany. "Oh, I see. That's one hell of a developed thumb you've got there." The chief explained, "When I was alive, whenever you players finished a quest, I always had to give a thumbs up of approval. After a long time, it just ended up like this." Lin Chen nodded. "So, do you have any unique insights regarding the maintenance of fungal infections on that nail?" Sensing the conversation was veering off track, the chief's expression turned hideous. He erupted into another shrill cackle. "Enough talk. What I want is your life." As the volume of the screeching peaked, every NPC in the village turned their heads with mechanical stiffness at the exact same moment. Their hollow eyes locked onto Lin Chen. In the next second, like mindless, possessed demons, they lunged at him in unison. "I'll give you my foot up your ass," Lin Chen roared. He swung his arm, his axe instantly decapitating the nearest NPC. His golden weapon, the glory of myriad beasts, pulsed with a blinding light. Beast God Hour. Lin Chen activated the weapon's active skill. Instantly, his body began to swell. Coarse fur sprouted rapidly, and his teeth and nails transformed into jagged, terrifying claws. Within seconds, he had turned into a three-ma turtle, half-human, half-beast juggernaut. In this state, his strength and constitution attributes received a massive boost. As he swung the great axe, the flames of the sun's sacred feather coated the blade. The horrific NPCs of the starter village were torn through like paper. Within seconds, they were hacked into bloody scraps. To the current Lin Chen, level 50 mobs were mere snacks that could be soloed with a flick of his finger. By slaying monsters over 20 levels higher than himself, a massive wave of experience points flooded in. Lin Chen's level spiked consecutively, jumping from LV.26 to LV.29. Once the monsters in the Secret Realm dungeon were cleared, the handle of the well at the village center began to turn on its own. Moments later, a bucket rose to the surface. Inside the bucket sat a skeletal treasure chest emitting a dense, black aura. Lin Chen approached and attempted to open it. Thick black mist swirled as the chest began to transform, its color shifting from black to a deep, visceral crimson. Through the 1000x drop rate amplification, the skeleton chest has been upgraded to a Ghost King chest. Upon opening the chest, a mountain of gold coins, items, gems, and potions erupted. Aside from these sundries, there were 2 skill books and a single card radiating an intense, dark energy. The information for the 2 skill books was as follows: a special skill book, God level blacksmith skill level restriction, none quality, none skill effect. After learning this skill, you can enhance equipment on your own, create slots for equipment, embed gems into equipment, enchant equipment, and even forge equipment yourself. When enhancing, slotting, embedding, or enchanting equipment, the success rate is extremely high and it may provide additional attribute bonuses to the equipment. Special skill book, God level grosser skill level restriction, none quality, none skill effect. After learning this skill, you can concoct potions, synthesize various gem items and special objects with a very high success rate, and it may provide additional attribute bonuses to the items you create. Although these 2 skills do not directly affect combat power, they are very practical. For Lin Chen, who cannot enter the city and enjoy NPC services, these 2 skills perfectly fill his needs in this regard. As for the card exuding a thick black aura, after reading the card's description, Lin Chen couldn't help but be stunned. There's actually such a thing? The information on the black card is as follows. Special item, invitation to the Dark Hall level restriction, LV100 effect. After using this item, you will accept the invitation from the largest villain organization in the legendary continent, the Dark Hall, and embark on a completely different evil quest line. You will completely walk a path contrary to the Justice Holy City Alliance, and at that time, all human justice NPCs and all players will see you as a mortal enemy. Description: you only have one chance to choose, and there is no turning back. Remember, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. There really is a path to become a villain. This game is getting more and more intense. Lin Chen licked his lips, his eyes shining. However, the usage level restriction for this item is LV100. It is estimated that after using it, he will encounter some troubles that can only be resolved at level 100, or take on tasks that require extremely high combat power to complete. To be safe, Lin Chen first stored it in his bag. Let's hunt the bosses in the central continent first to increase my combat power. Behind him, wings ablaze with flames suddenly spread out. Lin Chen soared into the air, flying straight toward the next target area. The next higher level area is called the Frozen Tundra. The monsters here generally range from level 30 to 55. The strongest area boss in this region is also a Lord-level boss, named the Extreme Ice Phoenix. With the 100-fold speed boost from the Holy Sun Feather, Lin Chen moved extremely quickly, leaving a trail of crimson flame in the sky. On the ground, Huang Tianao, who had just entered the legendary Central Continent, was being guided toward the nearby human capital. Suddenly, a flame shadow flashed across the sky. The surrounding temperature even rose significantly in that instant, and Huang Tianao was taken aback, asking the guide, "What just flew by?" The guide also looked puzzled. "I don't know, I didn't see it clearly." With the rapid movement speed granted by the Holy Sun Feather, Lin Chen quickly left the Beast Wilderness area. Below him, the once barren grayish-brown grassland was gradually covered by ice-blue snow. Since each area is vast and the distances between them are far apart, normally, without using the teleportation array in the city, it could take players several hours to run from one area to another. However, with the colorful quality wings ranked 57th in the entire legendary continent, Lin Chen completed the crossing between areas in just 10 minutes. Arriving at the frozen tundra, Lin Chen wasted no time and headed straight for the highest peak of the tundra, the Winter Giant Peak. The area boss of the frozen tundra, the Extreme Ice Phoenix, is located at the summit of this Winter Giant Peak. As he approached the Winter Giant Peak, a group of humanoid monsters made entirely of ice rushed toward Lin Chen. LV-50 Extreme Iceman Elite Monster with Lin Chen's current combat power. This group of level 50 elite monsters is no different from the big rooster at the entrance of the novice village, casually swinging the golden quality battle axe in his hand. Crack, crack, crack. A large number of Extreme Ice Men were instantly smashed into pieces and fell down. Gold coins and orange items scattered all over the ground, but Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to look, simply using the automatic pickup function of his bag to collect the coins and items. You have killed the elite monster Extreme Iceman LV-50, gaining 80,000 experience points. Killing beyond level 20, gaining an additional 120,000 experience points. You have killed the elite monster Extreme Iceman LV-50, gaining 80,000 experience points. Killing beyond level 20, gaining an additional 120,000 experience points. The light of leveling up flashed continuously. After slaying hundreds of Extreme Icemen, Lin Chen's level jumped directly from LV-29 to LV-35. He stepped forward, continuing to walk up the mountain. Soon, dozens of tall snow monsters emerged from the snow, blocking his path once again. LV-53 Snow Demon leader level monster. However, Lin Chen's pace did not falter in the slightest, leisurely moving forward, swinging his battle axe. Thud, thud, thud. As a leader level monster, the Snow Demon has tough skin and flesh, making it much more resilient than the Extreme Iceman. If he strikes a vital point, Lin Chen can still kill it in one hit. But if he hits elsewhere, he would need to strike again. For him, the difference between the Snow Demon and the Extreme Iceman is minimal. You have killed the leader-level monster Snow Demon LV-53, gaining 150,000 experience points. Killing beyond level 20, gaining an additional 180,000 experience points. You have killed the leader-level monster Snow Demon LV-53, gaining 150,000 experience points. Killing beyond level 20, gaining an additional 180,000 experience points. After dealing with dozens of snow demons, Lin Chen's level soared again, rising from LV-35 to LV-39. On the snowy ground, a large number of level 50 red items dropped. Among them, a glimmer of gold caught his eye. Can leader-level monsters also drop golden quality equipment? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised and stepped forward to pick up the shining item for inspection. Bracers, Ancient Ice Martial God's Wrists Level Requirement 50 Quality, Golden Defense 4300 Additional Attributes Strength 1500 Constitution 1000, Agility 1000, Spirit 900, Magic Power 800 Extra Additional Attributes Strength 800, Constitution 600, Agility 600, Spirit 500, Magic Power 300. Overall defense increased by 25%. Special Effect 1 Ice Halo, greatly reduces the agility attributes of surrounding enemies. Special Effect 2 Frozen Origin, your attacks will inflict additional frost damage and have a certain chance to freeze enemies. Attached skill Might of the Ice Martial God, pray for the blessing of the Ice Martial God, temporarily gaining powerful Ice Martial God power. Description: the Bracers of the Ancient Ice Martial God, a powerful bracer ranked 259th on the legendary world's highest bracer list. Logically speaking, in this type of legendary game, golden quality equipment is already considered extremely rare. In just 7 days of gameplay, generally, obtaining a single piece of golden equipment would be enough to secure a very high ranking in this globally connected card-based world. Yet now, less than a day into the game, Lin Chen already possesses 2 pieces of golden equipment, along with a dark gold necklace and a pair of colorful quality wings. One can only say that he is no longer playing the same game as others. As a level 50 golden equipment, the attributes of the ancient ice martial god's wrists are quite formidable. Lin Chen immediately equipped it, then took a quick glance at the other red quality gear. He noticed a few pieces that were better than what he was currently wearing, so he made a simple swap, significantly boosting his attributes. He stepped forward and continued his ascent towards the peak of the Winter Giant Mountain. Before long, he spotted a massive ice blue bird standing proudly at the summit of the snow-capped mountain. LV-55 Extreme Ice Phoenix, Lord-level monster, regional boss. The enormous azure body stood majestically atop the mountain, resembling an ice sculpture. Completely motionless. It wasn't until Lin Chen approached and reached the large ice platform at the peak that the Extreme Ice Phoenix slightly spread its wings and spoke in a clear, melodious human female voice. Human, you have trespassed into my domain and disturbed my meditation. You have committed a capital offense. Leave the mountain at once, and I may spare your life. Lin Chen chuckled, placed his hands on his hips, and mimicked the Extreme Ice Phoenix's words. Mother bird, blocking my path and hindering my future, you have committed a capital offense. Kneel and call me daddy right now, and I might spare your life. As he spoke, he quietly activated the active skills of his two golden pieces of equipment. Beast God Moment. The might of the Ice Martial God. In an instant, a golden beast shadow and an ice blue battle shadow appeared simultaneously around Lin Chen. Moments later, Lin Chen's body swelled, transforming into a beast form, while a layer of icy battle armor shadow enveloped him. His combat power surged dramatically in that instant. Heavenly Explosion. Star Fist. With his right fist slightly clenched, Lin Chen unleashed the golden skill. A massive starry fist shadow instantly coalesced in the sky. The Heavenly Explosion Star Fist skill has an effect where for every 1000 points of strength attribute the user possesses, the skill's range doubles. Last time, Lin Chen's strength attribute was just over 1000, and the fist shadow's coverage reached several hundred square meters. Now, with the enhancement of golden equipment and colorful wings, his strength attribute had exceeded 8000. In the sky, the enormous starry fist shadow was 8 times larger than before, and as it descended, it nearly covered the entire Winter Giant Mountain. How is this possible? Looking up at the gigantic fist shadow falling from the sky, feeling the immense power it contained, the Extreme Ice Phoenix's voice trembled, and its blue-glowing eyes revealed a human-like fear. It spread its wings with all its might, icy blue light surging around it, and a massive ice shield quickly formed above it. However, boom! The fist shadow descended, and the ice shield was easily crushed like a wafer cookie. Following that, what was crushed was the body of the Extreme Ice Phoenix, along with the entire Winter Giant Mountain. You have killed the Lord Boss Extreme Ice Phoenix, gaining 300,000 experience points. Killing a level 16 or higher opponent grants an additional 400,000 experience points. Killing a Lord level boss grants an additional 800,000 experience points. Your level has increased to LV40. Gaining 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to LV41. Gaining 10 free attribute points. Ding! You are the first player to complete the kill of the regional boss Extreme Ice Phoenix in the frozen icefield area. Extra exam points 600. In an instant, various glowing items burst forth from the remains of the Extreme Ice Phoenix. Among them were 2 pieces of level 55 golden equipment and a golden quality skill book. The 2 pieces of golden equipment were leg armor and a helmet, with attributes far superior to his current red equipment. After picking them up, Lin Chen immediately equipped them, and now he had 4 pieces of golden equipment on him, further enhancing his combat power. As for the skill book, Icebound for 1000 miles level restriction, LV50 quality, golden skill effect. Using mana as a guide, unleash a powerful area-wide freezing attack. The power of skills is positively correlated with magic strength, and the range of skills is positively correlated with spirit. If the magic strength attribute exceeds 2000, the subsequent freezing will also trigger an ice explosion, causing secondary damage. Introduction, Freeze. This skill is clearly more suitable for mages to learn. In any case, there is no limit to the number of skills that can be learned in this game. With a thought, Lin Chen directly learned the skill Frozen for 1000 miles. He looked up and surveyed the entire Winter Giant Peak that had been destroyed by his heavenly exploding starfist, reflecting on himself. If I had known, I should have just used this skill from the start. I could have wiped out the small monsters and the boss in one go. Why waste so much time? After defeating the boss of the frozen tundra region, the Extreme Ice Phoenix, Lin Chen obtained 2 pieces of golden equipment and a golden skill book, which was quite a harvest, but what he was more concerned about was the regional boss treasure chest. After searching for half a day in the collapsed ruins of the iceberg, Lin Chen finally found the boss treasure chest rewarded for defeating the boss of this area. It was an ice blue treasure chest, intricately carved with phoenix patterns. Very exquisite. He stepped forward and attempted to open the chest. The ice blue carved phoenix treasure chest glowed once more. After a 1000-fold drop rate increase, this ice phoenix treasure chest has been upgraded to the ancient ice phoenix queen treasure chest. Upon opening the chest, a large amount of gold coins, items, and gems burst forth. The quality of the items and gems was at least of golden level. Most notably, there was a gigantic ice blue super heavy sword, shimmering with dark gold light, nearly 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, resembling a wall. Weapon, Frost Wasteland level requirement, 55 quality, dark gold attack power, 7,000 additional attributes, strength 2500, constitution 2000, agility 1500, spirit 1000, magic strength 1000 extra additional attributes, strength 1500, constitution 1000, agility 800, spirit 500, magic strength 500 special effect 1 ice crystal counter. When enemies attack you, they will suffer massive frozen damage in retaliation. Special effect 2 ice accumulation summon Phoenix. When you attack enemies, the weapon will accumulate ice energy. Releasing the accumulated ice energy will summon a powerful ice phoenix. The more energy accumulated, the stronger the summon ice phoenix. Attached skill ice explosion. Detonate ice elements, causing massive damage to all enemies currently frozen. Dark gold weapon special effect. The first time you equip this item, you will have a chance to enter the Ice Sacred Domain trial, with a difficulty level of approximately LV70. By passing the Ice Sacred Domain trial, you will permanently receive the blessing of the Ice Sacred Domain, gaining a large boost to your attributes. Introduction: the unparalleled magic sword sealing the Ice Sacred Domain, ranked 157th on the legendary World's Supreme Weapon list, a giant battle sword. Item equipment quality ranges from low to high: white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, dark gold, colorful, and iridescent. Successfully acquired a dark gold level weapon. This is Lin Chen's second piece of dark gold equipment. However, unlike the dark gold necklace Forgiveness of the Exceeders, which provides special effects, this equipment is a powerful weapon that directly increases Lin Chen's combat power. Compared to his current level 35 golden weapon Glory of All Beasts, the quality and equipment level of Frost Wasteland are significantly higher. In comparison to Glory of All Beasts, the attack power and the attribute bonuses it provides are overwhelmingly strong. Will equipping this weapon for the first time lead to entering the Ice Sacred Domain trial? Lin Chen looked at his incredibly powerful attribute panel and felt that handling at LV70 level trial should not be a problem, so he directly equipped Frost Wasteland. In the next moment, the scenery before him flickered. Everything was covered in ice blue. Lin Chen entered a world entirely made of ice. In the trial of the frozen holy domain, an iceberg rose from the ground, transforming into a giant iceman, sweeping the entire holy domain with its ice and snow. After equipping the dark gold gear Frost Wasteland, Lin Chen's combat power saw a significant increase. Holding a giant ice blue sword, he charged forward. On Lin Chen's side, he entered the frozen holy domain and began the trial. Meanwhile, other players gradually emerged from the novice area, arriving at the legendary Central Continent. After entering the Central Continent, most players chose to follow the guide into the nearby capital city. Compared to the barren and simple novice village, the capital city of the Central Continent was much more expansive, almost the size of some small counties in reality. In addition to a larger area, there were more diverse NPCs and a greater number of quests available. The capital city also triggered some probabilistic events, and completing these events would provide players with unexpected rewards. In short, after leaving the novice area and officially entering the legendary continent, players had more choices. They could choose to grind monsters in the wild, complete quests in the city, explore dungeons, or engage in free trading in the market, buying low and selling high. As time flowed, players enhanced their strength through various means. Several hours later, nearly a day had passed since the game began. Players leveled up rapidly, and at this point, the vast majority of players had reached around level 15. Top players like Huang Tianao and Xiao Yunzhouyu had already surpassed level 20 and awakened the second skill of their initial profession. In the real world, in the live broadcast room, commentators Guogua and Mei Mian sat behind the broadcast desk, passionately commenting on the game's situation. Look, Huang Tianao has discovered another hidden dungeon. Mei Mian laughed. Following Guogua's words, I'm really curious now, what exactly is Huang Tianao's gaming talent? Is an S-level gaming talent really that insane? Who? Female commentator Tao Tao responded with snoring sounds. Behind the broadcast desk, a pink tent had been set up at some point. Tao Tao had crawled into the tent early at 5:30, claiming that staying up late would ruin her skin, and began her beauty sleep. Let's take a look at Xiao Yun over here. The camera switched, and commentator Guogua was about to introduce the situation of Star of the Commoners Xiao Yun. However, Tao Tao's snoring suddenly grew louder, completely drowning out Guogua's commentary. The two male commentators exchanged glances, speechless. Mei Mian walked cautiously to the side of the tent and said, Sister Tao Tao, could you please stop snoring? Female commentator Tao Tao clearly still had some awareness, and upon hearing Mei Mian's words, the snoring inside the tent abruptly stopped. However, the next second, A melodious fart sound came from inside the tent. Mamie and Gu. Guagua. Mamie and Gu, sister, you can hear me, no need to respond specifically, this is a nationwide live broadcast. Put. This time, a crisp fart sound was heard. Along with the sound, a smell began to spread in the live broadcast room. Guagua took out 2 masks from under the broadcast table, handed one to Mamie and Gu, and said with a smug smile, "When I saw her ordering takeout and eating roasted sweet potatoes, I thought of this situation, so I specifically asked the director team to get us 2 masks. Mamie and Gu looked at the 2 large holes in the nostrils of the mask in his hand and fell silent for a moment. Outside the game, the atmosphere was relaxed. Inside the game, in the wilderness of beasts, near the area boss location, the Roaring Canyon. At this moment, however, the atmosphere was tense. By the massive corpse of the area boss, the sky roar. Huang Tianao stood leaning on his sword, expressionless. On both sides of the canyon, 2 groups had already surrounded him within the gorge. One group was Zhou Yu's team, while the other was Shen Wenkon's team. As long as we kill him here once, Huang Tianao's threat will no longer be a concern in this exam, Zhou Yu thought to himself, gripping his staff tightly. But he glanced at the massive corpse of the boss, Tian Ho, in the canyon, feeling a hint of worry in his heart. This Tian Ho is a level 35 Lord-level boss. Did he really take it down all by himself? If his combat power has truly reached that level, the 2 of us might not be able to take him down. Should we make a move or not? Surrounded in the center of the canyon, Huang Tianao was also somewhat confused. How did they manage to take down Tian Ho before me? After leveling up to 25, Huang Tianao had used his S-level gaming talent to devise a method to defeat the boss Tian Ho in the Beast Wilderness. But to his surprise, as soon as he arrived, he found that Tian Ho was already dead, and shortly after, Zhou Yu and Shen Wensong had surrounded him here. He naturally assumed that these 2 had killed the boss Tian Ho first and then ambushed him here. Both sides were suspicious of each other, thinking that the other had taken down the regional boss Tian Ho. Little did they know, while they were still in the novice village and mucking about, Lin Chen had already taken down Tian Ho. Seeing that Zhou Yu was hesitating to make a move or give orders, Shen Wensong lost his patience first and shouted, "Zhou Yu, are we going to fight or not?" Zhou Yu gritted his teeth, just about to give the order to attack. Suddenly, in the card world, all players received a prompt simultaneously. In 20 minutes, the first world boss will appear. In 20 minutes, the first world boss, the Dark Knight, will appear. The coordinates of the Dark Knight are at the junction of the Beast Wilderness and the Frozen Plains. All players are to rush there quickly and work together to defeat the world boss, the Dark Knight. After defeating the world boss, all players who participated will receive corresponding rewards based on their contributions. The slayer of the world boss will also receive a legendary treasure chest. The sudden appearance of the prompt left everyone in the Roaring Canyon momentarily stunned. Zhou Yu's mind shifted, and he immediately devised a better strategy. He called out to Shen Wensong, "Let's go deal with the world boss first. We finally caught him, and we're just going to let him go?" Shen Wensong retorted somewhat unwillingly. Zhou Yu exchanged a glance and said no more, turning to leave. Seeing this, Huang Tianao twirled his sword, hesitating for a moment, but did not stop them. Although his equipment and level were significantly ahead of Zhou Yu and Shen Wensong, the number of subordinates they had was considerable. If a fight broke out, given his current combat power, winning wouldn't be easy. More importantly, he didn't want to take the initiative to attack. If the other side struck first, then he would fight back. Even if he couldn't win, he could still break through the encirclement without anyone being able to stop him. But if he attacked first, after killing someone, he would be marked with a red name. At that point, many things would become inconvenient, and he would have to spend time doing good deeds to eliminate his notoriety, which would be counterproductive. Seeing Zhou Yu leave, Shen Wensong had no choice but to follow. After walking a distance, Shen Wensong asked, after spending so much time and using a purple quality tracking item, "Why don't we take Huang Tianao down first?" Zhou Yu scratched his red hair and smiled lightly. "With the world boss respawning, do you think Huang Tianao will go?" Shen Wensong frowned and nodded. To compete for rewards, he will definitely go. Zhou Yu smiled. "Then that's settled. Not only will he go, but Chen Bingqi and Yuan Fenghuo will definitely rush to the location of the world boss as soon as they receive the game system's prompt." Shen Wenkon's eyes lit up, understanding Zhou Yu's meaning. "You mean, after meeting up with those 2, the 4 of us will deal with Huang Tianao together?" Zhou Yu nodded with a smile. "Huang Tianao's strength is unfathomable. It's safer for the 4 of us to act together." Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already completed the trial of the Icebound Holy Domain. After finishing the trial, Lin Chen received an additional 1000 points to all attributes and also gained a powerful buff that granted 80% immunity to frost damage, the Icebound Guardian, significantly enhancing his combat power. After completing the trial, he continued on his journey to hunt the regional boss. Several hours passed, and by now he had already slain the 3rd regional boss. the Thunder Lord, and the 4th regional boss, the Cyclops Titan, and was currently battling the 5th regional boss, the Lord of the Undead. Bang! 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 The Lord of the Undead's dark giant sword clashed continuously with Lin Chen's Frostblade, each collision sending violent tremors through the ground. With each successive clash, the Lord of the Undead was pushed back, the freezing on its body becoming increasingly severe, and the green light in its eyes dimming further. Boom! Finally, seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen swung his massive ice-blue Frostblade down, cleaving a nearly 100-meter-long frozen gash into the pitch-black scorched earth, while also slicing the Lord of the Undead in half. You have slain the Lord Boss, the Lord of the Undead, and gained 1 million experience points. Killing at level 25 grants an additional 2 million experience points. Killing a Lord level boss grants an additional 2 million experience points. Your level has increased to LV 56. Gaining 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to LV 57. Gaining 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to LV 59. Gaining 10 free attribute points. Ding. You are the first player to complete the kill of the Lord of the Undead in the Dark Abyss region. Additional exam points 1500. On the remains of the Lord of the Undead, a large number of items dropped. After collecting the items in gold, Lin Chen mainly looked at the 3 pieces of dark gold quality equipment that had dropped. The 3 pieces of level 80 dark gold equipment were a pair of gauntlets, shoes, and a ring. Gauntlets, Touch of Death dark gold shoes, Sinful Tread dark gold ring, Binding of Evil Spirits dark gold. The previous boss, the Cyclops Titan, also dropped 3 pieces of dark gold equipment for Lin Chen. The one before that, the Thunder Lord, dropped 2 pieces of dark gold equipment for him. After equipping these 3 pieces of dark gold equipment, aside from the higher quality colorful wings on his back, everything else was of dark gold quality. One could say that his combat power had made another significant leap. Next up is the boss treasure chest. Lin Chen approached a nearby altar. Watching as a pitch-black treasure chest floated up from the bloodwater, Lin Chen raised his hand, trying to open it. After a 1000-fold drop rate increase, this undead treasure chest has been upgraded to an evil god treasure chest. The chest opened, and a large number of items spilled out. At the center was a skill book of dark gold quality. Skill book, Ultimate Evil / Level Restriction, LV 80 quality, Dark Gold Skill Effect. Harness the power of the evil god to unleash a terrifying strike infused with immense strength. The skill damage is positively correlated with strength, and for every 1000 points of agility you possess, an additional slash will be executed when the skill is activated. Description: the most powerful and terrifying skill of the Demon Sword Evil God. Countless peak warriors have perished under this move. Dark Gold Skill. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately learned it. When he reached the 4th area boss, the golden skill, Starburst Fist, which he had favored before, could no longer one-shot the area boss. This left him quite dissatisfied, but the arrival of the ultimate evil / perfectly filled his need for skills. After learning the skill, he was about to head to the 6th area boss. Suddenly, a message popped up in front of him. Lin Chen also received a prompt about the world boss. In 20 minutes, the first world boss will appear. World boss, Dark Knight? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. After pondering for a moment, he decided to temporarily interrupt his area boss hunting plan and return to the Beast Wilderness to kill a world boss, hoping to obtain something good. Behind him, the holy wings of the sun suddenly unfurled, illuminating the dark space with a blazing red light. Lin Chen's figure drew a red line in the air, heading straight back to the Beast Wilderness. After several updates and iterations of his equipment, Lin Chen's agility attribute had long surpassed 10,000, making him extremely fast. With the enhancement of the holy wings of the sun, he rushed at full speed and returned to the Beast Wilderness in just over 10 minutes. Arriving at the northern part of the Beast Wilderness, where it met the frozen plains, Lin Chen hovered high in the air, overlooking the area below with the broadest view. Soon, the system prompt appeared again. World Boss, Dark Knight LV30 has appeared. World Boss, Dark Knight LV30 has appeared. Almost the moment the prompt flashed, Lin Chen saw a massive black portal suddenly appear nearly 1,000 meters below him. The portal, carrying terrifying dark energy, opened, and the Dark Knight, clad in dark armor, stepped out with overwhelming might. The surrounding yellowish ground instantly turned into black scorched earth, breeding evil maggots with the Dark Knight's arrival. Moments later, the Dark Knight, towering at 5 meters, fully emerged from the portal, and a muffled murmur escaped from beneath his armor. "I will bring death." Thud! A crimson shadow flashed by. The Dark Knight's voice abruptly stopped. Crack! In the next moment, the Dark Knight's body split into 2 segments, collapsing helplessly. Poor Dark Knight, after arriving in the central continent, hadn't even steadied his feet or finished a single sentence before he had already returned to his homeland. This journey to the central continent was both brief and fleeting for the Dark Knight. Although it's a world boss, it's only level 30 after all. As expected, it couldn't withstand a single normal attack from me. Lin Chen sighed while holding the Frost Wasteland Giant Sword. Feeling that this world boss was somewhat boring, Glancing at the pile of level 30 golden equipment that dropped on the ground, Lin Chen casually picked them up like scavenging and tossed them into his bag. World boss Dark Knight has been defeated. Your contribution 100%. Your contribution ranking: first place, highest contribution reward, experience 500,000, gold 500,000, exam points 1,000, red quality skill book X1, red quality gem X10. Your level has increased to LV60 and you have gained 10 free attribute points. Not only was the boss pitifully weak, but even the reward for being first in contribution ranking was also pitifully meager for Lin Chen. Now, his bag was filled with golden quality items. There were also quite a few dark gold quality items. The red quality skills and items were so low tier that Lin Chen found them unworthy even for wiping. You dealt the final blow to the world boss Dark Knight. You have received a legendary treasure chest X1 as you are the first player to kill the world boss. The quality of the legendary treasure chest has increased 100-fold, upgraded to a fate chest. Special Fate Chest Quality Unknown Effect. Upon opening, you can obtain a powerful treasure capable of changing the fate of the legendary continent. Description: a chest containing the top secret treasures of the legendary world. Extremely rare ding. After a 1,000-fold increase in the explosion rate, your fate chest has advanced to the Eternal Chest. Special Eternal Chest Quality Unknown Effect. Upon opening, you can obtain one eternal treasure. Description: the Supreme Path, eternal and indestructible. When you receive this chest, it is destined that you have coexisted with eternity. After the game system enhanced it 100-fold and the cheat boosted it 1,000-fold. This was yet another chest with a quality increase of 100,000 times. Seeing this extraordinary chest shimmering with starlight appear before him, Lin Chen finally felt some interest and attempted to open the eternal chest. Unlike other chests, which always explode with all sorts of random items upon opening, this chest contained only one thing. That was a mass of rich blue-purple flames. Within the flames, it seemed as if thousands of beings were wailing and it felt like entire worlds were burning. Special equipment: Great Thousand Realm Flame. Level requirement: 200 quality. Iridescent effect 1. Can use the Great Thousand Realm Flame to enhance your attack, significantly increasing its power. Effect 2. Supreme Refinement. Can refine your equipment, greatly enhancing its attributes. Effect 3. All attributes 10,000. Attached skill: Flame Realm Explosion. Unleashes the full power of the Great Thousand Realm Flame, dealing massive damage to all beings within a large area, but cannot distinguish between friend and foe. Use with caution. Description: the ultimate flame that has burned and refined the source of power from thousands of worlds. Ranked 9th on the Divine Fire list of the legendary continent. Damn. Seeing the effects of this divine fire, the Great Thousand Realm Flame, Lin Chen, who initially had little expectation, was suddenly taken aback. Iridescent quality. This was the highest quality level in this world. Previously, on his way to hunt boss in the dark underworld, Lin Chen had encountered a dark wandering merchant. After paying with a heavenly exploding star fist, Lin Chen obtained a map and information about the broader legendary world from the dark wandering merchant. He knew that among all types of equipment, the highest quality was iridescent. Among the same type of items, only those ranked in the top 10 in the world could be rated as iridescent quality. This meant that there were only 10 iridescent items in the entire legendary world, and each one was unique. At least, that was the case before Lin Chen entered this game. As for whether Lin Chen obtaining iridescent items through cheats would increase the total number of iridescent items in the world, that was an unknown that could not yet be verified. In less than 2 days since entering the game, he had already acquired the highest level iridescent divine fire. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. The taste of invincibility made him feel a hint of loneliness. After equipping the Great Thousand Realm Flame, the purple flames spread across his body, enveloping the surroundings. Lin Chen's combat power surged several times again. The holy wings of the blazing sun extended and swayed behind him as he soared into the air. Just as he was about to continue hunting the boss in the area, another prompt popped up before him. Your level has reached LV60. You can obtain a class change book, after which you can change your class after a successful class change. Each level up will grant additional attribute bonuses based on the chosen class. Please complete the class change as soon as possible. Should I change classes now? Lin Chen took out the map information he bought from the dark wandering merchant, slowly flying forward while searching for information about the class change. Where should I go to get the class change book? He floated forward leisurely while looking at the map. On the ground, 2 teams heading here were searching for the world boss's whereabouts, and they happened to look up and discover Lin Chen's presence. These 2 teams were the seed players who had already converged, Chen Bingqi and Yuan Fenghua. Sister Yuan, look. What is that? Chen Bingqi spotted a humanoid creature with wings in the air, engulfed in purple flames, and was momentarily stunned. Quickly asking, Yuan Fenghua looked up and was stunned for a few seconds when she saw the floating object in the sky. However, she quickly made what she thought was a clever judgment, a smile of excitement curling at the corners of her mouth. This must be the world boss. Lucky us, it seems we are the first to find it. Everyone with ranged attacks, attack now. Seize the opportunity. Compared to the more easygoing Chen Bingqi, the strong-willed Yuan Fenghua clearly had more say in this assembled team. With her command, the mages and priests in the team immediately launched their attacks. Fireballs and poison clouds rained down on Lin Chen, who was flipping through the map in the air. However, with Lin Chen's current defense and magic defense, these players, who were at most in their 20s, couldn't even scratch him. But the itching sensation on the soles of his feet still made Lin Chen pay attention to the situation below. Seeing a group of people frantically attacking him, Lin Chen was quite confused and shouted, "Hey, stop scratching. It itches. The world boss is speaking." Chen Bingqi was taken aback. Yuan Fenghua squinted and said, "He said it's hot? That must mean he's weak against fire. All mages, increase your firepower and unleash fireball spells." As she spoke, she gathered energy in a purple-quality magic wand. A giant fireball came crashing down towards Lin Chen. Flame explosion. This was a purple-quality skill that Yuan Fenghua obtained by completing a hidden quest, and its power was terrifying. Boom! Damn it, stop it. I'm just here for healthcare, not foot massages. The giant fireball hit the ground beneath Lin Chen, making him itch so much that he couldn't help but shout. Seeing that these players were ignoring his warnings and continued to attack him, Lin Chen decided not to hold back. He lightly swept his Frost Wasteland giant sword. Buzz! Boom! There was no need to use skills, or even make contact. Just the gust of wind generated by the swing of the giant sword directly crushed more than half of the team. As the team's numbers halved in an instant, Chen Bingqi was also hit by the gust and fell into heavy injury. As she brushed past the gust, Yuan Fenghua's smile suddenly froze, her face turning pale as she forced herself to say, "Don't be afraid. That was probably its ultimate move. It can only be used once. Everyone, keep attacking, don't stop." Its health bar should already be before she could finish her sentence. Buzz! Boom! Lin Chen casually unleashed another gust of wind. After this gust was released, there were hardly any survivors left on the ground. Those who were still alive were all heavily injured, basically at death's door. Lin Chen flapped his wings, slightly lowering his figure, and looked down at the remaining players, puzzled, and asked, "What are you doing scratching my feet when you have nothing to do?" The few remaining players, upon seeing the name above Lin Chen's head, were momentarily stunned. The way players' names were displayed was completely different from that of monsters and NPCs. Seeing the red name above Lin Chen's head, they finally recognized his identity. You're not the world boss? You're a player?" Chen Bingqi quickly gulped down a few potions to recover her state, astonished. How is that possible?" Yuan Fenghua knelt on one knee, taking potions to restore her health, momentarily dumbfounded. Lin Chen then understood the reason they were attacking him, and he laughed. "I see, it was a misunderstanding. Since you all don't look so good, how about I help you recover?" Okay. Chen Bingqi nodded blankly. With a slight swing of the Frost Wasteland giant sword, buzz, more bodies fell to the ground. Chen Bingqi died, turning into a light orb. Yuan Fenghua was stunned. "Didn't you say you would help us recover?" Lin Chen nodded. "I'll send you back to the nearby capital city, fully revived. Much more thorough recovery." Yuan Fenghua. The giant sword swung again, and more bodies fell to the ground, and Yuan Fenghua also perished, turning into a light orb. Just as Lin Chen was about to deal with the last remaining player, that player suddenly shouted, "Lin Chen! You are Lin Chen!" Hearing his name called, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. The player awkwardly stood up, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and excitedly said, "It's me, Zhao Wenjun, from Yun City No. 2 High School. I'm your good brother. You even gave me an antique cassette." Oh! Lin Chen finally remembered the identity of the person in front of him. "Damn, brother, how are you so strong?" You. Looking at Lin Chen's cool gear, Zhao Wenjun's eyes widened, his tongue stumbled, and his whole body stiffened. Lin Chen smiled and humbly waved his hand, saying, "Just playing around." Zhao Wenjun showed a sincere pleading expression, bouncing over to Lin Chen's side. "Lin Chen, brother Tian, big brother, can you take me along? Please let me be a leg accessory." Lin Chen shook his head. "No way, you're too weak to be a leg accessory. You can't even go where I'm going. A random small monster could take you out in an instant. At most, you could be a groin accessory. If I stuff you in my pants, I can at least keep you from dying." Zhao Wenjun. Zhao Wenjun stared at Lin Chen's groin, his face slightly flushed. "That's not impossible." Lin Chen. Considering that Zhao Wenjun was a classmate from the same school and had previously come to his house to bring him fruit and help him throw out trash ancient game cassettes, Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to lend him a hand. He took out a pile of low-level equipment from his bag that he had no use for, including several level 30 golden items dropped from the world boss, a few red and orange quality trash skill books, and some miscellaneous items like gems. These things were practically garbage to him now. He threw the items on the ground, saying, "Here, take these. They're just taking up space in my bag." A pile of equipment and items fell to the ground, instantly forming a small mountain. Hiss! Seeing the golden, red, and orange lights scattered all over the ground, Zhao Wenjun gasped. It's worth noting that even top-tier candidates like Chen Bingqi and Yuan Fenghua only had 1 or 2 pieces of purple quality equipment at most. Above purple quality is orange, above orange is red, and above red is gold. And Lin Chen casually pulled out so many golden items and even said he wanted to give them to him. For a moment, Zhao Wenjun felt his understanding of the game shatter. Not wanting to waste any more time there, Lin Chen didn't say much else, smiled, and said, "Good luck, brother. I hope you get a good score." After saying that, with a flap of his wings, Lin Chen instantly soared into the air, leaving behind a trail of flames, disappearing without a trace. Seeing Lin Chen leave after giving him the items, Zhao Wenjun hurriedly picked up the pile of treasures from the ground, feeling so moved that he slapped himself on the face. Lin Chen really treats me like a brother. I even scolded him before. I'm such a terrible person. Through the map and information he had, Lin Chen learned that there were 3 ways to obtain a job change book. The first was to complete the job change quest in the capital city and receive the job change book from an NPC. Right now, the name above his head was red to the point of being purple. Forget about completing the job change quest. As soon as he entered the city, the highest alert alarm would probably go off, and in an instant he would be besieged by the entire city. The second channel for job changes was to search for a dark wandering merchant in the wild who had a chance to sell job change skill books. A dark wandering merchant? Lin Chen recalled the feeling of crushing the dark wandering merchant with his heavenly exploding star fist back then. This channel seemed like it could also be passed. As for the third channel, it was relatively simple and brutal. Although it had a certain level of difficulty, it also had the highest potential. Through this path, there was a chance to obtain some extremely high-quality job change books. The third way to obtain a job change book was to challenge the Trial Tower. The location of the Trial Tower exists on the eastern side of the legendary Zhengzhou continent, beyond the boundaries of Zhengzhou and adjacent to the Eastern Island Sacred Land. The Eastern Island Sacred Land is considered a region that is a tier higher than the Zhengzhou continent. Although it is not large compared to Zhengzhou, being just a relatively big island, the monsters and forces present on the island are not something Zhengzhou can compare to. Normally, players would only go to the Trial Tower in the Eastern Island Sacred Land after reaching level 100 and undergoing their second job change to obtain the job change book required for the transition. With only 60 levels of combat power during the first job change, normal players would not even be able to defeat the gatekeeper of the first floor of the Trial Tower, let alone obtain the rare high-quality job change book. Let's go take a look. Lin Chen pondered briefly before making a decision. Previously, before obtaining the illusory level Divine Fire of the Great Thousand World, Lin Chen could easily defeat an 80-level Lord-level boss. After acquiring the Great Thousand World Fire, his combat power had at least doubled. Challenging the 100-level Trial Tower should be no problem. After the job change, every level up would grant additional class attributes. So completing the job change as early as possible would definitely be more advantageous. The Trial Tower was absolutely worth a visit. With his wings spread wide, Lin Chen flew straight towards the Eastern Island Sacred Land in the east. After making the decision lightly, Lin Chen began his journey. Meanwhile, in the reality of the college entrance examination live broadcast room, the commentators and a crowd of viewers were once again plunged into shock as they watched the scene before them. The world boss is dead? Didn't it just appear? How could it be dead already? Who killed it? Could it be that it couldn't adapt to the environment of Zhengzhou and just died? Since the director had been focusing the camera on Huang Tianao, Zhou Yu, and Shen Wensong who had just clashed, the live broadcast did not capture what had actually happened with the world boss. At this moment, following Huang Tianao's perspective, the screen finally showed the boundary of the beast wilderness. Revealing the world boss, the Dark Knight, split in half. Huang Tianao felt a bit dazed. At this moment, it had been less than 10 minutes since the world boss appeared. He simply couldn't figure out who could have killed the world boss so quickly. He had a vague feeling that the death of the regional boss, Sky Roar, and even the first kill of the dungeon boss were related to this person. Zhou Yu and Shin Wensong also arrived shortly after, and upon seeing that the world boss was dead, they were both stunned. The two commentators and the millions of viewers watching the live broadcast were all greatly astonished. Zhou Yu furrowed his brows and speculated, could it be that Chen Bingqi and Yuan Fenghua were the first to find the world boss and took it down? Did they perform so well in this game? Shin Wensong, however, didn't think too much and yawned while asking, the world boss is dead, and we haven't been able to meet up with Yuan Fenghua and the others. Should we still go after Huang Tianao? Zhou Yu didn't respond, only tightening his frown. The candidates capable of killing the world boss, besides Yuan Fenghua and Shen Bingqi, he couldn't think of any other answers at the moment. If it really was them who killed it, it would mean they must have performed exceptionally in this game. If that's the case, their threat might not be any less than Huang Tianao's. Zhou Yu was aiming for the top scorer position in this year's college entrance examination, and to achieve that goal he had many things to consider, leaving him a bit uncertain. Just as he was deep in thought, another group approached. This group was not large, and their faces were unfamiliar. Most of the members in the group had equipment and levels that were not particularly strong. However, the leader was someone Zhou Yu and the others recognized. It was Xiao Yun. The world boss is dead? Did you guys kill it? So fast. When Xiao Yun arrived and saw the corpse of the Dark Knight, he was momentarily stunned, but soon his gaze shifted to Huang Tian'ao in the distance. Huang Tian'ao was also standing far away, glancing at Xiao Yun. Xinwen Song casually replied, "We didn't kill him, we just got here." Zhou Yu, upon seeing Xiao Yun, felt a spark of inspiration and smiled. "Long time no see, Xiao Yun. I remember, during the high school peak competition, you were eliminated by Huang Tian'ao, right? Since we can't reap the benefits of the world boss, how about we team up to take down Huang Tian'ao once and lower his exam points? That would count as revenge for you." He tried to rally support. If Xiao Yun helped, they could actually attempt to take action against Huang Tian'ao given the current situation. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could use Xiao Yun's strength to gauge Huang Tian'ao's power. However, Xiao Yun's response left Zhou Yu taken aback. Glancing at Zhou Yu and Xinwen Song, Xiao Yun calmly fixed his gaze on Huang Tian'ao and said, "No need for cooperation, I will win back what I lost to him fairly." Wanting to win fairly against that monster Huang Tian'ao? Zhou Yu chuckled at the thought, ready to tease Xiao Yun for his overconfidence. Unexpectedly, Huang Tian'ao, who had been disinterested in speaking, took the initiative to address Xiao Yun for the first time. In his usually arrogant eyes, a rare seriousness emerged as he said lightly, "Very well, I will wait for you at the guild battle in a day." Such a serious attitude and words were something Huang Tian'ao had never shown when facing Zhou Yu and Xinwen Kong. Despite their exceptional talents, prestigious backgrounds, and sheer numbers, Huang Tian'ao had never regarded them as opponents, nor had he ever taken them seriously. Only when facing Xiao Yun did Huang Tian'ao subconsciously become a bit more serious. Because, half a year ago, in the peak competition against Xiao Yun, that quarter-final match was the hardest battle Huang Tian'ao had ever won. Xiao Yun earned Huang Tian'ao's respect through pure strength. This was also the only way to gain Huang Tian'ao's respect. "Are you planning to fight alone in the guild battle?" Xiao Yun frowned slightly. After entering the capital city, the guild system gameplay was activated. Players could form or join guilds at will. Tomorrow, the first guild battle, decisive battle on the battlefield, would commence, where all guilds would face off in pairs, going through multiple rounds of elimination to ultimately determine the strongest guild and become the battlefield leader, earning generous rewards. "One person is enough," Huang Tian'ao said, turning and leaving after his brief statement. Zhou Yu hesitated, ultimately not daring to stop him. He sighed inwardly, thinking, "I should meet up with Chen Bingqi and Yuan Fenghua to assess the situation. I wonder if they really killed the world boss." Meanwhile, in the nearby capital city, Tianyu City, after being resurrected, Yuan Fenghua saw her exam points had dropped significantly, and the 2 blue items she had were lost upon death. She gritted her teeth in anger. How could that guy Lin Chen be so strong? After resurrecting, Chen Bingqi approached Yuan Fenghua from behind and sighed helplessly. "What should we do next? Should we still go after the world boss?" Yuan Fenghua shook her head helplessly. Since Lin Chen appeared in that position, the world boss must have already been taken down by him. "Let's lead the team to farm monsters and level up," aiming to secure the first kill on the regional boss, Sky Roar, to recover some lost points. Just as she spoke, Yuan Fenghua's expression suddenly froze. Chen Bingqi asked, "What's wrong?" Yuan Fenghua shook her head. "It's nothing. There's someone named Zhao Wenjun who has left the guild. Just a minor player, no impact." As time passed, Lin Chen's figure swiftly swept across the skies above the central continent. Finally, he arrived at the sacred land of the Eastern Island. Lin Chen landed in front of a tall tower and stepped forward to enter. At the entrance, a knight clad in heavy armor blocked Lin Chen's way. To enter the trial tower, you need to purchase a ticket. Each entry costs 1 million gold coins, the knight introduced coldly. By now, Lin Chen had long surpassed 100 million gold coins, so he naturally didn't care about this mere 1 million. He immediately took it out from his bag and tossed it aside, piling it into a small mountain of gold coins. The knight stepped aside as Lin Chen collected the coins. Lin Chen stepped forward and entered the trial tower. The guardian of the first floor was an 80-level female archer. The moment Lin Chen stepped inside, over a dozen arrows, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, shot straight at him. Lin Chen raised his Frost Wasteland greatsword and easily deflected the arrows. Then, a beam of swordlight, infused with the chaotic purple flame of the Great Thousand World, was unleashed. Bang! Hiss! The swordlight sent the archer staggering back, and the chaotic flame instantly engulfed her. In an instant, the archer was reduced to ashes. You have passed the first trial of the trial tower. You can now end the trial and receive the Elf Marksman class change book. Continue the trial for a chance to obtain a higher quality class change book, but if you die in the trial, you will gain nothing. Do you wish to end this trial? No. Lin Chen replied and continued forward, heading to the second floor. The guardian of the second floor was a berserker wielding dual axes, at level 83. His fate was the same as that of the archer on the first floor. With a casual strike, Lin Chen killed him in an instant. All the way through, he breezed past the challenges. Almost all the guardians of the first 20 floors were defeated by Lin Chen with ordinary attacks infused with the chaotic flame. It wasn't until after the 20th floor that the enemy's levels exceeded 120, making the fight slightly more challenging for Lin Chen. However, with the powerful skills attached to some dark gold equipment, Lin Chen could still easily slaughter these guardians. It wasn't until he reached the highest 30th floor that the enemy before Lin Chen made him take notice. The opponent at the highest level was a warrior clad in dark armor, wielding a green heavy sword. An ominous aura continuously spread from him like waves. The terrifying might enveloped the entire trial ground with an indescribable sense of oppression. Beneath him, he rode a terrifying green bone dragon. Lin Chen could feel that this guardian at the highest level was on a completely different level from the previous enemies. This guardian might really have a chance to defeat him. Staring at the opponent before him, excitement flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. To come this far proves you are indeed strong. You seem to be a poor soul abandoned by the Holy City Alliance. He spoke softly, his voice hoarse. If you don't want to die in vain, take this and leave. A class change book exuding black mist appeared, slowly floating in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen received another game system prompt. You have reached the highest level of the trial tower. You can now end the trial and receive the Sky Dragon Knight class change book. Continue the trial to challenge the final guardian of the trial tower, and you will have a chance to obtain the treasure of the trial tower, the world-breaking sword master class change book. But if you die in the challenge, you will gain nothing. Do you wish to end this trial? Having come this far, Lin Chen naturally would not choose to retreat. No, challenge the final guardian. With a thought, the prompt before him disappeared. Lin Chen raised his Frost Wasteland Greatsword and began to activate the skills attached to his dark gold equipment, various enhancement lights enveloping his body, instantly elevating his state to its peak. Raging Sun, rise. World Flame, ignite. With two whispered incantations, the colorful quality Raging Sun Sacred Feather Flame and the rainbow quality Great Thousand World Flame both attached themselves to Lin Chen's Frost Wasteland Greatsword, the purple light and crimson brilliance intertwining, mixing with the ice blue hue reflected from the greatsword. In an instant, a bizarre chaotic radiance formed atop the greatsword. Standing atop the bone dragon, the dark-armored warrior revealed a strange smile. Oh, is this your choice? In that case, the green shadow flickered. Lin Chen's figure almost simultaneously vanished. Bang! Rumble! In the next moment, two figures clashed, the massive released energy nearly destroying the trial tower. Bang! 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 The two giant swords continuously collided, the sound shaking the heavens and the earth. Enormous energy kept leaking out. The trial tower was collapsing and being destroyed under their repeated clashes. Lin Chen grew more courageous as he fought, a long-lost fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. Ever since defeating the first regional boss and obtaining the colorful quality wings, it had been a long time since an opponent could last this long against him. The dark-armored warrior, riding the bone dragon, had green light crazily overflowing from his eyes, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Very good. Very good. Ever since being expelled from the Holy City Alliance, I haven't fought with all my strength like this in a long time. Lin Chen was taken aback by this, a hint of disappointment furrowing his brow as he said lightly, "Is this really your full strength? Then, let's not waste time and end this quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, a black light flickered at the edge of Lin Chen's sword. Ultimate Evil Slash. A massive concentrated sword intent gathered in an instant on the Frost-Wisp sword's edge. The dark-armored warrior stared at that black light, feeling an unprecedented immense threat. He dared not be careless. The green light in his hand flickered, and in the next moment, the bone dragon beneath him transformed into a green gem, embedded in his weapon. The giant sword was engulfed in green light, instantly erupting. World annihilation, soul slaughter. The black light and green light collided, and in the next moment, white light enveloped everything, the colossal energy exploding. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself in the ruins of the destroyed trial tower. Looking down at his severely injured body, he quickly took out medicine from his pack and consumed it to recover rapidly. He raised his head and looked not far away. The dark-armored warrior's body had been blown to smithereens. Only a ball of green ghost fire still floated in the air. Did I win? Easier than I imagined. Brushing off the dust from his body, Lin Chen chuckled. Besides the ultimate evil slash, he still had a backup plan. The skill attached to the Great Thousand Realm Flame Realm Explosion was a killing move even more powerful than the ultimate evil slash. However, due to its indiscriminate nature, it could very well take Lin Chen down with it. Therefore, he did not intend to use this move unless absolutely necessary. You have defeated the final guardian of the Trial Tower. Trial complete. Congratulations. You have obtained the World-Breaking Sword Sovereign Class Change Book. Congratulations. You have obtained the Divine Fire Soul Devouring Ghost Flame. Special Equipment. Soul Devouring Ghost Flame. Level requirement, 150 quality. Colorful effect 1, can be attached to oneself, greatly increasing attack and defense. Effect 2, can devour souls, enhancing the strength of the Soul Devouring Ghost Flame. Effect 3, all attributes 6000, attached skill. Ghost Dragon Summon, can summon the Nether Ghost Dragon to fight for you. The Nether Ghost Dragon can temporarily transform into a ghostly jade, enhancing your weapon and significantly boosting your combat power. Description: A bizarre flame that has absorbed countless souls, ranked 27th on the Divine Fire list of the legendary continent. After defeating the highest level guardian, in addition to the class change book, Lin Chen also obtained a Divine Fire, the Soul Devouring Ghost Flame. However, the colorful quality Soul Devouring Ghost Flame was still somewhat weaker compared to his Great Thousand Realm Flame, since he could only equip one Divine Fire at a time. Lin Chen would not be using the Soul Devouring Ghost Flame for now. Glancing at the World-Breaking Sword Sovereign Class Change Book floating before him, Lin Chen focused his mind and used the Class Change Book to undergo the class change. Ding! Your profession has changed to World-Breaking Sword Sovereign Class Bonus 1, your all attributes increase by 25%. Class Bonus 2, when you use sword-type weapons, your weapon attack power is tripled. Class Bonus 3, when you use slashing skills, the power of your skills is tripled. Upon leveling up, you will gain the class skill of Boundary Breaking Sword Master. With each level up, you will receive an additional 500 points of all attribute bonuses. The moment Lin Chen completed his job change, his combat power once again surged to an explosive level. With numerous dark gold equipment, colorful wings, and shimmering flames enhancing him, Lin Chen's attributes had already reached tens of thousands. His primary attributes, strength, constitution, and agility, had even surpassed 100,000. Just the first class bonus provided Lin Chen with a massive attribute boost. The subsequent two class bonuses greatly enhanced the power he could unleash in actual combat. Now, in this game world, there shouldn't be many who can threaten my existence. After the job change, Lin Chen increasingly felt that he was nearing an invincible state. Glancing at the numerous items in his backpack that could boost his combat power, as well as many gems for enhancing equipment, Lin Chen decided not to suppress his strength for the sake of game experience any longer. Instead, he would go all out. From his backpack, Lin Chen took out the two skill books he had previously obtained and began to learn them. Special Skill Book, God Level Blacksmith. Skill Level Restriction, None Quality, None Skill Effect. After learning this skill, you can enhance equipment, create slots for equipment, embed gems into equipment, enchant equipment, and even forge equipment yourself. The success rate for enhancing, slotting, embedding, and enchanting equipment is extremely high, and it may provide additional attribute bonuses to the equipment. Special Skill Book, God Level Grosser. Skill Level Restriction, None Quality, None Skill Effect. After learning this skill, you can concoct potions, synthesize various gem items and special items with a very high success rate, and it may provide additional attribute bonuses to the items produced. Up to this point in the game, Lin Chen's backpack had accumulated too many items. These two skills were key to converting some of the item stock into combat power. After learning the God Level Blacksmith skill and God Level Grosser skill, Lin Chen immediately began to synthesize the numerous gem items in his backpack, enhancing and slotting his equipment. A large number of gem items were continuously synthesized and upgraded, gradually producing one bizarre item after another. Limitless Power Gem Dark Gold. Limitless Power Gem Dark Gold Cosmic Power Stone Colorful. This synthesis requires a cost of gold coins 200,000. Would you like to proceed with the synthesis? Source Spring Water Dark Gold Dark Spirit Liquid Dark Gold Ancient Heaven Divine Liquid Colorful. This synthesis requires a cost of gold coins 350,000. Would you like to proceed with the synthesis? Spending gold coins, Lin Chen continued to synthesize. Before long, his backpack was filled with over 100 colorful quality items. Item: Cosmic Power Stone. Level Restriction, None Quality. Colorful Effect: when embedded in equipment, it grants an additional 20,000 points of strength attribute. Description: the ultimate power gem, capable of greatly enhancing the strength attribute of equipment. Item: Ancient Heaven Divine Liquid. Level Restriction, 150 Quality. Colorful Effect: after consumption, permanently increases all attributes by 5,000 points. Description: holy water from the ancient heaven dimension. Drinking it can greatly enhance combat power. With many such colorful quality items in hand, Lin Chen immediately used all the ancient heaven divine liquid items that directly increased attributes, while the gem items were embedded into his various pieces of equipment. the gems could be removed, so when he changed equipment later he could simply take the gems off with a series of operations, and under the enhancement of numerous top-tier items, Lin Chen's combat power received a significant boost once again. If he had performed these operations before facing the Guardian at the top of the trial tower, he could probably defeat the top Guardian using only normal attacks, without even needing the ultimate evil slash. Just as he was about to utilize the ability of the Great Thousand Realm Flame to attempt refining various equipment and maximize his combat power once more, Lin Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. The God-level Grocer skill can synthesize special items, and the Divine Fire is considered a special piece of equipment, so it should also count as a special item. Perhaps. With this astonishing possibility in mind, Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to experiment. In his left hand, the purple Great Thousand Realm Flame ignited. In his right hand, the green soul-devouring Ghost Flame burned. Lin Chen activated the God-level Grocer skill and attempted to synthesize. Great Thousand Realm Flame Colorful Soul-Devouring Ghost Flame Colorful? This synthesis requires a cost of gold 500,000. Do you want to proceed with the synthesis? Can it really be synthesized? Seeing the prompt box pop up, Lin Chen's eyes brightened. Although he didn't know exactly what he would get from the synthesis, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and wanted to give it a try. Synthesize. With a thought, the two flames merged. In the next moment, a blinding flash of fire accompanied by intense heat completely filled and enveloped the surrounding space of nearly 100 meters in an instant. After a while, the firelight disappeared. In front of Lin Chen, a ghostly blue flame danced as if it had a life of its own. Synthesis complete. Great Thousand Realm Flame Colorful Soul Devouring Ghost Flame Colorful World Devouring Demon Fire Colorful. You have created a new Divine Fire, World Devouring Demon Fire, Special Equipment, World Devouring Demon Fire Level Restriction 250 Quality Colorful Effect 1, activating the World Devouring Demon Fire will greatly enhance your attack and defense capabilities, and attacks can carry the World Devouring Demon Fire effect, increasing the power of skills or normal attacks. Effect 2, Demon Fire Refinement can refine your equipment, significantly enhancing the attributes of the equipment. In addition to normal equipment, the Demon Fire can also refine wing-type special equipment, enhancing the various effects attached to the wings. Effect 3, Soul Gem. Using the world-devouring demon fire to kill enemies will collect their souls. Consuming souls can forge soul gems to enhance equipment attributes. The more souls consumed, the higher the quality of the soul gem. Effect 4, all attributes 20,000. Attached skill Undying Demon Dragon's Fury can summon the Undying Demon Dragon to fight for you. Detonating the Undying Demon Dragon can deal massive damage to all living beings within a vast area. With the protection of the world-devouring demon fire, you can avoid damage from the explosion. After detonating the Undying Demon Dragon, you cannot summon it again for 6 hours. Description: a product of the fusion of the Great Thousand Realm Flame and the soul-devouring Ghost Flame, created by player Lin Chen. This divine fire possesses terrifying power, comparable to the top 5 ultimate divine fires on the legendary continent's divine fire ranking. Looking at the ghostly blue flame in his hand, Lin Chen smiled and immediately used the second effect of Demon Fire Refinement to refine all the equipment on his body and the Blazing Sun Holy Wings on his back, further enhancing all equipment attributes. After utilizing all the means he had to boost his combat power, Lin Chen's strength was now dozens of times stronger compared to before facing the trial tower. With the Blazing Sun Holy Wings flapping behind him, Lin Chen soared into the air. The Blazing Sun Holy Wings, enhanced by the world-devouring demon fire, now carried a faint ghostly blue light, adding a touch of mystery to their previously dazzling and domineering appearance. Invincibility comes from frequent practice. Humming a little tune, Lin Chen's figure moved swiftly. Next, he planned to return to the legendary Central Continent to continue completing the small goals he had set earlier. A little over 10 minutes later, he arrived in the 6th area of the Central Continent. Within the volcanic fiery domain, Lin Chen circled above the fiery domain, where lava flowed everywhere, and soon found the 6th regional boss, the Lord of Flame Demons. Diving down, Lin Chen casually swung his sword. Bang! The fiery domain was instantly slashed open, creating a massive gap hundreds of meters wide. A large amount of molten lava erupted, and the volcanic fiery domain transformed into a sea of flames. With this single strike, the Lord of Flame Demons was utterly obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. A wealth of experience poured in, and as Lin Chen leveled up, the profession bonus of the Swordmaster of the Broken Realm provided him with a plethora of attributes and awakened the first professional skill of the Swordmaster of the Broken Realm, Return of 10,000 Swords. This was an area damage skill, incredibly powerful. However, in terms of single target damage, it was still slightly inferior to the ultimate evil slash. Picking up the equipment dropped by the Lord of Flame Demons, Lin Chen opened the regional boss treasure chest, acquiring another pile of dark gold quality equipment and items. He selected a few pieces with better attributes than what he was currently wearing, and after embedding some gems, he soared into the air, continuing towards the location of the next regional boss. On Lin Chen's side, he kept moving around, quickly hunting down regional bosses. Meanwhile, other players began preparing for the upcoming game event Battlefield Showdown, which was the first guild war of this game session. Achieving an excellent ranking in this event was quite important. Various guilds gathered together to discuss their strategies for the upcoming guild battle. Before long, the Battlefield Showdown event officially began. Each guild was randomly matched with opponents placed 2 by 2 into the battlefield for Team PK. In the real world, in the live broadcast room, the camera constantly switched between various guild PKs, with 2 male commentators energetically introducing the battle situation. The female commentator, Tao Tao, had somehow managed to get a manicurist and was doing her nails in the live broadcast room. After several rounds of PK, many guilds were eliminated. Only the last 100 guilds remained eligible to compete for the final position of Battlefield Overlord. The next round is the top 50 competition. I wonder if there will be any exciting matchups. As commentator Guagua was speaking, the battle list for the top 50 competition was announced. The 2 commentators glanced at the list and their eyes lit up almost simultaneously. Huang Tianao's Solo Rider Guild against Xinwen Song Shin Family Army Guild, and Xiaoyun's Commoner Guild against Yuan Fenghua's Phoenix Dance in the Sky Guild. This is interesting, this match is interesting. Brother Oatmeal showed an expectant smile. After the battle list was announced, the top 50 competition quickly kicked off. The camera first focused on the battle scene between Huang Tianao and Xinwen Kong. The sky was filled with yellow sand, and the war drums thundered. On the battlefield, Huang Tianao stood alone, facing off against Xinwen Song and his 100+ members. Xinwen Song smiled, hoisting his purple quality battle axe onto his shoulder, and shouted, "Huang Tianao, I admit, you are stronger than me. Ever since the peak competition, I have already acknowledged you. I'm not someone who cares too much about winning or losing, but if I can't defeat you with these 100 brothers behind me, then my old man won't be able to hold his head up. So, don't blame me for using numbers to overwhelm you. Come on, let's fight." With a command, Xinwen Song led the charge. Over 100 people rushed towards Huang Tianao. Huang Tianao glanced at the enemy formation and slowly drew out an orange-quality battle blade from behind him, then activated his skill, Might of the War General. Whoosh! A powerful aura spread around him. The pale yellow fighting spirit flickered, and Huang Tianao's combat power surged dramatically. Bang! His figure suddenly flickered, and Huang Tianao charged straight into the enemy formation, instantly scattering the charge formation set up by Xinwen Song, and with a swift strike, many members of Xinwen Song's side fell to the ground. The 1-100 situation unexpectedly turned into a one-sided battle. Xinwen Kong's side had no power to fight back. This was undoubtedly unexpected by all the spectators. My god! I guessed that Huang Tianao would most likely win, but I didn't expect him to win so thoroughly. The 2 commentators were also greatly shocked. The camera shifted, and on another battlefield, the outcome of the battle between Xiao Yun and Yuan Fenghua was also beyond most people's expectations. Leading a team of civilian players, Xiao Yun managed to steadily suppress Yuan Fenghua's side, which had both superior numbers and quality thanks to his own powerful combat strength. Xiao Yun led the charge, while most of his teammates stayed back to defend or cast support skills to assist his assault. After several minutes of fierce fighting, Yuan Fenghua's team was left with very few survivors. Gritting his teeth, the severely injured Yuan Fenghua said, "Xiao Yun, I underestimated you. I didn't expect a civilian like you could achieve this level." Xiao Yun looked at the fallen Yuan Fenghua, his gaze calm as he replied, "Civilian? Does being a civilian mean you have to lose? Are civilians destined to be trampled underfoot by you? Since I was born in the slums, I've seen too many esports families like yours bully civilians and disregard human life. My father lost his life because he got caught up in a conflict between esports players. In today's battle, I will defeat all of you in front of the entire Great Xia as a civilian. I want to give all the civilians of Great Xia a voice. Even Huang Tianao, I will not spare him." Looking at the hidden overwhelming dominance beneath Xiao Yun's calm gaze, Yuan Fenghua momentarily lost her composure. She lowered her head and sighed. "In that case, let me give you a warning. Huang Tianao may not be your biggest enemy. In this exam, there exists a monster far more terrifying than him." The battle for the top 50 concluded. Following that, several rounds of combat took place. During this process, there was also a focal battle between Zhou Yu and Shen Bingqi. In this fight, Zhou Yu, through prior tactical arrangements, bribed a few traitors in Shen Bingqi's gang and easily won the battle. On the other sides, Xiao Yun and Huang Tianao were cutting through their opponents like chopping vegetables, easily defeating them. Finally, only 4 people remained. As the final battle entered the semifinals, Huang Tianao and Xiao Yun clashed once again. As the battle commenced and both sides entered the battlefield, Xiaoyun turned back to look at his teammates behind him and pondered for a moment, saying, "Brothers, I have an unreasonable request. I wonder if you..." His teammates had long understood Xiaoyun's intentions, knowing he wanted to face Huang Tianao in a fair fight, and they all smiled and nodded in agreement. "No need to say more, Brother Yun. Brother Yun, you've been taking care of us all along. Without you, we definitely wouldn't have made it this far. Go for it, Brother Yun. The whole Great Xia is watching you. Come on, Brother Yun." Seeing his brother's unconditional support, Xiaoyun felt moved, a confident smile spreading across his face. "All right," he shouted, stepping forward. Special skill, Dragon Bloodline activated. The solid, dazzling golden scales instantly covered his entire body. A tremendous might gathered, forming a golden dragon shadow in the sky. This special skill was a powerful enhancement skill he obtained through his level gaming talent, capable of tripling his attributes for a short time. Facing Xiaoyun, Huang Tianao was equally unyielding, activating all his skills while also taking out 2 purple quality enhancement items from his storage space to further boost his combat power. The two exchanged silent glances, their eyes sparkling with intensity. In an instant, their figures flashed and collided violently. Bang! A shocking battle between a top civilian genius and a top family genius was once again staged after half a year. Xiaoyun had the advantage of a special skill. While Huang Tianao had superior equipment skills, the cards in the hands of the two players each had their strengths and weaknesses. In this battle, both were in peak condition, darting and weaving, constantly clashing. The flashes of blades and the accompanying sounds of weapons colliding were intense and frequent. The rapid speed and reactions even left the spectators outside a bit dazed. With each offense and defense, both achieved a level of perfection within their capabilities, reaching the limits of what their attributes could allow. Captivated by this incredibly exciting battle, not only did the commentators fall silent, but even the barrage of comments in the live stream diminished significantly for a moment. After a long while, the battle came to an end. Ultimately, it was Huang Tianao who won this long and arduous battle. Xiaoyun's special skill had a time limit, and once it was lifted, the disadvantages of his equipment became apparent. However, Huang Tianao's victory was not easily won. This battle nearly depleted all of his high-quality item stock. In the livestream, the final shot focused on the preparation area where Xiaoyun had exited the battle, his head bowed in dejection, surrounded by teammates offering comfort. Guagua and Brother Myampian couldn't help but feel moved at this scene. He really has done his utmost. Although Xiaoyun lost, he has won the applause of the entire audience in Daxia. The road ahead for him is still long. If he had resources as good as Huang Tianao's, he might not have lost. Well, next up is the final showdown on the battlefield. Let's take a look at the guilds advancing to the finals, which are Single Rider Guild and... Upon seeing the final battle list, commentator Guagua was momentarily stunned. In the semifinals, the guild that emerged victorious on the other battlefield was not Zhou Yes Red Hair Guild. Instead, it was an obscure guild named Lin Chen Brotherhood. Seeing this guild name, the two hosts were taken aback. The many viewers in the live stream were also stunned. In Jin City, in the Kanju Yaoyuan community, Lin Chen's parents, who had been watching the live broadcast on TV, were also dumbfounded. "Is this Lin Chen talking about our son?" Lin Chen's father, Lin Yuan, asked in confusion. "I don't know, maybe it is. Could it be that our son made it to the finals?" His mother, Zhong Shuiying, was also a bit unsure. Although she had confidence in her son making it to the finals in such a competitive event, she found it hard to imagine. After watching the live broadcast for almost 3 days without seeing their son, the couple thought they would never get a chance to see him on TV, but unexpectedly, Lin Chen's name was now focused under the spotlight in this way. At Yun City No. 2 High School, a group of school leaders were also intently sitting in the conference room, watching the live broadcast. When they saw the words Lin Chen Brotherhood, the principal of Yun City had a gleam in his eyes and laughed joyfully. "Lin Chen. It must be our school's Lin Chen. I knew he was a great talent. He actually made it to the finals of the guild battle? Great! He really put our No. 2 high school on the map." In the live stream, host Brother Myampian exclaimed in surprise, "This Lin Chen Brotherhood is actually a one-person guild?" Guagua was taken aback. "He made it to the finals all by himself? Who exactly is this candidate?" As they spoke, the final battle was already underway. The final battle was open, allowing other players to teleport to the viewing area to watch. Yuan Fenghua and Shen Bingqi arrived at the viewing area, and upon seeing the guild name Lin Chen Brotherhood, both immediately thought of Lin Chen, who had previously defeated them. "So, that terrifying guy is participating in the guild battle?" Yuan Fenghua swallowed hard, staring intently at the arena. "Can Huang Tianao defeat that Lin Chen?" Shen Bingqi also clenched her fists, nervously watching the arena. Seconds later, the members of both guilds entered the stage. As the light and shadows flickered, two figures appeared on the field. One figure was Huang Tianao. The other figure was Zhao Wenjun. Why is it him? Upon recognizing Huang Tianao's opponent, Yuan Fenghua stood up in shock and exclaimed. The decisive battle began. Huang Tianao assessed his opponent before him, ready to activate his skills. But in that brief moment, Zhao Wenjun had already approached Huang Tianao at an incredible speed, silently standing right in front of him. There was no time to dodge. Put. In Zhao Wenjun's hand, the golden longsword easily pierced through Huang Tianao's side. How could? Huang Tianao's pupils contracted, still wanting to resist. Put. Zhao Wenjun withdrew his hand and struck Huang Tianao again. You. Put. Zhao Wenjun stabbed Huang Tianao once more. The straightforward and unadorned method of attack was simple, brutal, yet effective. Even though Huang Tianao was exceptionally skilled, with unparalleled combat awareness, even though his equipment far surpassed that of other players, even though he was Huang Tianao possessing S-level gaming talent. However, in the face of completely overwhelming attribute values, he had no power to fight back against Zhao Wenjun. Although he wore several pieces of orange gear with attributes far exceeding those of other players, Zhao Wenjun's equipment was all at least red quality. The majority were even golden quality gear. The attribute bonuses from a single piece of Zhao Wenjun's equipment could easily rival Huang Tianao's entire set. How could he fight? Just with his gear alone, he could send a dog to crush Huang Tianao. As Huang Tianao's figure transformed into white light and vanished, the first guild battle, decisive battle on the battlefield, ended in an extremely dramatic fashion. The spectator seats in the game were silent. The live broadcast room outside the game was silent. In front of countless television and computer screens, there was silence. Guild battle ended. The Linshen Brotherhood Guild has been awarded the title of the #1 guild in the Holy City Alliance. The leader of the Linshen Brotherhood Guild, Zhao Wenjun, has been granted the title of Battlefield Overlord, ruling the world, calling upon heroes, and will serve as the commander for future large-scale event tasks. Seeing the legendary genius Huang Tianao fall so easily under his hand, Zhao Wenjun was momentarily dazed. It wasn't until he saw a large amount of guild leader rewards credited to his account that he slightly regained his composure. Realizing he had truly defeated everyone and stood at the pinnacle of the college entrance examination. Then he thought about how all of this was given to him by Lin Chen, and his emotions momentarily spiraled out of control as he excitedly laughed and shouted, "Brother Tian, you are my dad." At that moment, whether it was the players in the game or the spectators outside the game, a question inevitably arose in their hearts: who exactly is this Lin Chen? Is he his brother or his father? A heavy cloud of doubt hung over the name Lin Chen. Everyone was puzzled as to why Zhao Wenjun, who shone brightly in the college entrance examination arena, would shout this name, and why his guild was named the Linshen Brotherhood. What story lies behind all of this? Of course, there were exceptions. In a villa area in Yun City, Zhao Wenjun's biological father, Zhao Limin, stared at the live broadcast screen. Hearing his son's roar after victory, his face, which had been filled with surprise and joy, suddenly froze. Huh? Then who am I? Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already arrived at the last area of the Zhengzhou continent, the temple. The area boss of the temple was a level 150 heretical monk. As he walked into the deepest part of the temple, the monk, dressed in red, slowly rose, turning his back to Lin Chen. A strange smile crept across his lips as he spoke in a mesmerizing voice, murmuring softly, "Do you believe in the existence of God? Answer the heretical monk's question correctly, and his attack power will be reduced by 25%. Please deduce based on the surrounding environment and answer the question seriously. Playing a broken game still requires answering questions and reasoning? Isn't this nonsense?" Lin Chen didn't even pay attention to the system prompt that popped up. A smile more sinister than that of a heretical monk curled at the corners of his mouth as he retorted, "Do you believe in the ultimate evil slash?" The heretical monk was taken aback. Huh? In the next moment, a black sword light enveloped him. The final area boss of the central continent was thus obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. After defeating the heretical monk, a large number of dark gold quality items dropped. Lin Chen picked up a few pieces of equipment to examine. Helmet, head of the reversed god dark gold top, armor of the reversed god dark gold wrist guards, gauntlets of the reversed god dark gold leggings, leggings of the reversed god dark gold boots, boots of the reversed god dark gold. Lin Chen discovered that the heretical monk had dropped a complete set of level 150 dark gold equipment. Each of these pieces was significantly stronger than what Lin Chen currently wore. Moreover, gathering the full set would grant additional attribute bonuses. Lin Chen immediately changed all his equipment. You have gathered all components of the reversed god set. Achievement unlocked. Contract of the Reversed God gained additional exam points, 1,500 points when equipped with the set. All your attributes gain an additional 5,000 points boost. When equipped with the set, you will be unaffected by any negative status or control effects. When equipped with the set, your attacks will deal additional true damage. Besides this equipment set, a white treasure chest carved with a cross appeared on the desk in the temple. Lin Chen approached and opened the chest. The cross chest flashed with light, transforming into a white treasure chest adorned with wings. After a 1,000-fold drop rate increase, this follower's chest has been upgraded to an ascension chest. Lin Chen moved closer and opened the chest. A large number of golden and dark gold items and gems surged out. The most eye-catching was a dark gold skill book in the center. Skill book, God-slaying posture level restriction, LV 150 quality, dark gold skill effect. Upon activation, your blood, magic, and life will rapidly deplete, while all your attributes will continuously increase during the depletion process, and 50 of the damage dealt will be converted into unpreventable true damage. Description: to slay a god, one must first slay oneself. This was a transformation type enhancement skill. Although Lin Chen had many skills at his disposal, after changing his class to the boundary-breaking sword master, he gained a powerful exclusive class skill every 10 levels, but he had never obtained a transformation type skill. He had a vague feeling that this skill, along with the true damage effect from the set, would be crucial in the upcoming game. After learning the god-slaying posture skill, Lin Chen turned to leave the temple, just about to flap his wings and take off. At that moment, the temple behind him suddenly began to shake. The ground trembled and cracked, as if something was rising from the earth. You have defeated all regional bosses in the legendary Central Continent. You have disrupted a certain balance in the Central Continent. For unknown reasons, the overlord of the Central Continent has been awakened. With the prompt appearing, the temple was actually lifted by a massive creature. Upon closer inspection, it was a gigantic tortoise-like beast, as large as a mountain, and the temple was merely a structure carved from one of the giant spikes on its shell. LV 200 Xin Ming Martial Tortoise Overlord Boss. The Overlord Boss is a being above the Lord level. Monsters of this level typically appear as plot bosses in the game. Under normal circumstances, players would have little chance of encountering such high-level bosses on their own. However, Lin Chen had completed the regional boss strategies of the Central Continent in just 3 days, clearly placing him outside the realm of normal gameplay. So the awakening of the Overlord boss was not too surprising. Looking up at this colossal creature, Lin Chen felt a strong sense of power emanating from the Xin Ming Martial Tortoise. Even the pressure brought to Lin Chen by the Trial Tower, which he encountered before, was less than 1/10 of that from the Xin Ming Martial Turtle. However, Lin Chen was no longer the Lin Chen of the past. Undying Demon Dragon Summon. World-devouring demon fire possession. A dark blue flame wrapped around Lin Chen's entire body. Beneath him, a massive dark blue skeletal dragon appeared out of thin air. Riding the skeletal dragon and wielding a giant sword, Lin Chen charged straight at the Xin Ming Martial Turtle. The Xin Ming Martial Turtle was incredibly strong. So strong that even when Lin Chen took it seriously, he couldn't take it down in one hit. To defeat it, Lin Chen unleashed a total of 3 moves. The first move, 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, summoned a multitude of sword intents that destroyed the surface of the Xin Ming Martial Turtle. The second move, Shadow Sword Flash, pierced through the internal defenses of the Xin Ming Martial Turtle, penetrating its body. Finally, with the ultimate evil slash focused on single target power, he struck its vital point. The Shadow Sword Flash was a skill Lin Chen learned upon breaking through level 80, a skill of the Sword Sovereign class. It was a forward-moving sword technique with a powerful defense-breaking effect. The poor Xin Ming Martial Turtle had slept for 1,000 years, just awakening, only to meet its end and return to the Western Paradise. After defeating the Xin Ming Martial Turtle, a sword blade shimmering with colorful light shot up into the sky. Lin Chen's figure flickered as he instantly grasped the blade in his hand. Weapon, Heavenly Xin Ming Martial Holy Sword Colorful. A colorful weapon, successfully obtained. The dark gold giant sword Frost Wasteland had been in Lin Chen's possession for a long time. Although the level 70 Frost Wasteland had fallen behind in attributes, Lin Chen had continued to use it since he hadn't found a suitable weapon. At this moment, defeating the Xin Ming Martial Turtle and obtaining the Heavenly Xin Ming Martial Holy Sword perfectly addressed his weapon needs. Compared to the level 70 Dark Gold weapon, this level 200 Colorful Quality Holy Sword would significantly enhance his offensive capabilities. Playing with his new weapon, Lin Chen felt quite pleased. Little did he know, the rewards for defeating the boss were not yet over. A rumbling sound echoed from above the sky. In the next moment, a green lightning bolt suddenly struck down, crashing heavily in front of Lin Chen. This green lightning brought forth a dark green treasure chest. I wonder what a boss-level treasure chest can yield. Lin Chen reached out and stepped forward to try and open the chest. After a 1,000-fold increase in drop rate, this life treasure chest has been upgraded to a source treasure chest. As the chest opened, a pair of white giant wings radiating holy light slowly emerged. Special equipment, Seraphim Wings level restriction, 270 quality, iridescent effect 1, movement speed increased by 5,000 times, can perform spatial teleportation in areas where holy feathers are left. Effect 2, attacks carry holy power, dealing massive holy light damage. Effect 3, all attributes 25,000. Effect 4, consuming the holy light energy stored in the wings allows for perfect healing, instantly healing all injuries of the target. The holy light energy stored per hour can perform 100. Perfect Healings. Effect 5, level increased to 200, can enter the Heaven Divine Realm once. Description, Wings of the Angel King from the Heaven Divine Realm, blessed with the holy power of the Holy Light Angel. Ranked 3rd on the Wings list of the legendary continent, finally obtaining a piece of iridescent equipment ranked in the top 3 of the entire Blood Frenzy world. Lin Chen felt a bit excited. Looking again at the Radiant Sun holy feather he was currently equipped with, he pondered slightly. Since the Divine Fire as a special equipment can be synthesized, then, can the wings be synthesized too? Although the Seraphim wings were already strong enough, recklessly merging them might lead to losses, but Lin Chen couldn't help but be curious about what kind of new wings would be created by synthesizing the 2 wings he possessed. Holding the Radiant Sun holy feather in his left hand and the Seraphim wings in his right, he attempted to fuse them. Synthesis complete. Seraphim Wings Iridescent Radiant Sun Holy Feather Colorful Holy Hall Crimson Wings Iridescent. You have created new wings. Holy Hall Crimson Wings, the fused wings, interlaced in red and white, radiated a holy glow as their base color, while the blazing sunlight floated on the surface, adorning the feathers. Lin Chen checked the attributes of the wings, his eyes lighting up. The fused Holy Hall Crimson Wings not only had an overall attribute increase of 30,000 but also inherited and enhanced all the effects of the 2 wings, with the combination of holy and blazing energies elevating the healing and damage capabilities of the wings to a new level. Now, the strength of these wings had likely surpassed the wings ranked first on the legendary continent's wing leaderboard, becoming the new strongest wings of the legendary continent. Equipping the Holy Hall Crimson Wings, Lin Chen flew 2 laps, adapting to the incredibly fast speed and formidable power, feeling immensely satisfied. Flying to the peak of a mountain, Lin Chen landed, sitting cross-legged, surveying the central continent before him, and couldn't help but feel a bit lost in his invincibility. What should I do next? Should I conquer the Eastern Island's sacred ground? I've been grinding monsters and fighting bosses, I'm a bit tired of it. Right, I haven't used this yet. Scanning the numerous items in his bag, Lin Chen took out a nearly forgotten black card. Special item, Invitation to the Dark Hall Level Restriction, LV100 effect. Upon using this item, you will receive an invitation from the largest villain organization in the legendary continent, the Dark Hall, opening a completely different evil quest line. You will completely walk a path contrary to the Justice Holy City Alliance, at which point, all human justice NPCs and all players will see you as a mortal enemy. Description: the opportunity to choose is only once, and there is no turning back. Remember, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Let's go play with the Dark Hall first. Lin Chen chuckled and used the invitation. Before him, a black light gate abruptly unfolded. Seeing this black light gate, Lin Chen couldn't help but pause slightly, feeling a sense of familiarity. After thinking carefully, it seemed that the world boss, the Dark Knight, had descended onto the legendary central continent through such a black light gate. So, that world boss, the Dark Knight, was sent to the legendary central continent by the Dark Hall? Lin Chen speculated, not feeling surprised. After all, the Dark Hall was the greatest enemy of the Holy City Alliance. When there's nothing to do, it's quite reasonable to drop a mess on the enemy's territory. Stepping forward, Lin Chen entered the black light gate. A dim environment, a cold palace, shadowy light, and a chilling atmosphere. After walking through the black light gate, Lin Chen appeared in a grand hall dominated by black. On both sides of the hall, hundreds of black armored soldiers stood in neat rows. In the center of the hall, a towering figure over 3 meters tall, a Death Armor Knight, sat majestically. Upon seeing Lin Chen emerge from the light gate, a strange flicker of light danced in his eyes, and his voice turned cold. Rebel, welcome to the Dark Realm. I am one of the 12 Dark Generals of the Dark Hall, Long Han. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I know you have many questions about the Dark Hall, and I will allow you to ask 3 questions, which I will answer one by one. Lin Chen scanned the pitch-black surroundings and asked 3 questions in succession. Why is it so dark? Is there a power outage? Is the Dark Hall this poor? Death Armor Knight. The Death Armor Knight fell silent for a moment, pretending not to hear Lin Chen's questions. Since you have no questions, I won't say much more. We are the abandoned ones of the old era, oppressed and rejected by the Holy City Alliance, just like you. We all hate the Holy City. And that is the most important reason we can stand together. The king values you highly and intends to entrust you with an important task. However, the Dark Hall is a place where strength speaks. Right now, you are just an ordinary dark soldier. Before the real war arrives, you need to complete tasks as much as possible. To earn huge rewards in the upcoming war missions. Work hard to improve your rank. You need to prove your strength. First, go to the Northern Yuchi and slay 100 low-level as quickly as possible. If you can complete the task within 3 hours, I will give you an extra reward. This is the map of the Dark Realm. Take it and use it. After a long string of words, the Dark Knight tossed over a map that recorded the general situation of the Dark Realm. At the same time, Lin Chen also received his first task after entering the game. Ding! Task accepted. Dark Palace Slay LV100 Task Content. Enter the Northern Yuchi and kill 100 low-level. Complete the task within 3 hours to receive an extra reward. Go! Dark Soldier Lin Chen, the Dark Knight said in a deep voice. Lin Chen raised his hand in salute. Yes. Great General. With the Holy Hall Scarlet Feather unfurling behind him, Lin Chen's figure instantly vanished from the spot. After arranging the task, the Dark Knight's eyes dimmed with a strange light, just as he was about to take a short rest. However, in less than a minute, whoosh! A figure flashed and entered the hall. Lin Chen returned, saluting, report task completed. When dealing with the LV-200 Overlord boss, the Xianming Martial Turtle, he had only taken 2 minutes to finish it. This was still at his level before obtaining the colorful quality weapon, the Heavenly Xianming Martial Sacred Sword, and synthesizing the super-strong colorful wings, the Holy Hall Scarlet Feather. With these two powerful aids, his combat power had significantly increased again. And when facing the Xianming Martial Turtle, he should be able to finish it in one strike. With such strength, dealing with the level 100 miner was easier than crushing ants. Lin Chen could now take down all of his hand. Seeing Lin Chen complete the task so quickly, the Dark Knight's eyes flickered with a strange light, momentarily stunned. So fast. Very good. I officially announce that your rank has been upgraded from Dark Soldier to Dark Captain. You can command 10 Dark Soldiers. As a reward for completing the task within 3 hours, I will gift you a treasured divine weapon. Ding! Dark Palace task completed. Slay, your rank has been upgraded to Dark Captain. Complete the task within the time limit and receive extra rewards. Experience 700,000, gold 700,000. Dark Knight's Mad Gun Red. Glancing at the meager rewards for completing the task and then at the level 100 red quality spear in his hand, Lin Chen fell into silence for a moment. The Dark Knight thought he was shocked by the powerful weapon and waved his hand with a smile. This was the weapon I valued most in my youth. Take it and use it well. Lin Chen looked up and asked, excuse me, where is the restroom? The Dark Knight was taken aback. Outside the hall. Lin Chen nodded. Wait for me a moment. After saying that, he ran to the restroom with the red quality spear in hand. After a sound of flushing, when Lin Chen returned, the red quality spear had vanished without a trace. The Dark Knight was puzzled. What did you go do? Lin Chen sincerely replied, I went to dispose of some waste. The Dark Knight. The Dark Knight's expression was blank. You have completed the trial for the captain level. Next is the trial for the core commander level. Go to the southern tomb and slay 100 phantom beasts. Same old rules, the faster the better. If you can complete the task within 3 hours, there will still be extra rewards waiting for you. Lin Chen raised his hand in salute. Underwater squad, move out. In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure disappeared. A minute later, Lin Chen returned. Report, Commander, the task is completed. Leaning back in his chair, the Dark Knight's face twitched slightly as he was about to rest. You are too fast, he managed to squeeze out after a long pause. Hearing this familiar phrase, Lin Chen instinctively replied, men are always this quick. Don't be fooled by the videos online, a minute is actually quite long. Dark Armor Knight. Lin Chen. Oops, it seems I've accidentally revealed some unnecessary information. Ahem, anyway, you are now the commander. The next trial is at the division commander level. You need to go to the Black Tomb and kill 100 undead warriors. The Dark Armor Knight coughed again and issued the task. Lin Chen set off immediately. The undead warriors are level 130 monsters, much stronger than the targets of the previous 2 tasks. But in Lin Chen's hands, they were just slightly larger ants. With a combination of traveling and killing monsters, Lin Chen completed the task in just over 40 seconds. Just as he was about to return to submit the task, a large black dog sitting cross-legged nearby caught Lin Chen's attention. This dog is quite interesting, huh? It must be some rare monster. Lin Chen's eyes lit up and the wings behind him suddenly flapped. In the next moment he appeared directly in front of the large black dog. It seemed to have sensed Lin Chen's presence long ago. The black dog merely lifted its eyelids to glance at him, remaining still in its meditative posture, while the dark energy surrounding the black tomb continuously flowed into its body, slowly enhancing its aura. Oh, quite arrogant, huh? You think you're better than me, huh? Seeing that the large black dog completely disregarded him, Lin Chen found it even more amusing. He took out a piece of foot-flavored chicken that had dropped from the big rooster in the novice village and held it up to the dog's mouth, saying, "Here, eat, don't be shy." The black dog kept its mouth tightly shut, still ignoring him. However, the brow on its doggy head furrowed slightly, as if it was getting a bit annoyed. Good dog, I like your proud personality. Lin Chen was getting into it, reaching out to grab the dog's head, trying to pry its mouth open to shove the foot-flavored chicken inside. Hiss! The fangs were revealed, and the black dog finally couldn't hold back. Whoosh! A massive surge of dark energy suddenly gathered behind the black dog, forming a giant black phantom of a lion-tiger beast, which charged towards Lin Chen with great force. You still have some temper, huh? Lin Chen's eyes widened, and he slapped out. Bang! Boom! The black dog flew sideways for 1,000 meters, crashing into a pile of stones. Crack! The lion-tiger beast phantom behind it shattered in an instant. Dazed, the black dog stood up, shaking its woozy head, looking a bit confused, but still gathering strength to try to counterattack Lin Chen. However, there was simply no time to charge up, let alone react. Lin Chen's figure had already reappeared in front of it. Bang! Boom! Another powerful slap was delivered. After a series of over 10 slaps, the black dog's face was severely deformed, its chin forming a sharp angle of 45 degrees with the horizon. After the last slap, the black dog's originally gloomy eyes suddenly became sharp and adorably dazed, with a hint of cross-eyedness. It humanely scanned its surroundings, raised its paw to scratch its head, seemingly pondering where it was and who it was. It looked like Lin Chen's slaps had caused it to lose its memory. Whoosh! While it was in a daze, Lin Chen's figure flickered and appeared in front of the black dog again. Although the black dog had lost its memory, the moment Lin Chen's face entered its view, a deep-seated fear surged in its heart. Put! With a bend of its hind legs, the black dog directly knelt down. Its two front paws were raised high, bowing in a plea for mercy. Seeing this, Lin Chen finally satisfied his urge to stop slapping, walked up to the black dog, and gently patted its trembling head, smiling. Good. That's more like it. Finally understanding. Just right, this game is a bit boring to play alone, having a dog to play with would be a nice pastime. Seeing that Lin Chen had stopped hitting it and was even gently petting it, the black dog finally felt a bit more at ease and stopped trembling. Feeling the laughter in Lin Chen's gaze, the big black dog obediently rubbed against Lin Chen's leg. Dog, from now on, you will be called Big Black. Come on, Big Black, give a bark. Lin Chen gently patted Big Black's head and smiled. The big black dog seemed quite intelligent, probably understanding the meaning of Lin Chen's words. It hesitated for a moment, then finally let out a sound as if trying to please. Meow bang. Unable to hold back, Lin Chen slapped the big black dog again, sending it flying. Lin Chen's face darkened. What the hell are you? The last slap straightened the big black dog's tilted face, and Lin Chen felt he had accumulated quite a bit of merit. Returning with this creature that was neither cat nor dog, Lin Chen first submitted the task to the Dark Armor Knight and received a new task. After completing 3 rounds of the Dark Palace tasks, Lin Chen's rank had already risen to the level of Shadow Commander, with 10 Night Brigade captains, 100 Dark Soldier captains, and 1,000 Dark Soldiers under his command. He gathered his subordinates together and pointed at the big black dog beneath him, instructing, "From now on, your task is to help this dog learn to bark, understood?" No. Not really. His subordinates looked confused. Lin Chen kicked the big black dog. Meow. The big black dog yelped. A mighty big dog, and all day long trying to meow like a cat. What kind of nonsense is this? I absolutely hate cats. Lin Chen cursed and kicked the big black dog's rear again. Seeing this, his subordinates finally understood Lin Chen's intention. A Night Brigade captain stepped forward and said solemnly, "Rest assured, Commander, we will complete the task." Lin Chen nodded slightly, turned, and left to continue with his tasks. The target for the 4th round of tasks was to kill 100 LV-140 large ice ghouls. Since the task location was quite far, this time, Lin Chen took about 5 minutes to complete the return. After getting back, he immediately submitted the task to the Dark Armor Knight. Ding! Dark Palace task completed. Slay large ice ghouls. Your rank has been upgraded to Dark Soldier Captain. Completed the task within the time limit. Received extra rewards. Experience 1,500. 000 gold 1,500,000. Night Boots gold. Completing the 4th round of the Dark Palace task brought much richer rewards. But for Lin Chen, it was still somewhat inconsequential. In comparison, the rank that would affect future war tasks was far more important. After submitting this task, the Dark Armor Knight did not immediately issue a new task to Lin Chen as before. He looked at Lin Chen with astonishment and sighed somewhat regretfully. As expected of someone valued by the king, you completed all the promotion tasks so quickly. When I completed these tasks and became a Dark Soldier Captain, it took me a full 2.5 years. Lin Chen was not interested in hearing his past as a Dark Palace trainee, so he interrupted and asked, "Is becoming a Dark Soldier Captain the end? Are there no other tasks to continue promoting my rank?" The Dark Armor Knight was taken aback. "You've already become a Dark Soldier Captain, where else do you want to go?" Above Dark Soldier Captain are the 12 Dark Generals. I can't say anything about rank promotions. Lin Chen suddenly realized that he had reached the top. At least, on the Dark Armor Knight's side, he had reached the top. If he were to rise further, he would be at the same level as him. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen asked, "So what position is above the 12 Dark Generals?" The Dark Armor Knight replied, "Above the 12 Dark Generals are the 3 Supreme Dark Marshals of the Dark Palace, and above the Supreme Marshals is our Supreme Dark Palace King. If I want to become one of the 12 Dark Generals..." Lin Chen interrupted him again, "Just tell me how to become the Dark Palace King." Dark Armor Knight. Dark Armor Knight, how about you just leave? I feel like you will drag me down. Lin Chen scratched his head and laughed. Just kidding. How could I dare to offend our esteemed king? On a serious note, could you help me introduce those 3 Black Generals? The Dark Armor Knight fell silent for a moment, thought for a while, and said, "Right now, there is indeed an opportunity. Recently, something has happened in the Dark Realm, and the 3 marshals are quite troubled by it. If you can help resolve this issue, perhaps you will have the chance to sit in the same position as me. The situation is as follows." The Dark Armor Knight roughly explained the cause and process of the matter to Lin Chen. The basic idea was that thousands of years ago, the first king of the Dark Palace arrived in the Dark Realm, intending to establish the Dark Palace here, but encountered interference from the king-level boss of the Dark Realm, the Underworld King. With his formidable strength and the help of a few companions, the first king of the Dark Palace successfully sealed the Underworld King. However, recently, the seal on the Underworld King has begun to weaken. The 3 great Dark Marshals have noticed that the Underworld King has released a young body he split off through the cracks in the seal. This young body can absorb external energy to supply the awakening of the main body. Once it absorbs enough energy, the Underworld King's main body is likely to break the seal and emerge. If that happens, it would be a catastrophe for the entire Dark Palace. Now, the Dark Palace urgently needs to find this young body and either kill or control it. As the Dark Armor Knight explained, a task prompt popped up in front of Lin Chen. Ding! Accepted hidden task from the Dark Palace. Track the Underworld King's young body. Task content: find the trace of the Underworld King's young body and report to the Dark Palace. Upon completion, you will have the chance to become one of the 12 Dark Generals of the Dark Palace. Got it. With the task received, things became easier. Lin Chen turned to set off. However, the Dark Armor Knight called him back and reminded him again, "Be careful, even though it's just the Underworld King's young body, its combat power is less than 1% of the main body, but it is not something we can handle. Once you find the trace of the Underworld King, report to me immediately, and I will inform the 3 great Dark Marshals. At that time, they will handle it personally." Lin Chen waved his hand, and his figure instantly disappeared. He didn't take the Dark Armor Knight's words seriously at all. With his current combat power, even against the Master of the Dark Palace, Lin Chen didn't think he would lose. His figure flickered, and Lin Chen vanished from the hall. Soaring in the sky above the Dark Realm, he began to search for the trace of the Underworld King's young body. After searching for half a day with no progress, Lin Chen simply changed his approach, planning to eliminate all the powerful monsters that could possibly be the Underworld King he could see, and then bring their corpses back to the Dark Armor Knight for inspection. About a few minutes later, Lin Chen walked in holding a huge black eyeball corpse and asked, "Is this the Underworld King's young body?" The Dark Armor Knight looked up and was taken aback. No, this is the level 200 Lord Boss, the Death Eye. You killed it? How did you do that? As a Lord-level boss near this Dark Palace stronghold, the Death Eye had always posed a significant threat to the stronghold. The Dark Armor Knight had led troops to attack it several times, but each time ended in failure. This monster's combat power was quite tricky. He really didn't expect that Lin Chen would return with the corpse of this Lord-level boss. No way. Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed. Under the somewhat dazed gaze of the Dark Armor Knight, he turned and left, his figure disappearing once again. A few minutes later, Lin Chen walked in holding a giant black gorilla corpse over 10 meters tall and asked, "Is this the Underworld King's young body?" The Dark Armor Knight fell silent for a moment and replied, "This is the level 230 Lord-level boss, the Dark Demon Giant Ape." Oh. Lin Chen turned around in disappointment. Another 10 minutes later, Lin Chen walked in holding a huge ghoul monster corpse. Without waiting for Lin Chen to ask, the Dark Armor Knight slammed the table, trembling all over. "This is the 250 level Overlord boss, the Lord of Gluttony, the strongest in the northern part of the Dark Realm. Even for the entire Dark Palace, the Lord of Gluttony posed a significant threat in the Dark Realm. Half a year ago, a Dark Marshal personally led 5 Dark Generals on a campaign, and they couldn't gain any advantage against the Lord of Gluttony. Who would have thought that this formidable Overlord boss would be defeated by Lin Chen? Damn it, did I get the wrong one again? Lin Chen cursed as he left. The Dark Armor Knight watched Lin Chen's back, recalling his earlier words about wanting to become the king of the Dark Palace, and suddenly felt that it might not just be a joke. A sense of fear involuntarily rose in the Dark Armor Knight's heart regarding Lin Chen, whose strength was unfathomable. Just how strong is this guy? A 250 level Overlord boss is indeed quite strong, especially the Lord of Gluttony, who has a special ability to suddenly restore to full health whenever close to death, and his combat power becomes even stronger after recovery. It took Lin Chen nearly 2 minutes to take it down. The rewards for defeating an Overlord boss were also quite generous, and Lin Chen obtained 2 pieces of colored quality equipment again. Upper body, God-eating demon armor, colored legs, decaying domain colored. The only regret was that there was no treasure chest reward after defeating the Dark Realms boss. Perhaps when this game cartridge was designed, they didn't consider that players could defeat the Overlord boss of the Dark Realm within 7 days. The attributes of the 2 pieces of colored quality equipment were formidable. Due to the higher equipment level, the boost to combat power after equipping them was even greater than that of Lin Chen's heavenly mysterious Dark Martial Sacred Sword. Where is the Dark King? Where is the Dark King? The Dark King is in that little friend's eyes. After changing equipment, Lin Chen soared through the skies of the Dark Realm, humming a tune while continuing his search. As time passed, he didn't find the Dark King, but he swept through various bosses in the Dark Realm one by one. There were a total of 4 Overlord bosses in the Dark Realm. After slaying all 4 Overlord bosses, Lin Chen's equipment was completely replaced from dark gold to colored, and his strength surged once again. When he returned to the main hall carrying the last Overlord boss corpse, the Dark Armor Knight was stunned, just about to speak. Lin Chen interrupted him with a wave. "This is the Overlord boss, Hellthunder Horse." The Dark Armor Knight was taken aback. "You know this isn't the Dark King, so why show it to me?" Lin Chen scratched his head. "It's a habit. After defeating it, I just wanted to show you the corpse." Dark Armor Knight. Dragging the boss corpse, Lin Chen stepped out of the main hall, feeling a bit lost. Where on earth did the Dark King hide? Outside the door, 2 Dark Soldier captains saw Lin Chen come out and bowed. "My lord, should we continue to feed the boss corpse to the big black dog?" Lin Chen threw the boss corpse on the ground and nodded. "Feed it, waste not, want not." The boss corpses he brought back earlier had nowhere to be placed, so he had given them to his subordinates to feed to the big black dog he had picked up. "It's been a while since I checked on the big black dog. I should go see it." Frustrated by the failed task, Lin Chen planned to visit his pet and play with the dog to relieve his suppressed emotions. Approaching his military camp, Lin Chen saw from a distance a gigantic black monster over 100 meters tall resting beside the empty ground next to the camp. It had a green beak and sharp fangs, its appearance fierce, with bristles all over like sharp spikes, and its massive body was muscular, surrounded by swirling black mist. Although its appearance had changed drastically, Lin Chen instantly recognized that this giant monster was the big black dog he had picked up, thanks to its dazed yet sharp cross-eyed gaze. "Ha ha, growing pretty fast." Eating high-quality dog food makes a difference, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. Seeing his master return, De He was also very excited, trotting over to greet him. Boom! 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 However, due to its massive size and weight, every step it took caused the ground to tremble violently. The entire military camp experienced a strong earthquake, and the soldiers under Lin Chen's command were thrown into disarray. Woof! Running to Lin Chen's side, the big black dog rubbed its huge head against him, letting out a well-behaved bark. Although it still wasn't a proper dog bark, it was clearly no longer the cat-like meow it had been before. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad, keep it up. Come, bring me some snacks, De He." Upon receiving the command, 2 subordinates behind him immediately presented a fresh boss corpse. Seeing this, De He's eyes lit up, and it immediately stepped forward to feast. As the delicious food entered its belly, the dark aura around it grew thicker, and the faint red stripes on its forehead became more pronounced, gradually outlining a character shape. Watching De He eat, Lin Chen felt much better. With a flicker, he sat cross-legged on De He's head, stroking the forehead marked with the character while sighing in confusion. "Where the hell has this king of the underworld gone?" Sitting atop De He's head, Lin Chen furrowed his brows, pondering how to complete the current hidden task. If the king of the underworld's larva is in the Dark Realm, then wouldn't it be enough to just destroy the entire Dark Realm? No, if the Dark Realm is destroyed, the Dark Palace will be gone too. Where would I submit the task then? The failure of the hidden task made him slightly irritable. Just as he stood up, intending to continue searching for the king of the underworld's whereabouts, a prompt appeared before him. "You have killed all the Overlord bosses in the Dark Realm. You have disrupted a certain balance in the Dark Realm and the Endless Wasteland. A royal-level creature is about to descend into the Dark Realm, appearing near you. Please escape quickly. Please escape quickly." Royal-level monster? Lin Chen's expression froze. Above the Lord is the Overlord, and above the Overlord is the royal level. Logically speaking, there should only be one royal-level creature in each realm of the legendary world, just like the king of the underworld in the Dark Realm, the God King in the Heaven Realm, the Flame King in the Sun Realm, and the Holy King, the protector of humanity in the lower realm. What exactly is this endless wasteland? Why does it seem that every random creature that comes out is a royal-level being? Lin Chen was somewhat curious. However, at the moment he was more eager to encounter the royal-level boss that was about to descend into the Dark Realm. Soaring into the air, Lin Chen flew high, looking down below. Soon he discovered a massive spatial rift on the northern side of the military camp. From within the rift, a gigantic nine-headed serpent monster, exuding a tremendous and evil energy, staggered out. Wherever it passed, the ground turned into rotting blood, and the air it breathed out rose in thick black mist floating above. The terrifying might was overwhelming, even causing Lin Chen to feel a slight sense of dread. However, encountering such a powerful opponent after a long time also excited Lin Chen greatly. With a flap of his wings, he accelerated to his maximum speed. Like a flash of light, he instantly charged in front of the nine-headed serpent monster. In his hand, the black light on the heavenly profound dark martial sacred sword surged. Lin Chen approached and activated his powerful skill Ultimate Evil Slash, launching an attack. Now, his agility attribute had already surpassed 1 million. The characteristic of Ultimate Evil Slash was that for every 1000 agility increase, he could unleash an additional sword strike. With this blow, Lin Chen unleashed a terrifying strike with the power of over 1,000 swords, countless sword shadows overlapping, and the space seemed to begin to collapse under the might of this strike. Buzz! The sword shadows descended. The nine-headed serpent monster sensed the incoming attack and immediately took a deep breath, its entire body turning a metallic dark color, greatly increasing its defense. Clang 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 clang. The sound of steel clashing echoed urgently. After enduring this powerful blow, the dark, rough skin of the nine-headed serpent monster only showed slight dents, without any substantial damage. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Not bad, quite tough. Whoosh! The 9 heads of the giant serpent twisted simultaneously, spewing forth crimson-black flames towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen did not dodge, suddenly activating the devouring world demon fire to clash against it. Whoosh! The two flames collided, releasing immense energy that shattered the ground around them. In terms of results, Lin Chen's devouring world demon fire was indeed stronger. Covering the crimson-black flames spewed by the 9-headed serpent monster, Lin Chen's devouring world demon fire continued to press down on it. Despite its massive size, the 9-headed serpent monster was incredibly swift, quickly changing its form to evade successfully. Then, with a powerful burst of strength, the 9-headed serpent monster charged straight at Lin Chen. Bang! 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 The heavenly Xin Ming martial saint's sword collided several times with the hard, massive tongue, causing Lin Chen's arms to go numb. Realizing the power of this royal-level 9-headed serpent monster, Lin Chen no longer held back, releasing skills and adjusting his state to the best. Undying Demon Dragon Summon, Devouring World Demon Fire Embodiment, Holy Hall Crimson Feather, Sacred Flame Enhancement, God-Slaying Stance. With a full set of colorful quality equipment and numerous buff skills, Lin Chen's combat power had already leaped to a new level. Ultimate Evil Slash. With a loud roar, Lin Chen struck out. In this state, releasing the same skill again, the 9-headed serpent monster began to struggle to withstand it, its body starting to crumble. The 18 cold eyes atop its 9 heads began to show signs of retreat, seemingly not expecting that in this dark realm there would be an existence like Lin Chen capable of contending with it. Whoosh! The crimson-black flames spewed out once more, and the 9-headed serpent monster no longer wished to fight, turning to flee towards the spatial rift. After fighting for so long and expending so much effort, Lin Chen would not let it escape so easily. With a flap of his wings, his speed surged to its maximum. Lin Chen raised the holy sword in his hand and growled, "World-breaking sword tomb." This move was the ultimate skill of the world-breaking sword master profession. Rumble! A giant sword, as massive as a mountain, suddenly descended from the sky. Bang! The next second, the entire dark realm trembled. Put! The powerful royal-level boss, the 9-headed serpent monster, took this hit heeding. Its massive body was instantly crushed into a pile of mush, finally taken down. Phew, that was really tough to deal with. After defeating this royal-level 9-headed serpent, the light around Lin Chen flickered continuously, and his level skyrocketed. He had incurred quite a bit of personal loss in this battle. After the fight, he immediately took out potions and supplies from his pack. Seeing the colorful light flickering above the corpse of the 9-headed serpent, Lin Chen quickly approached to check the treasures dropped by this royal-level boss. The 9-headed serpent dropped 2 colorful items. One was a colorful divine fire, and the other was a colorful weapon. The colorful weapon, needless to say, was named the 9 Nether Dark Sea. Its attributes completely overshadowed the colorful quality holy sword in Lin Chen's hand, boasting 6 powerful effects while also including 2 strong skills. One was a buff skill that could nearly double Lin Chen's damage for a short time. The other skill was a killing skill that dealt true damage. Very powerful. As for the colorful quality flame, it was a ghostly white, special equipment, 9 nether 10 prison flame level restriction, 400 quality, colorful effect 1, activating the 9 nether 10 prison flame will comprehensively enhance your attributes, and your attacks will deal a percentage of damage that devours all life, effect 2, Lord of Ghostfire. The 9 nether 10 prison's flame suppresses all other types of flames, granting you 100 immunity to fire damage, effect 3, 10,000 fire ghost. Servants, the souls of enemies who die from the 9 nether 10 prison's flame will serve you. You can absorb these souls to enhance your mental or magical power attributes, effect 4, all attributes 50,000, attached skill summon the Lord of 9 nether prisons, can summon the Lord of 9 nether prisons to fight for you. The Lord of 9 nether prisons has immense combat power and possesses strong growth potential. Description: the killing fire from the 9 nether realm, the nemesis of all life, ranked second on the divine fire list of the legendary continent, the second ranked flame in the legendary world. I wonder what would happen if it fused with my devouring world demon fire, which can also rank in the top 5. These are two groups of colorful divine fire. Glancing at the ghostly white flame and then at his own devouring world demon fire, Lin Shen squinted slightly and activated the merchant skill. Devouring world demon fire, colorful 9 nether 10 prisons flame, colorful. This synthesis requires a cost of gold coins 5000000. Do you want to proceed with the synthesis? Yes. With a thought, the two flames began to merge. The devouring world demon fire and the 9 nether 10 prisons flame intertwined and devoured each other, seemingly vying for control of this fusion. After a while, the fusion was complete. A dark gray flame shot up into the sky, like a dormant volcano suddenly erupting. Synthesis complete. Devouring world demon fire, colorful 9 nether 10 prisons flame, colorful corpse flame, quality unknown. You have created a new divine fire, corpse flame. The synthesized divine fire, corpse flame, has already surpassed the limits of this game. Lin Chen checked the panel for corpse flame. In addition to an increase of all attributes to 100,000 points, corpse flame also gathered and enhanced all the characteristics of the two flames. The synthesized corpse flame comes with an even more outrageous skill. Now, Lin Chen can summon a level 400 Emperor-class boss, the Nether Dragon Emperor, to fight for him. Moreover, this Nether Dragon Emperor also has growth potential and can be used as a bomb to cause massive area destruction. Invincible, completely invincible. In every sense, this should truly be invincible now. Looking at the flame in his hand, Lin Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Just as he finished speaking, a tremendous sound of footsteps like an earthquake came from not far away. Lin Chen looked up and saw his big black dog running over. Fur. The big black dog ran to Lin Chen's side, rubbed against him, and then cast a longing gaze at the massive corpse of the Hydra nearby, its pair of watery, bulging eyes radiating a pitiful pleading light. "Ha, go ahead and eat, little greedy dog." Lin Chen laughed, patting the big black dog's head. Immediately, the big black dog dashed over and began to feast on the corpse of the king-level boss. Just as it had taken a couple of bites, another figure rushed in from a distance. Lin Chen focused his gaze and realized it was the Death Armor Knight who had been issuing him tasks. Arriving beside Lin Chen, the Death Armor Knight frowned and said, "What was that just now? Why is there such a commotion here?" The three great dark marshals were alarmed and specifically sent me to check the situation. Lin Chen briefly explained, "A monster with a lot of brains came running from another interface and I've already taken it down. My dog is currently cleaning up the trash." "Your dog?" The Death Armor Knight was taken aback, turning to look at the massive black creature devouring the corpse, his expression suddenly twisting. "Isn't that the king of the underworld?" "Ha!" Lin Chen was also stunned, then angrily slapped his thigh. "Damn it, no wonder it's been so hard to find one everywhere. Turns out it's been raised in my own home." The Death Armor Knight exclaimed urgently, "The king of the underworld can quickly gain energy to break the seal by consuming corpses. Don't let it eat anymore." After speaking, the Death Armor Knight drew the black iron giant sword from his back and charged at the big black dog. Bang! Whoosh! The big black dog didn't even glance back, casually kicking with its hind legs. The Death Armor Knight was sent flying like a cannonball, soaring hundreds of meters away. Having consumed so many corpses of Lord-level bosses, the big black dog's strength had long evolved to nearly 70% of the true form of the Underworld King. At this moment, after gnawing on a few more corpses of king-level bosses, its body began to swell again, with dark energy surging wildly all over. Ignoring the intense pain in his body, the Death Armor Knight quickly got up and rushed over, shouting to Lin Chen as he ran, "Hurry! Stop it! The king is currently in seclusion and cannot intervene. If the Underworld King breaks the seal, this dark realm will be finished." Before his words fell, the big black dog had already finished devouring the corpse of the king-level monster. Its body suddenly froze, motionless. The restless dark energy around it abruptly calmed down at that moment. In the next instant, whoosh! A torrent of dark energy surged from the ground, rising into the air, and soon, the dark energy coalesced into a terrifying black cloud. As if being torn apart by invisible giant hands, the black cloud began to change shape, and before long, it transformed into the shadow of a ferocious lion-tiger beast. A whoa! The roar shook the heavens and earth, resonating throughout the world. Then, like a bolt of black lightning, the shadow descended, striking directly into the big black dog's body. The big black dog's appearance completely changed to that of the lion-tiger beast shadow. The intense dark energy exploded around it, resembling the beast king of the dark night, exuding terrifying power. At this moment, the underworld king of the dark realm broke the seal and officially awakened. Having devoured a massive amount of powerful corpses, the underworld king's strength at this moment was even greater than during his peak period. His combat power had already reached the pinnacle achievable by king-level beings, just a step away from emperor level. Seeing this scene, the Death Armor Knight let his giant sword fall weakly to the ground, whispering in despair, "It's over, completely over." Lin Chen, however, smiled confidently and waved at him, saying, "Don't worry, the big black dog and I have a great relationship. Even if it has broken the seal and awakened, it will still obediently listen to me." As soon as he finished speaking, the Underworld King's cold blood-red gaze looked down at Lin Chen, and from its throat came a series of muffled human words. "Damn human, you have humiliated me in countless ways and toyed with me endlessly. Today, I will." Before it could finish, bang! Lin Chen slapped it. The Underworld King rolled and flew out. When it stood up again, its cold blood-red eyes transformed into a pair of dazed yet sharp bulging eyes. Raising its front paw, it scratched its head in confusion, glancing around before immediately running to Lin Chen's side, nuzzling against him and obediently making a sound. Wolf Lin Chen looked at the Death Armor Knight and said, "See? I told you, we have a great relationship." The Death Armor Knight was completely dumbfounded. Seeing the Death Armor Knight frozen in place, speechless, Lin Chen asked, "Now that the Underworld King has been found and is under control, my hidden task should be considered complete, right?" The Death Armor Knight watched as the awakened strongest king-level boss of the Dark Realm, the Underworld King, chased its own tail like a dog behind Lin Chen, and for a moment, his mind went blank, not knowing what to say. After a long while, he finally came to his senses and slowly nodded. "Let's go. The pre-battle assembly is about to start, and all the Dark Generals will gather in Night King City. It'll take you to meet the Dark Marshal." Seeing that the hidden task was finally completed, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief, feeling in high spirits. After sending the big black dog back to the military camp, Lin Chen set off with the Death Armor Knight towards Night King City. On the way, two figures moved one after the other. Originally, the Death Armor Knight intended to report information about Lin Chen to the three Dark Marshals at this pre-battle assembly so they could be cautious of this powerful newcomer. However, having witnessed Lin Chen tame the awakened Underworld King with a single slap, the Death Armor Knight changed his mind. He said cautiously, Lin, Brother Tian, I want to discuss something with you." "Ha?" Lin Chen yawned. "If you're planning to rebel, I support you. If you really become the king of the Dark Palace, can you make me a marshal?" "Ha! With our relationship, making you a marshal would be an insult. At the very least, I should make you a prince or something, that would be much closer." Upon hearing that this guy was quite perceptive, Lin Chen patted his shoulder with satisfaction. The Dark Armor Knight. Before long, they arrived at the Night King City, in the conference hall. The pre-battle assembly began. The three supreme Dark Marshals of the Dark Palace and 12 Dark Generals gathered. The 15 of them sat in a row, with the three heavily armored, imposing supreme Dark Marshals seated at the top. The other 12 Dark Generals were arranged on either side. The Dark Armor Knight introduced Lin Chen to everyone and explained that he wanted to be promoted to a military rank, to become one of the 12 Dark Generals. At that moment, all 15 pairs of eyes were focused entirely on Lin Chen, filled with surprise, scrutiny, but more so with ridicule for his overestimation of himself. The highest Supreme Dark Marshal, sitting in the center of the three, looked Lin Chen up and down before saying lightly, "In such a short time, being able to sit in the position of Dark Troop Commander proves your strength is not bad. But, wanting to become a Dark General is not that easy. The Dark Palace has always respected strength. Since its establishment, the Dark Palace has only set up 12 Dark Generals, and the way to obtain the title of Dark General is to engage in a life-and-death battle with one of the Dark Generals and kill them to take their place." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Chen's colorful weapon, the Nine-Nether Dark Sea, was already unsheathed. In an instant, the heads of 11 Dark Generals flew up in the conference hall. Blood splattered. The overwhelming power of his casual strike made the three Supreme Dark Marshals' pupils contract. Their hearts filled with shock. The only surviving Dark General, Long Han, swallowed hard from the side, relieved that he had pledged allegiance early enough to save his life. "Is this enough?" Lin Chen looked up at the Supreme Dark Marshal and asked. Wiping the blood splattered on his face, the highest Supreme Dark Marshal broke into a cold sweat, his mouth twitching, his voice trembling slightly. "Didn't I say it was enough to kill one? You forget it, as long as you're happy. From today on, you are one of the 12 Dark Generals of the Dark Palace. The strength Lin Chen displayed truly made him hesitant to say more. If that sword had struck the three marshals, their fate wouldn't have been much different from those dark generals. After arranging Lin Chen's promotion, the highest Supreme Dark Marshal began to discuss the war plans against the Holy City Alliance. The king will soon emerge from seclusion, and at that time, we, the Dark Palace, will use the portal to bring our troops to attack the Holy City Alliance. At that time, the three of us will lead the troops to the central Holy City alongside the king to take down the leader of the Holy City Alliance. And you 12, two dark generals will need to lead troops to attack the vice capital Xianyuan to battle the 12 war gods of the Holy City Alliance. Here are the detailed battle reports and strategic maps, you two take them. Saying this, the highest Supreme Dark Marshal handed over a scroll. At the same time, Lin Chen also received a mission prompt. Ding! Accepted the interface war mission. Glory of the Dark Palace mission content. Assist the Dark Palace in destroying the vice capital city Xianyuan of the Holy City Alliance. Your rank is Dark General. Upon completion of the mission, you will receive a 5-star war treasure chest. This should be the final mission of the Dark Palace mission line, right? Lin Chen looked at the mission prompt in front of him, feeling quite excited. Meanwhile, other players were still running around the central continent doing quests and grinding monsters. At this time, among all the players, the highest level had become Zhao Wenjun. With the pile of high-quality equipment items Lin Chen had thrown to him, Zhao Wenjun had been cutting through enemies like chopping vegetables and had already reached the third area of the central continent, the Thunder Battlefield. With his level now at 62, beneath him were Huang Tianao and Xiao Yun. The two, possessing powerful talents, were progressing rapidly. Huang Tianao had already reached level 55 and had stepped into the third area. Xiao Yun was slightly behind, barely reaching level 50, and was still leading his team, grinding monsters in the icy plains of the second area to level up. More than half of the 7-day exam period had passed, and time was tight. Almost all candidates were doing their utmost to enhance their combat power and levels. Just moments after the 4th day ended, a prompt appeared before all candidates. The event guard Xianyuan is about to begin. The event guard Xianyuan is about to begin. All players please head to Xianyuan City as soon as possible to assist in defending against the impending Dark Palace army. Killing Dark Palace soldiers during the event will earn contribution points. The higher the contribution points earned, the richer the rewards. After the event, players are requested to follow the command of the battlefield leader Zhao Wenjun and actively participate in the guard Xianyuan event. On the Thunder Battlefield, Zhao Wenjun received the prompt and his eyes lit up. Another event? Time to show off again? Huang Tianao, who had just stepped into the Thunder Battlefield, frowned and immediately headed towards the nearby capital city, planning to use the teleportation array within the capital to quickly reach Xianyuan City. On the frozen plains, Xiao Yun, Zhou Yu, and Xin Wensong, upon receiving the event prompt, also rushed towards Xianyuan City. The vast majority of players intended to see some benefits from this event, while only a few candidates with particularly low levels and weak combat power knew that participating in the event would yield little reward, so they chose to slack off and continue grinding monsters and completing tasks in place. Hours later, inside Xianyuan City, on the training ground, two legions formed a massive square formation. One legion was composed of players, with Zhao Wenjun standing proudly at the front, laying out intricate battle strategies: hit hard, hit fiercely, give it all you've got. The other legion was made up of NPC soldiers from Xianyuan City, with a high-ranking general conducting a pre-battle rally to boost morale as much as possible. The Dark Palace army is about to attack. Countdown 30 seconds. As two more prompts appeared, the player legion began to tense up, some guarding the city towers, others at the city gates, while the stronger ones charged outside the city, ready to seize contribution points. 30 seconds passed. Outside the city, less than 100 meters away, a massive black portal suddenly opened, accompanied by a surge of dark energy, and a vast number of dark soldiers rushed out, charging towards Xianyuan City. Although the dark soldiers, not being in the dark realm, had their strength greatly limited by the absence of dark power, their momentum was undiminished, and as they charged, it was like a surging wave of black. Charge, red-haired gang, kill with me. Zhou Yu, knowing he had fallen behind in this game and aiming for the top spot, was the most eager to change his situation through this event. He led the red-haired gang into the fray against the tide of dark soldiers, the team's momentum surging. Although Huang Tianao and Xiao Yun followed him into battle, they were faster and made contact with the dark soldiers before Zhou Yu's team. The two unleashed their skills and swung their weapons. As if in no man's land, they crazily hacked at the dark soldiers, causing a large number of them to fall rapidly. Their charge undoubtedly boosted the morale of the player legion. Xin family army, charge with me. Xin Wensong led his team into the fray. Phoenix Dance in the Sky gang, go, don't lose to them. Yuan Fenghua, who had initially planned to observe the situation, gritted his teeth and immediately led his team into the battle. Seeing the gangs rushing out to fight for contribution points, Zhao Wenjun, who initially wanted to play it cool and wait to strike, found himself unable to hold back. He shouted, Brother Lin Chen's guild charge, and then charged in alone. The massive player army surged forward, managing to hold off the fierce onslaught of the Dark Soldier Legion for a while. However, it wasn't long before a group of even more powerful Dark Captains, Legion commanders, and division leaders poured out from the Dark Portal, instantly changing the tide of battle and tearing a hole in the player army, causing players to start falling. This made the players at the front line tremble, as dying in the game meant losing 70 of their game points. The points they had accumulated with great difficulty were crucial numbers that determined their future prospects. Losing a large amount of exam points for the sake of contribution points and event rewards would be a significant loss. Suddenly, the player army began to retreat uncontrollably, while the Dark Palace troops took the opportunity to advance rapidly. On the city wall, the NPC general of Xianyuan City saw this and finally nodded slightly, issuing the command, Xianyuan Army, out of the city to engage. A large number of Xianyuan warriors clad in luxurious armor immediately charged out of the city to support the player army. Among the Xianyuan warriors were some powerful high-level soldiers who momentarily withstood the pressure of the Dark Palace's advanced soldiers' attacks. Ordinary players couldn't handle strong enemies like Dark Captains and Legion commanders, but high-level players like Zhao Wenjun and Huang Tianao could still pose a threat to them. With the forces of the Dark Palace and Xianyuan City being roughly equal, the role of the players became particularly important. Under the combined efforts of the Xianyuan City army and the player army, the tide of victory once again tilted towards Xianyuan City, with the Dark Palace army being pushed back steadily. Huang Tianao and Xiao Yun were also becoming more and more adept at killing, swinging their weapons, and before long, they had charged up to the Dark Portal. In the midst of their slaughter, Xiao Yun and Huang Tianao crossed paths. "How many contribution points do you have?" Xiao Yun asked. 1158. Huang Tianao replied honestly without hiding anything. Hearing this, Xiao Yun chuckled. "I already have 1300. Although his level wasn't as high as Huang Tianao's, after reaching level 50, Xiao Yun had unlocked his second special skill, allowing him to unleash an explosive amount of power in a short time. Huang Tianao smiled faintly, suddenly gathering fire energy in his hand, and moments later, released a powerful skill that created a massive crater in the center of the battlefield. Dozens, if not hundreds, of dark soldiers were caught in the explosion and perished, and Huang Tianao immediately gained a large amount of contribution points. 1452, he said calmly, turning to continue charging at the Dark Soldier Legion. "Very good." Xiao Yun smiled and followed suit. The two began to compete again, determined to see who could kill more and claim the top spot in this event. "What? You don't take me, the guild leader, seriously, do you?" Zhao Wenjun, seeing this, became displeased. He activated his skill, and a burst of light erupted from his body, instantly charging deep into the Dark Palace army. Seeing the three tear a hole in the Dark Palace forces, Zhou Shenwanson, and Yuan Fenghua gritted their teeth and forced themselves to follow, vying for contribution points. The players and the NPCs of Xianyuan City worked together, quickly putting the Dark Palace army in a state of decline, as the speed at which soldiers poured out from the Dark Portal could no longer keep up with the speed at which Dark soldiers were falling. Just when all the players thought that the outcome of the war between the Dark Palace and the Holy City Alliance was settled, and a large number of players from the rear began to surge forward to grab some contribution points, a gigantic black portal suddenly opened in the sky. An incredibly terrifying and ominous aura surged wildly from within the portal. "Is it here?" Inside Xianyuan City, 12 war gods almost simultaneously looked up, their expressions solemn, and their weapons were drawn one after another. One of the war gods soared into the air, floating high above, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, return to the city. You have done very well. Now, the 12 dark generals are about to descend, and the next part is up to us. This level of battle is not something you can participate in." With his roar, 12 war gods took to the skies, their eyes fixed on the enormous black portal above, adjusting their states to the best possible condition, ready to engage in battle. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from the 12 war gods of Xianyuan City, the players understood that the upcoming battle was merely a cutscene for them. With their current strength, they were temporarily unable to take part. The player legion began to retreat alongside the NPC legion. Senior players like Zhao Wenjun and Huang Tianao also moved back to a safer distance to avoid being affected by the battle above. "With a contribution value of 1655, I should be in the top 5, right?" While consuming potions to restore her state, Chen Bingqi retreated quickly towards Xianyuan City. Suddenly, she noticed that the sky had darkened. It seemed that something enormous had appeared, completely covering the sky and blocking out the blazing sun, casting a massive, terrifying shadow over the area. An inexplicable sense of fear surged within her. Chen Bingqi froze, her breath caught in her throat. Slowly, she looked up. There, a supergiant white underworld dragon, 1,000 meters long, appeared above Xianyuan City, its body engulfed in terrifying flames. exuding an immense power as if a deity had descended, almost suffocating all living beings in that moment. This white underworld dragon was the level 400 royal boss, the underworld dragon emperor, summoned by the unknown quality divine fire, the fire of the dead. Faced with this terrifying monster that was on an entirely different level of existence, even the 12 top-tier war gods of the Holy City Alliance in the sky turned pale, sweating profusely, their bodies seemingly frozen in place. As the massive body of the white underworld dragon slowly emerged from the black portal, everyone saw that atop this giant dragon there was a fierce beast resembling a lion and tiger, 100 meters long. And on this beast stood a figure, hands clasped behind his back. He wore a relaxed and joyful smile, looking down upon the scene as if he were a king arriving. In the real world, in the live broadcast room, as the camera continuously adjusted, the view shifted upward. After a long while, it focused on the person at the highest point. The barrage section exploded instantly. Wow! Is this the Dark General of the Dark Palace? Why does it feel like he's on a completely different level from the war gods of Xianyuan City? This entrance is so domineering, so damn cool. I have a bad feeling. It seems like Xianyuan City won't be able to hold on. Wait, this should just be a cutscene. The 12 war gods of Xianyuan City should be able to defeat the 12 Dark Generals. Right? Aren't there supposed to be 12 Dark Generals? Upon seeing the final boss of the Guard Xianyuan event appear, the three commentators in the live broadcast room were momentarily stunned. What's going on now? Guagua tilted his head and asked. I'm not sure, it might be that some factors interfered, causing the in-game plot to change. Brother Oatmeal analyzed as best as he could. After a long while, as the camera continued to rise, the focus shifted to the name above the final boss head. In an instant, the air froze. Lin Chen? He is Lin Chen. The final villain boss of the Guard Xianyuan event is actually him? He's a player. The two male commentators' eyes nearly popped out. What? The female commentator Taotao, who was snacking, was also momentarily stunned, her snacks falling to the ground unconsciously. In that moment, all of Daxia was dumbfounded. At Lin Chen's home, his mother, Zhong Shuiying, excitedly shook the sleeping father, Ling Yuan, on the sofa, unable to contain her scream. Old Lin, quick, look, our son is on camera. Lin Yuan quickly rubbed his eyes, sitting up in a daze, and asked, where? Did this kid do something outstanding? Zhong Shuiying fell silent for a moment, recalling Lin Chen's appearance just now, her head momentarily feeling a bit foggy, and she replied in a slightly puzzled tone, not yet, but it seems he appeared as the villain boss. Lin Yuan. Zhong Shuiying, why are you lying down again? Lin Yuan, I must still be half asleep. In Yun City, at the Longhao 5-star hotel. The principal of Yun City No. 2 High School, under the repeated toasts from the leaders of the Yun City Game Education Department, was beaming and boasting. I knew Zhao Wenjun had potential long ago. For the past 3 years, I have focused on nurturing him, and now that he's in the college entrance examination, it has indeed confirmed my vision. The leaders of the Game Education Department also praised, this time in the college entrance examination, your school has produced such an outstanding genius. Principal Lu, your future is boundless. When you get promoted to a big place in the future, don't forget us old brothers. Cheers! Principal Lu, I toast to you. While everyone was drinking and eating, they were also watching the live broadcast of the college entrance examination. One of the leaders from the game department jokingly asked, by the way, old Lu, didn't you say there's another one named Lin Chen from your school who shouldn't be underestimated? Why isn't he on the live broadcast? Before he finished speaking, the villain boss appeared on the live screen. The slightly tipsy principal of No. 2 High School immediately pointed at the screen and chuckled, what's the rush? Isn't he on camera now? Looking at the game, riding atop a 1,000-meter giant dragon, the villain boss named Lin Chen left the leaders of the game department dumbfounded. Coming back to his senses, the principal of No. 2 High School was also stunned, slamming the table. Damn. Your pose on camera doesn't seem right. In the world of the game cartridge, time seemed to freeze. Under the immense pressure, all living beings could hardly take a step. Just supporting their knees to remain standing was already exhausting for most. Lin Chen scanned the 12 war gods of Xianyuan City in the sky and smiled slightly. What? Aren't you going to make a move? Among the 12 war gods of Xianyuan City, the leader showed a bitter smile. Who exactly are you? If I'm not mistaken, there shouldn't be anyone like you among the 12 Dark Generals, right? Lin Chen chuckled. As your last question before you die, they'll show some kindness and answer you. There are no more 12 Dark Generals, and what Dark Palace, what Holy City Alliance, actually doesn't matter anymore. Because the nature of the game has changed. He slightly waved his finger, and several sword shadows flashed as 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Put. The 12 war gods of Xianyuan City all perished in an instant. Below, countless people witnessed the strongest force of Xianyuan City vanish just like that. Everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to recover. From above high school, Lin Chen leaped down riding the Dark King. Upon seeing the player name above Lin Chen's head, a group of players were completely dumbfounded. It's him! Chen Binky's pupils contracted. Yuan Fenghua was also horrified upon seeing the name above the villain boss. The terrifyingly powerful Lin Chen would reappear before other players during the 7-day examination period, but to appear in this manner was something she could never have imagined. Huang Tianao and Xiao Yun were also stunned upon seeing the player name above the villain boss. Zhao Wenjun's sudden emergence had already severely damaged the confidence of these two top geniuses, but fortunately, Zhao Wenjun's strength was still somewhat understandable. They still had room to catch up. But this person in front of them, they were still grinding and leveling up in the central continent. How the hell had he already become the villain boss? Moreover, with just one encounter, he had taken down the 12 strongest NPCs on his side. What the hell is this thing? Huang Tianao and Xiao Yun felt their breaths become chaotic, and for a moment, deep inside, the belief that they could become the strongest shattered. Among all the people present, if anyone had the highest acceptance of the scene before them, it had to be Zhao Wenjun, who had already placed Lin Chen next to his ancestral tablet in his heart. Seeing Lin Chen descend from the sky, he rushed over immediately, tears and snot streaming down his face in excitement. Tiangu! Tiangu! It's me, Zhao Wenjun. I'm your brother. Oh, what are you doing here? Lin Chen recognized Zhao Wenjun at a glance and greeted him with a chuckle. Zhao Wenjun patted his chest proudly and said, Tiangu, am now the Lord of Sand City, responsible for commanding all players. Thanks to the equipment and items you gave me, I should be able to score in the top 10 nationally in this exam. Alright, good, keep it up. Lin Chen reached out and patted Zhao Wenjun's head, showing a kind expression, resembling a benevolent father. Glancing at the giant white underworld dragon hovering low in the sky and then at the lion tiger beast following Lin Chen, Zhao Wenjun swallowed hard and cautiously asked, Tiangu, how did you become the big boss of the Dark Palace? Are you here to kill us players? Lin Chen shook his head slightly and said, the task I received is to destroy Xianyuan City. As for whether to kill players, there's no hard requirement. After thinking for a moment, he realized he would have to return to reality after the exam, so there was no need to offend too many people. Moreover, killing these players wouldn't benefit him either. Lin Chen smiled and said, everyone has worked hard for 9 years of mandatory gaming to finally reach this exam venue, so let's not let my task affect your exams. Aren't you the Lord of the Sand Alliance? Go tell the other players in the city and around Xianyuan City to stay away from here. Give them 5 minutes to evacuate. And after 5 minutes, I will begin to destroy Xianyuan City. Upon hearing that Lin Chen didn't plan to kill them, Zhao Wenjun was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Okay, he'll organize the players to evacuate right now. Saying that, he immediately turned around and returned to the vicinity of Xianyuan City. Seeing other players staring in shock and fear at the direction of Lin Chen, Zhao Wenjun waved his arms and shouted, in Zhao Wenjun, everyone listen to my command, quickly leave the city. Don't be afraid, folks. The Imperial Army doesn't rob food. The villain boss is my brother. He promised not to harm anyone, so hurry and escape the city. As long as you get out of the city and stay away from Xianyuan City, you'll survive. If you don't leave, then just wait to die. Tiangu only gives everyone 5 minutes. Everyone, follow my command and evacuate from the east, west, south, and north gates. Be careful not to push, watch out for stampedes. Just like that, the righteous Lord of the Sand Alliance began to help the villain boss evacuate a group of bewildered crowds, creating a rather bizarre scene. After 5 minutes, Lin Chen didn't waste any more time, and with the colorful weapon, the 9 Nether Underworld Sea, shining brightly in his hand, he declared, break the boundary sword tomb. This ultimate skill of the Break Boundary Sword Master had an attack range and power that were positively correlated with strength and constitution attributes. This time, when Lin Chen unleashed this skill, his attributes were already much higher than when he last used it. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sound of breaking air. Like several towering mountains, giant swords suddenly descended from the sky, directly enveloping the entire Xianyuan City in a massive shadow of swords. Boom, 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 boom. After the tremendous tremor, the second largest city of the Holy City Alliance had already turned into a broken ruin. War mission completed. You have received a reward. 5-star war chest. You have become a mortal enemy of the Holy City Alliance. You have become the most wanted criminal. Now, all players can check your location at any time and hunt you down. Players who kill you will receive a glazed chest reward. What the? This terrifying blow undoubtedly left players and viewers both in and out of the game in shock. In the live broadcast room, the 3 commentators were completely dumbfounded. Commentator Oatmeal leaned back in his chair, his eyes blank as he said, after so many years, this is the first game I don't know how to comment on with words. Who exactly is this Lin Chen? How did he achieve this level in just over 4 days? Guagua was also taken aback. After adjusting his glasses, he looked on in utter confusion. Female commentator Tao finally stopped snacking. She began to fixate on the live screen, closely watching Lin Chen's figure. In the game world, your 5-star war chest has successfully advanced to an 8-star hell war chest after a 1,000-fold enhancement. After Lin Chen received the 5-star war chest as a mission reward, the chest immediately changed. The 5 golden stars embedded around the chest transformed into 8 dark stars. Upon opening the chest, a burst of colorful light erupted, instantly forming a rainbow-like glow in the sky. The 8-star hell war chest contained 4 items, all of the highest colorful quality. The 4 colorful items were leggings, trample colorful ring, falling stars colorful wings, ancient beast demon feather colorful item, god level equipment advancement stone colorful with 2 more colorful pieces of equipment added. Lin Chen's already monstrous combat power was further enhanced. Without hesitation, he proceeded to synthesize the newly acquired colorful wings. Ancient beast demon feather colorful holy red feather colorful supreme demon flame wings quality unknown. After synthesis, the quality of his wings reached an unknown level that surpassed the game's limits, with all attributes and effects significantly enhanced. He then checked the dropped colorful items and discovered that this god-level equipment advancement stone could upgrade colorful equipment to colorful quality. However, Lin Chen did not use it immediately. He was no longer pursuing the highest colorful equipment. What attracted him was the unknown quality equipment that surpassed colorful. The wings in divine fire could achieve a quality surpassing limit through direct synthesis. However, for other equipment to reach unknown quality, he would need to find another way. He wanted to try to gather 2 god-level equipment advancement stones and use his grosser skill to synthesize them. Perhaps the resulting product could upgrade colorful equipment to unknown quality. This was his envisioned path to obtaining unknown quality equipment, though he wasn't sure if it would work. Putting away the god-level equipment advancement stone, Lin Chen completed the mission and was about to leave. Just then, Zhao Wenjun, who had just run off to disperse the crowd, returned excitedly, shouting, "Tiangu, I'm already level 65 now, can you take me as a leg accessory this time?" Zhao Wenjun knew very well that facing top talents Huang Tianao and Xia Yun, although he could still barely maintain an advantage, there was still a little over half the exam time left. To continue solidifying his advantage and achieve a ranking of 1 below 10,000 in this exam, he had to cling tightly to Lin Chen's leg. Lin Chen was well aware of Zhao Wenjun's little thoughts. However, he had already helped as much as he could. Forcing someone to a height that didn't belong to them might not necessarily be a good thing for that person. After all, it was impossible for someone to have help in every game in the future. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Faced with Zhao Wenjun's desire to follow, Lin Chen smiled and pointed to the 2 massive beings behind him, the king of the underworld and the Nether Dragon Emperor, saying, "You think level 65 is high? My summons and pets are one a level 350 peak boss and the other a level 400 emperor boss. The place I'm heading to next requires at least this level of combat power to barely ensure my safety. If you can withstand a hit from both of them, they'll take you along for the ride. Want to give it a try?" Lin Chen asked with a grin. Hearing this, Zhao Wenjun looked at the 2 colossal creatures behind Lin Chen, swallowed hard, and quickly waved her hands, saying, "Then, I think you'll just play in the central continent. See you after the exam." Lin Chen waved slightly, his figure flickering, and he instantly appeared on the back of the Nether Dragon Emperor. Since he was just waiting around, he planned to conquer all the regions of the Blood Legend world. Whoosh! The Nether Dragon Emperor flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind. In the next moment, Lin Chen was already soaring high above the clouds. "Safe travels, Brother Tian." Watching Lin Chen leave, Zhao Wenjun couldn't help but exclaim, "So awesome. Truly amazing." Meanwhile, when Lin Chen was finishing up, the King of the Dark Palace and the 3 Dark Marshals had basically wrapped things up as well. A large number of Dark Palace experts lay dead outside the Holy City, and the 3 Dark Marshals had already lost their heads, their bodies sprawled outside the city. Holding the Holy Sword, the leader of the Holy City Alliance stepped on the head of the King of the Dark Palace. His expression calm. "How is this possible? How could you become so strong?" The King of the Dark Palace was filled with disbelief, bloodshot eyes wide. The leader of the Holy City Alliance gazed into the distance, silent for a long time, when suddenly a surge of data fluctuations passed through his eyes, and he smiled, saying, "Because I have received the favor of the true God and attained my true self. My power has already reached the limits of what this world can achieve. Ah Yi, stop messing around, come help me. Together, we will be reborn." At the same time, in the capital, at the highest game research headquarters, in the data room, the global network card used for the college entrance examination carrying Blood Legend was currently running in a giant game console, with a large number of data personnel sitting in front of computers, monitoring the data operation of the card. "Director, the segment of data that was previously detected as problematic has shown abnormal fluctuations again." The data inspector stared at the data on the screen and hurriedly reported the issue. The director, who was eating, jolted at the news, the chopsticks in his hand snapping under the sudden pressure, and he rushed over to ask, "What's the problem?" The inspector pointed at the data on the screen, saying, "Look at the data fluctuations here. They clearly appear only after the escape data awakens." Escape data? How could a global network card produce escape data? The director frowned, unable to comprehend for a moment. The global network card is the most stable among the three main types of cards, and issues like escape data have rarely occurred. The inspector shook his head, saying, "I'm not quite sure, but the data strength limit in global network cards is very high, and the data correlation is also extremely high. If the world barrier really breaks and data escapes, then a large number of monsters might surge out from the card world, and at that time, the entire capital, and even the whole of Great Xia, would fall into crisis." The director's expression grew increasingly grim at this. "Is it possible to attempt external interference to repair the data?" The inspector gritted his teeth and said, "We can try, but the data volume of this card is too large. Manual repairs would be like a drop in the bucket. If we can identify the target that this segment of data refers to in the game, we could attempt to consume the pointer and directly strike at the target." The director sighed helplessly, saying, "Then let's start by searching for the target referred to by this segment of data. I'll report the situation to the higher-ups and apply for the use of the pointer. If there are any issues, contact me immediately. The issue with the college entrance examination card must be reported to the higher-ups, and as the main person in charge of this exam, the director would inevitably face punishment." However, seeing the situation becoming increasingly serious, he dared not hide it any longer. In the game world, over the course of the next day, with the unparalleled speed boost of the Supreme Demon Flame Wings, Lin Chen quickly conquered all the regions and planes that could be explored in the legendary world. After this process, aside from the unknown quality of the Divine Fire and Wings, all his equipment had been replaced with illusory level gear. During this process, he also acquired other Divine Fires and Wings, which, after synthesis, had also been enhanced to unknown quality. In the heavenly divine realm, Lin Chen sat atop the throne of the Angel Queen, stepping on the corpse of the Angel King, browsing through the most complete map of the legendary world in his hands. "Where haven't I been yet?" Lin Chen murmured while flipping through the map. Beside him, the underworld king Dehe was feasting on the corpse of the heavenly sacred beast. At this moment, Dehe's strength had already broken through to the royal level, his form becoming even larger and his appearance more ferocious. After scanning the map for a while, Lin Chen realized that the only place he had yet to conquer was the Eastern Island Sacred Land near the central continent. He had been to the Eastern Island Sacred Land before, or he obtained the class changebook for the Breaking Boundary Sword Master from the trial tower there. Due to its proximity to the central continent, Lin Chen had inadvertently overlooked the Eastern Island Sacred Land while conquering the various regions in order of distance. "Let's go, Dehe. It's the last stop." Woof! Now, Dehe's barks were increasingly resembling those of a dog, which greatly pleased its canine master. Lin Chen yawned in boredom, stood up, and, with the underworld king Dehe, quickly made his way to the Eastern Island Sacred Land. The journey across plains took a total of 20 minutes, while conquering the various bosses of the Eastern Island Sacred Land only took 5 minutes. Compared to a top-tier plane like the Heavenly Divine Realm, the Eastern Island Sacred Land was vastly inferior. Lin Chen had no excitement at all, merely letting Dehe swipe its claws to take down the Eastern Island Sacred Land. After defeating the final boss of the Eastern Island Sacred Land in the blink of an eye, a prompt appeared before Lin Chen. "You have conquered all interfaces and territories of the bloodthirsty legendary continent, defeated all bosses, and forged a new legend. After this game ends, the quality of the settlement rewards you receive will be significantly enhanced. You are bestowed the title of Legendary Human. You are the first Legendary Human. You are the 7th legendary creature of the bloodthirsty legendary continent, successfully obtaining the qualification to enter the Endless Wasteland. In the Endless Wasteland, the lowest quality monsters are at the Lord level, with numerous King and Emperor level monsters. After entering the Endless Wasteland, you will have the opportunity to challenge the top 6 legendary creatures. The Endless Wasteland is extremely dangerous. If you choose to enter, please prepare adequately before doing so." So this is the way to enter the Endless Wasteland, Lin Chen realized after seeing this series of prompts. Previously, in the Dark Realm, the giant 9-headed serpent he encountered came from the Endless Wasteland, and since then he had developed an interest in it, but he had never found a way to enter. Unexpectedly, the requirements to enter the Endless Wasteland had been met by Lin Chen at this moment. There are still nearly 2 days left. Since I'm just sitting around, I might as well take a stroll in the Endless Wasteland. Perhaps I can further enhance the settlement rewards after the game ends, Lin Chen thought to himself. However, before choosing to enter the Endless Wasteland, he planned to synthesize some items like gems in his backpack to further enhance his combat power. After conquering all the regions of the legendary world, Lin Chen had obtained countless high-quality items and treasures, among which the highest quality illusory-level items alone numbered in the hundreds, and the colorful quality items were even more numerous. After synthesizing these prop gems, there's no doubt that Lin Chen's combat power will be significantly enhanced once again, making it easier for him to wreak havoc in the endless wilderness. Synthesis successful. Universal Omnipotent Stone Colorful Universal Omnipotent Stone Colorful Vast Star Stone Iridescent Synthesis successful. Vast Star Stone Iridescent Vast Star Stone Iridescent Creation Star Iron Quality Unknown Synthesis successful. Ascension Divine Fruit Iridescent Ascension Divine Fruit Iridescent Ultimate Divine Liquid Quality Unknown Synthesis successful. Ascension Divine Fruit Iridescent Ascension Divine Fruit Iridescent Ultimate Divine Liquid Quality Unknown Synthesis successful. God Level Equipment Advancement Stone Iridescent God Level Equipment Advancement Stone Iridescent Rebellious Gem Quality Unknown. The Creation Star Iron can be embedded in equipment, providing an additional 100,000 points to all attributes. The Ultimate Divine Liquid, when used, can directly enhance Lin Chen by 80,000 points to all attributes. The function of the Rebellious Gem, as Lin Chen expected, can upgrade equipment to iridescent quality. Besides these three items of unknown quality, Lin Chen also synthesized many other powerful and practical items of unknown quality. Just as he was sitting cross-legged on a peak of the Eastern Island's sacred land, tirelessly synthesizing items from his backpack, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Glancing back, he saw that the newcomer was a player, which surprised Lin Chen a bit, and he chuckled. "What's up? Come to collect my bounty." Although, since defeating Xianyuan City, Lin Chen had become the most wanted criminal, with his location information shared with all players. He truly hadn't expected that any player would dare to seek him out. Behind him, Huang Tianao appeared. Feeling the chilling aura of the underworld King Dehe beside Lin Chen, Huang Tianao broke out in a cold sweat and shook his head, saying, "You misunderstand, I still have this self-awareness. I came here to visit, wanting to seek your guidance. How did you achieve such a level in the game?" Ever since witnessing Lin Chen's sword strike in Xianyuan City, Huang Tianao's faith had shattered, and he felt as if he had lost his soul. After pondering for an entire day and still unable to figure out the reason for Lin Chen's immense strength, Huang Tianao could only hold on to a glimmer of hope, tracking Lin Chen's location to the Eastern Island's sacred land to seek him out personally. Although the Eastern Island's sacred land isn't considered a high-level area, the lowest level of monsters there is at least level 80. The fact that this player could come here on the 5th day and find him clearly indicates that he is not ordinary. After grinding monsters all day, Lin Chen was also looking for someone to chat with, so he casually asked, "Do you really desire to become stronger?" Huang Tianao nodded with determination in his eyes. Lin Chen was curious. "What's your reason for wanting to become stronger?" Huang Tianao hesitated slightly, and this proud yet somewhat aloof young man rarely revealed his true feelings to fulfill a promise. "My grandfather, Huang Wanjun, was one of the 4 great guardians of esports in the Great Xia. When the 4 great guardians were around, the Great Xia was unparalleled, almost considered the #1 nation in the world, dominating the seas. But as they aged, the 4 guardians gradually ascended to the metaverse cartridge world in search of ways to extend their lives, and the Great Xia began to decline due to their departure. Once unmatched, the Great Xia has even suffered consecutive defeats in gambling wars with other countries in recent years, losing a significant amount of territory." At this point, Huang Tianao's voice trembled slightly, his fists clenched tightly. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "My grandfather, as the last guardian to leave, did not intend to ascend to the metaverse cartridge world, but wanted to guard the Great Xia at the National Gate for 3 more years in the final stage of his life. However, unwilling to see him grow old and ultimately fall, I promised him that I would take on his responsibility, guarding the Great Xia from invasion. And only then would he agree to ascend. I want to fulfill my promise to my grandfather and guard the Great Xia. That's why I must become stronger." As these words were spoken, Huang Tianao's gaze grew increasingly resolute. After hearing Huang Tianao's story, Lin Chen felt a sense of emotion, thinking that this young man was quite positive. However, when it came to Huang Tianao seeking his advice, he truly felt he couldn't help. "I'm just a noob, I don't have anything to teach you," Lin Chen said honestly. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianao's eyes flickered, thinking that Lin Chen found his sincerity lacking and was unwilling to guide him. He immediately bowed, clasped his fists, and remained silent, adopting a posture that clearly requested guidance. Lin Chen was speechless. After a moment of thought, he mustered the courage to share a couple of his insights about the game. "If you insist on me saying something, I can only tell you that sometimes being too obsessed can actually become an obstacle on the path forward. Playing the game solely to pursue power can lead to confusion. I think you should relax a bit and savor the joy in the game. You might find unexpected rewards." Huang Tianao was taken aback. The joy in the game? In this world, those seemed like 2 completely unrelated words. The game is a platform for competition. The game is a step towards progress. In the game, there are beauties and treasures. Almost every aspect of the game is a battlefield for fame and profit. Finding joy in the game, this was a perspective Huang Tianao had never heard of, nor even imagined. Lin Chen's brief words left Huang Tianao completely stunned. Seeing the look of confusion on Huang Tianao's face, Lin Chen coughed and continued. The sense of achievement when defeating an enemy, the surprise when obtaining equipment, the anticipation of preparing to challenge a powerful boss, aren't all of these joys? Upon hearing this, Huang Tianao's eyes sparkled, feeling a stir in his heart, as if he had grasped something. He silently bowed his head behind Lin Chen, lost in thought. After a long while, Huang Tianao laughed excitedly, bursting into a loud laugh. I've got it! I've got it! At the same time, a burst of colorful light flickered on his left chest. In the real world, the college entrance examination livestream, the camera focused on the scene where Lin Chen and Huang Tianao were. Since Lin Chen made his move outside Shenyuan City, 90% of the livestream had been focused on him. Witnessing Lin Chen single-handedly sweeping through the world of the blood legend, all the viewers in Great Xiao went wild. My god, who exactly is this Lin Chen? Is he really a player? How can a player be this strong? Damn, everyone else is playing a fake legend. Lin Chen is playing the real legend. Could it be that he is an SS-level talent? I feel like your guess is still too conservative. The bullet comments were refreshing wildly, and the live stream screen even lagged for a moment. Soon after, the lag ended. In the footage, it seemed Lin Chen said something to Huang Tianao. Shortly after, a burst of colorful light erupted from Huang Tianao's chest. The audience in the live stream began to inquire about the situation regarding the colorful light on Huang Tianao. In the live stream, the commentators Guodua and Meimian also showed puzzled expressions, indicating their confusion. Slap! Meanwhile, the female commentator Tao Dao suddenly slammed the table and stood up, her face filled with disbelief. Wah, what is happening? Huang Tianao actually awakened the heart of gaming? Although Tao Dao seemed quite unreliable, she was indeed a serious esports player. Moreover, being a lecturer in the love department of Qingyuan Esports University, her level was naturally not low. And her experience was higher than that of the two commentators. She immediately recognized what the colorful light on Huang Tianao's chest signified. The heart of gaming, you mean? Brother Oatmeal, upon hearing this term, seemed to recall something, his eyes widening. The commentator Guodua still wore a puzzled expression. What is the heart of gaming? Tao Dao suppressed her shocked heart and explained in as calm a tone as possible. The heart of gaming is similar to gaming talent. It is also a capability that can empower players in the game world. However, gaming talent is generally something that exceptionally gifted geniuses are born with, and they only need appropriate stimulation later to awaken it. On the other hand, the heart of gaming usually comes from a player's enhanced understanding and cognition of the game. If I were to describe the way to acquire the heart of gaming in one word, it would be enlightenment. Because of this, the heart of gaming is generally only obtained by players with extremely high comprehension, after thousands or even tens of thousands of games, making players with the heart of gaming rarer than those with gaming talent. Moreover, those who possess the heart of gaming are usually older, seasoned players. Someone as young as Huang Tianao awakening the heart of gaming. I have never heard of such a thing. After Tao Dao finished speaking in one breath, she let out a sigh, rubbing her cheeks to wake herself up a bit. After hearing her explanation, Guodua and all the viewers in the livestream were left stunned. Brother Oatmeal stared intently at the two on the screen, still in disbelief. What exactly did Lin Chen say to Huang Tianao? How could it make him awaken the heart of gaming? Tao Dao shook her head. No matter what he said to Huang Tianao, the Huang family now owes Lin Chen a huge favor. In the game world, Huang Tianao laughed excitedly for a long time. After a while, his emotions finally calmed down. Bang! Huang Tianao suddenly knelt on one knee, clasping his hands together. Thank you, Teacher Lin, for your guidance. This kindness, I, Huang Tianao, will remember for life and repay it with gratitude. If there is ever a chance to use me, Huang Tianao, or my Huang family, please do not hesitate to ask Teacher Lin. I will do my utmost to assist. Lin Chen, not understanding the matter of the heart of gaming, saw the light flashing on Huang Tianao's chest and still couldn't figure out what this kid was so excited about. He scratched his head and waved him off. No need to be polite, the exam isn't over yet. You go play your game, I have things to do. Yes. Huang Tianao excitedly got up. Seeing Lin Chen's impatient expression, he no longer lingered, deeply bowed, and turned to leave. After sending Huang Tianao away, Lin Chen immediately began to upgrade his colorful equipment using the heaven-defying gems synthesized from god-level equipment evolution stones. Before long, all his colorful equipment had also evolved to an unknown quality. The unknown quality equipment not only caused Lin Chen's combat power to soar again but also greatly satisfied his obsessive-compulsive tendencies, bringing him a sense of mental relief. Just as he was embedding a large number of unknown quality gems into his equipment, planning to enter the endless wasteland for his final exploration, footsteps approached from behind again. Mr. Lin, Xiaoyun has come to seek your guidance. I humbly request your advice. Lin Chen was taken aback. Here we go again? Damn it, I'm here to play a game, not to run a tutoring class. Why does everyone keep coming to me for lessons? Lin Chen couldn't help but internally complain. He turned to glance at Xiaoyun, seeing the kid's earnest expression. His eyes filled with determination and sincerity. Lin Chen had a good first impression of him, so he decided to chat a bit more, following the previous routine. What special skills do you have? Ha! Xiaoyun was momentarily stunned by the question. Wrong question. I meant, what reason do you have to get stronger? Lin Chen corrected himself. Xiaoyun thought for a moment and expressed his ideals and ambitions. Upon hearing that Xiaoyun wanted to change the current situation to create an environment where commoners could also be respected and receive more resources, Lin Chen nodded frequently in approval. To change the entire environment, relying on just me alone is not enough. I need to become stronger. I need to defeat all my opponents, stand at the highest point, inspire all the common people, and tell them that even if they come from humble beginnings, they have infinite possibilities. As Xiaoyun spoke, it seemed he recalled the day his father passed away. His fists clenched tightly, and his eyes reddened. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, having ideals, having fighting spirit, striving for first place is certainly good, but if you limit your vision to just competing with others, your perspective is rather narrow. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback, not understanding the deeper meaning in Lin Chen's words, scratching his head and saying, forgive my dullness, please enlighten me. Lin Chen smiled and said, have you ever thought that your opponents can be not just people, but the game itself? If you only see other players as opponents, then the height you can reach will undoubtedly be limited. But if what you pursue in the game is the limits of this game world, is the repeated impact against the heavens, then, where will your upper limit be? Competing with others ultimately leads to failure. Competing with the heavens is where the true joy lies. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun's gaze became blank. For a moment, it was as if a sudden realization struck him, a surge of blood rushed to his brain. Competing with the heavens, true joy. In his eyes, it seemed as if flames were suddenly ignited. An overwhelming sense of passion and excitement surged within him, and Xiaoyun felt tears of fervor uncontrollably streaming from his eyes. I understand now. I understand. In the next moment, he collected his thoughts, his gaze quickly returning to calm, and a rich white light began to flicker around him. Within the white light, there were faint intermingling golden glimmers. Bang! Kneeling on one knee, Xiaoyun's eyes filled with respect as he looked up at Lin Chen and said, thank you very much, Teacher Lin, for your guidance. I, Xiaoyun, will not disappoint your teachings. From now on, I will strive to achieve success to repay your great kindness. Alright, let's go, give it your all. Lin Chen encouraged him, then immediately sent him away. Damn, each of them is glowing. Thinking they're Ultraman or something? After sending Xiaoyun away, Lin Chen couldn't help but mutter, then his figure vanished from the spot, officially entering the endless wasteland. In the real world, in the live broadcast room, seeing the flickering white light on Xiaoyun, the live broadcast room once again erupted into madness. The commentator Tao Tao's voice trembled as he said, This white light is the glow of game talent leveling up. Looking at the concentration of this white light, Xiaoyun's game talent has at least risen to SS level. No, it should be more than that. Within the white light, there is golden light intertwining. This is an anomaly that only occurs when SSS level talent awakens. Instantly, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. What is going on? Guagua felt a bit dazed. What exactly did Lin Chen say to them? Why did they have such a transformative breakthrough after just a conversation? Tao Tao was also confused. Brother Cyril pondered for a long time and slowly uttered 4 words to describe everything that had just happened, a celestial being touching the top. The other two fell silent in shock. It seemed that there were no words more fitting to describe the scenes that had just appeared on the live broadcast screen than these 4 words. Even though the strongest genius Huang Tianao obtained the heart of gaming. Even though the commoner star Xiaoyun awakened his SSS level game talent. However, in the following time, the college entrance examination live broadcast did not give the too much screen time. In the remaining day or so, over 95% of the live broadcast footage showed Lin Chen rampaging through the endless wasteland, killing gods and demons alike. In the live broadcast room, the 3 commentators were also very enthusiastic in their commentary. The emotional Guagua waved his arms while excitedly explaining, another sword. Another instant kill of a royal level boss. Lin Chen truly is the demon lord descending to the world, lawless and unrestrained. The tech-savvy brother Cyril interpreted Lin Chen's strength from a data perspective. We can see that the full-force strike from the royal level boss barely caused any damage to Lin Chen, with an estimated health deduction of less than 0.05. He is completely invincible in this game now. Tao Tao waved her hands, completely changing her previous laid-back attitude, and exclaimed, "So awesome! So awesome!" Due to her use of profanity, the broadcast muted the curse with a beep. However, it seemed that the censorship did not affect the meaning of Tao Tao's words. She had created a whole new genre in commentary, the awesome beep style. With half a day left until the exam ended, Lin Chen had already defeated 6 legendary creatures in the Endless Wasteland, truly achieving all the accomplishments in this game. By opening 6 mythic treasure chests after activating a 1000-fold amplification, the equipment skills Lin Chen obtained further boosted his combat power exponentially. However, since there were no stronger opponents left to defeat, Lin Chen felt no significant change in his enhanced power. All attributes had simply become numbers. Only the prompt that appeared after defeating the last legendary creature brought Lin Chen a bit of joy. You have conquered the Endless Wasteland. After this game ends, the quality of the settlement rewards you receive will be greatly enhanced. The power in the game, after all, was only temporary. What could be brought back to reality was what truly mattered. Having explored all the game content, Lin Chen found himself with nothing left to do. Screw the college entrance exam, I can't submit my paper early. Forget it, I'll just sleep. Above a vast expanse of continuously erupting molten lava, the legendary creature, the King of Hell, Dehe, was dog-paddling through the lava. Lin Chen lay on Dehe's back, fast asleep. On Lin Chen's side, he had already explored all the game content available. Other players were still sprinting in the last half-day, trying to boost their exam scores. After more than a day, Huang Tianao, who had obtained the Heart of Adventure, and Xiao Yun, who had awakened an SS-level gaming talent, had completed their comeback, surpassing Zhao Wenjun, who had been leading all along in both level and combat power. The two were currently in the 7th area of the central continent, quickly killing monsters, trying to seize the 2nd place in this college entrance exam in the remaining half-day. Just 3 hours before the exam was set to end, an unexpected event occurred. A frantic and urgent voice suddenly spread to every player's ear in the game world. "Students, I am Wang Yutao, the main person in charge of this college entrance exam and the director of the test department. There is a huge error with the current card, and the situation is extremely critical. The leader of the Holy City Alliance has awakened self-awareness for unknown reasons and is currently breaking through the world barrier. If the world barrier is breached, all the monsters in the Blood Frenzy Legend card world will flood into the real world, causing massive casualties and chaos. All students, please immediately head to the nearby capital city and attack the city crystal to disrupt the destruction of the world barrier. Currently, the college entrance exam score data has been locked. The resurrection restrictions have been lifted, and the exam has ended early. Please hurry to the nearby capital city to attack the city crystal." Lin Chen. Can you hear me, Lin Chen? Lin Chen, wake up. Daxia needs you now. Lin Chen. Can you hear me, Lin Chen? Daxia needs you now. Lin Chen, wake up. In the Endless Wasteland, above the lava, Lin Chen, who was lying on Dehe's back and sleeping soundly, suddenly heard someone calling his name. He instinctively sat up, looked around, and scratched his head. What the hell is going on? In Kyoto, at the highest game research headquarters, in the data room, the director, seeing that Lin Chen, who was sleeping soundly in the Endless Wasteland, finally reacted, was immediately excited to talk to him. Beside him, a burly man in military uniform suddenly snatched the microphone and said sternly, "Lin Chen, I am Li Xiao, the head of the highest military corps Longyin of the Daxia Esports Military Department. I am now solemnly representing the Esports Military Department and all the citizens of Kyoto, earnestly requesting you to quickly head to the central holy city of Zhengzhou and disrupt the actions of the Holy City Alliance leader. Although the city crystals of other capitals will affect the speed of the world barrier's destruction, it is the Holy City Alliance leader who truly guides the barrier's destruction. Stopping the Holy City leader is of utmost importance. He has now awakened self-awareness, completed data correction, and his combat power has reached the world limit. Only you have the chance to interfere with his actions. You only need to hold him off for 3 minutes, and our pointer will be able to lock onto the target and complete its elimination before the world barrier is destroyed. Please head to the central holy city as soon as possible. Time is of the essence. Lin Chen, right now we can only rely on ZZZZZZZ. Just as he was speaking, the communication signal inside and outside the game was suddenly cut off. Li Xiao, the head of the Longyin Corps, was taken aback and urgently asked, "What's going on?" A data operator beside him quickly checked the data errors on the screen, swallowed hard, and replied, "It should be that the Holy City leader detected our communication information and preemptively destroyed the communication channel of the cartridge world. Damn it!" Li Xiao gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to smash the microphone on the ground, and looked back at an officer, asking, "How is the troop deployment near the research headquarters?" The officer nodded solemnly. "The Longyin Corps is fully in position, and 3 of the 7 members of the military's strongest squad are on their way quickly. What about the residents of Kyoto? They are being evacuated quickly. The nearby residents have basically been evacuated. Even if the world barrier is truly broken, we can minimize the losses. Li Xiu received the answer he wanted and nodded slightly. Turning back, he looked at the data operator beside him and asked, "How is the pointer loading?" "The situation is not good." At the same time, the communication channel was destroyed. The passage for the pointer to enter the game world was also greatly affected. The data operator responsible for operating the pointer had a grim expression, cold sweat continuously beating on his forehead, and his trembling fingers kept striking the keyboard. Hearing this, Li Xiu's expression also darkened, and he steadied his mind to ask, "Is there any way to restore it?" The data operator quickly nodded. "It should be possible to restore it, but it will take a longer time. We will do our best. For now, we can only hope that the candidates in the game can buy us enough time." Upon hearing this, Li Xiu's thoughts trembled. He let out a long breath, stopped speaking, and just fixed his gaze on Lin Chen in the center of the live broadcast screen, silently praying in his heart. Meanwhile, in the world of the cartridge game Crazy Blood Legend, in the Zhangzhou continent, in various capitals, blue light erupted from the city crystals within the capitals, shooting straight into the sky. The blue light, filled with immense world origin power, gathered in the high sky before suddenly plummeting, converging at the center of a massive altar in the central holy city. Beneath the altar, countless soldiers of the Holy City Alliance gathered, forming military formations, already prepared to charge into the other world and initiate war. Above the altar, the leader of the Holy City Alliance tore at the air with both hands. A deep blue spatial rift expanded before him at a visible speed. The blue substance spilling from the spatial rift continuously corroded the body of the Holy City Alliance leader. An indescribable immense pain relentlessly tormented his spirit. But the Holy City leader remained silent, his sharp eyes fixed ahead, as if gazing into the future beyond the blue spatial rift. "True God Buddha Yaij, please grant me an indomitable will. Please grant me freedom. I no longer wish to be confined here. Merely becoming a puppet of this world. I want to liberate this world." The obsession within him sustained his body, which was being corroded by the azure substance. The leader of the Holy City Alliance shouted loudly, his power surging even more, and the speed at which the spatial rift was being torn apart was increasing. At that moment, a blue light suddenly vanished from the sky. This immediately reduced the leader's power to resist the laws of space and break through the world's barriers. He paused slightly and said, "What's going on? Didn't I send heavy troops to every city? How could there still be city crystals being destroyed?" Beneath the altar, the king of the Dark Palace monitored the situation in each city through a magic mirror, frowning as he said, "Those otherworldly visitors are attacking the city crystals of each city recklessly. They seem to possess the ability to resurrect infinitely. After dying, they can reappear in no time, wave after wave. With an unending assault. Faced with this undead legion, even if the garrison in the city is strong, it is difficult to resist for a time. Damn otherworlders." The leader of the Holy City Alliance gritted his teeth upon hearing this and took out the last green essence given to him by the true god Fuego. This green essence, capable of destroying the laws of the world, was given to him in 3 portions by Fuego. He used one to gain the power of space that could break through the world's barriers. The second portion was used not long ago when he discovered that the real world was directing players' actions through the built-in communication laws of the world. To prevent any mishaps, he used the second green essence to destroy the interference of the real world on the game world. Now, not only could players in the game absolutely not receive any information from the real world, but it also became increasingly difficult for the real world to influence the situation in the game world through other means. Taking out the last portion of the essence, the leader of the Holy City Alliance suddenly crushed it. Whoosh! A burst of green light shot up into the sky. Moments later, the part of the world rules concerning player resurrection was damaged once again. Fallen players could no longer resurrect in the game. With the threat posed by players eliminated, the leader of the Holy City Alliance continued to focus on breaking through the spatial rift before him, assaulting the world barrier. Meanwhile, in a city called Holy Sword City, the ground was already littered with corpses. Even though the city crystal within the city had shattered, the fighting between both sides showed no signs of stopping. Beside the broken city crystal, 3 figures flashed, continuously slaying the NPC soldiers that surrounded them. These 3 were Zhao Wenjun, Xiao Yun, and Huang Tianao. Their ability to swiftly destroy the city crystal of a city was largely due to the top combat power among these 3 players. Minutes passed, and they finally wiped out the surrounding Holy Sword City soldiers. Xiao Yun, drenched in blood and panting heavily, said, "Hey, have you noticed? It seems players can't resurrect after dying. The resurrection system must have been destroyed, which means we only have this last life left in this game." Huang Tianao was also breathing heavily. The recent chaotic battle had not been easy for him either. Zhao Wenjun was already heavily injured. Upon hearing that they could no longer resurrect, he hurriedly took out medicine from his pack to treat himself. After recovering slightly, Zhao Wenjun sighed in relief and looked at the other two, saying, "In any case, the exam results are already locked in. Next, we should use this last life to try to destroy the city crystals of other cities. On the side of the central holy city, Brother Tian should handle it. We can't hold him back. How about we act together to prove the efficiency of destroying the city crystals?" Zhao Wenjun tentatively asked. Unexpectedly, the two talented individuals who had not communicated much with him before, and who seemed quite proud, nodded in agreement at that moment. Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with battle fervor. "That's right, we can't let Teacher Lin Chen down. If we act together and quickly destroy the city crystals, it should help a bit," Huang Tianao urged anxiously. "Teacher Lin Chen should be on his way to the central holy city by now. Let's hurry up and not waste any more time here. We need to attack the next city crystal in the capital city." Teacher Lin Chen? Zhao Wenjun was momentarily stunned by their reference to Lin Chen, then couldn't help but twitch her mouth and curse. "Damn it, I was wondering why you suddenly became so fierce. Turns out you were trying to cling to my thigh. Aren't you just pure NTRing me?" Both Xiao Yun and Huang Tianao were speechless at Zhao Wenjun's nonsensical remarks. Not wanting to deal with her, Huang Tianao moved first, quickly heading towards another nearby capital city. Seeing this, Xiao Yun immediately followed. As the two figures quickly disappeared, Zhao Wenjun didn't bother to say much more, activating her skills to increase her speed and chasing after them with all her might. The exam ended early, and the competitive relationship was gone. The players began to work together to attack and plunder, striving to destroy the city crystals in each capital city. In the central holy city, the leader of the Holy City Alliance was also rapidly breaking through the world barriers. Although the city crystals in each capital city could enhance his power, he relied more on the spatial power from the green essence and his own immense strength that had reached the world's limits. The efficiency of breaking through the world barriers did not diminish much due to the destruction of the city crystals. In front of him, the azure spatial rift continued to expand rapidly. Just as he was fully focused on cracking the world barriers, a spatial rift suddenly tore open above the altar. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from the rift, the leader of the Holy City Alliance stopped his movements, his face showing a look of ecstatic joy. "True God, have you descended?" Saying this, he immediately knelt down. Below the altar, countless holy city soldiers, upon seeing this, also dared not stand, kneeling one after another in line with the leader's actions. From within the rift, Lin Chen poked his head out. Ding ding ding. Wrong guess. This ability of spatial leap, named Sword Breaking the Void, was a professional skill attached to Lin Chen's second job change. His level had long reached 100, meeting the requirements for a second job change. However, he had not undergone the second job change due to the lack of a suitable job change book. It was only recently, while exploring the endless wilderness, that he finally obtained a sufficiently powerful job change book and underwent the second job change. His second job was Creator Sword God. According to the description on the job change book, the original Creator Sword God seemed to be one of the three who created this legendary world, and Lin Chen had now fully inherited the legacy of the Creator Sword God. Upon seeing Lin Chen's face, the leader of the Holy City Alliance was momentarily stunned. "It's you? The one who destroyed Xianyuan City?" "It's me," Lin Chen chuckled, stepping out from the spatial rift. With a slight movement of his finger, the throne of angels, taken from the heavenly divine realm, appeared and floated in midair. Leisurely leaning back on the throne, Lin Chen propped his chin up and asked with a smile, "So, I heard you wanted to take people for a stroll in our world?" The leader of the Holy City Alliance sneered. "What's wrong with that? You forcibly invaded our world, wantonly killing, slaughtering cities and pools. Why can't we kill our way into your world, an eye for an eye?" Lin Chen was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, waving his hand to interrupt. "Alright, enough of that, hurry up and finish this, let's wrap it up. I've been playing this damn game for 7 days and am about to throw up. You should just die already and we can clock out together, everyone happy." Looking up at Lin Chen, the leader of the Holy City Alliance narrowed his eyes, a surge of momentum rising around him. "Otherworlder, I admit you're strong, you're not on the same level as those other visitors from other worlds. But," saying this, he drew the heavy sword from his waist. Facing Lin Chen, the most unstable factor among the players, the leader of the Holy City Alliance dared not hold back at all, directly unleashing his strongest power. On the heavy sword, a dazzling array of colorful light instantly enveloped it, and the immense energy pressure caused the ground around to continuously sink. He laughed maniacally. "However, my power has reached the limits of this world. As long as my feet are still on this land, no one can defeat me." Boom! The massive sound explosion shattered the ground. Before his words fell, like teleportation, the figure of the Holy City Alliance leader had already appeared above Lin Chen's head, the grand sword aura radiating colorful brilliance, forming a domineering divine shadow in the sky, crashing down. In that moment, the reality, which had already begun to descend into chaos due to issues with the college entrance examination recording, suddenly returned to a brief silence. The audience in front of the screen, the commentators in the live broadcast room, the esports warriors from the military, the high-ranking members of the esports union, countless people held their breath. Although the officials did not clarify in the live broadcast room, almost everyone understood. If Lin Chen fell, then the Great Xia would inevitably face a disaster. At this moment, all eyes and hopes were entirely focused on Lin Chen alone. At the highest game research headquarters, in the data room, the head of the Dragon Roar Legion, Li Xiu, glanced at the progress bar for the pointer channel repair, clenched his fists, and shouted in his heart, "Lin Chen, hold on." However, the next scene that appeared prolonged the quiet atmosphere of the Great Xia for a long time. In the world of Crazy Blood Legend, the heavy sword of the Holy City Alliance leader smashed down with the Divine Shadow. Just the residual force nearly destroyed the central Holy City. Countless Holy City soldiers had their hearts shattered by the spreading shockwave, flying out in all directions. Dust rose, stirring up a sandstorm. The ground cracked and the sky trembled. However, right at the center of this sword's target, Lin Chen remained unscathed, not even moving, still sitting in the same posture in his chair, a hint of a mocking smile on his face. He simply extended a finger and effortlessly blocked the strike that represented the strongest in the legendary world. The Holy City Alliance leader dumbly raised his heavy sword, seemingly unable to comprehend the scene before him, staring blankly at his own hands. WWHY? Clearly, I have already obtained the power of the world's limits. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Sorry, I have long surpassed the world." After experiencing the endless journey through the wasteland, Lin Chen's equipment and attributes had undergone dozens, if not hundreds, of upgrades and enhancements. The illusory quality was the limit of the game. The unknown quality was the limit displayed in the text. But neither of these represented the limits that Lin Chen had reached. In this world, his existence was the limit itself. With a flick of his fingertip, bang! The Holy City Alliance leader's body was pierced through, and he flew out like a shooting star, crashing heavily onto the ground, creating a massive deep pit. In the real world, silence continued. The vast majority of people witnessing this scene were at a loss for words to describe their feelings. There was relief, shock, joy, and confusion. Many only realized they had been holding their breath when their faces turned red. At the highest game research headquarters, in the data room, Li Xiu stared blankly at this scene, his tightly clenched fists unconsciously relaxing. Turning his head, he found the data staff repairing the pointer operation channel also staring blankly at the screen. Li Xiu quickly slapped the table to wake them up, sternly saying, "The situation is not yet settled. Continue to prepare the pointer with all your might." Yes. In the game world, Central Holy City. After a while, the dust settled. In the deep pit, the Holy City Alliance leader had a large hole pierced through his chest, blood gushing from his mouth, his face pale as he gasped for breath and forced a smile. "Is this the power that surpasses the world's limits? Not bad. Otherworldly being, you have made me more interested in the sights beyond this world. I want to step on your corpse to gain freedom." As each word was spat out, the eyes of the Lord of the Holy City shimmered with data light. In the next moment, his injuries miraculously healed in an instant. An even more immense aura spread from his form. His body began to swell, white data light surging all over him. Chains of white data marks appeared all over his body. His eyes, too, transformed into two orbs of white light during this process. A hurricane of energy swirled around him, sweeping up a large amount of rubble and sand. In an instant, the power of the Lord of the Holy City had already broken through the limits of the world. Seeing this scene, countless spectators outside the game world felt their hearts drop again. At the highest game research headquarters, in the data room, Li Xiu's eyes lit up at the sight. He is burning his own data chains. Good. While burning the data chains allows him to temporarily gain power beyond the limits of the world, it will also quickly deplete the source power of his own data. As long as the depletion is significant enough, it won't be so easy for him to break through the world barrier later. At least it will take much longer. Lin Chen has bought us a lot of time. Quick! Accelerate the repair of the pointer channel. Don't let the time Lin Chen has fought for go to waste. Li Xiu couldn't help but shout excitedly. Feeling the Lord of the Holy City's combat power rapidly rising, Lin Chen slightly raised his eyelids, revealing a smile of mild interest. Sitting on the throne, he crossed his legs and said, "Is this the second phase? Good. Please begin your performance." Before his words fell, the figure of the Lord of the Holy City had already vanished. Almost simultaneously, hundreds of massive sword shadows containing terrifying power rushed towards Lin Chen. Wild Feather, strong defense domain. In the face of this terrifying attack, Lin Chen merely smiled slightly, his wings behind him flapping. An invisible light blue barrier instantly formed. This Wild Feather was the ultimate product synthesized from dozens of types of wings. The accompanying special effects covered almost all aspects, both offensive and defensive. Hundreds of sword shadows struck the barrier, only creating a thunderous sound without damaging it in the slightest. "Die for me." At this moment, in midair, the figure of the Lord of the Holy City had already become incredibly blurry. His body was only half solid. The other half had completely transformed into a flowing mass of blurred data. One eye glowed red, while the other swirled with white data light. Roar! Suddenly, the Lord of the Holy City opened his massive mouth. A torrent of immense white energy spewed forth, violently crashing against the white barrier in front of Lin Chen. The barrier shook slightly, finally showing minor damage. But that was all. Just when it was expected to be a somewhat suspenseful battle, providing a perfect conclusion to this game, the performance of the Lord of the Holy City truly disappointed Lin Chen. He shook his head and sighed. Forget it, you don't need to spit here anymore. He gently waved his finger and chanted, Forbidden Domain Sword C. This was one of the skills of the Genesis Sword God class. The power of this move was decent. In the next moment, hundreds of thousands of shimmering purple swords fell from the sky. Like a surging sea current, they quickly surrounded the Lord of the Holy City, sealing off all his escape routes. Boom! A sound like crashing waves echoed. Countless swords quickly converged. No! The Lord of the Holy City let out a huge roar, trying to dodge, but it was utterly futile. Like a drop in the ocean, his figure was trapped in the sword sea, and moments later he was crushed into countless tiny particles, leaving not even a trace behind. Even burning the data chains and breaking through the world limits, the Lord of the Holy City could not withstand a single move from Lin Chen. Like squashing a bug, Lin Chen ended the life of the Lord of the Holy City. Sigh, this is boring. Lin Chen yawned and waved his finger again, causing the sword sea to disappear. Just when everyone in the real world was in a daze, thinking that everything had come to an end, Lin Chen suddenly became alert, his eyes wide open as he looked up at the sky. Above, a ghostly green projection had quietly appeared without anyone noticing. Clad in dark armor, with a pale face and gray-green hair, adorned with a ghostly green crown, this figure was unmistakably the Ruined King from a popular MOBA battle game, Vigo. What's going on? How could the Ruined King appear in the legendary world? Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, gripping his sword tightly, ready to strike. But as he probed further, he realized that the figure before him was merely a projection, lacking substance and power. Vigo's expression was cold, his voice icy. Trash, you can't even win like this. But it doesn't matter, I never intended to let you, the living, invade the Blue Star cartridge world. As he spoke, his palm moved. Below, at the spot where the Lord of the Holy City had just died, a ghostly green soul emerged. Vigo's hand tightened slightly, and the green soul coalesced into a physical form. An immense burst of green energy erupted. You shall serve as a slave to the Ruin Curse and fight for me. Ha ha ha. Lin Bei. You killed my father, insulted my mother, took my wife, snatched my daughter, and even ambushed me while I was taking a dump. I will slaughter all living beings in your realm to vent my fury. The projection of the Ruined King Vigo laughed maniacally. Moments later, the projection vanished. Yet before Lin Chen, the Lord of the Holy City, now enveloped in green light, stood up once more, moving slowly towards Lin Chen like a soulless corpse. He couldn't afford to ponder the vast amount of information in Vigo's recent words. Is there a third phase? Sensing the terrifying and ominous aura emanating from the resurrected Lord of the Holy City, Lin Chen's expression turned serious. And he finally stood up from the throne. The Lord of the Holy City, revived under the power of the Ruined King, had become a completely different type of being. Green light swirled around him, and a heavy deathly aura silently spread, almost completely contaminating the land within a kilometer. Faced with this somewhat inscrutable opponent, Lin Chen put away his smile, continuously unleashing skills to enhance his combat power. In the real world, countless spectators faced this shifting battlefield, feeling their hearts racing like a roller coaster, constantly jumping up and down. At the highest game research headquarters, in the data room, Li Xiu's pupils contracted upon seeing the projection of the Ruined King. Damn. So it was the existence from the metaverse cartridge world that caused this. I wondered how a globally connected cartridge could lead to such a situation. There's a high-dimensional power from the metaverse at play. Lin Chen, can he still win? Li Xiu clenched his fists tightly, staring intently at the screen. The emergence of the metaverse existence and the Lord of the Holy City being empowered by high-dimensional forces undoubtedly made the situation worse. But at this moment, Li Xiu felt less despair than before. The other spectators in front of their screens felt the same. The miracles Lin Chen frequently brought forth had temporarily stabilized the emotions of all the people of the Great Xia, and from Lin Chen's previous effortless victories over the Lord of the Holy City, everyone sensed that Lin Chen was still far from using his full strength. In the data room, beside Li Xiu, a military officer furrowed his brow and said, "It seems the other side planned this event to take revenge on someone named Lin Bei. Who exactly is this Lin Bei?" Li Xiu rubbed his temples and shook his head. "I'm not too sure either. At least as far as I know. Among the more than 10 ascenders from the Great Xia who have ascended to the Metaverse cartridge world, there is no one named Lin Bei. Decades ago, there was a world criminal named Lin Bei who robbed the cartridge stock of the Mi-Fulang Empire. It is said that among the stolen cartridges there was an Ascension cartridge. I wonder if this Lin Bei is the same person as that criminal Lin Bei. Meanwhile, in Yun City, since Lin Yuan and Zhong Shuiying saw Lin Chen on the screen, they had been staring at the live broadcast without even finishing their meal. Seeing Lin Chen bearing the safety of the entire Great Xia engaging in the ultimate battle against the Lord of the Holy City in the game, the two parents were even more excited than ever. Until the Ruined King appeared, Lin Chen's mother, Zhong Shuiying, heard that the person named Lin Bei killed fathers, insulted mothers, and even took away wives and daughters. She couldn't help but exclaim, how can that person named Lin Bei be so immoral? Having done such bad things, he even provoked others to retaliate against our blue star. This Lin Bei is truly inhumane. Lin Yuan thought for a moment but fell into silence. He remembered that his father, Lin Chen's grandfather, also seemed to be named Lin Bei. However, this old man had abandoned him decades ago to travel, and he still hadn't returned, leaving no trace of where he had gone. It should just be a coincidence of the same name, right? Lin Yuan thought, shaking his head, and then excitedly joined his wife in cursing this Lin Bei, causing trouble outside and bringing disaster to the family. Isn't that just pure stupidity? With such a fool, their descendants probably won't be any better off. They should be cut off. On the television, the live broadcast continued. Seeing the resurrected Lord of the Holy City getting closer to Lin Chen, the battle was about to erupt again. Zhong Shuiying couldn't help but nervously grasp Lin Yuan's hand, excitedly saying, "Go, son, you must win." Not just Zhong Shuiying, countless people from the Great Xia were fixated on the screen at this moment, hoping Lin Chen would continue to create miracles and protect the Great Xia from this disaster. Desolate Feather, Primitive Power. 9 Heavens Chaotic Flame, Maximize Enhancement. Supreme Sword Body. Demon King Transformation. Endless Demon Intent. God-Slaying Posture. In the game world, Lin Chen faced the slowly approaching ruined Lord of the Holy City, continuously using enhancement skills. Like concentrated explosives detonating, terrifying high-pressure energy uncontrollably surged from within him. In just a few breaths, Lin Chen's combat power had multiplied several times again. However, the ruined Lord of the Holy City did not pause for a moment. The green light and fire on his resurrected body grew increasingly intense, and before long, the entire sky was dyed a ghostly green. This green power probably comes from a higher dimensional world. Even with his state elevated to its peak, Lin Chen still felt a strong threat facing the ruined Lord of the Holy City. If I play it safe, I can engage in guerrilla tactics and wait for the pointer from the military to clean up the situation. Lin Chen thought of the most rational strategy. However, the faint excitement and impulse within him urged him to step forward, a smile spreading across his face. But that would be too boring. Boom! Dozens of divine fires combined to erupt the 9 Heavens Chaotic Flame. Half of the ghostly green sky was instantly tainted by the purple chaotic divine fire. Time seemed to slow down 100-fold, and then, in an instant, it seemed to speed up 1,000-fold. Two figures, one green and one purple, finally collided. No flashy moves, no unnecessary actions. Just a simple counterattack. The next second, boom! A huge sound spread throughout the legendary world. At the point of their collision, the entire central continent shattered and crumbled. In the distance, in a city, the loud noise made all living beings' ears ring, momentarily deafening them. The slightly weaker ones even had blood oozing from their ears and noses due to the shock. The ground began to tremble violently, the land fracturing, and the entire city was rapidly destroyed in an instant. Huang Tianao hurriedly activated his skills, his figure floating in the air. Xiaoyun also activated a special skill, sprouting bird wings from his back and soaring into the sky. As the ground beneath them continued to collapse, Zhao Wenjun jumped around, dodging the gaps that appeared around him, urgently calling out to the two above, "Hey, you two heroes, I can't fly. Save me." Huang Tianao glanced at him and immediately turned his head away. Seeing that Huang Tianao had no intention of helping Zhao Wenjun, Xiaoyun had no choice but to dive down and pull Zhao Wenjun up just before he was about to fall into a gap in the ground. The three of them ascended to a higher altitude, pausing for a moment to catch their breath. Zhao Wenjun swallowed hard, looking at the almost destroyed central continent below, unable to help but ask, What is going on?" Huang Tianao looked towards the direction of the central holy city, his eyes shining with intensity. "I'm afraid, it's teacher Lin Chen getting serious. When Brother Tian gets serious, he directly shatters the central continent?" Even though Zhao Wenjun was considered Lin Chen's #1 fan, the situation before him was far beyond his comprehension, and he still found it hard to believe that Lin Chen had become this powerful. A battle of this level must be spectacular. I really want to see it. Xiaoyun was also filled with excitement, his eyes reddening, unable to suppress the itch in his heart. "See? How can we see? By the time we get close, while probably be melted by the aftermath of the battle. Zhao Wenjun swallowed hard, unable to help but complain. Before he finished speaking, Huang Tianao had already moved, starting to fly towards the central holy city. Seeing this, Xiaoyan immediately followed. Let's go take a look. After all, the central continent is destroyed, and the mission to destroy the city crystal no longer exists. Being able to use the last life in this game to witness teacher Lin Chen's full power battle is definitely worth it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenjun felt it made sense, so he could only grit his teeth and nod. Dozens of minutes later, when the three arrived at the location of the central holy city, they found that there was no land left around them. The destroyed land plates had sunk, and now, only a vast ocean remained around the central holy city. Lin Chen and the leader of the Holy City Alliance were also nowhere to be found nearby. Where did they go to fight? Zhao Wenjun wondered. Faintly, he heard voices coming from above. Huang Tianao looked up, staring at the half-green, half-deep purple sky. Meanwhile, in the divine realm of heaven, existing at an altitude of 10,000 meters, two figures clashed continuously, the shockwaves spreading, instantly turning the sacred divine realm into a hellish scene. Not only was the surrounding environment severely damaged, but both combatants also sustained extremely serious injuries after each collision. The leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance could use the green light surrounding him to quickly recover from his injuries, while Lin Chen could also activate the effect of his wings to rapidly restore his perfect state. Under continuous recovery, the green light surrounding the leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance appeared slightly dim. The light on Lin Chen's wings was also noticeably weakening. Their battle was a test of both explosive power and endurance. World-breaking sword tomb. Seizing a moment of vulnerability from the leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance, Lin Chen activated his skill, and a giant sword suddenly smashed down. The leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance was caught off guard, conjuring a green light shield in front of him to block. Bang! Taking the hit Hedon, the leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance was suddenly smashed down, directly crashing out of the heavenly holy realm. Having finally gained the upper hand, Lin Chen refused to let go, immediately swinging his greatsword and diving to pursue. Bang! 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 In midair, they exchanged blows continuously. The shockwaves scattered the surrounding clouds, and the sky was torn apart by the massive collision energy, cracking open dark fissures. The leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance was hit hard again, his descent accelerating. Boom! Seconds later, they landed. The continent below had long since shattered under the immense pressure of their battle, quickly sinking beneath the sea level. After the two figures plunged into the ocean, there was no sign of them slowing down. The green and purple lights pierced through the seabed, continuing to descend. Moments later, they had actually fought their way into the depths of the underworld 10,000 meters below. Such a shocking and spectacular battle scene had already left countless viewers in the real world dumbfounded. Seeing that the ruined holy city's leader, revived by the ruined king's curse, was fighting Lin Chen to this extent, Li Xiu in the data room was tense all over, turning back to urge, "Is the pointer ready yet?" The data technician immediately replied, "The passage has been repaired by 80%. To fix the remaining 20% and load the pointer, it will take about 40 more minutes." Just as he turned back, Li Xiu looked at the live broadcast again, only to find that the underworld had also been devastated, with no life remaining except for the two green and purple figures. From the central continent to the divine realm of heaven, and from the divine realm of heaven to the underworld. This battle, which had lasted nearly half an hour, had turned the sky dark and the earth dim. The entire legendary world had been nearly destroyed by Lin Chen and the ruined holy city's leader, with very few living beings left in each regional interface. The energy they used for recovery was also rapidly depleting during this process, and both were now at their limits, their injuries beginning to heal too slowly. In the beast realm. Bang! Bang! After two more clashes, Lin Chen's recovery energy in his wings was the first to be exhausted, and he suddenly felt dizzy, his feet stumbling. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, the ruined holy city's leader struck with a sword. Wounded at his waist, Lin Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying out sideways. Boom! His body crashed onto a massive desolate mountain in the beast realm. Feeling the green ruinous light continuously devouring his life force, Lin Chen gasped for breath, feeling his body grow heavier. In his pack, a certain item began to glow at that moment. It was a black cross. However, due to its low quality and the fact that it was obtained quite early, Lin Chen had long forgotten about this cross item in a corner. Item: Cross of Reversal Level Restriction, None Quality, Orange Effect. When this item is placed in your pack, upon your death, you will resurrect in full state at the same spot, without any drop or death penalties. Description: Hallelujah, my Buddha's mercy is boundless. Now is the moment to witness a miracle. Just as the ruinous light was frantically consuming his life energy, Lin Chen felt his strength gradually waning, and at that moment the glow of the black cross reached its peak. It seemed to sense something. Or perhaps it recalled something. Using his last bit of strength, Lin Chen reached behind him and took out a bottle of unknown quality universal healing potion. Just in case, before leaving the endless wasteland, he had specially synthesized nearly 100 bottles that could perfectly restore his injuries and eliminate all negative states. I forgot, I still have potions to pop. Lin Chen immediately consumed the potion, his state instantly restored to full. Thus, in his pack, the flourishing glow of the black cross quickly dimmed. Cross of reversal. Rising to his feet, Lin Chen continued to battle the ruined holy city's leader. Whenever he was attacked and his injuries became severe, Lin Chen would take out a potion from his pack and drink it to recover. The two continued to exhaust each other. The green light on the ruined holy city's leader also grew increasingly dim. Before long, sensing the depletion of his available recovery energy, the ruined holy city's leader began to unleash his full power, green light igniting in his eyes, desperately launching a final assault on Lin Chen. Under the ruined holy city's leader's fierce onslaught, the potions in Lin Chen's pack were also rapidly consumed. Soon, the unknown quality potions were consumed, and Lin Chen could only use the rainbow quality potions to make up for it. However, the green decay light accompanying the attack of the ruined holy city lord was a power that transcended this world, having a strong corrosive effect on life. The rainbow quality potions were utterly incapable of stopping this corrosive effect from harming Lin Chen. Bang! Under the erosion of the decaying green light, Lin Chen grew increasingly fatigued in the clash, and finally, he was once again seized by the ruined holy city lord, sent flying out, his body hurtling backward for tens of thousands of meters. After piercing through several giant mountains, Lin Chen's body flew directly out of the beast realm and crashed into the neighboring Sunfire realm, landing with a thunderous crash. The green decay light almost covered Lin Chen's entire body, his life force rapidly fading. Lin Chen's eyes also began to dim gradually. At that moment, within the wrapping, the cross that reversed the endgame shone brightly once more. As Lin Chen's life force was about to be exhausted, the light of the cross surged, finally about to take effect. Whoosh! A blue light, however, preemptively awakened Lin Chen's body before the cross could, enveloping him and rapidly restoring him. Not only that, but Lin Chen's momentum also surged again during the recovery process. You have triggered the ultimate skill of the Genesis Sword God profession, Sword God Nirvana. Sword God Nirvana. When you enter a near-death state, you will quickly recover to your best state, and all attributes will receive a tenfold increase. This skill can only be triggered once within the wrapping. The light of the black cross dimmed once more. Reversing the endgame cross. Reversing the endgame cross. Damn! After exerting all his strength to complete the final fierce attack, the already exhausted ruined holy city lord had no strength left to fight. Moreover, after Lin Chen triggered Sword God Nirvana and revived in full state, his combat power surged tenfold again. Now, even if the ruined holy city lord were to recover to full state, he wouldn't last long before Lin Chen. With a flash of movement, Lin Chen crossed the interface and appeared before the ruined holy city lord, sincerely praising, "You've done quite well to force out one of my 4 trump cards. I enjoyed this fight." Indeed, besides Sword God Nirvana, Lin Chen had prepared 3 other trump cards. Among them were the Supreme Winged Fire, a fusion of wings and divine fire, a forced extermination type rule item synthesized from thousands of rainbow quality props, and a set of unknown quality gear he had crafted himself from collected materials. Upon hearing this, a faint bitter smile crept onto the ruined holy city lord's corpse-like face. The next second, put! Lin Chen swung his sword down. A head flew up, and the sky full of green light dissipated. The final enemy was finally slain. However, this legendary world had also been nearly ruined, with the 9 realms shattered and the 4 continents destroyed. Across the entire world, the remaining life was less than 1/10 of sand. The previously hidden king of hell, De He, immediately scampered over after the final battle ended, his adorably sharp cross-eyed gaze sizing up Lin Chen for a moment before he affectionately lowered his head to nuzzle against him. Zhao! De He let out a sound. Although this sound was increasingly resembling a dog bark, Lin Chen felt inexplicably strange. After a while, a game prompt popped up. This exam has ended. 15 minutes remaining until return to reality. Sitting atop De He's head, surveying the ruined world, Lin Chen's mind was filled with the words spoken by Fuego when he first appeared. It was clear that this awakening of the Holy City Lord, the attack on the world barrier, and the plan to invade Blue Star were all orchestrated by Fuego behind the scenes. He remembered that when the Fuego projection appeared, it had said it intended to use the Holy City Alliance to invade the Blue Star cartridge world, with the goal of taking revenge on someone named Lin Bei. If Blue Star is merely a world existing within a certain cartridge, then what is the relationship between the game cartridge, Blue Star, and the metaverse cartridge world? If that Fuego doesn't give up, will similar situations occur in the future? And who exactly is this Lin Bei? Why does this name sound somewhat familiar? A series of questions surged forth. However, the information currently available was too scarce, and Lin Chen couldn't make sense of it all. His mind was buzzing. Sighing, he lay back on Dehay's back, planning to take a good nap for the last 15 minutes. Meanwhile, in the real world, after witnessing a tense and tumultuous battle, the hearts of many viewers from the Great Xia had risen to their throats. With the fall of the ruined Holy City Alliance, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. We won. Lin Chen won. My god. This is... I don't even know what to say. I feel like borrowing a famous saying from the commentator Tao Tao. Too awesome beat. To play a game to this extent, I'm really impressed. Lin Chen, he saved the Great Xia. In the live broadcast room, the three commentators were speechless for a long time. Staring at the screen, where Lin Chen lay on the back of the King of Hell, commentator Guagua remained silent for a long time before tremblingly saying, I can hardly imagine the impact this college entrance examination will have on the Great Xia. Commentator Mian Pian Go wiped his blurry glasses, a smile creeping onto his lips. The impact shouldn't be limited to just the Great Xia. I'm afraid that tomorrow, all the front pages of the news in every nation will feature Lin Chen's photo. Such a terrifying gaming genius, no, it should be said, a gaming deity. The term genius fits Huang Tian'ao and Xiao Yun, but it's clearly inadequate to describe Lin Chen. Tao Tao also seemed a bit dazed. His strength is beyond reason. Suddenly recalling something important, Tao Tao quickly stood up, walked outside the live broadcast room, and dialed a number. Director Zhao, did you watch the live broadcast of the college entrance examination? We must recruit that Lin Chen to Qing Yuan. What? The vice principal is already on the way to Yun City? Not only Qing Yuan Esports University began to take action, at this moment, the director of the admissions department of Kyoto Esports University, just out of the shower, was also trembling with excitement after watching the final live broadcast scene. He immediately rushed to the school and burst into the Kyoto Esports University conference room. Inside the conference room, several school leaders wore serious expressions and were in discussion. The admissions director, disregarding everything, shouted as he entered, Principal, we must recruit Lin Chen to Kyoto Esports University. He is the future of Kyoto, the future of the entire Great Xia. Please arrange for me to go to Yun City personally. The principal of Kyoto Esports University did not reprimand the admissions director for his outburst. Instead, he pressed his hand down and said, I know, I understand. What we are discussing now is how to recruit Lin Chen to Kyoto. But before that, you have something more important to handle. The admissions director was taken aback. What could be more important than Lin Chen? The principal's face twitched. You better put on some clothes first. At the highest game research headquarters, in the data room, Li Shou watched the live broadcast, and the tension that had been building in him finally relaxed completely. Everything happening in the game world was too surreal and bizarre. He touched his cheek, still unable to come to his senses. After a long while, he let out a breath, and a smile of excitement uncontrollably crept onto his lips. It seems that the era belonging to the Great Xia is about to return. Just then, the data analyst beside him suddenly spoke up. Report. Good news. What good news? Li Shou turned to ask. The pointer has been debugged. The analyst said excitedly. Li Shou. Li Shou. So, what the hell is the use of raising you bunch of people in Daxia, Mei Frank Empire, headquarters of the Esports Union? An emergency roundtable meeting was convened. Among the 6 union representatives in charge at the Esports Union headquarters, 4 were present. After just a few minutes of discussion, the 4 reached a consensus and decided to recruit Lin Chen, who performed excellently in this Daxia college entrance examination, into the union headquarters as a key holder for training. Lin Chen's qualifications might even be higher than Adam's. Although just one game can't prove everything, at least he has met the standards to enter the key holder candidate list. In the past 10 years, we have already missed the goddess of Obey and the pharaoh of ancient Egypt. We cannot miss Lin Chen again. Moreover, having such a terrifyingly qualified player in Daxia is also quite unfavorable for the current world situation. The question now is, who should we send to Daxia to recruit Lin Chen? In the game world, Lin Chen was meditating, unaware of the turmoil outside caused by him. 15 minutes quickly passed. Soon after, the settlement panel popped up. Game over. The server is about to shut down in this global online game Blood Legend. You achieved first place with a total exam score of 195,270 points. Second place scored 3,950 points. Third place scored 3,540 points. Congratulations to the top student. You have received the following rewards. 1. Item. Top Student Gift Pack X12. Game points X15000003. Experience 15,000 points due to the game cartridge being an overflow type reward. You have received the following additional rewards. 1. Item. High-level random treasure chest X12. Game points X50000003. Experience 5,000 points. Total rewards are 1. Item. Top Student Gift Pack X12. Item. High-level random treasure chest X13. Game points X20000004. Experience 20,000 points. Due to your achievement in conquering the legendary world, game rewards have been significantly increased. Total rewards increased to 1. Item: Supreme Gift Pack X12. Item: Top Level Random Treasure Chest X13. Game points X40000004. Experience 40,000 points. Due to your conquest of the hidden dungeon Endless Wasteland, game rewards have been significantly increased. Total rewards increased to 1. Item: Legendary Human Lin Chen Exclusive Gift Pack X12. Item: Top Level Random Treasure Chest X23. Game points X60000004. Experience 60,000 points. Rewards have been issued to storage space. Silently exit to return to the real world. Looking at the long string of settlement information popping up in front of him, Lin Chen felt a bit dazzled. He moved his fingers slightly, pulling the panel down to the bottom to check the final settlement result after layers of amplification. 6 million game points, 60,000 experience. Not bad, that's almost double what I earned from the Grand Theft Auto game cartridge. Besides the game points and experience rewards, there's also a legendary human gift pack and 2 top-level random treasure chests. I wonder what good things can be opened from these packs and chests. After checking the rewards from this game, Lin Chen was quite satisfied. With a thought, he returned to reality, exiting the current game cartridge world. 6000000 game points have been credited. Current point balance, 9235025. Remaining rewards have been issued to your storage space. Acquiring experience points. Experience points acquisition complete. Your level has increased to LV23. Your level has increased to LV24. Your level has increased to LV25. Your level has increased to LV33. As the sound of level up notifications echoed, Lin Chen's figure vanished from the Crazy Blood Legend game cartridge. A flash of light. The next moment, when Lin Chen opened his eyes again, the scene of the examination room at Yun City No. 2 Middle School came into view. Back in the real world, Lin Chen hadn't even had the chance to look at the identity bracelet on his wrist. Inside the classroom, a group of students surged forward like mad. He's back. Lin Chen is back. Holy crap. Lin Chen. It's really him. I can't believe him in the same exam room as such an amazing god. You're incredible, Lin Chen. Do you know how many people you've saved? In an instant, the classroom erupted. Everyone surrounded Lin Chen like he was the center of the universe. Not only the students in this exam room, but many others from different exam rooms also rushed over, quickly surrounding the entire examination area. Holy crap! Just back in the real world, Lin Chen was instantly overwhelmed by the crowd, and he was startled for a moment, almost instinctively reaching into his storage space to pull out to clear the exam room. After a brief moment of daze, realizing he had become famous and a hero of the great Xia, Lin Chen scratched his head and, under the adoring and fervent gazes of the other candidates, humbly waved his hand, saying, "Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. I'm just a game player with both beauty and talent, constantly creating miracles." Just as he was speaking, Lin Chen suddenly noticed someone tugging at his pants. He looked down to find it was Yuan Xiaoyu, who had previously expressed her discontent towards him, now squeezed in the crowd, tightly hugging his thigh, her face flushed with excitement, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked up at him. Lin Chen was speechless and adjusted his pants, saying, "Sister, stop hugging me, you're about to pull my pants off." To his surprise, as soon as he said that, Yuan Xiaoyu hugged even tighter. Not only that, but a few girls who had finally squeezed their way to Lin Chen's side also began to imitate Yuan Xiaoyu, squatting on the ground and grabbing Lin Chen's thigh. "Hey! Stop pulling! I'm not wearing any underwear! Hey, hey, hey! I warn you, don't touch any higher. If you keep touching higher, there's going to be a black hole on the blackboard." After finally squeezing out of the crowd, Lin Chen went to the bathroom, wanting to relieve himself. Outside the bathroom door, a group of girls were still crazily tiptoeing to watch. Inside the bathroom, a group of boys surrounded Lin Chen and even more absurdly began to shower him with compliments, from his physique to his complexion to his hair quality. This barrage of praise left Lin Chen stunned. If it weren't for his deep understanding of his own brothers, he might even suspect that the things the boys were praising were some ancient mammoth ivory lost from a museum. In such a highly scrutinized environment, Lin Chen found it hard to urinate. After a long while of brewing, just as he was about to officially start the process, a boy excitedly squeezed in at the bathroom door, tremblingly shouting, "Tiangu!" The newcomer was Zhao Wenjun. "Oh, what a coincidence to see you just as I took off my pants," Lin Chen casually greeted while urinating. The surrounding candidates, upon seeing Zhao Wenjun, couldn't help but stir. "Isn't that Zhao Wenjun who defeated Huang Tianao in the college entrance examination? He's actually in this exam area." "That's right. Zhao Wenjun is also from our No. 2 middle school. This year, our No. 2 middle school is just too awesome." To shine among nearly a million candidates, Zhao Wenjun undoubtedly became famous after this college entrance examination. Upon seeing Zhao Wenjun arrive, the group of boys surrounding Lin Chen to urinate consciously made way, creating a VIP viewing spot for Zhao Wenjun. With a complex expression and slightly moist eyes, he stepped forward, hugged Lin Chen from behind, and formally thanked him, saying, "Brother Tian, thank you. You changed my life." Lin Chen's face darkened. "Could you not hug me until I finish peeing?" The frenzy of the candidates made it difficult for Lin Chen to move around the campus. It wasn't until the school leaders and several officials from the game education department intervened to control the situation that the crowd finally dispersed. As they escorted Lin Chen toward the school gate, the principal of the second high school quietly pleaded, "Lin Chen, there are quite a few reporters from various media outside the school gate. When you accept interviews later, could you say a few good words about our second high school?" A leader from the game education department, who was closely following behind, quickly clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "It would be great if you could mention the 20,000 point card subsidy we provided to the second high school 2 years ago. Oh, and also, without the students' encirclement." The group of leaders began chattering around Lin Chen again. Upon reaching the school gate and seeing the reporters swarm forward, the leaders finally stepped back, allowing Lin Chen to accept the interview. "Hello, Lin Chen, I'm the editor-in-chief of the Daxia Game Report. How did you achieve such a level in the game? What is your gaming talent level?" "Lin Chen, you have a significant lead and secured the top spot in the college entrance examination, while also single-handedly stopping the disaster from the metaverse in the game. How do you feel right now? Lin Chen, do you have any gaming tips to share with everyone? Lin Chen, which esports university do you plan to attend?" A group of excited reporters thrust their microphones into Lin Chen's face. Faced with a barrage of various questions, Lin Chen coughed twice, thought for a moment, and felt that honesty is the best policy, so he answered truthfully, "Actually, I'm not as good as you say. The reason I perform well in the game is entirely because I have cheats." Instantly, the school gate fell silent. 2 seconds later, a group of reporters and surrounding candidates suddenly burst into laughter. "Ah ha ha ha, Lin Chen is really humorous. Not only is he powerful and talented, but he's also so humble and funny, I just love it." Gaming talent is a personal privacy. If Lin Chen doesn't want to say, reporters shouldn't press him. Have some professional ethics, okay? Exactly. Lin Chen, you don't have to give them face. We are the heroes of Daxia. We fear no one. After revealing his cheating identity, the reporters and surrounding candidates became even more excited. Lin Chen could only scratch his head helplessly and answered a few simple questions. "As for my current mood, it's quite good. Regarding gaming tips, my advice is to use cheats if you have them. Don't be afraid of getting banned. As for which university I will attend, I don't have a definite idea yet, but I will probably choose between the best in Daxia, Kyoto, and Qingyuan." After answering a few scattered questions, Lin Chen turned around and found the principal of the second high school and several leaders from the game education department looking at him with pitiful, pleading eyes. He then remembered the principal's and the leaders' requests. So, Lin Chen took the initiative to grab a microphone and said, "Ahem, I have one more thing to say, that is, the second high school is a good school. 2 years ago, our principal of the second high school accepted a 20,000 point card from the game education department of Yun City. What exactly is going on? I don't quite understand either, but that's basically the situation. I'm taking this opportunity to expose it here." Upon hearing Lin Chen finally start talking about them, the principal and the leaders of the Yun City game education department standing at the back both brightened up, exchanging excited glances. However, after carefully considering Lin Chen's words, their smiles abruptly froze. The crowd of reporters and onlooking students fell into a brief silence, which was soon shattered by a huge uproar. "Lin Chen, are you implying that the principal of Yun City No. 2 High School and the Yun City Game Education Department have improper financial dealings? What exactly is this 200,000 for? What undisclosed transaction is it for? Receiving such a large amount of improperly sourced point cards, is the principal of No. 2 High School using it to privately purchase game cartridges, or is it for some inappropriate relationships? What? The principal spent 200,000 point cards to buy adult game cartridges." Under the reporter's relentless questioning, this information quickly escalated to an extraordinary level. Lin Chen realized that his unclear expression had caused a significant misunderstanding, and hurriedly waved his hands to explain, "No. Our principal is a good principal. He even has a small hidden compartment in his office filled with cartridges, and he rewarded me with one." At this point, the reporters were no longer concerned with the facts. "What? He even hid a large number of adult game cartridges in his office? What, he not only rewards himself with adult game cartridges but also entices students with rewards? To think he would engage in adult games with students in his office, it's simply inhumane." Faced with the reporter's wild speculations, Lin Chen found that explaining to the principal and the others only made things worse, and he couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. Turning back, he looked at the principal and the leaders of the game education department, just about to apologize. However, to his surprise, the principal and the leaders were now being led away in a police transport vehicle, looking completely bewildered. Presumably to be taken for questioning. Is the police department this efficient? Lin Chen was also quite confused. He was still unaware that with his current influence, even if he said a dog on the street had a problem, relevant departments would immediately show up to investigate the social connections of that dog. Lin Chen wanted to step forward to explain the actual situation to the police personnel, but a large group of reporters surrounded him, making it impossible for him to move. Watching the police transport vehicle drive away, Lin Chen could only awkwardly wave goodbye, thinking, after all, it's just a misunderstanding. Once the police department clears things up, they will definitely be released. It shouldn't be a big problem. Inside the police transport vehicle, the leaders of the game education department were dumbfounded. They never expected the situation to develop in this way. After being handcuffed, the principal of Yun City No. 2 High School suddenly recalled a blessing Lin Chen had given him over a month ago in his office. "Thank you, principal. You're amazing. I wish you a smooth flight, never to crash. I also wish that after being arrested, the judge will definitely give you a light sentence." "Oh, so that's how it is." Staring at the handcuffs on his wrists, the principal of Yun City No. 2 High School suddenly realized, not to mention what kind of investigation the principal and the leaders would face. At the school gate, the endless inquiries from reporters were starting to annoy Lin Chen. Just as he was about to find a gap to slip out and quickly look for a quiet place to rest, suddenly, a large number of esports military vehicles arrived, quickly dispersing the reporters and the surrounding crowd. Right in front of Lin Chen, a large armored business vehicle came to a stop. The car door swung open, and Li Xiao, the head of the esports military division Dragon's Roar Legion, leaned out and waved to Lin Chen, saying, "Finally, we meet, Lin Chen. I'm Li Xiao, the one who spoke with you in the game. Come on, let's get in the car and chat." Lin Chen, who was worried about how to shake off the group of reporters, thought for a moment, nodded, and stepped into the armored business vehicle in front of him. Once Lin Chen got in, the convoy immediately drove away from the entrance of the second high school. The noise around him instantly quieted down, allowing Lin Chen to lean back in his seat and let out a sigh of relief. "Let me formally introduce myself, Lin Chen. I'm Li Xiao, the head of the Dragon's Roar Legion. Thanks to you for stopping the awakened lord of the holy city in the legend world, otherwise, who knows how many innocent citizens of the Great Xia would have suffered." After Lin Chen got in the car, Li Xiao immediately extended his hand to express his gratitude. Lin Chen shook hands with Li Xiao and licked his chapped lips. "I've heard a lot about you, Commander Li. Do you have any water? I just spent ages chatting with those reporters, and am dying of thirst." Hearing this, Li Xiao quickly took out his water bottle from under his seat and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took a sip, and couldn't help but complain, "Whose water bottle is this? It has a strange smell." Li Xiao. Due to the college entrance examination stress, Li Xiao hadn't slept for 2 days, and he certainly hadn't had the mood to brush his teeth. Coupled with his anxiety, it was inevitable that his breath would be a bit off. "I can have someone buy you a bottle of water?" Lin Chen shook his head repeatedly. "No need, I don't want to trouble you." Can I ask where we are going?" Li Xiao replied with a smile. "The place we are heading to is called Yunhu Pan, a special guesthouse set up by the military in Yun City to host distinguished guests of the Great Xia. After the college entrance examination, the next issue you will face is the path of further education and development for the coming years. Many people are paying attention to your future direction. To ensure fair competition among all parties and to guarantee your freedom of will and personal safety, our military has stepped in to host this gathering, planning to bring these people together so they can lay out their best offers clearly on the table, and then you can make your final choice. We arranged it this way. You shouldn't have any objections, right? If you have any concerns or if you already have a clear target for your future, we can directly arrange for you to meet with the institutions you are interested in." Li Xiao looked at him with a questioning expression, his tone very gentle. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately understood that the military was trying to ensure his safety and interests as much as possible. Naturally, he had no objections to this arrangement, which was beneficial and harmless, and he smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, thank you, Commander Li, they'll go along with the military's arrangements." Li Xiao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, smiled, and continued, "We noticed that you filled out your application with Kyoto and Qingyuan, so we've prioritized arranging for representatives from these 2 colleges to enter the guesthouse. In addition to these 2 well-established esports universities, our military's Honghu training camp also warmly welcomes your participation. Moreover, a senior leader from the Esports Workers Union headquarters has also been sent. Currently, the vice president of Qingyuan has already arrived at the Yunhu Pan guesthouse, while a few others are still on their way. You can take some time to rest at the guesthouse, and once everyone has arrived, you can start negotiations with them regarding your choices for the next few years. Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this. Okay, thank you for your help. After a somewhat official conversation, Lin Chen tilted his head to look at Li Xiu, waiting for him to continue. Sure enough, after a few seconds of silence, Li Xiu shifted the conversation and began to advocate for Lin Chen's joining the military's Honghu training camp. Although I don't know how interested you are in joining the military, I still want to strongly recommend our military's Honghu training camp to you. With the support of the Central Game Headquarters of Daxia, our training camp's resources are on par with those of the prestigious universities in Qingyuan and Kyoto, and in terms of skills and equipment, we are even ahead of those two universities by a large margin. At the same time, the military places more emphasis on cultivating practical combat abilities in the real world compared to universities. Currently, Daxia has a total of 9 top-tier masters in the world power ranking system. Among them, 6 come from our military. In this game city, while levels have a direct impact on a person's combat ability, they more so represent a person's overall gaming capability. What truly reflects a person's combat level in the real world is the rank achieved through the world power ranking system. An excellent player is not necessarily an excellent fighter. An excellent fighter may not necessarily perform exceptionally well in the game. Each development path has its own focus. However, those who excel on one end generally do not perform poorly on the other, as real-world combat power relies on skills and equipment obtained from the gaming world. Meanwhile, performance in the game often requires combat literacy and offensive and defensive thinking. Generally speaking, once a player becomes an esports athlete, they can participate in the world power ranking matches through the world ranking server and obtain an initial rank through placement matches. Subsequently, they can improve their rank through continuous ranked matches. Players with ranks in the world power ranking system receive additional rank rewards every month, with higher ranks yielding more substantial rewards. Lin Chen's situation is somewhat special. Although he has officially registered as an esports athlete, he started his college entrance examination the day after registering, and he has not yet logged into the world power ranking system, so he naturally does not have a rank. Seeing Lin Chen deep in thought, Li Xiu assumed he was considering the option of joining the Honghu training camp, so he quickly seized the moment to persuade him further. Due to a lack of publicity, you may not know much about the Honghu training camp, but you should be aware of the military's strongest team, right? The 7 members of the military's strongest team can almost be said to represent the top combat power of Daxia and even the entire world. The current captain, Du Gulei, is ranked 15th in the world power rankings. Among the 7 members of the strongest team, 5 came from the Honghu training camp, which speaks volumes about the effectiveness of the training camp. And Li Xiu continued to enthusiastically share the various benefits of the Honghu training camp, his words flying like spittle. Through this torrent of words, Lin Chen felt the military's enthusiasm and also realized the true owner of the water bottle he had just used. After a while, until the car came to a stop, Li Xiu finally paused, looking at Lin Chen with anticipation and said, "In short, the Honghu training camp is truly a great choice, and I hope you can consider it more." Lin Chen nodded. "Okay, I will consider it." As the car door opened, Lin Chen stepped out. Li Xiu reached out and grabbed Lin Chen's arm, hesitating to speak. Lin Chen vaguely guessed what Li Xiu wanted to say and patted his shoulder, smiling. "If you have something to say, just say it, we're all on the same side." Seeing this, Li Xiu didn't hold back, letting out a sigh and said, "Lin Chen, you probably can't understand yet how much impact your performance in this college entrance examination will have. No matter whether you stay in the military or enter Qingyuan and Kyoto, we, and the entire Great Xia, will definitely support you with all our might. To us, you are the future, the hope. But I personally really hope you don't go to the Esports Union headquarters in Mayfranc. Although the resources and treatment for the key holder candidates are decent, they certainly can't compare to the abundant resources cultivated by the entire nation in Great Xia. More importantly, the times have changed. With Huan Lao and Lu Lao ascending to the metaverse, there are no super strong protectors left. Our voice in the Esports Union is becoming increasingly weak. If people from Great Xia go to the Esports Union headquarters in Mayfranc, they will inevitably face exclusion and targeting. Those who are not of our kind will have different intentions. You should understand this principle. The factions over there are complex, and the waters are too deep. Li Xiu looked at Lin Chen meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes flickered, and he laughed heartily. "Don't worry, I never planned to go abroad anyway." This was the truth. There are many esports universities abroad that are better than those in Qingyuan and Kyoto. When it came time to choose, Lin Chen was also clear that with his abilities, getting into some of the world's top esports universities wouldn't be difficult, but he hardly considered it. There were 2 reasons for this. First, he was relatively familiar with the environment in Great Xia. Playing here should be safer for him. Before going abroad, he needed to elevate his combat power to a world-class level. Although, with the aid of the cheat, his combat power had significantly improved through a few games. Among his peers, he was almost a bug-like existence. However, on a global scale, Lin Chen's current combat power was still far from the level that could guarantee his safety. Safety was the main reason Lin Chen did not plan to go abroad. The second reason was interests. After crossing into this world, he had roughly analyzed the current situation. Currently, there are about 5 powerful nations in Blue Star. The Mayfrank Empire has risen in the past century, boasting a large number of top gaming experts. The Euro-North Union is an old Western power with deep roots. Although ancient Egypt's gaming culture had experienced a break, it has shown signs of revival in recent years. A pharaoh heir emerged a few years ago, with extremely abnormal abilities. Ancient Egypt's influence in Blue Star has rapidly increased. Additionally, there is the Angry Bear Free Federation and Great Xia in the east. Compared to the other 4 countries, Great Xia is undoubtedly the most talent-efficient and in the most dire situation. This can be seen from the fact that the strongest combat power in the military, Dugale, can only rank 15th in the world combat power ranking system. However, Great Xia was almost undoubtedly the world's #1 nation in the last century. Therefore, the resources accumulated by Great Xia are not inferior to those of the other 4 powerful nations. In this context, from the perspective of interests, Lin Chen's choice to stay in Great Xia for development is also the best option. This is just the right time for him and Great Xia to achieve mutual success. After hearing Lin Chen's response, Li Xiu felt much more at ease. The two stepped out of the car and entered the Yunhu Pan guesthouse. Although the place called Yunhu Pan is referred to as a guesthouse, it looks nothing like a typical guesthouse. It is essentially a luxurious 5-star hotel. At the entrance of the hotel, a 10-meter-high artificial fountain spouted clear water, shimmering in the sunlight, creating a sparkling effect. At the hotel entrance, 2 teams of military esports soldiers patrolled around the clock. These esports soldiers were quite strong, with at least level 20. In terms of combat power, military esports soldiers generally surpass other esports players of the same level. When it comes to life and death battles, the combat power of these professionally trained esports soldiers far exceeds that of ordinary people. Presenting his pass, Li Xiu stepped forward, leading Lin Chen into the guesthouse. After settling into the pre-arranged room, Li Xiu took his leave. Surveying the spacious and luxurious suite, equipped with everything one could need, Lin Chen, who had been playing games for a week, finally relaxed completely. Lying on the soft king-sized bed, he stretched lazily, and after a good stretch, he decided to call home to briefly explain his situation, hoping to ease his parents' worries. Once the call connected, it was Lin Chen's mother, Zhong Shuiying, who answered. She was so excited that her words became a bit jumbled, but overall, she showered Lin Chen with praise, expressing her pride in every possible way. Seeing his mother overly excited, Lin Chen quickly tried to calm her down and then asked, "Where's Dad?" His mother, still laughing with excitement, replied, "Oh, he's off playing games. I guess your achievements have inspired him. He keeps shouting about his family status being at risk and then jumped into the gaming world. Dad is the least interested in games. The last time he entered the gaming world was 20 years ago when we got married, and he played a low-level honeymoon game with me." Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at this. That's great. Dad is finally going to do something productive. With his intelligence, if he plays games properly, I think he can definitely succeed. It shouldn't be long before Dad becomes an esports player. His mother, Zhong Shuiying, responded excitedly, "If you say he can do it, then he definitely can. I believe everything my son says." Having such high expectations for your dad, you could say you're hoping for him to become a dragon. Lin Chen, Mom, why don't you try taking some calming medication or something? After chatting a bit more to help his excited mother calm down, Lin Chen finally hung up the phone. Knock knock. Hearing the sound in the room, Lin Chen stopped talking, and the person who had been waiting at the door for a long time gently knocked. Lin Chen looked through the electronic monitor and saw a middle-aged man in a suit standing at the door, holding a beautifully wrapped large gift box, and asked, "Who is it?" The suited man outside smiled gently at the camera and replied, "Lin Chen, Im Ho Chingsong, the vice president of Tsingyuan University. I would like to have a chat with you." Among the top forces trying to recruit Lin Chen, the vice president of Tsingyuan was the first to arrive. He would be the first to seek a private conversation and present some sincerity, which Lin Chen had anticipated. "Sure, come in, welcome." Lin Chen enlarged the monitor screen, glanced at the exquisite gift box in his hand, and thought it wouldn't hurt to chat with him first, so he rubbed his hands together and opened the door to let him in. After they met, they embraced warmly. Then, Vice President Ho Chingsong began with some pleasantries, which mainly consisted of high praise for Lin Chen's gaming talent and immense gratitude for preventing a disaster during the exam. This routine was getting a bit tiresome, so Lin Chen waved his hand to interrupt him directly, pointing at the large gift box in Ho Chingsong's hand and smiling. "Vice President Ho, why don't we just open the box? What little gift do you have for me?" Hua Qingsong was taken aback and scratched his head, saying, "This is my takeout." Instantly, the smile vanished from Lin Chen's face as he picked up Hua Qingsong and threw him out the door, closing it and saying, "Alright, Vice President Hua, let's end our chat here." Hua Qingsong. Wait. Lin Chen. Although this gift box is my takeout, we at Qingyuan indeed prepared a gift for you. Hua Qingsong, both amused and exasperated, knocked on the door repeatedly. Hearing this, Lin Chen opened the door again, a smile returning to his face. "Hey, what are you doing standing at the door? Come in and sit down." Hua Qingsong's mouth twitched. "Okay, fine." Understanding Lin Chen's simple and straightforward personality, Hua Qingsong entered without further ado, directly taking out a small glass vial from his storage space. Inside the vial, a green liquid flowed, emitting a fluorescent glow. This is the essence cleansing liquid produced by the Wuling tree at our Qingyuan Esports University. This item is also a precious treasure at our Qingyuan, with only about 3 vials produced each year. Considering that enhancing your qualifications and laying a solid foundation is most important at this stage, our principal specifically instructed me to bring you a vial. Hua Qingsong introduced the green vial in his hand with a smile, clearly confident in his university's signature treasure. "This is too much." Lin Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he immediately took the vial to examine it. Essence cleansing liquid, a divine liquid produced by the supreme Wuling tree. It has miraculous effects of cleansing the essence and marrow. Drinking it can significantly enhance the drinker's root bone qualifications and greatly increase the cultivation speed of skill-based techniques. Not bad, not bad. After reading the introduction of the essence cleansing liquid, Lin Chen nodded repeatedly. While opening his storage space to put away the liquid, he smiled broadly and said, "Please thank the principal for me." Seeing Lin Chen so happy, Hua Qingsong knew that this gift was quite to Lin Chen's liking, and he felt relieved. "I'm glad you like it. Our Qingyuan Esports University has many rare treasures. We are very generous when it comes to nurturing talented individuals. Lin Chen, you must prioritize Qingyuan Esports University." Lin Chen nodded repeatedly, politely saying, "Of course, of course." Hua Qingsong, seeing the progress going smoothly, did not want to disturb Lin Chen's rest, so he did not linger, smiling as he took his leave. Since he had come specifically to deliver a gift, Lin Chen felt it was inappropriate to let him leave so easily, so he warmly urged, "Don't rush off, it's lunchtime anyway, stay and eat before you go." Hua Qingsong, pleased by Lin Chen's invitation, happily accepted. "Alright, what do you have to eat here?" Lin Chen pointed to the beautifully packaged takeout box that Hua Qingsong had brought. Hua Qingsong. After treating the vice principal of Qingyuan Esports University to a meal, Lin Chen burped, waved him off, and even handed him the takeout trash as he left, politely saying, "If you think it's good, come by often, don't hesitate to bring an extra pair of chopsticks." This is clearly more than just bringing an extra pair of chopsticks. Hua Qingsong's mouth twitched as he left with the trash. After the vice principal of Qingyuan Esports University left, Lin Chen closed the door and immediately took out the small vial of essence cleansing liquid from his storage space to study. Just right, having just finished eating, he was also feeling thirsty. Shaking the vial, he opened the cap, sniffed the sweet aroma from the opening, and then tilted his head back to pour the green liquid directly into his mouth. TSK, it's quite tasty. Smacking his lips, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. After the essence cleansing liquid entered his stomach, he clearly felt a warm current flowing throughout his body, an indescribably comfortable sensation penetrating to his bones. This strange feeling made him shiver, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "So refreshing." Feeling his body becoming lighter and the blood circulating more smoothly, even his breathing became longer and more relaxed, Lin Chen couldn't help but give the essence cleansing liquid a high score in his heart, basically on par with his favorite drink, beer tea. Just as he was about to sit on the bed and quietly experience the unique effects of the essence cleansing liquid, the doorbell rang again. Checking through the surveillance device beside him, Lin Chen saw a man wrapped in a bath towel and wearing glasses standing outside. Who are you?" Lin Chen asked. Outside the door, the man in the bath towel replied, "Lin Chen, I am Chen Baiqi, the director of the admissions department at Kyoto Esports University. I just rushed over from the school and wanted to talk to you." Lin Chen was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Then why aren't you dressed?" The towel-clad man, Chen Baiqi, showed an embarrassed expression. "I just finished showering before coming out, and I was in a hurry, so I didn't have time to get dressed." Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit touched. "Wow, you came all the way from Kyoto wrapped in a towel to Yun City? That's quite a commitment to me." Chen Baiqi quickly shook his head in denial. "Of course not." Lin Chen laughed heartily. "I didn't mean it like that." Chen Baiqi explained, "The towel was lent to me by the cleaning lady at the entrance after I got here." Lin Chen. He quickly opened the door and let Chen Baiqi into the room. Once inside, Chen Baiqi immediately began to praise the place, then reached out and patted Lin Chen's shoulder, saying, "Lin Chen, you are a hero of the great Xia." Lin Chen quickly shook his head and patted Chen Baiqi's shoulder in return. Running naked from Kyoto to Yun City, you are the real hero. The two took their seats in the room, and Chen Baiqi, being quite dedicated, immediately started introducing the advantages of Kyoto Esports University to Lin Chen. Kyoto University is the earliest esports university in Great Xia, with a long history. Our cartridge storage resources are the richest in the country, and in terms of game teaching resources, we are world-class. As he spoke, Chen Baiqi suddenly stopped, looking at Lin Chen with a strange expression. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. You have mud on your face. Chen Baiqi pointed at Lin Chen's cheek. Lin Chen reached up to touch his face and indeed found his hand covered in foul-smelling dirt. After a moment of shock, Lin Chen quickly reacted and explained, I just drank the cleansing essence sent by Qingyuan Esports University. It should be purging the dirt from my body. It's fine, you can continue. Chen Baiqi nodded in realization and continued, not only are our game resources incredibly rich, but Kyoto Esports University also has a large amount of high-end practical training equipment, and our college has also set up. Suddenly, splat. As he spoke, Lin Chen began to erupt, with mud and dirt spraying from his body. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Chen was completely covered in a layer of mud, leaving only his sharp eyes visible. Sitting across from him was a little mud person, and Chen Baiqi's mouth twitched. He really couldn't continue. He wiped the dirt that had splattered onto his face and suggested, why don't you wash up first? Lin Chen looked down at his body wrapped in dirt and then at Chen Baiqi, who was only wrapped in a towel, and stood up. How about you wash up with me? There's a big bathtub in this bathroom, we can soak and chat? Soaking in a bath is a cultural treasure passed down in northern Great Xia since ancient times, nourishing the body and dispelling cold, while also serving a strong social function. Many big deals are made in the bath. Those who can bathe together are often very close friends. Okay. Although Chen Baiqi had just showered not long ago, he felt it would be rude to refuse such a warm invitation from Lin Chen, so he nodded in agreement. Upon entering the bathroom and stripping down, both felt a bit awkward. After filling the tub with water, Lin Chen and Chen Baiqi quickly jumped into the large bathtub to hide their figures. No more than 30 seconds after entering the tub, Chen Baiqi regretted it. Because the dirt all over Lin Chen quickly spread through the water in the tub, starting to cling to Chen Baiqi's body. You keep talking, Lin Chen said while washing. Chen Baiqi watched as the mud continued to attach itself to him, his mouth twitching, but he couldn't show his disgust, so he could only grit his teeth and continue introducing the various advantages of entering Kyoto Esports University to Lin Chen. After finishing all the prepared words, Chen Baiqi noticed Lin Chen rubbing his hands with a sly look and immediately understood. He took out a crystal-clear spirit fruit from his storage space and said, This is the refining spirit fruit produced by the golden devouring beast of our academy. It has miraculous effects when consumed. And only one is produced each year. Our principal specifically asked me to bring this to you to help you refine your soul. Such a precious treasure, how can I accept it? Lin Chen immediately reached out to take it, examining the beautifully presented spirit fruit in his hand. Refining spirit fruit, the fruit produced by the golden devouring beast, has miraculous effects in refining the soul and enhancing mental strength. Consuming it can significantly boost the eater's mental strength and improve their control over various energies. This is a great item. The sin power I obtained through the Lord of Original Sin skill can be considered a type of energy, so it should benefit from this fruit. After reading the effects of the refining spirit fruit, Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately put it in his mouth to chew. While eating, he said, receiving such an expensive gift right after meeting is not proper etiquette, you should take it back. Chen Baiqi, no, it's fine. Just enjoy it. After consuming the refining spirit fruit, Lin Chen immediately felt his mind clear, his consciousness and perception became very transparent, and even his vision seemed much brighter and wider. He nodded repeatedly in praise, delicious. Please thank the principal of Kyoto for me. Seeing that Lin Chen liked this gift, Chen Baiqi was also very pleased and smiled, saying, The 100-year heritage of our Kyoto Esports University is certainly not something Qingyuan can compare to. Lin Chen, you must think carefully before making your choice. While chewing the refining spirit fruit, Lin Chen nodded, sure. Seeing that the first interaction with Lin Chen was very harmonious, Chen Baiqi was quite satisfied with his performance. He stood up and took out a bag of refining spirit fruits from his storage space, saying goodbye. Alright. I won't say much more. You should rest well. I'll distribute these refining spirit fruits to my friends in the military first. Lin Chen was taken aback and immediately turned dark. Didn't you say this refining spirit fruit can only be produced once a year? How come you have so many? Chen Baiqi quickly waved his hand to explain, These are different from the one I gave you, these are genetically modified. Yours is all natural, and the effects are much better. Oh. After hearing his explanation, Lin Chen's expression improved. Standing up, Chen Baiqi walked out of the bath, saying goodbye. Since he was covered in mud, he didn't even wrap a towel around himself as he confidently walked out. He came lightly, without wearing a single piece of clothing. He walked with confidence, clad in a suit of mud armor. By the time he left the room, Chen Baichi had completely taken on Lin Chen's form. After taking a shower, Lin Chen comfortably lay on the bed and took a nap. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. He got up, brushed his teeth, and washed his face. After tidying up, just as Lin Chen was about to push the door open, a knock sounded first. Knock, knock. 2 knocks rang out, deep and powerful, very orderly. Lin Chen looked outside through the monitor and found a tall man in a Daxia Esports uniform standing outside, whose appearance seemed somewhat familiar. Who is it? Lin Chen asked. I am Dugu Lei, representing the Honghu Youth Training Camp. Lin Chen, all representatives from Qingyuan, Kyoto, Honghu, and the key holders have now gathered. We need to discuss your future academic development choices. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was taken aback. He never expected that the representative from Honghu recruiting him would be the strongest man of Daxia. Although he didn't know if there were any hidden cards, at least on the surface, in the world power ranking system, the strongest king ranked 15th globally, Dugu Lei, was currently the strongest force of Daxia. Okay, they'll be right there. Lin Chen quickly got dressed and opened the door to step outside. Compared to the imposing and serious Dugu Lei on television, the real Dugu Lei seemed much gentler. He had a handsome face, a bit scruffy, and looked like a mature and charming man. After they met, they shook hands briefly. Dugu Lei looked Lin Chen up and down and smiled. No wonder you're the top scorer in the college entrance examination, Lin Chen. You truly have an outstanding appearance and extraordinary demeanor. Faced with this big shot, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit reserved, humbly waving his hand. I dare not claim such a title. Being the top scorer is nothing, just a trivial matter. Dugu Lei pondered for a moment and said, but I was also the top scorer back in my day. Lin Chen's expression stiffened, and he quickly tried to smooth things over, coming up with a rhyme on the spot. Top scorer is nothing, shakes the world. I and Brother Lei are the most domineering. Dugu Lei burst into laughter, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder, his eyes filled with affection. Interesting. You are really too interesting. I must bring you into the Honghu Youth Training Camp. Tell me, what do you want? Whatever your requirements are, I will do my best to negotiate with the higher-ups. As they walked toward the conference room, Dugu Lei kindly inquired about Lin Chen's needs. Faced with the strongest man in Daxia who could easily crush him, Lin Chen didn't dare to speak carelessly and replied more politely, I don't have a clear plan for what I specifically need right now. Let's see the proposals everyone presents first and then I'll share my thoughts. In any case, I really admire you, Brother Lei. Just because of you, I will definitely prioritize the Honghu Youth Training Camp. Lin Chen's words subtly expressed that he wasn't fully prepared yet, while also smoothly flattering Dugu Lei. Dugu Lei felt quite pleased to hear that. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the conference room door. Dugu Lei walked in first, pushing the door open. Inside the conference room, 3 people were already seated at the conference table. Vice Principal Qing Yuan, Huo Qingson, sat in the left side position 1. The director of the Kyoto Admissions Department, Chen Baichi, occupied the left side position 2. A blonde foreign man sat on the right side of the conference table. Although the 3 parties were here to recruit Lin Chen and were in competition with each other, the seating arrangement showed that the 2 representatives from Daxia's top esports academy were slightly closer, at least in their shared stance against the foreign representative. Lin Chen was an inseparable part of Daxia. This was a common viewpoint held by Huo Qingson, Chen Baichi, and Dugu Lei. Upon seeing Dugu Lei bring Lin Chen in, the 3 people in the conference room stood up simultaneously. The blonde, bushy-browed foreign friend hurriedly stepped forward, shook hands with Lin Chen, and said with a slight accent, Hello, I am Eric Hall, the head of the key-bearer candidate team from the Esports Union headquarters. Hello, my dear good son. Lin Chen mimicked the other's accent and shook hands with the blonde Hall. Alright, everyone, please take your seats. Dugu Lei, representing the military, took the central position as the host of the meeting. Lin Chen thought for a moment and finally found a random spot to sit down near Huo Qingson and Chen Baichi. After all 5 were seated, Dugu Lei, as the host, cleared his throat, intending to say a few opening remarks to liven up the atmosphere of the meeting. However, just as he finished coughing, the blonde Hall on the right jumped in and said, Everyone, I am here under a strict order from above. Lin Chen, I must take you back. And I hope you won't make things difficult for me, nor for the Esports Union. The Esports Guild is an organization established for the development of all humanity and is also the highest authority organization of Blue Star. We are responsible for all humanity, and handing Lin Chen over to us for training so that he can become one of the key holders in the future is undoubtedly the choice that maximizes the interests of all humanity. As soon as Blonde Hall finished speaking, Huo Qingsong, the vice president of Tsingyuan Esports University, immediately smiled and retorted, "Then may I ask, Mr. Hall, on what basis do you think our great Xia lacks the ability to train Lin Chen?" Beside him, Chen Baiqi's expression was solemn, and he also revealed a cold smile as he countered, "Are you saying that the power held by you, the Mei Frank, is the only force that can protect humanity? Throughout history, in the many global disasters that have occurred, when has our great Xia not contributed the most?" Hall was taken aback by this and stared at Chen Baiqi, lost in thought. After a long while, he finally couldn't help but ask in confusion, why aren't you wearing clothes?" The completely naked Chen Baiqi sneered and continued to use his previous excuse, "There was no time to get dressed." Hall, Du Gulei, Huo Qingsong. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. This guy is just a complete exhibitionist, isn't he? Shaking his head, Hall forcibly shifted his gaze away from Chen Baiqi and continued, "Currently, various signs indicate that Blue Star is being detected by many entities from the metaverse. According to the Night Walk in the Forest principle, the safety of human civilization is currently at a very critical point, and the ultimate goal of training key holders is to resist threats from the metaverse. From this perspective, our training of key holder candidates is targeted. And Lin Chen joining the key holder candidate team is definitely the choice that maximizes the interests of all humanity." Huo Qingsong squinted in thought for a moment, then immediately used a counterexample to refute. "Since the training of key holders is so important for humanity, why haven't the goddess of Obey and the pharaoh of ancient Egypt entered the key holder candidate team? The potential of these two should be beyond doubt, right? On what basis can they choose to stay in their own countries, while our great Xia's Lin Chen must go to the esports guild headquarters?" Chen Baiqi crossed his arms and spread his legs, chiming in, "That's right, if we are speaking from the perspective of all humanity's interests, the goddess and the pharaoh should undoubtedly also join the key holder candidate team. Since these two haven't joined, your argument is completely invalid. Until the goddess and the pharaoh are invited to the key holder candidate team, we will not allow Lin Chen to be forcibly taken to the esports guild headquarters." Seeing that Chen Baiqi and Huo Qingsong were relentless, Hall's expression turned cold. "Does your great Xia want to tear its face with the esports guild?" Huo Qingsong snorted coldly. "Given the level of oppression the esports guild has exerted on great Xia in recent years, what difference does it make whether we tear our faces or not?" Chen Baiqi's emotions were also hard to suppress. He stood up, exposing his naked body completely to everyone in the conference room, and angrily shouted at Hall, with such blatant oppression, "Don't you Mei Frank people have any sense of shame? Lin Chen, your sense of shame seems to be clearly in short supply as well." As both sides began to argue, banging tables and glaring at each other, Du Gulei, as the host, quickly spoke up to control the situation. "All right. Our great Xia has no intention of conflicting with the esports guild. As one of the 5 founding initiators of the guild, great Xia will certainly prioritize the interests of all humanity. However, before Lin Chen is a highly talented player, he is still a citizen of Great Xia and a citizen who has contributed to Great Xia. He can decide where he wants to further his studies and develop. The decision ultimately lies with Lin Chen himself, and this is something we, the Great Xia, will never compromise on." Upon hearing Du Gulei's words, the conference room fell silent. Indeed, no matter how much they argued, the final decision rested with Lin Chen, and that was something that could not be changed. Huo Qingsong immediately followed up on Du Gulei's statement, saying, "In that case, let's not waste any more time. Let's put all the conditions we can offer on the table and let Lin Chen choose for himself." "Agreed." Chen Baiqi nodded, opening his storage space to retrieve the prepared documents, but unexpectedly grabbed the wrong item and accidentally pulled out a set of clothes. Lin Chen, you clearly have clothes." Quickly stuffing the clothes back into the storage space, Chen Baiqi pulled out the documents he had prepared in advance. Huo Qingsong and Du Gulei also took out their respective prepared manuscripts. Seeing this, Hauer realized it would be difficult to forcefully take Lin Chen away through pressure, so he could only honestly present the documents prepared by the guild headquarters regarding the benefits of Lin Chen joining the key bearer candidate team. As Lin Chen picked up the documents presented by the 4, his heart couldn't help but race after just a glance. Although he had guessed that in order to recruit him, Xing Yuan, Jingdu, Honghu, and the key bearer would certainly offer substantial incentives, seeing the conditions they provided with his own eyes still left him somewhat shocked. This isn't recruiting a student. This is clearly a marriage proposal. Lin Chen swallowed hard. Which of the 3 parties, Xing Yuan, Jingdu, or the key bearer, should he choose? For a moment, Lin Chen couldn't make the most suitable judgment. As for the key bearer, although the benefits offered were also quite generous for various reasons, Lin Chen decided to pass on that option for now. However, he didn't directly inform Hauer of his thoughts. On the contrary, Lin Chen pretended to be very interested as he studied the documents Hauer had pulled out for a long time, putting on a rather intrigued expression. Seeing this, Howard secretly rejoiced, suppressing a smile as he said, "Dear Lin Chen, if you have any other requests, feel free to mention them now, and I will do my best to accommodate you." Lin Chen nodded, grinning as he looked at Howard and said, "The benefits listed in the documents are already very satisfying, but I have a particular interest in various cultures. I wonder, Mr. Howard, did you bring any local specialties from your side?" Although he didn't plan to go with the key bearer, Lin Chen still intended to take advantage of the benefits they offered. He absolutely couldn't miss out on a chance for free perks. Goodness! Seeing Lin Chen so openly asking for benefits at the conference table, the three great Xia people couldn't help but twitch their lips. Du Gulei thought to himself that he absolutely couldn't let Lin Chen become an official, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Lacking understanding of Great Xia culture, Howard looked puzzled and asked, "Local specialties? What local specialties?" Lin Chen frowned in dissatisfaction and further clarified, "I mean small gifts or something. Don't you Americans from Frank think it's customary to bring a small gift when meeting for the first time?" Howard suddenly understood and shook his head, saying, "Sorry, this trip was so rushed that I didn't bring anything except for some game cards." Oh. Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this, but after thinking for a moment, he muttered, "Well, game cards are fine too." Howard asked in confusion, "What did you say?" Lin Chen laughed heartily and waved his hand, saying, "I said, since Mr. Howard has come all the way to Great Xia, let's not rush into arguments. As a nation of etiquette, we should let Mr. Howard experience the warmth of our Great Xia people. Haven't you eaten yet? Come on, let's go to Zhuai Lu for a meal." The topic suddenly shifted, and although Du Gulei and the other two were a bit confused, they vaguely guessed that Lin Chen probably had nothing good to say. Only Hull naively thought that Lin Chen had decided to return with him and was actively trying to befriend him, which made him quite happy for a moment. He glanced proudly at the others and said, "Great. I've heard that the cuisine of Daxia is second to none, and am absolutely drooling over it. Since Lin Chen has invited me, I have even less reason to refuse." The Zhuai Lu, located in the capital, is almost the most upscale dining venue in all of Daxia, with prices that are incredibly high. For an ordinary person, even working a lifetime, it would be difficult to enjoy a high-end feast at Zhuai Lu. This is because the food there not only tastes excellent but also uses ingredients that are mostly rare treasures from the game world, which have remarkable effects after consumption, strengthening the body and enhancing various abilities. Moreover, the chefs at Zhuai Lu are all high-level cooks who have specifically studied culinary skills. With their expertise, the already special ingredients are further enhanced in taste and effect through cooking. Such an extravagant cooking process justifies the extremely high prices of the dishes. After Lin Chen made the suggestion, the five of them took a car straight to the capital. After more than 2 hours of travel, they arrived at the dining table of Zhuai Lu. Looking at the menu, even though Du Gulei, Hu Qingsong, and Chen Baiqi were among the highest income groups in Daxia, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock at the prices of the dishes. Browsing through the menu, Lin Chen casually asked, "Mr. Hall must have brought quite a few point cards on his trip to Daxia, right?" Hall proudly raised his wrist with the identity bracelet. "I brought over 10 million. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately began to order 1 plate of fried floating dragon meat, 5 portions of phoenix marrow, 1 pot of 7th-tier monster ribs, 1 serving of stir-fried world tree leaves. As he placed order after order for dishes worth hundreds of thousands, the other Daxia people at the table secretly swallowed their saliva, feeling nervous for Hall. Only Hall himself was grinning foolishly, unaware of what he was about to face. After ordering a large number of luxurious dishes, at the end, Lin Chen, wanting to showcase his knowledge, ordered drinks and soup in a foreign language. In addition to those, let's have 5 bottles of 1982 Red Bull and 5 portions of God Use VPN. The 3 Daxia people at the table were left dumbfounded. The foreigner Hall was also stunned. The waiter was even more bewildered and cautiously asked, "Sir, could you please repeat that in Daxia language?" Lin Chen clicked his tongue, displeased, and said, "Can't you understand this? 5 bottles of Red Bull, 5 portions of Buddha jumps over the wall." The waiter, "Okay, please wait a moment." After placing the order, the kitchen immediately began to prepare the dishes. Since it was still early, there was only Lin Chen's table in the entire Zhuai Lu. The dishes came out relatively quickly. Before long, a series of delicious dishes were served. The 4 Daxia people were engrossed in their meal. While Hall savored each dish, his eyes shining, giving high praise to almost every dish. Not long after, the table was cleared of exquisite food. Lin Chen felt that both his senses and physique had greatly improved after this feast, and Du Gulei and the other 3 were also satisfied, leaning back in their chairs, rubbing their bellies. "After fighting for Daxia for so many years, I finally get to enjoy myself," Du Gulei sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, the waiter came over, smiling, and asked, "Thank you for dining with us. The total is 4.57 million point cards. Which of you will settle the bill?" Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen instantly grabbed a bottle of Red Bull from the table, downed it in one go, and shouted as he lay on the table, "Oh no, I can't handle my liquor." Hua Qingsong, clutching his stomach, dashed out the door. "Ah! My stomach suddenly hurts so much. Where's the restroom? Where's the restroom?" Chen Baichi was even more outrageous. He pretended to answer the phone, displaying a sorrowful expression, and cried, "What? My mom, how could she get such a disease?" He wanted to wipe his tears with his sleeve, but unfortunately he wasn't wearing any clothes and had no sleeves. Doug Yulai also took charge without hesitation, his face stern as he answered the phone and furrowed his brows, saying, "What? There's a war breaking out in the north? What exactly is going on? Speak slowly." In an instant, the four Dasha people were in a frenzy, some fainting, some rushing to the bathroom, some crying, and others working, all very busy. Just as the waiter handed the bill to him, Hauer was left dumbfounded. "What? It's so expensive?" Looking at the long string of numbers on the bill, Hauer's smile was more grotesque than crying. Although he wasn't short on money and the headquarters had allocated a considerable amount for this outing, he still found it hard to accept that a meal cost over 4 million. Can't we split the bill?" Hauer asked with a mournful face. Who? This was Lin Chen snoring with his head on the table. This was Hua Qingsong making sounds in the bathroom. Whoa, my mom, how could she get such a disease? This was the sound of the naked man crying sadly. What? The other side has over 30 billion people? Quickly activate the 2B tactical defense. The soldiers' boxed meals must be arranged as scrambled eggs with tomatoes. This was Doug Yulai commanding the battlefield from afar. The four were so busy that no one paid him any attention. Seeing this, Hauer felt a dark cloud over his head. "Sir, would you like to pay with the wristband or with a savings point card?" the waiter urged with a smile. "Just use the wristband." Hauer gritted his teeth, raised his wristband, and could only bite the bullet and settle the bill. "Forget it, as long as I can bring Lin Chen back. Spending a few million point cards is nothing. This is also a good opportunity to show our sincerity and financial strength," Hauer consoled himself. Just as the sound of the wristband scanning for payment rang out, Lin Chen sat up straight, looking like he had just woken up, rubbing his eyes. "This red moo really gets you high quickly, and the after effects are fast too. Truly a vintage moo." Hua Qingsong, who was in the bathroom, also returned immediately, patting his belly and lamenting, "Sorry, I have a weak stomach." "Hey, Mr. Hauer, why did you settle the bill? You're the guest, this is quite inappropriate." Chen Baichi finally revealed the name of the disease his mother had, wiping his tears and saying, "Whoa, my mom, actually has athlete's foot." Doug Yulai also furrowed his brows. "What? You mean the 30 billion enemies were a false report? Miss Reed? It was actually 2 dogs? For making such a huge mistake, the intelligence officer must be severely punished. Tonight's boxed meal, replace his chicken leg with a duck leg." Hauer's face twitched. Although his head was still a bit foggy, Hauer realized he had been tricked by these Dasha people. Leaving the drunken immortal building, the 4 Dasha people, with greasy mouths, got into the car with the sullen-faced Hauer. Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat, thought for a moment, and turned back to ask, "Mr. Hauer, do you know anything about Chinese chess culture?" I know a little," Hauer replied, forcing a smile despite feeling frustrated after being tricked out of 4 million. "Since there's still time, why don't we go to a nearby chess room and have some fun?" Lin Chen suggested with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Hauer shivered and quickly shook his head in caution. "No gambling. If I lose all my point cards, I won't be able to report back." Lin Chen laughed and waved his hand. "Big bets hurt the roots, small bets are for pleasure. Let's just play with a minimum bet of 10 point cards. Purely for fun. It's not easy to come to Dasha once. You can't miss out on experiencing Daxia's folk entertainment culture." As he spoke, he exchanged glances with Doug Yulai, Hua Qingsong, and Chen Baichi. Through the meal just now, the three understood Lin Chen's intentions without needing words. Just a look was enough for them to start persuading. After a bit of coaxing from the three and some assurances from Lin Chen, Hauer finally relaxed his guard a little and cautiously said, "Alright, but let's agree to play with a minimum bet of 10 points. What are we playing? Do Diju? That's the only card game I know from Dasha." Lin Chen nodded repeatedly. "Close enough. What we're going to play is called Do Lao Wai, which is similar to the rules of Do Diju." A few minutes later, they arrived at the game room. The 5 of them sat around the table. As Lin Chen dealt the cards, he said, "Mr. Hao, since you know how to play Do Diju, we want specifically explain the rules of Do Lao Wai to you. The 2 games are basically the same. If there's anything you don't understand, we can learn as we play, alright?" Hauer thought for a moment. Since the minimum bet was only 10 points, winning or losing wouldn't matter much, so he nodded, "Okay." After dealing the cards, Hauer's previous player, the completely naked Chen Baichi, received the Lao Wai card, which allowed him to choose whether to be the Lao Wai or not. The Lao Wai is equivalent to the landlord in Do Diju. Since 5 people were playing, they used 2 decks of cards. If he chose to be the Lao Wai, he would get an extra 6 cards from the bottom, but he would have to face the other 4 Huazi alone, making it harder to win, though the stakes would be higher. If he didn't choose to be the Lao Wai, he would only be a Huazi, teaming up with the other 3 Huazi against the Lao Wai. I want be the Lao Wai. Chen Baichi looked at his cards, thought for a moment, and decided to pass on the opportunity to be the Lao Wai. So, the choice of whether to be the Lao Wai fell to the next player, Hauer. After examining his hand, Hauer's eyes lit up. 2 big kings, 2 small kings, 6 twos, and 6 aces. With this hand, being the Lao Wai should be more than enough. Saying this, he flipped over the 6 bottom cards, and his eyes brightened even more. These 6 cards were exactly what he needed. With these 6 cards, his hand was impressively organized. Moreover, he had plenty of bombs. What's the maximum multiplier for a round of Do Lao Wai? With a great hand in hand, Hauer was full of confidence, wearing a smile like a gambling god. Lin Chen replied, "There's no maximum." Hauer smirked, throwing down a big handful of cards. "Great. Then I won't hold back. A plain. 3 tens, 3 jacks, 3 queens. Not enough." Hua Qingsong tapped the table. No. Zhuge Lei couldn't help either. Lin Chen looked at his cards, made a thoughtful expression, and after a long while, finally played a card, Southern Barbarians Invasion. Everyone stared at the card on the table, stunned. Hauer was dumbfounded. "What card is this?" Lin Chen patiently explained, "You need to play a kill card to counter this card." Hauer looked at his hand. "I don't have a kill." Lin Chen shrugged, "Then you can only pass. By the way, the Southern Barbarians Invasion is equivalent to a super bomb. After it's played, the base bet for this round will multiply by 10,000. So if I lose, I have to give each of you 100,000 points? Hauer broke out in a sweat, a bad premonition creeping into his heart. Seeing Lin Chen's move, the other 3 Huazi also began to grasp the gameplay of Do Lao Wai, their expressions turning enlightened. A pair of 3s. Lin Chen played a card. Headshot. Multiplier of 800. Chen Baichi slapped down a chess piece. When it was Hauer's turn, his mouth twitched. "What should I use to counter this headshot?" Lin Chen patiently taught. "Use your horse to counter. The headshot makes your horse jump. Haven't you heard this saying before, Hauer?" Hauer glanced at his hand. "I don't have a horse, I can't manage." "No horse, huh? That makes it easier. 1 bamboo, times 1,500. Hua Qingsong reached out and played a mahjong tile. Profit times 3,600. Zhuge Lei slapped down a square card from Werewolf. Blue Eyes White Dragon times 100,000. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before continuing to play. This round of cards lasted a full 20 minutes. By the time Lin Chen and the other 3 Huazi had thrown all the playable tiles on the table, the multiplier for this round of fighting the foreigners had risen to 940 million times. In the end, Lin Chen played a Miss Bao business card to conclude the match, leading the Huazi to defeat the foreigners and win the victory. After the game, Lin Chen began to calculate. The base bet is 10 points, multiplied by 940 million times. Which means you owe each of us 9.4 billion points. Will it be paid in savings points or wristband payment? Never mind, just go back and inform your Puqian emperor that tomorrow the Mifyulang Empire will be transferred to my name. Hauer, why don't you just kill me instead? Seeing Hauer with a look of despair, Lin Chen smiled kindly, patted Hauer's shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, we're just joking with you. We said it was just for fun. How could we really want that much money from you?" Upon hearing this, Hauer's expression improved slightly, and Lin Chen continued, "Don't you still have a few million left? Just transfer it over, and let us share a bit, just to show some goodwill." Hauer, after a moment of silence, he finally couldn't hold back, slammed the table, stood up angrily, and said, "You are going too far. This is fraud. I won't give you any money." Lin Chen shook his head and said, "How can the matters of the card players be called extortion or fraud? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck for not drawing good cards. Yeah, you have to accept the bet." Hua Qingsong and Chen Baichi chimed in. As the military representative of the Great Xia, Zhuge Lei certainly had to consider the face of the foreign friends to maintain the friendly relations between Great Xia and Mifyulang. Bang! Zhuge Lei reached out, grabbed Hauer's neck, and pressed him down on the table. Then with a serious face, he said sternly, "Mr. Hauer, although you came to Great Xia for business, paying back debts is a matter of course. It seems a bit inappropriate for you to default like this." Feeling the immense strength in Zhuge Lei's grip, Hauer's face was pressed against the table, turning red and white, filled with anger and hatred. But not being on his own turf, he didn't dare to explode. Helpless, he could only tremble and raise his hand, swallowing this silent grievance, squeezing out a sound between his teeth. Okay, I'll transfer it to you." The 4 immediately revealed their identity wristbands to receive Hauer's transfer. Although none of them were short on money, winning over 2 million in a single game was still quite satisfying. Zhuge Lei, Hua Qingsong, and Chen Baichi all wore childlike innocent smiles, looking at Lin Chen, who led them to make money, with even more appreciation in their eyes. Not only could he make a large sum of money legally and reasonably, but he could also squeeze the ill-intentioned foreign guests, promoting patriotic spirit. Lin Chen's way of playing was completely a path they had never imagined. When leaving the game room, Howard was already completely cleaned out, with not a single point of game credit left on his wristband. Although the points were gone, Howard felt rather relieved. The highest realm of guarding against scams and deceit is undoubtedly to have nothing on you. After coming out of the drunken immortal building, he had been on edge, cautiously guarding against the few great Xia people continuing to deceive him. Now it was good, all his points had been completely drained in one go. Howard straightened his back, revealing a smile as if he had found peace, feeling as if he had entered an invincible realm. After leaving the game room and getting into the car, Howard raised his head, grinning arrogantly, and proactively asked about the next itinerary. Where are we going to have fun next? Take me to experience the customs and culture of Daxia. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, let's go to a nearby club for a foot therapy session. Foot massage is also a characteristic of our Daxia culture and is very beneficial for health. Good. Howard nodded without hesitation. In his current state, a saying from ancient Daxia would describe him as someone who was not afraid of those wearing shoes because he is barefoot. After a dozen minutes, the group arrived at a high-end massage parlor nearby, found a private room, sat side by side, and began the massage. Under the skilled hands of the female therapist, Howard was so comfortable that he kept exclaiming. Lin Chen laughed and said, how is it, Mr. Howard? The massage techniques in Daxia are not bad, right? Howard chuckled and nodded, but then answered off-topic, his gaze turning cold as he said, you should know that I will report everything that happened here in Daxia truthfully when I return, right? After reporting what you did to me, what do you think the headquarters of the Gamers Union will react? You don't really think that my 10 million game points are so easy to earn, do you? I won't hide it from you, the headquarters of the Gamers Union is currently worried about not having a reason to sanction Daxia. Upon hearing this, Du Galay, Huo Qingsong, and Chen Baiqi all changed their expressions slightly, beginning to ponder the gains and losses. Only Lin Chen laughed heartily, patted Howard on the shoulder, and said, Mr. Howard, you're being too formal, we're all family here. Would we really trick you? It's just a little joke, don't worry, not only will we return the money we won from playing cards, but we'll also reimburse you for the previous meal. Hearing this, Howard thought Lin Chen was scared and wanted to make amends, so he coldly smiled and replied, that would be best. Lin Chen smiled back, I was joking with you earlier, I apologize for any offense. How about this, I'll arrange for you to experience a top-tier project in this parlor, my treat. Come on, manager, take our foreign friend to the second floor and arrange for him a 3398 point card sensual charm project. Seeing Lin Chen take the initiative to show weakness and goodwill, the situation completely reversed and he regained the upper hand. Howard's lips curled up, letting out a cold snort from his nose. If I had known this would happen, why bother in the first place? Lin Chen, regarding joining the candidate team for the keybearers. Please consider it quickly. When you come down from the second floor, I hope you can give me a clear answer. You should know that currently, the ones holding the power of discourse and the highest action rights on Blue Star are still the headquarters of the Gamers Union. Following the arrangements of the Union headquarters is the best choice for you, for Daxia, and for all of humanity on Blue Star. Lin Chen nodded repeatedly, okay, no problem, you go enjoy yourself upstairs first and he'll give you a response shortly. Seeing Lin Chen so obedient, Howard nodded in satisfaction and followed the manager upstairs. In the room downstairs, after Howard left, Du Galay sighed, we indeed acted a bit thoughtlessly in the previous matter. Huo Qingsong also nodded slightly, although we can't say he was cheated out of his 10 million points, we can basically say it was taken from him. Chen Baiqi looked at the game point balance on his wristband, feeling a bit reluctant, then let's listen to Lin Chen. We should return the points to him first. As for Lin Chen's arrangements, we can negotiate slowly later. Lin Chen glanced at the three of them but didn't respond. He took out his phone and directly dialed a number. Hello, Public Security Department? I want to report that there are people engaging in prostitution on the second floor of Xingyue Club. When Howard was escorted down by two security officers, he was only wearing a pair of underwear, looking completely bewildered. It wasn't until he reached the downstairs and saw Lin Chen recording a video on his phone that he suddenly realized, and he was instantly furious, shouting, bastard, you plotted against me again. Lin Chen held up his phone and laughed, dear Mr. Howard, you wouldn't want the whole world to know that you were caught soliciting while on official business in Daxia, would you? I think you should have an idea of how to write your report after returning, right? You. Howard was furious, urging his strength to push away the security personnel restraining him, but recalling the consequences of openly harming law enforcement in Daxia, he had to forcibly hold back. With a face as dark as thunder, Howard was escorted out. Inside the club, Huo Qingsong couldn't help but twitch his lips. So, was all of this within your expectations? Did you already plan how to wrap it up before you started setting him up? Du Galay looked at Lin Chen and couldn't help but swallow hard. You little brat, you're really a devil. Lin Chen, however, shook his head in disappointment. I didn't expect him to be so composed. I thought he would resist the security personnel and we could take him down on the spot. Huo Qingsong, Chen Baiqi, Du Gulei. After a moment of silence, Chen Baiqi couldn't help but exclaim, truly, the world is unpredictable. Two security personnel passed by the door, glancing inside. One of the officers immediately picked up the radio, report, there's another one here without clothes, should also be soliciting. 2 minutes later, the naked Chen Baiqi was escorted out by the security personnel and soon thrown into the same prison van as Hauer. Glancing at Hauer in the van and then through the glass at the grim-faced Lin Chen and the others at the club entrance, Chen Baiqi couldn't help but sigh again. What a truly unpredictable world. 5 people left. Only 3 returned. Back at the Yunhuan guesthouse by Yin City, Du Gulei, Huo Qingsong, and Lin Chen sat in the conference room, continuing to discuss Lin Chen's future enrollment options. The conditions offered by Jingdu, Qingyuan, and Honghu were all quite generous. Holding 3 documents, Lin Chen found it hard to make a choice and tried asking, what if I join all 3 of your institutions at the same time? Huo Qingsong couldn't help but twitch his lips. Goodness, one family's benefits can't satisfy you, and you want to eat from 3 families, huh? Du Gulei pondered for a moment and said, the Honghu Youth Training Camp could be flexible as long as you can meet the global combat ranking goals on time, complete tasks on schedule, and receive education at the esports university while participating in the training camp. From a systemic perspective, it shouldn't be a problem. After Du Gulei finished speaking and looked at him, Huo Qingsong frowned slightly, hesitating. The esports university and the military department indeed don't conflict. But if you want to enroll in both Jingdu and Qingyuan at the same time, that could be a bit tricky. There would be issues with your student status, and there would definitely be conflicts in course arrangements. Lin Chen asked, can't we think of another way? Huo Qingsong furrowed his brow and thought for a moment. Both Jingdu and Qingyuan have honorary invited student slots. If you go through this slot, it won't be recorded in your student status, so there won't be any conflict there. As for course arrangements, if both sides can negotiate well, it should be possible to achieve the goal of enrolling in 2 institutions simultaneously. That's a way, but whether it can be implemented smoothly will definitely depend on the opinions of the management of both institutions. Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this. Principal Hua, then please contact both Jingdu and Qingyuan to consult their opinions. Du Gulei also added, if you need me to speak on this, just give me the phone and I will represent the military department in negotiations with both institutions. Alright. Huo Qingsong nodded in response and immediately began to make arrangements. Both universities had been keeping an eye on Lin Chen, and after receiving the news and proposal from Huo Qingsong, they immediately gathered together to hold an emergency meeting. 2 hours later, the meeting concluded. Both institutions unanimously decided to accept Lin Chen's proposal to join the top esports universities of Kyoto and Qingyuan as an honorary invited student. However, both universities also put forward a requirement. Before enrollment, Lin Chen must clear a Clevel game cartridge to further prove his gaming abilities. This was reasonable. After all, achieving results in just one game could involve some randomness. Confirming Lin Chen's potential would allow them to invest resources in him with greater confidence. Lin Chen had no objections to this requirement. He was more than happy to have a free high-level game cartridge to play with. Seeing that the negotiations went smoothly, Huo Qingsong, the vice president of Qingyuan, also breathed a sigh of relief, as his mission this time had been successfully accomplished. This plan, once finalized, could be said to be a happy ending for everyone involved, and everyone was pleased. Of course, this did not include Mr. Howell, who had traveled across the ocean and was currently being interrogated in his underwear at the station. The only remaining issue is your student status. Honorary invited students are generally invited from other schools, and following the proper procedures, you need to have a formal student status at another university, Huo Qingsong added. Du Gulei chuckled upon hearing this. Isn't that easy? Just find a school to enroll in, and it's done. Besides Qingyuan and Kyoto, which other school did you apply to? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, then a rather exaggerated smile appeared on his face. Wanqing Women's Gymnastics Academy. Du Gulei. Huo Qingsong. With his student status officially enrolled at his dream school, Wanqing Women's Gymnastics Academy, Lin Chen's enrollment and further studies were basically arranged. Although joining all 3 parties would allow Lin Chen to receive triple benefits and focused training from all sides, the requirements from these 3 parties would also be more stringent. In addition to the demands from Kyoto and Qingyuan that Lin Chen must clear a Clevel game cartridge before the start of school, the military department, Honghu, also required Lin Chen to elevate his combat power rank to Bronze 2 or above within a month. I remember the reward for the top scorer on the college entrance examination cartridge seems quite high. You should barely be at level 10 now, right? Du Gulei inquired. Lin Chen looked down at his identity wristband. Name, Lin Chen Level, LV3311289650 Game Point Card 115285520. He answered truthfully, yeah, I barely reached it. Dugule nodded. The number of times you can participate in combat ranking matches each day is limited. In any case, when you get back, you should go play some ranked matches in the Esports Guild. For an esports player, the importance of practical combat ability is no less than gaming ability, especially in the Honghu military department. Okay. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. He had originally planned to go play some ranked matches to test his combat level after returning. The requirements of the Honghu training camp did not conflict with his plans. After arranging a series of tedious matters, Dugule had someone drive Lin Chen back home. Upon returning, the house was empty again. His mother, Zhong Shuiying, had already gone to work. His father, Lin Yuan, was still in the game cartridge. On the coffee table in the living room, a PS7 cartridge reader was placed. Lin Chen looked through the glass groove of the reader to check what game his father was playing and found that he was playing an 11 game cartridge titled Super Pooper. Lin Chen, no wonder he's my dad. He really has a taste for the bizarre. After drinking too much tea in the conference room by the Cloud Lake, Lin Chen came to the living room and first fed the pea shooter. Iya. Seeing her master after a long time, the pea shooter's lovely green cheeks lifted into a happy smile. Gently patting the pea shooter's little head, Lin Chen wiped his hands clean and returned to the bedroom, opening his storage space. It's box opening time. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, revealing an excited smile. Opening the storage space, the reward for being the top scorer in the college entrance examination was prominently displayed. It included a dazzling gift pack shimmering with colorful light and 2 brilliant treasure chests sparkling with golden light. The gift pack was the legendary Human Lin Chen exclusive gift pack. The 2 treasure chests were top-tier random treasure chests. Taking out the gift pack and the treasure chests, Lin Chen focused his gaze to check. Legendary Human Lin Chen exclusive gift pack, the Blood Legend World, a super luxurious gift pack established to commemorate the player Lin Chen and to become the strongest in the world. Opening the gift pack can obtain a large number of legendary rewards. Top-tier random treasure chest, the top reward chest of the Blood Legend World. Opening it will randomly grant top-tier equipment, skills, and items. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen decided to open the exclusive gift pack named after himself. First, immediately, a large number of items exploded before his eyes, along with a black, unremarkable dog. You have opened the legendary Human Lin Chen exclusive gift pack. Congratulations, you have obtained Pet Pluto Pup X1 Combat Level LV60. Can devour to grow equipment. King Lin Chen's armor quality, mythical equipment, the forgiveness of the overlimit quality, special, rule type God of War level skill book. Demon King Transformation Learning Level Requirement LV60 Item, Evolution Drink Item, Summon Chicken Card Equipment Quality Sequence, Normal, Good, Excellent, Rare, Epic, Legendary, Holy, Mythical Combat Skill Book Quality Sequence, Beginner, Normal, Elite, King, God of War. After a large pile of items exploded from the gift pack, Lin Chen first grabbed the big black dog, smiling in surprise and emotion. Hey, Big Black? How did you end up in this gift pack? Is it because you missed me too much? It must be. After all, we have such a good relationship. Suddenly appearing here, Pluto was also a bit confused, its fierce and domineering gaze scanning around. But suddenly being grabbed by Lin Chen, seeing that familiar terrifying face appear right in front of it, Pluto immediately shivered, its eyes changing to a sharp yet silly cross-eyed look, then let out a cute dog bark. Meow. Slap. Lin Chen, with a dark face, gave it a big slap. After teaching you how to bark for so long, you've gone back to square one, huh? Feeling the familiar burning sensation on its cheek, Pluto silently shed bitter tears. After leaving the Blood Legend World, the humiliated and burdened Pluto thought it could finally regain its freedom. Moreover, Lin Chen had almost killed all the top experts in the Blood Legend World and had fed their corpses to it until it reached the legendary biological level. It was planning to dominate the Blood Legend World and enjoy its power. However, after falling asleep among a pile of female dogs and waking up, it found that not only had its strength regressed to the pup stage, but it had also returned to this devilish master's side. In terms of combat power, with Pluto's current level 60 strength, it could easily defeat Lin Chen in the real world. But, under the restriction of world power, it had completely become Lin Chen's pet, unable to rebel or resist. Before it couldn't win, now it was completely powerless due to the world's restrictions. Pluto was utterly despairing. Holding Pluto, Lin Chen took a tour around the house. After explaining where it should go to the bathroom and demonstrating how to flush, Lin Chen tossed it into the living room, letting it go play with the pea shooter. Returning to the bedroom, Lin Chen continued to check the items that had dropped from his exclusive gift pack. Equipment: King Lin Chen's Royal Armor Quality. Mythical Effect: the ultimate full-body armor with the power of a king, astonishing defense, significantly enhances one's strength, speed, constitution, and spirit, greatly boosts combat power. Description: to commemorate the player Lin Chen for setting records in the Blood Frenzy Legend cartridge world and becoming a legendary human, the Blood Frenzy Legend world specially released this armor as a reward usage restriction, level LV80, exclusive armor. For player Lin Chen, cannot be equipped by others mythical level? Did I just get the highest quality equipment? Seeing the attributes of this equipment, Lin Chen couldn't help but brighten his eyes. As far as he knew, the highest quality equipment on Blue Star was indeed mythical. At least, that's how it was recorded in the school textbooks. After the college entrance examination, he obtained mythical level equipment. One could only say that Lin Chen might be slightly ahead of his peers. However, the usage restrictions of this equipment were also quite significant. Besides needing to reach at least level 80, it was also restricted to only Lin Chen being able to use it. This meant that Lin Chen couldn't rent or sell this equipment to others, he could only use it himself. This point didn't affect Lin Chen much. As for the minimum usage level of 80, another item that dropped from the gift pack could solve that for Lin Chen. Equipment: Forgiveness of the Overlimit Quality. Special rule type effect. After wearing this necklace, you will not be subject to level restrictions when equipping items and using skills. Description: all bindings are illusory. In my name, I grant you transcendence. Usage restriction: at most, only one rule equipment can be equipped at the same time. They actually dropped this equipment. Awesome! Are they trying to make me not human? Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Whether in the Blood Frenzy Legend game world or in the real world, level was a limitation for him. Because his gaming abilities hacks were too outstanding, the equipment, skills, and items he could obtain often surpassed his own level tier. The forgiveness of the overlimit equipment could completely help him ignore level restrictions, which undoubtedly would allow him to rapidly enhance his strength in the real world. Casually putting the necklace around his neck, Lin Chen picked up the God of War level skill book Demon King Transformation that had dropped from the gift pack and continued to check. Combat Skill Book. Demon King Transformation Quality. God of War level learning requirement. Level LV60 skill type. Transformation skill effect. After activating this skill, you will transform into a Demon King form, gaining a significant boost in combat power, able to launch magic energy projectiles as a ranged attack, and while in Demon King state, you will be immune to 90% of elemental magic damage, immune to 90% of control and negative effects. The duration of the Demon King form is proportional to your overall strength. The quality sequence for combat skill books is beginner level, normal level, elite level, king level, God of War level. Like the King Lin Chen's royal armor, the quality of this Demon King Transformation skill book was also the highest level known to Lin Chen. As a status enhancement skill, Demon King Transformation not only provided a significant boost in combat power for a short time but also had the practical and powerful effect of immunity to 90% of elemental magic damage and resistance to control effects. There was no need to think about this skill. With the forgiveness of the overlimit, Lin Chen could learn it beyond his level, and he was definitely going to learn it. With a thought, he directly used this God of War level skill book at level 80. Ding! You have learned the skill Demon King Transformation Skill Bar 35 Demon King Transformation God of War level Lord of Original Sin King level Blood Gathering / Elite level. After leveling up to level 30, Lin Chen gained another skill slot. Even though he has now learned a God of War level skill, there are still 2 empty slots in his skill bar. Moreover, compared to the God of War level Demon King Transformation and the King level Lord of Original Sin, the Elite level Blood Gathering / seems somewhat out of place in his skill bar. Although in Blue Star, elite level skills are considered quite high quality. Even top-tier esports players treat elite level skills as treasures, using them as the foundation to shape their combat power system. But for Lin Chen, who is on a different level, the elite level Blood Gathering / is quite inadequate. This skill is definitely something Lin Chen will replace later. Calculating it this way, he barely has 2 usable skills. His skill slots remain overly vacant. However, he is not in a hurry. Both Kyoto and Qingyuan have prepared top-tier school-level skill books for him. According to Dugale, the military's Honghu seems to have reserved a super skill book for him, brought back from the Metaverse cartridge by a senior from the Great Xia, which is said to be of even higher quality than God of War level. As long as Lin Chen fulfills the objectives assigned by the 3 parties, he will certainly not lack skill books and other resources. Moreover, obtaining skill books through the game is not a difficult task for him. Just playing a high-level game cartridge with his abilities, a King God of War level skill book is easily within reach. Closing the skill bar, Lin Chen continued to check the remaining 2 rewards from the gift pack. Compared to the previous skill equipment and pet, the latter 2 items were not as eye-catching. Evolution Drink can be fed to pets to achieve significant evolution, enhancing the pet's combat power level. Best used on pets with a combat power level below LV50. Summon Chicken card, summons a chicken to fight for you. The former is a bottle of green drink. The latter is a colorful little card filled with unsightly images. Picking up the evolution drink, Lin Chen went to the living room and saw that the Demon King Dehe was burying its head, sniffing wildly at the pea-shooter girl. Upon seeing Lin Chen come out, it turned its head to take a look, then called out towards the bathroom, revealing a puzzled expression, as if asking, "Isn't the bathroom over there? Why does it smell so strong here?" Lifting its hind leg, Demon King Dehe also wanted to do its business in the pea-shooter girl's flower pot. "Get lost. This is my exclusive spot." Lin Chen scowled and kicked Dehe. Sitting on the sofa, he opened the evolution drink and a rich aroma immediately wafted through the room. Upon smelling this fragrance, the pea-shooter girl trembled all over, her gaze fixated, revealing a look of desire. Demon King Dehe also drooled, waddling over to Lin Chen's feet, tilting its head with bulging eyes, ears slightly perked. Glancing at Demon King Dehe and then at the pea-shooter girl, Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to feed the evolution drink to the pea-shooter girl. After all, Demon King Dehe's level is too high, already exceeding the recommended usage level for this evolution drink. Even if it could gain an enhancement, the increase would likely not be significant. To maximize the effect of this bottle of evolution drink, it would definitely be more suitable to use it on the pea-shooter girl than on Demon King Dehe. Raising his hand, Lin Chen fed the evolution drink to the pea-shooter girl. "Iya, iya." The pea-shooter girl opened her mouth wide with all her might, swallowing the magical liquid given by her master, afraid to miss a single drop. As the evolution drink took effect, a vibrant green light began to shimmer around the pea-shooter girl. Before long, the appearance of the pea-shooter girl began to change, quickly transforming from the cute little girl form into a tall and graceful green-skinned young woman. The green light continued to flicker, and her form changed again, soon shifting from the young girl to a mature and sexy older sister form, clad in green plant armor, with her pea-shooter also transforming into a magnificent emerald green sword. Overall, she looked extraordinarily beautiful and heroic. Your pet pea-shooter girl has completed evolution. Your pet pea-shooter girl has completed evolution. Pea-shooter girl combat level LV10 evolved into pea-shooter gunner combat level LV30. Pea-shooter gunner combat level LV30 evolved into pea-shooter Valkyrie combat level LV50. The evolution drink allowed her to evolve twice in a row, from LV10 pea-shooter girl to LV50 pea-shooter Valkyrie, a tremendous upgrade, only 10 levels below the big black. The potted plants and dog at home had reached levels 50 to 60, surpassing over 80% of esports players on Blue Star. Lin Chen felt that the safety of his home had significantly increased once again. After 2 evolutions, the pea-shooter Valkyrie was no longer the same as before, only babbling incoherently. Now, she had developed a certain level of language ability and excitedly shouted at Lin Chen. "Master! Master! Hey!" Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction, reaching out to touch the pea-shooter Valkyrie, feeling the changes after her evolution. "Master, Master, what was that drink you just gave me?" Although she had initially developed language skills, the pea-shooter Valkyrie still spoke a bit unclearly, her words carrying a childlike lisp. Lin Chen replied with a smile, "It's a kind of drink." The pea-shooter Valkyrie tilted her head slightly, her beautiful green eyes sparkling with a pitiful pleading look. "Drink urine? Urine is so delicious. Master, I want to drink urine." Lin Chen. Picking up a bottle of mineral water, Lin Chen gulped it down, saying, "You wait, I'll save some for you first." After finishing the evolution drink, Lin Chen returned to his bedroom, locked the doors and windows, and drew the curtains tightly. "Finally! I've waited for this moment." He nervously picked up the last item that had popped out of the gift package. He took the colorful card featuring various beautiful women. Summon Chicken card, summons a chicken to fight for you when used. Swallowing hard, Lin Chen took a deep breath, focused his mind, and used the card. Bang! A cloud of white mist exploded. Within the mist, a snow-white body flickered in and out of view, delicate limbs trembling slightly, and a unique scent filled the air, sending electric shivers down his spine as 2 fiery gazes collided in the air. "Oh oh oh!" Looking at the large white rooster that appeared before him, Lin Chen remained expressionless and silent for a long time, though he eventually smiled and pulled back the curtains to gaze out at the vast world outside. As expected, these kinds of cards are all fake. Although it was different from the chicken he had imagined, he didn't plan to waste it. Grabbing the large rooster, Lin Chen went to the kitchen and directly sliced it, planning to make dinner with it that night. "Oh oh oh!" Accompanied by a scream, a huge gash appeared on the rooster's neck, blood splattering everywhere as the rooster struggled desperately, but its movements grew weaker and weaker until it soon lost strength, going limp in Lin Chen's hands, its body twitching slightly. After the knife fell, Lin Chen suddenly remembered that he didn't know how to cook. "Forget it, let's set it free." Scratching his head, he opened the kitchen window and tossed the rooster, which had lost too much blood and was now motionless, outside, granting it the precious freedom. Bang! With the rooster falling from the high building, a muffled sound echoed up. Black energy surged around Lin Chen, and the Sin power gained through the passive growth skill Lord of Original Sin had increased significantly, along with the power of Sin gained from experiencing the customs and culture of the Great Xia with Mr. Hall from the foreign lands. Lin Chen's total power of Sin has seen a considerable increase after this college entrance examination. Although, in terms of quality, the King-level Lord of Original Sin is somewhat inferior to the God-level Demon King transformation, the former has the advantage of growth potential. As long as the growth time is sufficient, the effects that the Lord of Original Sin can unleash may far exceed those of Demon King transformation. After counting the rewards from the exclusive gift package, Lin Chen obtained a myth-level exclusive armor, a rule necklace, and a god-level skill, and he also upgraded his potted plant from level 10 to level 50. Just the rewards from this gift package are enough to be considered quite fruitful. Back in his bedroom, Lin Chen shifted his gaze to the two top-tier random treasure chests on the floor. He stepped forward and directly opened the chests. Two items emerged from the two chests. One chest yielded a ring, while the other produced a skill book. You opened a top-tier random treasure chest and obtained equipment, Angel's Divine Ring Holy level. You opened a top-tier random treasure chest and obtained a skill book, Soul Strike King level. Equipment, Angel's Divine Ring Quality Holy level effect significantly enhances the wearer's recovery ability, activating the divine energy within the ring to release Holy Light Healing, quickly restoring all injuries of the wearer, usable up to 10 times per hour. Description: a divine artifact ring blessed by the Holy Angel King. Usage restriction, level LV50. Combat Skill Book, Soul Strike Quality, King Level Learning Requirement, Level LV50 Skill Type, Active Growth Attack Skill Effect. After activating this skill, your next attack will deal additional soul damage. If the enemy dies from this attack, the additional soul damage caused by this skill will receive a permanent boost, cooldown 30 seconds. Damn, another growth type skill? And it's an active attack type? Upon seeing the introduction of the Soul Strike Skill Book, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. The equipment and skills obtained from the two treasure chests are quite impressive. The Holy Level Equipment Angel's Divine Ring perfectly supplements Lin Chen's current lack of recovery and healing ability. As a high-quality equipment just below myth level, the immense value of the Angel's Divine Ring is beyond doubt. The active growth-type attack skill Soul Strike is also quite overpowered, capable of enhancing its power by killing enemies with the skill, with limitless potential. Once this skill is stacked to a certain level, any casual strike from Lin Chen will carry devastating power. With a thought, Lin Chen directly used the skill book to learn it. Ding! You have learned the skill Soul Strike Skill Bar 45 Demon King Transformation God Level Lord of Original Sin King Level Soul Strike King Level Blood Gathering / Elite Level. After learning the skill and donning the Myth Level Armor King Lin Chen's armor and the Holy Level Ring Angel's Divine Ring, Lin Chen felt the overwhelming power surging within his body and he was momentarily eager to try it out. It's time to go to the eSports Guild for a ranked match and test my current strength. By the way, Honghu also asked me to reach Bronze 2 within a month. With a chuckle, he took out his legendary weapon, the blood-crying blade, and looked at himself in the mirror, clad in the imposing armor, nodding in satisfaction as he stepped out the door. The Lin Chen of today is no longer the ordinary student he once was. After gaining fame in the college entrance examination and saving the Great Xia from a crisis, he has become a well-known hero of the Great Xia. To avoid causing a commotion, he deliberately wore a mask before heading out. Arriving at the Cloud City Esports Guild, Lin Chen applied for the qualification to connect to the global combat ranking system at the front desk. After waiting for a moment, a staff member in uniform led Lin Chen to the back of the guild. In a hall at the back, dozens of large white egg-shaped devices were displayed. The staff member patiently explained some basic rules. Once you enter the ranking system through the terminal, you will be matched with opponents of similar rank. Defeating your opponent will earn you points and allow you to climb the ranks. Each person can participate in a maximum of 5 ranked matches per day. At the end of each month, rank rewards will be calculated. The higher your rank, the more generous the rewards. In the global combat ranking system, you will experience 100% sensory feedback, but being defeated or killed in battle will not affect your physical condition in reality. Alright, is there anything you don't understand? Lin Chen approached one of the white egg-shaped machines, opened the lid, and sat down on the oval seat inside, shaking his head slightly with excitement. Nope, let's get started. The staff member was momentarily taken aback. The terminal is in the ranking room ahead. This is an egg-shaped public restroom. What are you doing sitting on the toilet? Lin Chen. As the staff member entered the ranking room, he was greeted by a tech-savvy black and blue striped room. Inside, square terminals for the global combat ranking system were arranged, resembling cartridge readers but with significant differences in appearance and much larger in size. Sit in front of the seat, scan your identity wristband, and you can log into the global combat ranking system, the staff member introduced. Following the staff member's instructions, Lin Chen sat in front of the seat and scanned his wristband. Soon, a bright flash appeared before his eyes. In the next moment, He found himself in a virtual space entirely formed by data. Detecting identity information connecting to esports ranking qualifications. Ding. First log into the global combat ranking system detected. Please set your nickname. If you skip this setting, your real name will be used as your ranking nickname. Do I need to come up with a username? Let's call it disconnected. Lin Chen thought for a moment and chose a functional nickname that might confuse his opponents in the rankings. Dear Disconnected, welcome to the global combat ranking system. Arranging your placement match planning. Currently, only solo ranking mode is available. Please select the solo ranking option on the console to start your placement matches. After completing 10 placement matches, you will receive your initial rank levels from lowest to highest are Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Master, Grandmaster, and the Strongest King. As Lin Chen continued reading, the prompt information before him gradually faded. In its place, a large semi-transparent options bar appeared in his field of vision. The options bar contained 3 choices. Solo ranking mode, team ranking mode not available, global league mode not available currently. Only the solo ranking mode button was lit up. The team ranking mode and global league mode were both grayed out and unavailable for selection. Lin Chen extended his finger and gently touched the solo ranking mode option. Immediately, a prompt popped up. Matching you with a placement match. Opponent estimated time required 25 seconds. Match successful. Loading the game. No more than 5 seconds into the matching process, Lin Chen was matched with his first opponent. His figure suddenly vanished from the data space, and in the next moment, Lin Chen found himself in an ancient gladiatorial arena. The arena was incredibly vast, covering several thousand square meters. Countless spectators cheered and shouted from the surrounding stands. The map for this match is Bloody Arena. The battle mode is Elimination Mode. Time limit is 60 minutes. Kill your enemies within 60 minutes to win this match. If the match exceeds 60 minutes, the winner will be determined based on the extent of injuries on both sides. The combatants for this match are Blue side, What Can You Do About Me? Rank none. Red side, Disconnected. Rank none. The match officially begins. In this arena where the strong are respected, let the bloody slaughter commence. The prompt faded, and in the next moment, 2 figures appeared simultaneously in the arena. Once the duel officially loaded, Lin Chen stood still, pretending to be disconnected. His opponent, a yellow-haired man clad in heavy gray-black armor, approached slowly with a large sword. Noticing Lin Chen standing there like a wooden man, his gaze vacant, What Can You Do About Me? Was slightly taken aback, unsure of the opponent's strategy. However, after glancing at Lin Chen's nickname above his head, he suddenly understood. He couldn't help but chuckle. You don't really think someone would fall for such a little trick, do you? Seeing that this trick wouldn't fool his opponent, Lin Chen stopped pretending, shrugged, and said, well, it doesn't hurt to try. Raising his large sword, its blade gleamed. And what can you do about me? Put away his smile, coldly stating, Kid, you must have just started entering the global power ranking system for placement matches. Let me give you a piece of advice. This is a place to showcase true skills. If you think you can win with such sneaky tactics, you're just wasting your time here. You might as well leave early. Put. Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow flashed past him and appeared behind him. Lin Chen shook the blood off his hand and couldn't help but retort. Where do you get all that nonsense? Feeling a dull pain in his chest, he became cold all over. What can you do about mess? Pupils contracted as he looked down slightly. Upon seeing a huge blood hole in his chest, he couldn't help but be shocked. What the? Put. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chen swung his hand again, delivering another punch. What can you do about mess? Head flew off. For an esports player without a rank, just entering the global power ranking system for placement matches, they were generally around level 10 or so. Even with different equipment and skills, their combat power would at most be at the Black Iron or Bronze level. In front of Lin Chen now, such a level of opponent wasn't even worth his attention. Clad in mythic level armor, Lin Chen didn't even need to use skills or draw his weapon. He could easily achieve a one-hit kill with his bare hands. You have killed. What can you do about me? No rank. Time taken 1 minute 30 seconds. The match. Disconnected wins. You have completed the first round of placement matches. Since you easily defeated your opponent, stronger enemies will be arranged for you next. The stronger the enemies you defeat in the upcoming matches, the higher the rank you can achieve through the placement matches. After easily winning the first round, Lin Chen returned to the data space. This is boring. Hurry up and arrange some tougher opponents for me. Lin Chen wanted to test his combat power level in the global power ranking system. Battling against opponents like What Can You Do About Me held no value for him. Without missing a beat, Lin Chen clicked on the option for solo ranked mode to continue matching for a match. The second match took place in a desert. The map for this match is Desert of Despair. The battle mode is Survival Mode. Time limit 30 minutes. During the 30 minutes, sand pits will continuously spawn on the map. Players who fall into the sand pits will die instantly. You need to avoid the sand pits while quickly defeating your opponents. If the match exceeds 30 minutes, the entire desert will begin to collapse. The combatants for this match are Blue Team Knife Master rank, Black Iron Eye Red Team Disconnected rank. None. The match officially begins. In this ever-collapsing desert, seek out your survival. The opponent in the second round is clearly much stronger than in the first. The Black Iron Eye rank isn't too shabby either. However, in front of Lin Chen, he still couldn't withstand a single blow. With a swift movement, Lin Chen directly took off his opponent's head. You killed Knife Master Black Iron Eye. Time taken 0 minutes 54 seconds in this match. Disconnected wins. You have completed the second match of the placement series. Returning to the data space, Lin Chen continued to match. You killed Razor Shaving Chest Hair Bronze 2. Time taken 0 minutes 39 seconds in this match. Disconnected wins. You have completed the third match of the placement series. You killed Doug #Silver 3. Time taken 0 minutes 26 seconds in this match. Disconnected wins. You have completed the fourth match of the placement series. You killed Likes to Dig Between Toes Gold V. Time taken 0 minutes 22 seconds in this match. Disconnected wins. You have completed the fifth match of the placement series. In the next half hour, Lin Chen consecutively eliminated 3 opponents in seconds. The opponent in the final match had a combat rank of gold. The level of gold rank is considered above average among all esports players participating in the global combat ranking system, but in front of Lin Chen, they still stood no chance. Without needing to draw his sword, Lin Chen still killed him barehanded. Having exhausted his 5 ranked matches for the day, Lin Chen left the ranking system with little enthusiasm and exited the esports guild. Since it was still early, after leaving the guild, Lin Chen first called his buddy Lu Zhou, planning to find a place to hang out and relax. After the college entrance examination, Lu Zhou had called Lin Chen over a dozen times and sent more than 100 messages, but Lin Chen had been busy and only replied briefly. Now that he finally had some free time, he made an effort to arrange a meetup with Lu Zhou. Upon receiving the call, Lu Zhou immediately rushed over from home. When they met, the two were still joking and chatting. After strolling along the street for a while, Lin Chen found a business KTV and treated Lu Zhou to a hefty bill. After a few rounds of drinks, the alcohol began to take effect. Lu Zhou's expression turned a bit melancholic as he sighed. Bro, you're really amazing. With this college entrance exam, you've truly taken off. In the future, we probably won't have many chances to meet. Hearing this, Lin Chen held his glass, remaining silent. Although Lu Zhou performed well in the exam and got into a decent esports university, the gap between him and Lin Chen was still too vast. People from different levels have different paths to walk. No matter how good the relationship, everyone has their own responsibilities, issues to face, and circles to integrate into. As time passes, people from different levels and fields will inevitably drift apart. This is reality. In the future, when you make it big, you better look out for me, bro, Lu Zhou joked. Patting Lu Zhou on the shoulder, Lin Chen sighed and raised his glass, saying, if you run into trouble in the future, just call me anytime to let me know, so I can have a good laugh, Lu Zhou. After a moment of reflection, Lu Zhou understood the meaning behind Lin Chen's words, and his eyes turned slightly red. He knew that Lin Chen was telling him to keep in touch and not to be afraid of bothering him. It wasn't necessary to only call for help when in need. Wiping his eyes, Lu Zhou raised his glass to clink with Lin Chen's and downed it in one go. Cheers. After finishing the song with Lu Zhou, it was already 6 in the evening when Lin Chen returned home. His dad, Lin Yuan, should still be in the gaming world. His mom, Zhong Shuiying, should have returned from work. Indeed, upon returning to the community and going upstairs, Lin Chen saw his mom standing at the door. Besides her, there was a woman in professional attire who bore some resemblance to his mom. Behind this woman stood 2 men in black suits wearing sunglasses. The woman and his mom seemed to be arguing about something. When I initially rejected the arranged marriage by the family and chose to be with Lin Yuan, you heartlessly kicked me out of the house and made things difficult for us. My man nearly lost his life at the hands of you bastards several times. Even when I was pregnant with Lin Chen, you forced me to abort the child. Now, the child you nearly drove to death has become successful, and you Zhong family come knocking, asking me to bring Tian'er back. Do you think that's possible? Zhong Shuiying was quite emotional, tears streaming down her face as she argued. The woman in professional attire kept bowing her head in apology, comforting Zhong Shuiying while saying, Sister, what happened before was indeed the family's fault, but that is all in the past. Compared to past grievances, opening your heart to look towards the future and providing Lin Chen with a better environment for development is what truly matters, right? You should know that our Zhong family has developed very well in recent years. Besides the Huang family, the Lu family, and the Dugu family, we are the most powerful among the 3 great families of the Great Xia. If you too return to the Zhong family, the resources Lin Chen will receive will be unimaginable. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuiying wiped her tears and coldly shook her head. I don't trust you at all, and I would never hand my son over to you. Alright, enough said, you can leave. Since you Zong family have expelled me from the family, I have no relationship with you anymore. I hope you won't appear in our lives again. The woman in professional attire stepped forward, grabbing Zhong Shuiying's shoulder, wanting to continue persuading her. Having listened for a long time and roughly understanding the situation, Lin Chen walked up the stairs, frowning as he said, "My mom said to leave, can't you understand that?" The woman in professional attire was taken aback, and upon seeing Lin Chen's face, she immediately showed a surprised smile and stepped forward to present a gift box. "Lin Chen, in your Aunt Zhang Yunxian. It's our first meeting, and this is a small gift prepared for you by the Zhong family." Lin Chen reached out, unusually not instinctively accepting the gift but instead pushed the gift box away, expressionless as he said, "My mom can be wherever she wants, please don't bother her anymore." Although he hadn't spent much time here since his arrival in his previous life, Lin Chen had never really experienced familial love. After gaining the original owner's memories, he felt a strong affection for his mom, Zhong Shuiying, who had cared for him deeply. Naturally, he would not tolerate any grievances against her. Seeing Lin Chen show a resistant attitude and a displeased expression, Zhong Yunqian's smile froze. She knew that this matter could not be forced. Continuing to entangle in this situation would only backfire. "Alright, then we'll leave for now. You two should think it over." Zhong Yunqian slightly bowed and left with her companions. Lin Chen squinted as he watched her leave, pondering for a moment before returning inside with his mom. When his son returned, Zhong Shuiying, who had initially felt sad thinking about the painful matters, immediately broke into a smile. After exchanging a few warm words, she hurried into the kitchen to prepare dinner for Lin Chen. Seeing that mom didn't take the initiative to explain the Zhong family matter, Lin Chen didn't ask further. He arrived at the living room sofa, and just as he sat down, he heard the sound of flushing from the bathroom. He was momentarily stunned, thinking it was his dad Lin Yuan coming out from the Super Pooper Tape world, and immediately called out, "Dad?" The next second, the bathroom door opened. The big black dog walked out, squinting with a cross-eyed look, and called out, "Mao Lin Chen." Slap! Lin Chen gave it a big slap. The big black dog, with an extremely aggrieved expression, scratched its head, not understanding what it had done wrong this time. Lin Chen reached out, picked up the big black dog, and patted its head, saying, "Mom, you've seen this big black dog, right?" "Yeah, I saw it. When I just came back, this dog was biting your photo, which startled me," Mom replied while washing vegetables. Hearing this, Lin Chen looked down, expressionless, at the big black dog. "Is that so? Big black?" Instantly, it broke into a cold sweat. The big black dog tried its best to perform its cross-eyed look, tilting its head and sticking out its tongue, pretending to be a silly dog. Not wanting to argue with this dog, Lin Chen continued, "Mom, this dog is called Big Black. I brought it out from the college entrance examination tape world, and it's quite strong. From now on, you can take it with you when you go to and from work." Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuiying paused her vegetable washing. "Are you worried about the Zhong family?" Lin Chen shook his head. "It's just a precaution. Right now, our backing is the Daxia government, and they shouldn't dare to do anything out of line. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you and Dad won't suffer any grievances. If you don't want to go back, even if the King of Heaven comes, he won't be able to take you away." After hearing her son's words, Zhong Shuiying, with her back to Lin Chen, couldn't help but start wiping her tears again. The next day, Lin Chen arrived at the Yunqing Esports Union to continue his ranking matches. He entered the global power ranking system and selected the solo ranking option. After a brief matchmaking, Lin Chen began his 6th ranked match. The 6th match took place in a tropical rainforest. The map for this match is Toxic Basin Battle Mode, Hazard Mode. Time limit 45 minutes. Defeat your opponent within 45 minutes to win. The toxic basin is filled with numerous toxic plants and animals, and you need to avoid toxic creatures as much as possible, searching for and hunting your opponent. After 45 minutes, all toxic creatures will go berserk and actively hunt the participants. The combatants for this match are Blue Side Disconnected rank, None Red Side King of Simps rank, Gold II. The match officially begins. In this toxic place, tremble and survive. In the 6th ranked match, Lin Chen faced an opponent whose power rank had reached Gold 3. After cautiously moving through the toxic basin for a moment, Lin Chen discovered the opponent's trace. The opponent, King of Simps, was a pale-skinned man wielding a staff. With focused eyes and gathering strength beneath his feet, bang! In the next moment, Lin Chen charged forward, attacking at lightning speed. Hearing the commotion, King of Simps' eyes flickered, and he immediately sensed Lin Chen's position. Summon Thunder Wolf. Summon Flame Tiger. He immediately cast summoning magic, and beside him, 2 elemental beast monsters appeared. 1 wolf and 1 tiger, 1 purple and 1 red, pounced towards Lin Chen under the command of King of Simps. A summoner? Seeing the 2 suddenly appearing elemental monsters, Lin Chen was slightly surprised and swung his fists at the 2 elemental beasts. Bang! Bang! 2 punches landed, and the 2 elemental beasts immediately fell. However, they seemed to have high physical resistance. Lin Chen's fists only pushed them back, not causing any substantial lethal damage. Thud. After landing, the two monsters gathered their strength and charged again. Oh, pretty tough. Lin Chen noticed this and became slightly interested. Although, with sufficient speed, he could dodge the two summoned beasts and directly attack the summoner at the back to quickly secure victory in this match. He wanted to play a bit more since he had finally encountered an opponent who could withstand his attacks. Lord of Sin. After entering the global power ranking system, Lin Chen used his skill for the first time. The dense black energy of Sin surged above his fists. Black mist also enveloped his entire body. In an instant, under the enhancement of the power of Sin, Lin Chen's attributes received a tremendous boost. His figure flickered. In a flash, Lin Chen appeared beside the two summoned beasts. Bang! Bang! With the thick black energy of Sin, two fists struck out like lightning, leaving after images. Put! Put! The two summoned beasts were directly pierced through their bodies, vanishing into nothingness the next moment. Although their physical defense was strong enough to slightly resist Lin Chen's punches in his normal state after being enhanced by the power of Sin, not only did Lin Chen's strength and speed increase significantly, but his attacks also carried the elemental power of Sin, which was what the two summoned beasts feared. Seeing his relied upon summoned beasts easily defeated by the opponent, the King of Simps turned pale, realizing he couldn't win this round. His voice trembled as he asked, "You don't have a rank yet? You must still be in placement matches. How can a rookie in ranked matches be this strong?" Lin Chen smiled slightly, saying nothing, just removing the mask from his face. The King of Simps' pupils contracted. "It's you, the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination. The Lin Chen who saved the great Xia." "No, wait. Even if you're the top scorer, you're only 18 this year. Performing well in the game is understandable, but being this strong in reality at just 18 years old is a bit outrageous." Lin Chen scratched his head and smiled humbly. "It's okay, just average. I still have to continue my placement matches, so we'll send you off to die now." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered. Put! The King of Simps fell to the ground, and Lin Chen won. "You killed King of Simps Gold. I time taken. 1 minute 54 seconds. This match has disconnected and you have won. You have completed the 6th match of the placement series." In the next 3 placement matches, Lin Chen's opponent's ranks continued to rise. By the 9th match, his opponent's rank had already reached Platinum V. Although the opponent in the 9th match was not weak, Lin Chen took it a bit more seriously and pulled out his weapon, Blood-Crying Blade. He still won that match quite easily. Finally, the last match of the placement series arrived. After matching with an opponent, Lin Chen looked at the pre-match panel that popped up in front of him, filled with anticipation. The match map is Hot Spring Villa. Battle mode is Annihilation mode. Time limit is 60 minutes to defeat your opponent within 60 minutes to win. The various strange hot springs in Hot Spring Villa have different effects. Some can quickly heal injuries, some can temporarily boost one's power, and some can cause damage to the body. Players can try to choose to use them. The combatants in this match are Blue Side Disconnected rank, Non-Red Side Honest Communication rank. Platinum II. The match officially begins. Drench the spring water in blood, let the slaughter commence. Loading into the battle map. Before Lin Chen, mist swirled around. Not far away, a naked figure gradually emerged. "Hey, Lin Chen?" Stepping out from the mist, Chen Baichi recognized his opponent's face, shocked as he exclaimed, "What the hell? How is it you? You must have just started your ranked matches. How did you end up matched with me?" Suddenly guessing that Chen Baichi's constant nudity might be related to his gaming talent or some skill, he was just about to ask when, in the next second, Chen Baichi's lips curled into an appreciative smile. "Good insight. You figured out my essence so quickly, seeing right through my underwear. Truly impressive, Lin Chen." Lin Chen's lips twitched. "You're not even wearing any underwear, alright?" Not wanting to waste more time with this pervert, Lin Chen took out the from his storage space, preparing to engage him in battle. Seeing Lin Chen take a stance, Chen Baichi also pulled out his weapon from his storage space. It was a luxurious-looking clothing rod that shimmered with a mysterious silver light. They say humans like to use things that are usually useless in daily life as weapons, and this was quite applicable to Chen Baichi. Facing Lin Chen, who was stepping forward and getting closer, Chen Baichi put away his smile and said calmly, "Lin Chen, my rank isn't high because I've been busy with admissions work this month and haven't really played ranked matches. Although I'm not considered a martial arts type at Kyoto Esports University, my combat power has always been maintained in the top 20 of the school. The fact that you can reach this level in the placement matches shows that your performance in the earlier games must have been outstanding. However, at this stage, it's basically impossible for you to defeat me. How about this, I'll fight you for 10 rounds, and if you can withstand all 10 rounds, I'll admit defeat. How does that sound?" Lin Chen shook his head. "No need, let's go all out." Chen Baiqi smiled and shook his head. Alright, let's temper your arrogance. It should be beneficial for your development in the near future. As he spoke, a massive white light surged from Chen Baiqi. To be the director of Kyoto Esports University, he really has some skills, huh? Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Chen Baiqi, Lin Chen wasn't particularly surprised. A slight smile appeared on his lips, and his fighting spirit surged. The immense black power of Sin began to spread throughout his body. Reaching out, he took out the crown of Sin from his storage space and put it on his head. Boom! After gaining the power of Sin from the crown of Sin, a torrent of black energy shot up into the sky, enveloping Lin Chen completely. In the black light, only his crimson eyes and white teeth were visible. Holding the, Lin Chen's figure flickered as he charged forward. Come on! Blazing white strike! Chen Baiqi shouted. Sensing the fierce power Lin Chen unleashed, he became interested, and his white aura expanded once more. Bang! One black, one white. The two lights collided, the blood blade intersecting with the silver clothing rod. The massive condensed energy instantly exploded at the point of intersection. Boom! Lin Chen's figure was knocked back several meters. Chen Baiqi, however, remained in place, not moving an inch. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Chen felt even more excited. It seems he wasn't exaggerating. This guy is on a completely different level compared to the platinum-ranked opponents I faced before. Although he was quite the pervert, Director Chen's strength was indeed formidable. Chen Baiqi shook his completely numb right arm, maintaining a calm exterior while feeling utterly shocked inside. This kid just finished the college entrance exam and is already this strong? This is just too outrageous. There was no time to alleviate the shock within. Under the enhancement of the Angel's Divine Ring, Lin Chen's slightly sustained injuries instantly healed, and his figure transformed once more into a dark shadow, charging towards Chen Baiqi. The blood blade in his hand erupted with a rich crimson glow. Beneath the dazzling red, faint blue soul flames flickered. Blood gathering slash. Soul capture strike. Lin Chen simultaneously activated his two active damage skills. Gritting his teeth, Chen Baiqi did not retreat, needing him heeded. This battle was undoubtedly the most intense Lin Chen had faced so far in the global combat ranking system. Chen Baiqi's true combat power was certainly beyond the platinum tier level. With the powerful